Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Was Reincarnation of Orochi and Married Mirko movie. Before we start, please go support Cesar Mendoza 290,316 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Deku is a male. Izuku, the new almighty god and great heroes, and Mirko's husband. Chapter 1, Betrayal. It was a normal day at the UA Academy where Izuku Midoriya, ninth bearer of One for All and future symbol of peace and number one hero for all, studied since with his big heart and great charisma, he won the hearts of all his classmates and teachers for all the heroism he did in the past, and all his classmates praised him for everything he did, and everything was happiness for our green-haired man, and he had a Chaco Uraraka as a girlfriend since the rescue of Bakugo and the defeat of All for One. And the rescue of Eri, they became boyfriends and everything was happiness in the relationship, and happier was because Eri called Achako mom and Izuku called him dad, and that didn't bother them, and they called Eri daughter, and everything was happiness for our green-haired man. And what is our green-haired man doing now? Izuku's POV. Izuku was in his bedroom about to do his homework and sees that he forgot a book. Izuku? I don't know, there forgot Izawa-sensei's homework book, better go get it. So he left his room and started to go to his classroom and started walking like his classroom, but on the way he started to hear some strange noises, and the further he walked he realized that they were moans and went to the moans and was very surprised since they were coming from his classroom, and opens the door a little and saw something that completely broke his heart and began to cry since he was watching his girlfriend Uraraka having hex with the one he considered his best friend like a brother to Tenya Aida, and Aida he was hitting Uraraka hard and she moaned like a bitch in heat, and Izuku watched this through tears while his heart broke into 1,000 pieces, and he ran to his room and reached the bedrooms where he passed everyone and reached his room where he lay down on the bed and began to cry inconsolably, and he wondered why he did it. Why did he do that? Because he did it like that all day until he fell asleep from tiredness of crying. Meanwhile, in the teacher's room, all the teachers were gathered to talk about something, and there were some top heroes like Mirko, Ryukyu, Hawk and Endeavor. Almight. Tell us, director, why did you call us, he said, curious. Mirko? Yes, let's go right now, I want to go break some villains' bones, he said, something bored. Nezu? Well, I called them since I just received an anonymous video where the true traitor of the UA is shown. Endeavor? Well, what, wait, put the video. Nezu put the video, and it showed Shigaraki waiting for someone, and to everyone's surprise and anger, Izuku arrives with many folders and folders with information from the UA and gives them to him, and they leave the alley in different directions, and thus the video ends. Almight. That bastard lied to us, he said angrily. Sniper. There, we must kill that traitor. Lock King. There, we must lock up that traitor. Yes, telling him a lot of curses. Asia, Izuku, all except Midnight, Aizawa, Endeavor, Ryukyu, Hawk and Mirko who believed in Izuku, and more Mirko who believed a lot in Izuku until Mirko speaks. Mirko? Hey, she screamed, listen to the step internships with me, and the truth is I don't think he would do something like that since he helped me in everything with the villains and everything, and I don't think he's a damn villain. Ryukyu? Yes, also he helped with the rescue of Eri, and I don't think he's the traitor. Endeavor? Yes, also he helped my son, why will he accept his fireside? Honk. Yes, also he is a good boy, he would never be capable of doing something like that. Aizawa. Yes, also he helped with the rescue of Bakugo and has helped many of his classmates. Midnight. Yes, also he confessed to me that that was his biggest dream since year, so I don't think he's the traitor, they said super seriously. Almight. Enough of cheap excuses, he is the traitor and that's it, and tomorrow we are going to take him to Tartarus. Gran Torino. Toshinori, are you an idiot or is he innocent? In his eyes, you can see that he wants to be a great hero like you. He said something annoying. Almight. Sorry teacher, but I don't trust him anymore, so tomorrow we will take him to Tartarus, and that's it. He said angrily. All? Hi. Mirko. Go all the way to the damn shit, she said furiously and leaving the office, slamming the door. The next day. We see our green-haired boy sitting at his desk sad about what he saw yesterday. Then Aizawa arrives. Aizawa. Midoriya, they are calling you in the direction. Izuku? I'm going. So the two went to the direction and arrived and knocked and received a pass from the director, and upon entering, Izuku saw that almost all the heroes looked at him with contempt and anger, except those who trusted Izuku since they were somewhat worried, including Nezu. Me? You? Young Midoriya knows why we sent for him. Izuku? No, because director. But receives a strong blow from Almight. Almight. Stop lying, damn traitor, said angrily. Izuku? Traitor? Almight, what are you talking about, confused and in pain. Almight. No, and this putting the video. What they didn't know is that class 2 heard everything through the speaker they had in the classroom and everyone started to curse him. Asia, Izuku, everyone except Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, Momo, Tsuyu and Jiru who believed in Izuku. At the end of the video, Izuku was paralyzed by what he saw. Izuku. That's not me, I swear, please believe me, he said through tears. Almight. You're garbage, give me back the one for all, removing a hair and eating it, and was going to hit him again, but some bandages tie him up. Izawa. Run, my offspring. So Izuku runs towards the exit, but a kick from Aida sent him flying, and Izuku falls into the schoolyard, and the entire class 2 comes out, and they start hitting him everywhere. Uraraka. I can't believe I had a traitor as a boyfriend, but you know one thing, kissing Aida, I've cheated on you all this time with Aida, and he was capable of giving me everything and more in bed, he said brazenly, but he received an explosion from Bakugo. Bakugo. Run, nerd, run. Kirishima. We distract them by activating his quirk. Sai. Why do we believe in you, he said smiling. Izuku. Thanks guys, said through tears. Momo. Run, Izuku runs, creating some bombs and throwing them at everyone, and Izuku runs away, and everyone was going to attack those who supported Izuku, but a large pillar of ice stands in front of them, and All Might arrives and breaks it and knocks everyone out, and Izuku was running through the forest, but All Might arrives and knocks him down to the ground. All Might. Now traitor dies, but a kick from Mirko sends him far away. Mirko. If you hit Izuku again, I swear I'll break your bones, said super angry. All Might. You damn rabbit, how dare you defend that traitor, said furiously. Mirko. Because he is a great hero, don't be an idiot, said angrily. All Might. Then let them both die, but a tail blow from Ryukyu in his dragon form sends him far away. Ryukyu. Mirko, take Izuku far away, I'll distract him. Mirko carries him on his back and starts running super fast. Izuku. Miss Mirko said, dying. Mirko. Calm down, Izuku, I'll get you out of here because I believe in you. Running. Izuku. Thank you, Miss Mirko. But present Mick arrives, begins to scream very loud, breaking Mirko and Izuku's eardrums, and All Might arrives and sends Mirko flying, and Izuku looked half unconscious and sees that some were trying to help him, but they couldn't because those who didn't trust Izuku prevented them, and Mirko tried to help him, but Vla King grabs her, and he tried to help him, but Izawa grabbed her, and All Might kicks him, making him faint. 1 hour later. We see our green-haired girl start to wake up and look, he was in a cell. Izuku. What happened, confused, but he remembers everything and begins to cry inconsolably for everything that happened to him, and the guard arrives. Guard. Brett, you have visitors. The two go and arrive in a room, and Izuku enters and sees his mother there waiting for him. Izuku. Mom. Inko. Son. The two hug each other and begin to cry inconsolably. Inko. Izuku, my baby, calm down, I don't know how, but I'll get you out of here, I know how because I trust you, my baby, and remember that I will always be proud of you, she said, smiling and shedding some tears. Izuku. Thanks, Mom said, smiling and taking out. Thus Inko healing from all his scars that he had on his body, and so was the whole visit until it ended where Izuku returned to his cell where a portal opens showing nothing more and nothing less than Shigaraki, Dabi and Toga. Shigaraki. Hello hero Deku, how are you, having a good time, said mockingly. Izuku. So you were the one who sent that anonymous video, said annoyed. Shigaraki. Yes, it was very easy, the truth, to deceive those heroes, said laughing. Izuku. And what do you want from me? Shigaraki. Simple, everything you know about the UA, and I want you to join us now. Izuku. I will never join you, screw you, said furiously. Shigaraki. Well, you asked for it, Dabi, Toga, have fun. So Dabi and Toga began to torture Izuku in a heartbreaking way, and only Izuku's screams could be heard until Dabi and Toga got tired and left, leaving Izuku super hurt. Meanwhile, in Izuku's consciousness. Izuku woke up in a super weird and dark place. Izuku. Where am I? What am I doing here? Am I dead? What is this place? He asked many questions. No boy, you are not dead and we are in your consciousness. Izuku turns around and sees a tall man wearing white pants and a large mark on his chest that reached his abdomen and had white hair. Izuku. QQ, who are you? Said nervously. Chapter 2. Reincarnation and New Friends. Izuku. QQQ, who are you? Said nervously. Calm down, boy, I'm not going to hurt you, calm down, you can trust me, I promise. Izuku. Okay, my name is Izuku, Midoriya said more calmly. Nice to meet you, Izuku, my name is Arachi. Izuku. 1 second, know that you were a legend, that you were an all-powerful god of all the supreme gods, said impressed. Arachi. That's right, Izuku. Izuku. And why are we here? Confused. Arachi. We are here because I chose you as my successor and my reincarnation. Izuku. Your reincarnation, but why? Said surprised. Arachi. Because I saw what they did to you and Seaman did something unfair what they did to you, so I chose you to be a good carrier of all my powers said smiling. Izuku. Really are you going to give me all your powers said impressed. Arachi. That's right Izuku. Nana. Besides you still have the one for all Izuku. They both turn around and come to Nana now the carriers. Izuku. But as Nana if all might I take it off. Yoichi. You did not give it to your will therefore the one for all remains in you. Nana. Also the one for all chooses who deserves it and who is worthy of the portal this great power and also the one for all chose you Izuku. Why is no one more worthy than you? You are worthy of this great power, that is why you have it said smiling. Izuku. Okay now I understand. At that Izuku began to fade. Arachi. Well Izuku you are already beginning to wake up but remember that I am always in mind and here we will be seeing each other. Izuku. Okay Arachi. When Izuku woke up he no longer felt any pain or that he had been tortured he felt like new. Izuku. Wow what a strange dream, but he sees that on his wrist he had a large black mark and some black lines and Izuku gets up and looks in the cell mirror, seeing that his hair was white and lifts up his shirt, seeing that he had a huge mark similar to a tattoo that was a black sun and Izuku was in shock since it was not a dream. Izuku. Wow seriously it was not a dream everything was super real this is incredible, I promise Arachi that I will try hard to control this great power that you have given me thank you very much Arachi said, smiling and determined to keep his word. And that a guard arrives. Guard. Hey Brad it's meal time opening Izuku's cell and Izuku leaves his cell and goes to the large dining room where he grabs his tray and lines up and gives him a rice ball and a bread and sits somewhat far from all the inmates in that some people approach Izuku. Hey can we sit here? Izuku. Yes of course. So people sit with Izuku to eat. Hey you white hair. Izuku. Yes. You are not too young to be here among us since you look quite young the truth. Izuku. It's that I am here by mistake. Calm down us too. Izuku. Really and what did you do to be here? We killed 5 heroes who said they were the best of the heroes and we killed them and they were going to give us life imprisonment but it was discovered that they were villains, that's why we will leave next year. Izuku. Wow really then you are vigilantes he said surprised. That's right since we don't like current heroes they only want fame and money they are just some who only seek fame and whatever said half would be. Izuku. Wow you are great heroes and you are a team right? That's right we are united as a team. Izuku. And it would not bother you if I joined you since I also want to be a great hero like you said smiling. Are you sure since we are very dangerous in everything and we are always looking for danger. Izuku. I do not care I want be a great like you guys. Okay we will trust you and by the way what is your name? Izuku. I am Izuku Midoriya said smiling. Nice to meet you Izuku I am Terry. I am Whip. I am Kim. I am Kula. I am Yuri. I am Kaio. I am K. I am K999. Izuku. Really is that your name? K999. Yes, but can you call me Ko999? I am Kula. I am Shermie. I am Leona. And I am Yashiro. Izuku. Hello everyone it is a pleasure to meet you all said smiling. Angel. Well Izuku, so that you can join us you must face the strongest and greatest name of us. Izuku. Seriously and who is? Whip. You will see. 30 minutes from. We see Izuku, but he was a little nervous since in front of him there was a very big and fat man with a ball iron. Chan. Now you can't beat me, brat. Izuku. No, that's it. Chapter 3. Out of control Izuku vs Chan. Izuku. Not there already said half nervous. Chan get ready brat why will I have 3 minutes to have fun raising his metallic ball. Izuku hey listen I know you're big and I'm small, but I'm new here and I don't know if it's life or death he said nervously and Chan lunged at Izuku, but Izuku takes a big jump, making Chan crash into a wall and Izuku was very surprised since he remained static in the air. Chan hey what are you doing get down. Izuku I stay out of your reach I really like your white and blue suit your husband made it for you said mockingly. Chan damn brat throwing his ball and Izuku covers himself and opens like a black shield that blocks the ball and becomes small and throws a black wave towards Chan that sends him far away and Izuku goes down and Chan lunges at him and Izuku activates one for all, but his rays came out of his hands and gives a powerful shock to Chan that sends him crashing into a wall and Chan would throw his iron ball at him, but Izuku teleported dodging the ball and Chan lunged at Izuku, but Izuku saw that the earth was moving and ties him to the ground and Izuku gives a powerful blow to Chan that sends him far away and Izuku approaches Chan, but he grabs him and sends him crashing into a wall. Chan. Hey brat, I didn't know you had too many quirks what kind of brat are you? Izuku. One who was granted this great quirk seeing that his hands were taking out smoke and Chan was going to hit him with his metal ball, But Izuku throws a purple fireball that sends it far away, and Chan gets fed up and starts throwing too many things at him like debris and all that, and Izuku couldn't perfectly dodge all the debris, and Chan takes advantage of it and gives him a big punch that sends him crashing. Chan. And you're supposed to want to be with us, you'll have to be stronger too that you can enter this team, but you are garbage that does not belong here, he said mockingly, causing all the inmates to laugh, and Izuku began to get super angry and began to growl, and his hair changes from white to red like Kirishima's, and his skin turns black, and his nails become claws, and Izuku gets up. Chan. What happened, Brad, are you going to cry or what? But Izuku gives him a powerful punch that made him vomit blood and sends him away, and Izuku takes out a purple whip and drags him towards him and gives him a powerful blow to the face where he faints, and Izuku began to scratch and hit him so hard that a guard shot him a dart, causing Izuku to faint. Time 20 minutes. We see Izuku waking up and sees everyone looking at him super seriously. Izuku. Guys, what's wrong? Ishiro. Izuku, you are an Arachi, said seriously. Izuku. And no, I'm not an Arachi. Hey no, and this throwing his shirt showing his mark. Izuku. Yes, I am an Arachi, why is that something bad? Confused, but see that Yushiro and Leona take off their shirt, and Yushiro had the mark on his chest that reached his belly, and Leona had her mark on her back that reached very low. Izuku. Wait, are you also Orochi? Surprised. Ishiro. That's right, Izuku, and how good that you are an Arachi since our clan is already disappearing and everything, and Leona and I are the only Orochis left along with Shermie. Izuku. Seriously, well, I will make sure that our clan does not die. Leona. Thanks, Izuku, and let me tell you that you are now part of our team. Izuku. Thank you very much, everyone said smiling. So they celebrated the night why Izuku received his powers, and now Izuku was an Arachi. Chapter 4. Departure from Tartarus and reunion with Eri. We see Izuku sleeping on the floor of his cell, but they throw a bucket of cold water on him, making him wake up with a start. Angel. Good morning, Izuku-kun, get up, your training is about to begin. Izuku. Good morning, Angel, why are you throwing a bucket of cold water on me, making me cold? Angel. It's so you'll wake up faster, Izuku said smiling. Izuku. Well, okay. So the two left and Izuku saw Chan super hurt and with scratches. Izuku. Chan, are you okay, he said half worried. Chan. Yes, I just need to rest and now. Izuku. Sorry to leave you like this. Chan. Don't worry, Izuku, this will heal super fast and I'll be as good as new in a few days. Izuku. Well, it's okay that you get better, Chan. Chan. Thanks, boy. Izuku. Well, when are we going to start? Hey 999. Now transforming his left arm into a huge worm type and throws it at Izuku, and Izuku teleported up and begins to float. Izuku. Very well, let this begin. This is the rebirth of the Arachi clan pouncing on K999. Narrator. The whole year would pass where Izuku trained day and night his new Arachi powers, and he trained so hard that sometimes it hurt to exercise, but he still continued, and thanks to that he gained much more muscle, his hair was long, and he was a little taller than he was, and he was more serious and colder than ever, and Izuku already mastered all of One for All, and he already mastered the powers of all the carriers like the Black Whip that were purple, radar, Smokescreen, and Izuku was always tortured by the League of Villains, but the strangest thing is that Izuku at first felt pain, but with the passage of time, he stopped feeling pain, becoming immune to pain. But sometimes his team from the League always helped him, and Izuku earned the respect of all the inmates by being a super dangerous inmate, and this year Izuku's friends always looked for proof of Izuku's innocence, and Inko always visited him to heal him or to see how he was, and she was the first to see his new appearance of Izuku, but there was a day when he stopped going to see Izuku that worried him a lot, since he thought that she would not come to see him anymore, but those thoughts went away, since he thought that she was busy with her work or doing something else, but the harsh reality is that Inko died since two people killed her and raped her, who were Almight and Aida, who did that to Inko, and left her in a dark alley where she was found by the police, who were alerted and gave Inko a funeral where Mitsuki could not stop crying for her best friend, and Bakugo also cried for his aunt, and where Mirko went to the funeral where she also cried why she did not protect Inko, and she became depressed since she did not know how to tell Izuku, but she had to be strong and move on, and she always looked for information to search for Izuku's innocence, and they had removed her from the top of heroes along with Endeavor. Hawk and Ryukyu and All Might was again the symbol of peace, and Mirko and the others they always investigated so that Izuku could get out of Tartarus, but something began to happen to Mirko, because when he saw a photo of Izuku or Izuku came to mind, his heart beat very fast for Izuku, and he realized that he had fallen in love with Izuku, and during these months that he spent in his internship, he fell in love with everything about him, his charisma, kindness, Is chivalry good boy and very strong and with a big heart, and she always masturbated almost always since she entered her state of jealousy. That's right, Mirko was in heat, since having a mutation quirk in this case of rabbit, they enter a state of extreme heat and always look for someone to mate with, and Mirko wanted to do it with Izuku, since she wanted it to be her first time for her, since she hadn't done it yet she has only seen it in porn and nothing else she never had hex in her life. Therefore she wanted Izuku to be her first time, and she always masturbated thinking about Izuku, and we always looked for all the ways to get Izuku out of Tartarus and confess her feelings to him and to marry Izuku and be with him forever. On the other hand, Eri became very depressed since her grandmother had died, even though they were not blood she loved her as her biological grandmother and was left in the care of Izawa, since Uraraka was not what she seemed since when he found her investigating Izuku's innocent she hit him, and sometimes Aida and Uraraka would hit him together, that's why he stayed in Izawa's care, and all that happened that year. And what is our green-haired boy, I mean our white-haired boy, doing now? Izuku Pav. Izuku was the most normal in his cell, super calm, playing with his fire and grabbed figures on the wall to distract himself a little and made the half moon of Mirko, and by the way, made the face of Mirko that for some strange reason he liked to see his face and would blush a lot and put out his fire. Izuku. I asked him what is happening to my daughter, and Mirko said curious. But suddenly a loud explosion is heard and all the cells opened and Izuku saw the League of Villains and several Nomas who came to get Afo out of jail, and Izuku ran away, but Shigaraki sees him and throws him to the ground. Shigaraki. Hello hero Deku, what a shame you're dying now. This happens to you for not joining us and not following my orders, so die. He was going to touch Izuku's face to disintegrate him, but a powerful kick sends him far away. Terry. Nobody messes with my friends, making his muscles grow, and with one blow he sends the entire league flying. Okay. Let's go. Angel. Fast Izuku taking Izuku's hand and starting to run, and everyone gets out of there. Him. Finally free at last. Whip. I couldn't stand that shitty cell anymore. Kula. Finally we're out, how good. Hey 999. Now there we have to disperse and go to different places, because if they see us together, they'll catch us faster, so there we have to separate. Leona. And you Izuku, see you in a few days, we'll send you a message. Izuku. Okay. So everyone separated and Izuku was in the forest running, but Izuku had an idea and goes to a small house that he had in the forest that he had when he was a child and arrives and enters through the entrance of the wooden hut. Izuku. Wow, what great memories I had in this house, remembering his childhood of how on his days off when his mother didn't work, he spent time with his mother in that house playing heroes, and he goes to his room and goes to sleep. The next day at night we see Izuku with a black sweater with a black hood and his black pants, since he was going to look for Tairi. Izuku. Okay, I'm going for you my girl. So they left the house and starting to fly through the forest and reaches the UA dorms and began to look for where she was and sees that she was in Izawa's room and enters and grabs her, and Eri gets scared and tried to scream, but Izuku covers her mouth and teleports to his house. Eri. Please let me go, don't do anything to me, he said very scared. Izuku. No, it's not me daughter, it's me, taking off his mask and his hood, making Eri very surprised. Eri. Dad, is it you, she said surprised. Izuku. Yes daughter, it's me, she said smiling, and Eri hugs her legs and Izuku picks her up and the two begin to cry with happiness when they see each other again. Eri. Daddy, sniff sniff, I missed you so much, sniff, I didn't know when I'd see you again, sniff, crying with happiness at seeing her father again. Izuku. Now my girl, don't cry anymore, dad is here and no one will ever separate us again, I promise, he said with a warm voice and giving her a kiss on the cheek, and she brought out some tears to see her daughter again and the two went to sleep. Chapter 5. In search of Raphael. Izuku vs Raphael. 5 days passed and in these days everyone was looking like crazy for Eri, since they could not find her anywhere in the UA, thinking that Eri was kidnapped by the League of Villains, and everyone was looking for her everywhere, everyone except Uraraka, since she stopped being her mother and always said that she would never be the mother of a traitor, that she was no longer her daughter, and that she would no longer be the mother of a brat who supported the traitor, and these days all the heroes were looking for the League of Villains and Izuku, and Almight wanted to kill Izuku. And what is our white-haired man doing now? Izuku's Pav. Izuku was putting on his suit, which was the same but white and had a black sun on his chest, since he was going out to look for someone and he was ready to leave the house. Izuku. Well daughter, stay, do not open to anyone and do not wait for me awake, okay? Eri. Okay dad. So Izuku left the house and teleported to where the boys were. Izuku. Well, I'm here. Shermie. Wow Izuku, that suit looks super good on you. Izuku. Thanks, Shermie said smiling, and well, what are we going to do now, curious? Hio. Let's go find a very close friend of ours. Kim. His name is Raphael, and the truth is that he is the strongest of us since he can send many men to the hospital with his quirk explosions. K. Each part of his body can make a big explosion. If he kicks, he can generate a very strong explosion that is capable of knocking down 3 buildings without complication. Izuku. Okay, but where can we find him? Hula. We already know where it is, but when he fights he becomes uncontrollable with a drop on his head. Izuku. Okay, then let's look for him. So they walked a little like a large warehouse where they enter through a secret entrance and enter and see a lot of people gathered in a kind of ring, and they see nothing more and nothing less than Raphael sending 3 men flying with a punch, leaving everyone shocked. Leona. There his ego did not get too high again, hitting his forehead. Raphael. Whoever follows someone has the guts to face me, counting his money that he earned fighting. Izuku. I can, by raising his hand, confusing everyone. Raphael. Seriously, you are a dwarf, as he said, confused. Izuku. Yes, why? Raphael. Do you really want to fight me? Izuku. Yes, of course, getting on the ring. Raphael. It's okay, but I'm not responsible for you coming out super hurt and crying. Izuku. Yes, well, when it starts. Raphael. Now throwing an explosion that Izuku teleported and gets behind Raphael and kicks him, but Rafa grabs his foot and takes him and slams him against the wall, and Izuku goes out of the wall, and Rafa sends him far away with an explosion that Izuku covers himself and sends a black wave that sends Rafa flying, but Rafa jumps very high and was going to kick him with an explosion, but raises the earth and creates a large shield that protected him, and Izuku activates the one for all at 50% and gives him a punch that sends him far away, and Raphael would throw many explosions that Izuku would dodge very easily and would take out many purple whips that tie him up, but Rafa gets away and would throw a great explosion where he would throw it very hard at Izuku, making a great smoke screen, and Izuku would throw a small stone pillar at Rafa, who dodges it, but a serious mistake since Izuku punches him that sends him crashing into a wall, thus beating Izuku. Izuku. I won, but I think I went a little too far, seeing that Raphael was unconscious. Leona. Calm down, Izuku, let's take him somewhere. Izuku. Okay. 20 minutes later. We see Raphael waking up and sees all his friends. Raphael. Guys, are you confused? Hio. Well, of course it's us, and the two of them hug each other. Raphael. Friends, I missed you so much, I thought you would be in that hell and more you angry. Leona. I missed you too, idiot, said something upset. Raphael. Whatever, and what's your name? Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya and I'm an Arachi. Raphael. What a surprised Arachi. Ishiro. That's right, Izuku is the last Arachi left among us. Shermie. And the strongest of us can now master his powers. Raphael. Nice to meet the last Arachi and great fight, Izuku. Izuku. Anyway, thanks, and yes, great fight, he said, smiling. So spending a quiet night. Chapter 6. The Mystery Hero. The days would pass in which our team had a great time since they were very united in every problem they faced. They came out unharmed since Izuku was already a hero in secret and a mercenary at the same time. He did not half leave the villains he faced dead since Izuku remembered what Arachi told him. Flashback. We see Izuku in the core of One for All and Arachi comes out. Arachi. You finally enter here, Izuku, I have something very important to tell you. Izuku. What's wrong, Arachi said, confused. Arachi. There are 2 people who are almost powerful like you and me and Leona, Yashiro and Shermie, that because of them the Arachi clan almost disappeared, but luckily Leona, Yashiro and Shermie, when they were born I was no longer there, but they had the mark of the Orochi, said half annoyed, remembering 2 people he hated. Izuku. And who were the ones who destroyed our Arachi clan? They are called Rujal and Iorigami, 2 damned people that because of them the Arachi clan already disappeared, but thanks to the 3 of you and you, Izuku, the clan will not die again, he said, annoyed, remembering those 2. Izuku. I promise you, Master Arachi, that they too will pay very dearly for killing my clan, said annoyed. Arachi. Thank you, Izuku. Izuku. You're welcome, Arachi. End of flashback. Since then Izuku was looking for them too, and thanks to Leona who had a photo of them too that made it easier to find them quickly, and he was looking for those too, but it was not an easy task since he did not know where he was hiding, and these days all the heroes were trying to find the League of Villains since Afo had escaped and Almight wanted to kill Izuku, but Mirko wanted to help him at all times and also helped find the League, but in reality it was to find Izuku easier and thus declare his love. And what does our favorite heroine do now, Mirko? Mirko was jumping from building to building until she reached the Endeavor Agency and entered calmly but received looks of hatred, but she did not care. Ryukyu. Hello Mirko, how are you? Have you found anything about Izuku? She said curiously since Mirko told her that she was in love with Izuku. Mirko. Not yet, but I have the instinct that very soon I will get him into my cute little broccoli. She said smiling in love. Ryukyu. I'm sure he will be a great boyfriend, not like the other one. Mirko. We don't talk about that anymore, besides, Izuku is different from the other idiot I had as a boyfriend. She said annoyed remembering her previous relationship. Ryukyu. I hope they are happy for many years. She said smiling. Mirko. Thanks Ryukyu. Endeavor. Well, today we have new information since Hawk was patrolling the northern forest yesterday and noticed that there was a Nomus factory disguised as a warehouse. Honk. Yes, but I warn you that I think they are high-end Nomus, almost large, so be careful there. Almight. And did you investigate where the damn Midoriya may be, he said seriously. Endeavor. You shut up, that he is not the subject we are talking about. Well, let's go once and for all. All. Hi Endeavor. So all the heroes went to the Nomus factory and Mirko was jumping super high and they all arrive at the warehouse where they were ready. Honk. It's here. Almight. Let's go in to see if the damn traitor is. Honk. Can you shut up once and for all with your obsession that Izuku is a traitor? He is not. When are you going to understand it, idiot, he said angrily. Almight. That he is the traitor and that's it, said angrily. Crush. You can leave the discussion for another day, better let's go in at once. Padgam. Yes, let's go. So the heroes entered, but surprised there were many Nomus awake and very strong. Nomus. Hello everyone, heroes, this will be a great massacre for us, they said smiling macabrely and taking out their Endeavor quirks. Kill them all. The heroes rushed towards the Nomus and began to attack all the Nomus, and Mirko grabbed keys with his legs and ripped them off, but one of them sends her far away and the heroes tried everything to stop them, but it was impossible since these Nomus were very high-end, since they had more quirks than usual, and all the heroes including Almight were defeated and Almight could not take it anymore since he almost no longer had the one for all, he gave it all to Aida. Nomu. Well heroes, it was a pleasure to play with you, but what a shame you have to die now. He was about to throw a powerful ray, but a kick ripped his head off. Nomu 2. But what the hell? Nomu 3. Who killed my brother? At that everyone saw Izuku, who had his hero suit. What was most striking is that he took out red and black rays. And Nomu 4. You damn will pay, very stop, but the Nomu takes his head off a small wave that Izuku made. Nomu 5, son of a bitch. So the Nomus pounced on Izuku, but Izuku always teleported and launched multiple quirks like lightning, fire and whip, and sometimes he got up and took a somewhat strange pose, making many invisible rays come out of Izuku. Izuku screwed up all the Nomus, leaving them dead, and was about to leave, but… Endeavor. Stop getting Izuku's attention, you're arrested for using your quirk without a license and being a vigilante. Honk. Now you will come with us, vigilante. Mirko. So come here or I'll break your bones, but she would be confused since she saw her eyes and they looked emerald green, and Izuku activates a smokescreen and ran out of there. Almight. Hey, but Izuku was gone, where did he go? Padgam. I don't know. Mountain Lady. Let's look for him outside, he shouldn't be far. Midnight. No wait, no, they arrest him, just look, he finished off the Nomus. No, they arrest him, we're just going to put him in a small jail for an hour and it's not that bad anymore, half sore. Izawa. Good idea. But Mirko was super confused since she remembered those eyes and was very surprised by what she thought. Mirko? Izuku said surprised. Chapter 7. Reunion and Confession. It would take 5 days in which all the heroes were super confused by the vigilante who appeared and helped them, that made them not look for him as a fugitive for some strange reason. The good thing is that he was not bad, rather he was good. These days Mirko was super confused since she kept remembering those eyes that reminded her a lot of Izuku, which made her blush a lot and masturbate a lot more when she thought that he was Izuku, that motivated her to find him. And what does our favorite heroine do now? Mirko's POV. She was walking the streets and arrives at the Almight agency, something that bothered her a lot, but she had to do it to find Izuku and enters his office. Almight. Well, since we are all gathered, I want to talk about the fact that we found many more Nomus factories, but mysteriously we found them destroyed, but what shocked us is that the guy who helped us did it all. Look. Showing a video in which Izuku destroyed the entire place with enormous force and paused the video. Honk. Why that suit looks very familiar to me, confused. Mountain Lady. I don't know, but I feel like it's someone we might know. Midnight. Maybe yes, since that suit looks very familiar to me, only that this one is white with a mark on the chest. Padgam. Yes, but what great strength he has, right? Almight. Well, thanks to him we were able to finish off the Nomus factory that was in the forest. Well, changing the subject, we haven't heard anything from the League of Villains, much less from the damn traitor that I'm looking for at all costs, but Mirko hits Almight's desk. Mirko. How many times do I have to tell you that he is not a traitor? He was never a traitor, said furiously. Almight. And you, how many times do I have to tell you that he is the traitor and he betrayed us, said furiously. Mirko. And if he never was and that are as when the whole truth is known, he said it would be and leaving the office slamming the door and Mirko took a big leap and was jumping from roof to roof, but someone shoots him that they were villains. Villain 1. But look we have here the heroine Mirko. Villain 2. It will be fun to play with her. Mirko. Damn sons of bitches I was going to attack but I would be knocked out. Villain 3. Well then we have fun. Villain 4. I saw her first. He was about to grate Mirko, but a powerful blow slams him against the floor, making all the bones in his feet come out making him scream heartbreakingly. Villain 2. That you made him miserable, but his face would be ripped off making him scream. Villai in 1/3. Damn he's crazy there that we run away, but his feet would be torn off by a black whip, making them scream heartbreakingly, and someone grabs Mirko and arrives at his house, where he began to cure Mirko of his bullet in his left arm, by removing the bullet and putting some bandages on it. 30 minutes later we see Mirko waking up little by little and look that he was in a different place and sees that his left arm was healed. Mirko. Where the hell am I? That is this place, this is strange. But then a white-haired man in normal clothes arrives. Izuku. Oh I see that you already woke up Miss Mirko he said smiling, making Mirko be surprised. Mirko. Aye Izuku is it you she said surprised and holding back her tears. Izuku. Yes it's me Miss Mirko it's me she said smiling and Mirko approaches Izuku and gives him a tight hug and begins to cry of happiness to see Izuku again. Mirko. Oh Izuku you do not know how much I missed you too much she said, crying with happiness and hugging Izuku tighter, who reciprocates the hug. Izuku. Calm down, Miss Mirko, I will never leave you again, I promise. Mirko. Better tell me Rumi. Izuku. It's okay Rumi. At that, Eri goes down and hugs Izuku's legs. Eri. Hello dad. Izuku. Hello daughter. Rumi. Dad, confused. Izuku. Oh yes, she is Eri, my daughter is not genetic, she is adoptive. Rumi. I understand. Hello little one, greeting Eri. Eri. Hello, she said smiling, causing Rumi's heart to feel very hot. Izuku. Well, why don't we go eat? Rumi. It's okay. So they went to dinner and while he was eating, Izuku told him everything that happened about his powers and everything, very surprised by Rumi, who kept looking at him with hearts in her eyes, something that Izuku and Rumi didn't notice. She looked at him at all costs. After dinner, Izuku gave a room to Rumi, who went to sleep. But Rumi couldn't sleep because her jealousy said that she wanted Izuku now and her heart was beating super fast because she wanted Izuku right now and she thinks and something came to mind about how to declare her love to Izuku. She stands up and walks silently and arrives at Izuku's room and gets in and lies down next to him and hugs him and Izuku wakes up. Izuku. Rumi what are you doing he said blushing. Rumi. Nothing just hug the love of my life hugging Izuku more. Izuku. What are you talking about confused and Rumi stands up in bed. Rumi. Yes Izuku you see I love you very much seriously since I met you at the beginning I didn't know what I felt but after this year I already made my feelings clear and I'm in love with you love he said smiling surprising Izuku since he didn't think that the heroine Mirko would fall in love with him and he didn't believe that his feelings were going to be reciprocated and Rumi seeing this just lowered his gaze and lowered his ears. Rumi. I understand that you don't love me, that's okay, I hope you're happy with your true love but at least I'll know that you're happy with someone else. She said smiling, shedding some tears, and gets out of bed. She was about to go to her room, but Izuku hugs her with all his strength. Izuku. No, Rumi, don't think that. I really love you too, and I'm very shocked because I didn't think you would ever fall in love with a fool like me. I really love you and I want to ask you, leaning down and taking Rumi's hands. Izuku. Rumi, do you want to be my girlfriend? When he said that, Rumi began to cry with happiness because finally her love was reciprocated. Rumi. Yes, I accept my love 1,000 times, yes, he said happily, and the two of them slowly began to get closer and joined their lips in a warm kiss, a kiss that both expressed the love they felt for each other. Lemon skipped. So they both came and Rumi gave a great moan of pleasure. So they had their unforgettable first time. Chapter 8. The Horrible Truth. Izuku vs. All for One. We see our couple sleeping peacefully and Rumi had a big smile since she finally had her Izuku for herself and only for her and no one else and she slept hugging Izuku tightly and the first to wake up was Izuku and when he saw his Rumi, he caresses his hair and takes a picture of how cute she looked. Izuku. How cute she looks sleeping he said smiling. Rumi. What beautiful words bunny he said waking up and smiling and the two get closer and they kiss each other with pure love. Izuku. Good morning love. Rumi. Good morning my love what a good night we had he said mischievously. Izuku. Well even though it was my first time I had a great time he said blushing. Rumi. Wait, you say you never had sex with that fat girl, he said surprised. Izuku. The truth is no, since she always got away from me or went with other men. Rumi. Don't worry love, she missed the great man you are and how good you are in bed, he said smiling, grabbing circles on Izuku's mark. Izuku. Well, there we get up to have breakfast. Rumi. Okay love. So the two get up, but Izuku hears a loud bang and looks at Rumi on the floor. Izuku. Love putting on his pants and going to help her. Are you okay love putting on the bed? Rumi. Yes, but my legs hurt a little, he laughing a little. Izuku. Okay, let me help you like this, putting on his stockings and his hero suit, and Rumi takes advantage and gropes Izuku's body, and what attracted her most to him was his mark on his chest that reached his belly, and Izuku carries her like a princess with ease and sits her in the chair and starts making breakfast, and Eri goes down the stairs and sits at the table, and Izuku arrives with the pancakes and made a big heart for Rumi, which she blushed at the nice detail, and they started to have breakfast, but Izuku sees that Rumi was a little sad. Izuku. Love, what's wrong with you, worried? Rumi. It's that I have to go now, and the truth is that I want to stay here with you, but I have to go now, he said sadly, but Izuku comes up with a great idea. Izuku. How about you live with me, and Eri said smiling. Rumi. Really, she said surprised and happy at the same time. Izuku. Yes, it would be good if you lived here with me, and Eri said smiling, and Rumi hugs him, putting him between her breasts, suffocating him, and Eri didn't understand what Rumi was doing to her father. Rumi. There, thank you my love, you are the best boyfriend in the world, sinking him deeper into her breasts. Izuku. Love drowned me, she said choking, and Rumi separates from the hug. Rumi. Sorry love. Izuku. Calm down, better let's go for your things. Rumi. Yes love. Narrator. So the whole day passed where Rumi passed all her things to Izuku's house and Izuku teleported quickly, that was the whole moving day, and until it ended and Izuku went through the streets of Japan, since he was going to look for his mother, because Eri didn't say anything to Izuku, well he didn't want to see his father sad, and Izuku was walking calmly until he hears a big explosion and goes to where he was and sees All For One and All Might fighting. But in a moment All For One sends All Might far away, causing him to transform into his thin version, and Izuku hid in the rubble. Afo. Ha, this is really funny, look at yourself All Might, you can't do it anymore, why don't you call your successor, and talking about him, where is he, said mockingly. All Might. Don't talk to me about that traitor, he is a damn villain that I will kill him. Afo said angrily. Ha, really, did you believe all that, Shigaraki? I am very proud of you, do that video was the best thing you could think of, laughing like crazy like the League of Villains. All Might. What are you laughing at, damn confused. Afo. That he was never a traitor, we made the whole video. All Might. You're lying, damn villain, said angrily and at the same time shocked. Afo. Toga, twins, come on. Toga drinks Izuku's blood and transforms into Izuku and twice creates Izuku's clones, this shocked all of Japan since they believed in a video that a true hero. Afo. You know, at first we thought he would join us, but I never thought he had a big heart. Putting a video where Izuku refused to give information about the Ueda Shigaraki and was tortured by the entire league, this Izuku that the whole league already began to cry why they betrayed Izuku, and Izuku's friends were super happy why Izuku's innocence was discovered, and Uraraka cried inconsolably why she was unfaithful to Izuku all this time, and All Might was crying inconsolably why he betrayed his own student, the one he considered his son. Afo. What a shame that now his symbol of peace is about to die, growing his arm and throws it like All Might, but Izuku arrives and sends the arm flying, making it fly very far. Afo. Who the hell did that? In that smoke they saw many red, purple and black rays, and he looked at Izuku, who had the one for all at 100%. Izuku. It was me, he said seriously. All. Midoriya Deku-kun Izuku. Afo. Oh, I see you came, tell me you don't want to join us, so you can get revenge on all those who turned their backs on you and your mother, he said calmly. Izuku. How do I avenge my mother, confused. Afo. What didn't Shigaraki tell you? Izuku. What a super confused thing. Afo. That he saw that two people he couldn't see were beating her and killed her. That impacted Izuku, since he could not believe that the woman he loved very much was dead, and lowers his head and begins to shed tears. Afo. What a shame that bitch died. Izuku, hearing that, his anger began to increase and looks at Afo with hatred. Afo. It would have been me who would kill her, but they got ahead of me, but he was sent flying by a large black wave that Izuku launched. Izuku. You are going to wish never let see, said those words, he said furiously, activating the one for all at 100%. Afo. There, yes, fear, well, let this begin. Izuku lunged at Afo, which sends him flying by a powerful air cannon, but Izuku takes out a lot of smoke, making a smoke screen, making Afo confuse, and Izuku takes advantage of this and would throw many fireballs that hit Afo and raises the earth and sends him crashing into some rubble and makes a tornado that attracts Afo, and Izuku gets into the tornado and began to electrocute him, and Izuku, he sends him crashing into some buildings, but Afo grows his claws and cuts Izuku's ribs, making him spit blood, and all of Japan watched this impact, and Rumi and Eri watched this on the TV in the house, and Rumi shed tears for everything that was happening, and Eri cried in Rumi's chest while she tried to calm her down. Afo. What a shame that your successor is already dead, she said mockingly, but Izuku touches the ground and makes a spike of earth that ripped Afo's arm off, making him scream heartbreakingly, and Izuku makes more spikes on the ground that were going to hit Shigaraki, but Kurogiri reaches him as well as the entire league, and Izuku is already free from his scratch. Afo. Well, let's end this. So the two pounced and Izuku activates all one for all, and the two clash fists, and Izuku would take out many purple whips that begin to cut him everywhere, and Izuku took advantage of that and does a black wave and sends Afo far away and takes advantage of that and gives him a strong punch in the face, making him fall to the ground, and a huge hole is made in the center of the place, sending all the heroes flying. Gran Torino. But who won? Endeavor. I don't see anything. At that the smoke began to disperse and Izuku was seen with a purple arm, but it regenerated and everyone saw the ground and was horrified, since All For One's head had exploded into 1,000 pieces, thus dying All For One and thus ending All For One's reign, and Izuku falls to the floor and begins to cry inconsolably at the news of his mother. Izuku. Mom, why you sniff, why did it have to be you instead of me, sniff, why you, said, crying inconsolably, but sees that several heroes including All Might were approaching, and Izuku activates the one for all and runs out of there and gets to his house and opens the door and finds his girlfriend and daughter worried, and Izuku just lowers his head and Rumi and Eri hug him tightly, and Izuku begins to cry inconsolably for the news of his mother, and Rumi shed tears since his mother-in-law died, and Eri cried because his grandmother had died. Chapter 9. Mirko joins Team All vs Leopold Gonitz. 3 weeks had passed since what happened like All For One, and all of Japan was super devastated because they believed in an anonymous video that in a true hero like Izuku, and in these weeks the class 2 were with their heads down because they believed in an anonymous video that in someone who was their friend and a great hero, and they began a search to find Izuku, and also class 2 also helped in the search for Izuku, and also Uraraka helped and left Aida to be with Izuku again and for Eri to be his daughter again, and in these weeks Izuku was completely depressed by the news of his mother. He could not sleep, no, he ate alone, he trained, but very hard since he arrived with a lot of blood on his arms and he was almost always not at home. This made Rumi and Eri worry a lot since they did not like their girlfriend dad to suffer, and Rumi saw something that made her fall in love a lot. Flashback. We see Rumi and Eri very worried since Izuku said he would leave. He left at 7 o'clock and it was already 12:30 in the morning, and that worried Rumi a lot. Rumi. No, where is Izuku? It may have happened to him, it may have happened to him. I have to go look for him there. Eri, stay here in case dad comes, putting on a jacket. Eri. Okay. So Rumi ran out to look for Izuku, and while she was going through the forest, she came across destroyed trees and tree scratches, and Rumi saw many red rays, and Rumi sees that it was Izuku who had the one for all at 100%, and his arms were super red and super broken to the point that a lot of blood was coming out of them. Izuku. I have to try harder, I have to do it. I already lost my mother, I don't plan on losing my family. I don't want to again, I don't want to be weak anymore. I will never be weak, I will protect my family no matter what, he said, crying inconsolably, and hits the tree, and when he hit it, Izuku screamed heartbreakingly since the tree was super thick and his arms were very hurt, and Izuku falls to the ground and begins to cry inconsolably. Izuku. Sniff, 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 I don't want to lose anyone else. Sniff, I already lost my mother. Sniff, not anymore, I want to be weak. Sniff, I don't want to lose my family. Sniff, I don't want to. Sniff, I don't want to lose it again. I don't want to, crying inconsolably, and Rumi looked at this shedding some tears of happiness because Izuku was afraid of losing her and of sadness since she didn't like seeing her boyfriend suffering, and runs out and hugs Izuku very tightly, and Izuku saw that it was Rumi and hugs her and begins to cry inconsolably, staining her with blood, but she didn't care. Rumi. No, my love, you will never lose me, since we will always be together forever, and I will always love you forever, my love, and you will never lose me or our daughter ever, giving him a kiss of pure love, affection and passion. That Asia felt her white hair, and Izuku reciprocates the kiss, and Rumi takes Izuku to the house where she bathed him and drained all the blood from his body and held back the urge to give Izuku oral and gave him something to eat. She would feed Izuku like a little boy, and then they went to sleep, where Rumi lay down with Izuku and hugged him very tightly. Rumi's thoughts. I will not let you be unhappy my love, I will try to make you happy and give you all the love that my mother-in-law gave you. End of flashback. From that day Rumi and Eri always tried everything to make Izuku happy again, and little by little they succeeded to the point that Izuku became happy again, that made the girls happy, since finally they saw the smile of their boyfriend father, and Izuku had a good time with his family, and what is our white-haired boy doing now? Izuku's POV. Izuku was calm looking at some photos of Inko and him when he was a child since he went to his previous house, since he found them stable and not destroyed, making him a little sad, but suddenly they began to knock on the door, and Rumi opens the door finding Leona who had a big black coat and had a serious look. Rumi? Hey, who are you? Leona. I am Leona, friend of Izuku since Tartarus, I can see how he is, said half would be. Rumi. Okay, but just for Izuku it would be letting Leona pass, and goes in and finds Izuku. Leona. Hello Izuku, how are you? Izuku. Hello Leona, I already feel a little better, I'm slowly getting over it, the truth is I feel like I'm getting over it. Leona. Listen Izuku, I'm going to tell you something, I also went through the same thing, I would be surprised. Rumi and Izuku. Izuku. How surprised? Leona. When I was born my parents took care of me more, but when I was 5 years old they were killed by Origami, my mother escaped with me when she was super far away, she was pierced by a sword that he had, and you know, taking off her coat and lowering her blouse a little showing a scar. Izuku. Wait, what happened to you? Leona. You see that scar, well he made it to me when he pierced my mother with his sword, and the truth I thought I was going to die, but he healed quickly and I was left with these scars, and the good thing is that he never found me because I ran away, and since then I've been living as an orphan stealing food in the streets until I found Yushiro and then Shirmi, and since that day we swore to get revenge on that idiot said it would be. Izuku. And what happened to Yushiro and Shirmi? Leona. They also went through the same thing, they lost their entire family, the point is that we are going to lose someone in life and someone new will come. What is your name? Seeing Rumi. Rumi. I am Rumi. Leona. Like Rumi, she is now your girlfriend and that is why there will be someone who will be by your side forever, said half smiling. Izuku. Oh I see, that is why you are always very close to Yushiro. Leona. And we are not just friends and I there, shut up, said blushing. Izuku. Well thanks for telling me that. Leona. No there, why, and I came to let you know that Yushiro, Raphael, Angel, Whip and I are going to go look for someone, do not be late. Izuku. Yes I will be there. Leona. Fine, I will wait for you where I always teleporting to her house. Izuku. Well at the same time then, but she feels an enormous dark aura. Rumi. Bunny, who was that, said smiling tenderly and increasing her demonic aura. Izuku. Rumi, she is just a friend, she helped me in Tartarus, she defended me, but do not be like that, she already has a boyfriend and he is Yushiro, she and I are just friends, he said nervously because of Rumi's aura, and Rumi's aura disappears. Rumi. Okay Bunny, I believe you because you would never be unfaithful to me, he said smiling and giving her a kiss. Izuku. Well love, at night I'm going out so. Rumi. Can I go too? Izuku. I was going to ask you that, do you want to go see my whole team? Rumi. Okay, I'm going with you. Izuku. That's good love. Already at night. Izuku and Rumi had their hero costumes on and Rumi just waited for everyone to arrive, but Rumi grabbed her hand Izuku and put it on one of his buttocks, blushing him. Izuku. No love, not here at night, blushing. Mirko. Okay Bunny, just why do you ask me like that, giving him a kiss. Izuku. Okay, and I don't know what time everyone will arrive, but he blocks with his left arm the kick of Angel that came like that. Angel. As attentive as always Izuku-kun, said smiling. Izuku. Hello Angel, I missed you, said smiling. Angel. Hello Izuku, how do you feel? Izuku. Much better now thanks. You finally appear Izuku, we already missed you a lot. Ishiro. And who is she? Seeing Rumi. Mirko. I am the heroine Mirko. Ishiro. I know you are the heroine Mirko, but who are you, a friend of Izuku or something? Leona. Is his girlfriend would be. Mirko. That's right, I'm Izuku's girlfriend. Whip. Let's see, try it. Mirko. As you say, grabbed Izuku and gives him a kiss that puts his entire tongue in Izuku's mouth and they separate with a thread of saliva. Raphael. Finally you find someone, brother, said smiling. Izuku. Well, and what are we going to do now, he said blushing. Leona. Well, there we have to find a person named Leopold Gonitz, he knows where Rugel and Iori are. Mirko. Wait, are you looking for Rugel, the villain number 2, said surprised. Yes, since he is the most dangerous of all. Izuku. Well then let's go. Angel. Follow me, I already know where the lair is, starting to run super fast and everyone followed her until they arrived at an abandoned warehouse. Whip. Seriously, this is your warehouse? Izuku. Better let's go at once. Angel. Me first. So entering quickly, but Leopold realizes and launches a super powerful air current that sends the entire warehouse flying and sends everyone flying. Raphael. Or if this got good, pouncing on Leopold, but would launch a powerful ray that sends far away. It would throw fireballs that hit Leopold, but he lifted stones and threw them at him, but Whip grabbed all these stones with his blue whips, and Mirko took advantage of that and kicked him so hard that he sent him far away, and Izuku would throw a black wave and throw rays, and Izuku makes a kind of water shark that was on the pier and starts to eat it, but he sends that water shark flying, but Izuku gives him a hard kick that sends him far away, and there Raphael takes advantage and would throw a great explosion that leaves him badly injured, and everyone approaches him. Izuku. Where is Rugel? Leopold. I don't know what you're talking about. K. You know perfectly well who Rugel is, so tell us where he is. Leopold. The truth is I'd rather die than tell them. Angel. No, book us with that, tell us where he is, said annoyed. Leopold. You know you're wasting your time, he could be anywhere, he said, smiling with blood in his mouth. Izuku. You know where he is, tell us once and for all, said annoyed. Leopold. I know you look like that Arachi. Raphael. Dino, where is he? Leopold. You know that I'll never tell you. But Izuku began to stick a whip in him and sets him on fire, torturing him. Izuku. Tell us where he is. Leopold. I really don't know, he said in pain. Worse, Izuku sticks his whip in more and sets him on fire, making him scream heartbreakingly. Leopold. Well, he's in the southern mountains, not that far, he said in pain, and Izuku disappears. Whip. Izuku. I hope he's not lying to us. But the heroes arrive and Izuku and the others hide, leaving Mirko alone. Honk. But what happened here, Bunny? Mirko. Well, I ended up with an idiot who is a henchman of the League of Villains, said calmly. Ryukyu. Well, one less. So arresting Leopold and they leave and Izuku comes out of hiding. Izuku. The good thing is that we know where Rugel is. Leona. Yes, only there we have to prepare with everything. Raphael. Yes. K. Well, I have to go see someone, we'll see each other, teleporting together with everyone. Izuku. Well, let's go home, love. Mirko. Okay, love. So the two left. What they didn't know is that Mountain Lady, Sniper, All Might, Kamui Woods, Pixie Bob saw him and were surprised since he said love to Mirko, and Sniper puts a tracker on Izuku's back and Izuku and Mirko arrived at his house where Rumi saw Eri asleep on the sofa and carries and covers her in her room and kisses her on the forehead and goes to take a bath since the room where she slept with Izuku had a bathroom and leaves from there. Rumi. Hey love. Izuku. What's wrong, love, seeing her, but he sees that Rumi takes off her toya and lets it fall, leaving her completely naked for Izuku. Rumi. What's wrong, love, do you like what you see, she said flirtatiously and dropping her toya on Izuku's head, blushing a lot. Izuku. RRR, Rumi said, blushing and covering himself with a blanket, and Rumi gets under the blanket and is face to face with her beloved white-haired. Rumi. Ah, how cute you look when you blush like that, giving him a very passionate kiss. Izuku. Love said, blushing. Rumi. Oh, what's wrong, love, you don't like me, or do you think I'm ugly, he said, pretending to be sad, and Izuku gets out of bed. Izuku. What did you say? Rumi. That if I am ugly. Izuku. No, you are really beautiful, look at you, you are really a goddess with your beauty, I love you, and I love you just the way you are, because you are really beautiful and your beauty is unimaginable, so don't say that about you being ugly, he said smiling, making Rumi lie down and scream like a Chinese monkey and move from one side to the other, super blushing. Lemon skipped. So having a great passionate night. Chapter 10. Unpleasant Reunion. Izuku vs Class 2A. We see Izuku sleeping peacefully, but suddenly he begins to feel something in his crotch that he liked a lot and began to wake up little by little and grabs what is down and grabs his super soft hair and grabs some super long ears and takes off the sheets, revealing to Rumi who was sucking Izuku's hock. Lemon skipped. But suddenly an explosion is heard in the center of the city, alerting the two. Mirko. How good, finally something interesting happened, snapped his neck, ready Bunny to break bones. But Izuku grabs Mirko's buttocks, blushing her, and Izuku runs off on roof after roof of buildings. Mirko. Bunny, you are naughty, but I don't complain, rather you turned me on, and at night we will do it like two rabbits in heat. Why, my jealousy increased, thanks to you my love, he said with lust and began to jump super hard to reach Izuku and caught up with him, where the two were running together until they arrived and saw some Nomas who were attacking the heroes and Hawk was trapped in the rubble. Mirko. Come on love, let the party begin, snapping his fingers and arms, and Izuku and Mirko pounced on the Nomas, and Izuku would throw large waves at some Nomas passing through them, but they regenerated and Izuku would throw rays so powerful that they burned the brains of some Nomas, and Mirko ripped their heads off with his legs, but a villain sends Mirko to crash against a wall and ties her up with his quirk to manipulate things. Villain. Wow, we have here the heroine Mirko. It will be a pleasure to kill you, but first I will have fun with you." Grabbing Mirko's breasts and was going to kiss him, but Izuku gets in front of him. Villain. "Hey, with what right do you interrupt my fun?" he said angrily. Izuku. "Nobody touches my girlfriend," he said sinisterly. Villain. "And what are you going to do to me, idiot?" he said mockingly and was about to grab his quirk. But Izuku grabs his chest and takes out a purple sphere that was his soul and crushes it with his hand, thus killing the villain. Izuku. "Love, are you okay taking it out of the wall?" Mirko. "Thanks, my hero," smiling. Nomu. "They're what a nice couple. The good thing is that they will both be dead, but at least they will be together, and the most they're taking out many blades from his body." Izuku. "Enough flying a little," and takes out rays of only that hit the mere head of all the Nomus, thus killing the Nomus without being able to regenerate. Izuku. "Finally the Nomus have had enough." Endeavor. "Very well, boy, finally someone was able to finish off the Nomus. These were already the last ones that remained to the League of Villains." Izuku. "You're welcome." Honk. "Someone help me trying to get out of the rubble." Izuku. "So taking out purple whips that raise some stones and let Honk beat." Honk. "Thanks," Izuku said, badly wounded. Ryukyu. "Don't move too much, your wing is damaged," sitting him down. Izuku. "You're welcome, that's what heroes do or not." All. Izuku, is it you? Izuku turned around and puts on an annoyed and at the same time happy face since he was seeing his former teammates and the real friends hug him very tightly since they missed him a lot. Akigu. "I missed you a lot, nerd, finally I find you." Kirishima. "Bro, I missed you so much, bro." Momo. "Finally you're far from that hell." Todoroki. "I'm glad you're okay, friend." Jiru. "Finally you're back again, Izuku," they said happily. Izuku. "I missed you guys too," said smiling. Uraraka. Deku-kun said happily and running Asia, but Izuku teleported to Mirko's side, confusing Uraraka. Uraraka. "Deku-kun, what are you doing? Why do you avoid your girlfriend?" Izuku. "I'm not avoiding her, rather I'm by her side," she said coldly, and taking Mirko's hand something made her blush slightly on her cheeks, but she smiles. Uraraka. "But you're on Miss Mirko's side and not mine, and by the way, why are you holding her hand?" she said, somewhat annoyed. Mirko. "It will be because I am his girlfriend and he can take my hand whenever he said it would be." All. Witty screaming, super impressed. Uraraka. "Wait, Deku-kun, this is a joke, and if it is a joke I'm not liking it at all, upset and a little worried." Mirko. "No, stupid, he's my boyfriend. Izuku Midoriya is my boyfriend and my future husband said it would be." Uraraka. "Already, Deku-kun, stop joking," and Miss Mirko stopped playing along with Deku-kun said annoyed. Mirko. "What joke, what game, seriously, he's my boyfriend." Look, approaching Izuku and gives him a kiss of pure love that puts his tongue deep into Izuku's mouth, and Izuku was super mega blushed, but to clear things up he reciprocates the kiss, leaving everyone shocked. Uraraka. "Deku-kun, you were unfaithful to me with a damn bitch," Rabbit said furiously. Mirko. "Correction, you were unfaithful to Uraraka, therefore he can be my boyfriend if he loves me," and also grabbing her by her heroine costume, dragging her towards her. "I found out that you hit my daughter," said super it would be. Izuku. "Wait, is that true?" he said, somewhat annoyed. Kirishima. "Yes, bro." Todoroki. Along with the four eyes looking at Aida. Aida. "TKS, whatever, we came for you, Midoriya." Izuku. "So that they betray me again or hit my daughter," he said, annoyed but held back from activating his beast form since some red locks were seen. Mina. "No, so that everything is like it was before and we are friends again." Izuku. "I won't go back, seriously." Aida. "And why not something annoying?" Izuku. "Why don't I want to go back to the place where they betrayed me, besides they were going to look for me," he said, annoyed, taking out the tracker and breaks it as if it were nothing. Aida. "You go back to the UA by good or by throwing a ray at him with a one for all that leaves him on the ground, or by bad, seriously," and going after Izuku. Mirko. "Hey idiot, what the hell are you doing?" Aida. "Shut up, stupid," Rabbit punching him in the stomach, knocking the air out of him, something that Izuku saw making him start to get angry, and his anger increased and his hair turned red and his skin turned somewhat dark. Aida. "What's wrong, faggot, wants to fight, then let's fight," kicking him, but Izuku stops him very easily and punches him so hard it makes him vomit blood and sends him crashing against four walls, and Aida stands up and spits out blood. Aida. "Enough, you come with us," activating one for all at 10% and lunged at Izuku and was going to punch him, but Izuku stops him very easily and breaks his hand and arms, making him scream in pain, and Aida tried to kick him, but Izuku grabs him with his whips and sends him crashing to the ground, and Kaminari would throw a powerful lightning, but it didn't do anything to Izuku and Kaminari remains like an idiot, and Izuku punches him that sends him far away, and Mina would throw a lot of grab that. Izuku dodges and Izuku would throw a powerful lightning that electrocutes Mina and Mineta grabs him with her balls. Mineta. Finally the so-called future number 1 hero was defeated and now I'll have his girlfriend like my bitch, said drooling looking at Mirko. Izuku. He advanced on Mineta and gives him a super blow that leaves him made of shit and super disfigured, but suddenly a dart and some blue whips hit Izuku and Izuku falls asleep. Angel whip Leona. Goodbye, they ran out super fast. Mirko. If someone follows me I'll break his legs. They heard super would be scaring everyone and takes a big jump where Mirko reached the girls and the girls get on the roof of a building. Angel. Calm down Rumi, he's fine, just that he lost control, laying Izuku on the floor. Mirko. But what happened to him, confused. Leona. Izuku has a quirk that when he gets too angry he activates it, making it difficult to control. Since he comes back very strong and powerful. That's why we came here, since Izuku and I have the same power. Mirko. But now what will happen to him? Leona. He is just fainted and it will pass slowly, it is nothing serious, but if he gets out of control you can control him easily. Mirko. Okay, I'd better take him home so he can rest a little. Whip. Good idea Rumi. Mirko. Thank you very much for helping Izuku in Tartarus, I really appreciate it, he said smiling and carrying Izuku. Angel. That's what friends do, or not, smiling. Mirko. Well, I'll take him home so he can recover. Goodbye girls. Angel. Leona. Whip. Goodbye Rumi. So Rumi went to her house where she arrived and put Izuku to bed. Rumi. Bunny, today you behaved very much like a man who defended his wife from any danger, that's why I will give you a prize, and also the squeezing of my buttocks that turned me on a lot. Luckily you are asleep, perfectly grapable, she said, biting her lip and taking off her heroine costume. 1 hour later we see Izuku waking up little by little, surprised. Izuku. On my head, said confused, why does my neck hurt and why do I feel like I was bitten everywhere and why do I feel like my hips were hit horribly with something very hard like a piece of furniture, he said, super confused and grabbing his head, but sees that his neck had a lot of saliva and stands up when he looks at the mirror in the room and he was super blushed since his whole body was full of hickeys and bites everywhere and he had some saliva and looks at his knee and he would blush too. Much since it was all red as a sign that he was sucked very hard and had some bites and hickeys. Izuku. I thought it was a dream, I thought a bear was biting me, he said super blushed, and Rumi arrives in going out clothes since he had a blue sweater along with some dark blue pants and some white and blue Adidas for him. Rumi. What's wrong, Bunny, hugging him from behind and giving him a kiss and lays him on the bed. Izuku. Why Rumi, me you had to bite everywhere, he said super blushed while Rumi kissed his neck. Rumi. It's so that no bitch approaches you and they know that they already have an owner and to mark territory of what is mine and what belongs to me, and also I've been in heat for a year. Izuku. What is that, of confused heat? Rumi. So I haven't told you is that you know that my quirk is rabbit, right? Izuku. Yes. Rumi. Well, I get to have the things that rabbits have, and rabbits enter a state of mating since their bodies reach extreme heat and they need to mate with the female or the male and they always look for a partner to mate with and they always do it day and night, and I am a rabbit, so can you help me with my heat problem, love, he said with an adorable face. Izuku. Okay love, I will help you with your state of heat, he said smiling a little, blushing. Rumi. Thank you my love, you are the best boyfriend in the world, she said happily and giving Izuku a lot of kisses. Well, it will be at night since today I want to go out for a walk with you, my daughter, if why don't we go for a walk, she said smiling. Izuku. Okay love. So Izuku went to take a shower and went to change and put on a grey turtleneck sweater and a black jacket and some black pants and some white Converse and he leaves the room and Izuku sees something adorable. Izuku. There, but how pretty you look, daughter, said happily. Rumi. Well love, let's go to the movies to see the one that Eri always asked me and begged me to see at Minions 2. Izuku. Okay love. So our family left their house and Izuku takes Eri and Rumi's hand and teleports to a plaza where there was a movie theater where they arrived. Izuku. Well love, I'm going to buy the tickets. Rumi. And I the popcorn, okay love. So Izuku went to the box office. Employee. Hello friend, which movie do you want to see? Izuku. Hello, give me 3 tickets to see Minions 2 A Villain is Born, and can you give me the tickets for the back seats please? Employee. I told you that this boy will never die on my channel. Izuku. And then we are not going to do that, also we have a little girl, a little, blushing. Employee. I was just joking, giving her tickets, enjoy the show. Izuku. Thank you very much. So going to where Rumi and Eri were in some swivel chairs going around. If you have Cinepolis you will understand which chairs I am talking about. Izuku. Ready Bunny, I already have the tickets here. Rumi. Okay Bunny, a little blushed since the nickname that Izuku gave her. So our family went to the room where they started watching the movie where our family was very calm watching the movie and something that caught Izuku's attention is that Rumi was super attentive to see it, implying that she liked animated movies making Izuku smile. It is very good, the truth is I like the movie more than the first one 110 see it is very good. At the end of the movie Izuku had an idea and grabs Rumi's hand and Eri and teleported them to a place. Eri? Dad, where are we, curious? Izuku? Well, their daughter said happily pointing to a fair. When I go to the United States the first thing I'll do is go to the GTA 5 fair, that's what I want to do when I go to the United States, it's my biggest dream since I want to see it with my own eyes. Rumi? Well, let's go at once, love. So our family went to the fair where they got on all the games and also Eri, and they got on the roller coaster where our family had a great time, and they got on the roller coaster where Eri was amazed by the great view, that's how our family had a great time. Rumi? What a wonderful day, or not, Eri? Eri? Yes, mom. At that Rumi stops in her tracks and her heart beats super fast and she felt a great warmth in her heart and smiled since she waited a long time for Eri to call her mom. Rumi? What did you say, she said half surprised. Eri? PPP, sorry, I didn't want to, it came out, sorry, I won't say it again, she said super nervous, and Rumi crouches down to Eri's height and hugs her. Rumi? They're my beautiful girl, I waited a long time for you to call me mom. If you consider yourself a mother, well, I will consider you my daughter and I will take care of you and protect you a lot and I will love you forever, my beautiful girl, said through tears, hugging Eri tightly, who began to cry with happiness. For now she had a new mother and she hugs her tightly. Eri? Thank you, mom, she said, crying with happiness. That's how our family had a great night. Chapter 11. Izuku's Big Secret. The days would pass when Class 2 were staring at the floor since Izuku would not return to the UA again, and what surprised them a lot was his incredible strength that he possessed, and more his new look, his white hair, and what surprised them a lot was that Izuku was the boyfriend of the top heroine Mirko. That made Izuku's real friends happy since he finally got a girlfriend who loves Izuku very much and will not be unfaithful to him for anything in the world, and Uraraka was super furious since Mirko took her love away from her and swore to get revenge on Mirko so that Izuku becomes her boyfriend again and Eri her daughter, and these days Almight was totally depressed since his student, the one he considered his son, and was completely depressed by what he did. Was very afraid to tell Izuku what he did and always took care of Aida since Aida was ruined by the beating that Izuku gave him, and these days Mirko always graped Izuku since his jealousy had increased too much and always grabbed him day and night, and all that happened in those days. And what is our couple doing now? Of Izuku and Mirko. Izuku and Mirko were running from building to building since Kaio called them urgently, and they were running until they reached a forest that was somewhat dark and there was some fog. Izuku? Well, we arrived, but I don't know why they placed us here, this place is somewhat scary. Mirko? Maybe they wanted this to be a secret so that no one would hear them or the heroes come to bother or screw, that's why we are here. Izuku? And where is Ishiro? Hello, what is he doing appearing behind Yashiro, and then everyone arrives and as always, Raphael arrives making explosions. Okay. There it is, the 5th time of the day where you arrive like this. Raphael. Well, always there, you have to always be prepared for everything or not. Kaio. Well, and why are we? Sure me. Because we have great news to give you, said animatedly. Terry. And what is confusing? Leona. We found where Rugel is. All. What they said, shocked. Kula. Really, and like. Ishiro. Well, Leopold, we got all the information he knows. Blue. I mean, they tortured him. Leona. Yes. Kim. Knowing them well, he had to tell everything true. Izuku. Obviously, after all, he was already super weak. Mirko. And when will we do that? Pay 999. Within 1 week, so get ready. And Izuku, unfortunately you have to use your beast form. Izuku. No, something scary. Ishiro. I have an idea, why don't you activate it to see if you control yourself or not? Izuku. Okay. So Izuku closes his eyes and his skin turns dark and his hair turned red and he began to see everyone with his red eyes. Leona. Rumi, I present to you his beast form. He can kill without mercy and sometimes he leaves no trace of his victims and he always gets very angry. Ishiro. Izuku hits Chan. Chan. No, 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 he said with fear, and Izuku teleported in front of Chan, but Chan covers himself with his metallic ball, making Izuku give it to him, but he sends him flying crashing into 5 trees. Kim. Chan, are you okay? Chan. Yes, getting up. Sure me. See, he is very dangerous like us, fortunately we can control ourselves, but he still can't. But Izuku looks at Mirko and approaches her. Sure me. Rumi, talk to her, maybe she remembers you. Kula. Yes, talk to her. Blue. But talk to her nicely, why else do you think she could feel threatened? Mirko. Love love hello love it's me really it's me she said smiling still a little scared and Izuku raises his hand. Mirko. Do you want me to take it she said somewhat surprised and Izuku just stayed quiet and looked at Mirko and Mirko grabs it, but something that made her sad was that Izuku looked at her angrily and Mirko feels something that squeezes her hand and sees Izuku's hand. He closes it, surprising everyone a lot and Izuku continues to look at Mirko, but little by little his hair begins to turn white and he blinks a few times and looks somewhat confused and looks at Rumi. Izuku. Rumi confused. Mirko. Love, he said, smiling, and Izuku looks at his hand and grabs her hand. Izuku. Ah love I recognized you and I lost control, he said happily making Rumi laugh. Ishiro. Well now you are not here Rumi, he can lose control. Shermie. Congratulations Izuku, now you can control yourself, she said happily. Leona. Well, see you in a week, okay. Everyone. Yes. So everyone teleported, leaving Izuku and Rumi. Izuku and Rumi look attentive, getting lost in each other's eyes, and the two approach each other and give each other a kiss that expressed all the love. Izuku felt. Thank you love for helping me not to lose control hugging Rumi. Mirko. I do it because I love you too much she said smiling and the two teleported and arrived at their house, where they saw Eri asleep on the couch, where Rumi lays her down on the bed where she covered her and kissed her on the head and leaves the room, but when she arrives she sees something that surprised her. Since Izuku was in his beast form. Rumi. Love, it's me, Izuku, stay there putting your hand in front of him to try to calm him down, and Izuku stands up. And Izuku looks Rumi from head to toe and raises his hand causing her to be scared, but Izuku lowers it and grabs his left ear and begins to grab it and puts his other hand on his other eye socket, making Izuku giggle. Rumi. Jijiji already Izuku you tickle me already love laughing a little, but feels a huge electronic current as Izuku approaches his ear and begins to lick it all over running his tongue over Rumi's ear, which she moaned, and Izuku grabbed the other ear and passed it with his long nails, and Rumi feels great pleasure that Izuku gave her and Izuku separates from Rumi's ear. Izuku. RRRRR trying to speak, but Rumi puts her index finger on Izuku's lips. Rumi. Don't say anything giving him a kiss that Izuku would blush a lot and Rumi separates and throws him to the bed. Rumi. Wait for me here bunny I'm going to do a quick thing going into the bathroom. 3 minutes later. Rumi. Do you like bunny taking a turn since Rumi put on a schoolgirl outfit blushing a lot to Izuku, but he did not stop looking super infatuated, the body of Rumi and Rumi loved it. He was fascinated that Izuku saw her only Izuku can't see her like that, and he loved more that Izuku saw her ass and looks at Izuku who was infatuated with a blush and took out some saliva and Rumi approaches him which Izuku stepped back a little and Rumi realized that Izuku was like a little boy and smiles with lust and begins to crawl towards the bed and Izuku only stepped back until he collides with a headboard and Rumi sits on top of Izuku. Rumi. My bunny I love it very much when you act like this, you turn me on kissing Izuku and Izuku reciprocates and puts Rumi to bed. Serious mistake. 2 hours later. Lemon skipped. Izuku. TTTTTTTT I love you. Rumi. Me too bunny. So the two of them kissed. Chapter 12. Izuku, Leona and Yushiro vs Rugel. A week would pass in which Izuku and Rumi trained a lot since Rugel was the second villain very strong and powerful almost powerful than All For One. They said that Rugel has the quirk almost as powerful as All For One's, but much worse, and Izuku and Rumi train daily, so that when that day comes, he does not kill them in the attempt, but Izuku was somewhat worried about Rumi, since he was very afraid that it would go, since he was afraid that Rugel would kill her or do something horrible to her that tormented him at night where he did not sleep and sometimes he cried in secret since he was really so afraid of losing his beloved Rumi since he really loved her very much and wanted to spend the rest of his life with her and what is our white-haired man doing now? Of Izuku. Izuku and everyone were gathered since the day had arrived where everyone was ready to kill Rugel and Izuku, Yushiro, Leona and Shermie were tied up since they activated their dress mode and tried to free themselves, but they couldn't. A999. Well guys today is the big day where today we will kill Rugel once and for all finish him once and for all and get revenge on him. Everything we lost our clan's ours, we lost everything thanks to him, but no more, because today we will kill him. Even though he created me he already my sister Kula, we did not want to be his weapons and that he uses us as experiments and his slaves, that's why we escaped to get revenge on that damn Kula. He will pay for everything he did to us he said it would be. Remember that they are brothers. Angel. Poor idiot did not know what awaited him. Chan. We will also avenge our friend said sadly remembering Choi. Kim. We will always remember him because he looked a lot like Freddy Krueger and for his great skill with knives and swords. Blue. Well there we have to do it in a good time. Whip. But what will happen if we do not control them, pointing to the 4, I mean Rumi if she can control it, but the 3. K. Calm down here, I have some painkillers for you, sleep well, and Mirko approaches Izuku. Mirko. If you get too out of control it's horrible, remember all the times we both had a happy time, he said smiling, putting his face with Izuku's face. Hio. Good, free them now. Hey 999. In 3, 2, 1 now. So Izuku, Yashiro, Leona and Shermie ran out in a hurry where Mirko also followed them. Mirko was in the middle running to Rugel where he looks at Izuku and Izuku smiles at him making him blush, but they continued until they reached a vault where Rugel was. Okay. Let's go quickly, he's on his guard. So they all entered, destroying the place, but they found nothing. Chan. Where is Angel? But this was the place where Raphael was. Shit, he escaped furious. But suddenly they all hear terrifying footsteps, implying that someone was coming this way and from the shadows, none other than Rugel. Rugel. Wonderful play you made and I'm happy for you, Kula and K999, or should I say children, said mockingly. Hey 999. I'll kill you by throwing his huge arm that catches him. Whip. Hey, what are you doing, she said shocked. Hey 999. Well, kill him, that son of a bitch will die today, he said furiously, but Rugel removes K999's arm with his strength. Rugel. Let the game begin by activating a quirk who sends everyone flying, thus destroying the place, and Rugel was floating. Mirko. Shit, how many quirks does he have, she said surprised. Angel. Some powerful quirk, said scared. Raphael. Not even shit like that is going to stop me pouncing on Rugel, but Rugel activates an orange force field and sends him flying, but Chan grabs him and throws him towards Rugel, where Raphael would throw a huge explosion ball where he covers himself, but Rugel dodges some blows from Angel and sends her far away, but she stands up and activates her super speed and starts running, and Blue activates his super muscle quirk and increases his muscles more and pounced on Rugel, but he grabs Angel by the head and sends her super far away, and Blue arrives and punches Rugel in the face where he crashes into some rocks, but he gets up and looks at Izuku and the 3. Rugel. So you are Izuku Midoriya, the new Orochi. I thought that Iori killed them all, but what does it matter, it will be a pleasure to kill an Orochi activating his air cannon quirk, but Terry kicks him so far away and Kula makes a huge ice pillar, but Rugel breaks it completely and lunges at everyone, and Kim tries to hit him with her legs, but she can't and grabs him and sends him crashing against a mountain wall, and Chan would throw his metal ball, but Rugel punches him so hard that he sends him super far away and knocks him out, and Mirko and Shermie lunge at him and Whip ties him up with his whips and start hitting him, and Izuku digs his claws into Rugel's stomach, and Leona and Yashiro hit me a lot, and Mirko would kick him too many, but he just laughed at Rugel. Rugel. Enough, taking out many red rays and takes out of his body too many snakes and black whip sending everyone flying, and the sky turns black and grabs Izuku, Yashiro, Leona and Shermie, and in that all the heroes arrive and were surprised to see Rugel and Kula would throw a pillar of ice, but Rugel would throw a ball of fire, and K999 would try to attack Rugel, but Rugel still holding Izuku, and the 3 gives him a punch so hard that he sends him super far. Rugel. I will finally finish you all, and I will finally be the #1 villain of all, and you Brad, I will kill you for killing my friend all for one. Mirko. Already leave him trying to attack him, but Rugel takes her by the ears. Rugel. Nice ears, after I kill your boyfriend, I will tear off your ears to have as a souvenir the day I finish all the heroes, throwing Mirko super far, sending her to crash against some rocks, causing blood to come out of her the head, and Izuku saw that in Leona. Leona. Izuku in his dress form, it's time. Ishiro. It's time. Shermie. We will do it for all the Orochis. Izuku. Yes. Rugel. Oh, I see that the heroes arrived, but it was a pleasure to meet you all, and was about to take away their quirks and kill them. But Izuku, Leona, Shermie, Yashiro. We will kill Yaoi, screaming super loud and making the sky turn somewhat blue, and looked at the 4 who were already with their long hair, and Izuku had the one for all to the maximum. Rugel. It's the power of the Orochis, super surprised. Shermie. Damn, my arm is spitting blood. Izuku. Don't give up, Shermie. Rugel. I swore on my life that I would kill all the Orochis, and I always keep my promises by taking out many whips that go towards the 4 who ran away, but the 4 were super coordinated to the point that they tangled the whips and broke them. Izuku had activated one for all, and his arms were purple, and he kept running, and he lunged at Rugel and punched him so hard that he sent him super far away. And Raphael takes advantage of that and launches a huge explosion that sends Rugel far away. Ishiro and Leona took advantage of that and launched a huge fireball that went towards Rugel, but he covered himself with a force field, but it made everything shake. But look at Izuku, and with one for all at its maximum, he covers himself with fire and lunges at Rugel, who makes a lot of force fields, but Izuku breaks them all and gives him a super punch in the stomach, making him spit out too much blood, and everything shakes and sends Rugel and Izuku into the air, and the three fly towards Rugel and are shot towards him. The 4. Never gone Rugai Isle. Izuku kicks him and Leona, Yashiro and Shermie throw a large fireball that hits Rugel. Rugel. The devil is in his mouth with his tongue, and he is so angry that he can't stop talking about Rugel. That destroys almost everything, and everyone sees a big gust and it goes out. Chan. Who won? Honk. What happened? Bakugo. Izuku, where is worried? Hiroshima. Where is my bro? Almight. Where is young Midoriya? Not seeing anything on the battlefield. But they see in the sky who Yashiro, Leona and Shermie were falling from the sky, but Izuku was falling at great speed. Mirko. Izuku worried and began to jump super hard and took a big jump. Izuku. Thank you very much. One for all, fainting, feeling that one for all was leaving his body forever, and Mirko grabs him in the air, and Leona and Yashiro wake up and fly and grab Shermie, who was fainted, and Mirko falls to the ground standing up while grabbing Izuku, who was still fainted. Mirko. Izuku, 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 please talk to me, please open your beautiful eyes, please my bunny, open them, said super worried, Izuku shaking him, but he didn't respond, causing Mirko to start shedding tears and begins to cry inconsolably, thinking that Izuku was already dead. Mirko. Please sniff, sniff, don't go Izuku, please don't leave me alone, love, sniff, please stay with me, sniff, I want to be with you forever, love, please don't go, I want to be with you and marry you forever, sniff, crying inconsolably, thinking that Izuku was dead, and everyone arrives. Bakugo. Nerd, wake up please, kneeling, shaking him, but he didn't respond, and Bakugo begins to cry inconsolably. Hiroshima. Why also crying? Ryukyu. It can't be, shedding some tears. Almight. Young Midoriya but shuts up when he receives a blow. Izawa. Time for giving the one for all to that idiot, he wouldn't be dead, why didn't you help him? Aida. Why did he have everything for the perfect so everyone will believe that I defeated him, he said arrogantly. Todoroki. Shut up, throwing an ice ball at him that Aida dodges. Uraraka. Damn rabbit, because of you my Deku-kun is dead, but Bakugo would throw an explosion at him. Bakugo. Shut up, damn wretch, at least Mirko is a great girlfriend, not like you who are unfaithful to him, why damn, or if it's true, why are you a bore, he said, furiously bringing tears to eyes. Everyone was crying, why did they think Izuku was dead? But suddenly. Izuku's chest began to light up of many colors and the one for all is activated. Mirko. Surprised love, but in that Aida and All Might a large ball of energy comes out and leaves All Might skeletal again, and they put themselves on Izuku's chest, thus healing himself, and his chest stops lighting up. Mirko. But how surprised. Leona. He is only in a coma and his quirk has already recovered, that is why he cured him, but he needs to be like this. Mirko. I understand better, I take him to the hospital to rest. Meanwhile in Izuku's mind. Izuku suddenly woke up in a dark place and saw that it was the same one where he always saw Arachi, and Arachi arrives. Izuku. Master, what am I doing here, confused. Arachi. You will see Izuku, since you reached maximum power your body has weakened. Nana. And more, the one for all that was turned off forever, but thanks to those two idiots, the one for all returned to you, therefore the one for all is already back here. Izuku. Okay, I understand, but when will I stay here, curious. Nana. Arachi. A month. Izuku. A month, surprised, but what will happen to my family and my girlfriend, said worried. Arachi. Calm down, Leona will tell her everything. Yoichi. And your body must rest even more because Shigaraki is still out there. Izuku. But I want to see Rumi, sad. Arachi. I know you love her too much, but you must do it for her, he said, smiling, reassuring Izuku. Izuku. Okay. Chapter 13. Thanks, Izuku. A whole month had passed since Izuku was in a coma due to the fight he had with Rugel, and he had to recover his body and regain strength, and he was cared for by Rumi and Eri, who didn't leave him alone and were always in the hospital taking care of him, and they were always there to see how he was, and sometimes they didn't sleep to see how Izuku was and if he woke up, and also Izuku's friends visited him, and also Mitsuki, since he wanted to see how his son was, and sometimes he also took care of him. Since he loved him very much, and sometimes All Might wanted to see him, but Rumi and the others took him away from him or told him to leave. Since then, All Might was super sad, why not, I could see Izuku, the one he considered his son. And this month all of Japan was completely shocked since three powerful heroes were able to defeat the number 2 villain in all of Japan, and everyone was super grateful to the three since they were afraid, since they thought that Rugel was going to become the new number 1 villain, and this month the UA lost all its respect since a boy defeated Rugel and not all of his students, thus calling it the worst hero school, but Iida was super jealous of Izuku since he took all the prestige and fame. He didn't, and why did he take away the one for all? That's why he wanted revenge on Izuku, and Uraraka also wanted to see Izuku again, but she couldn't because she was always chased by everyone, making her very sad, and this month Rumi felt the worst because Izuku was not by her side, and that hurt her too much, and Rumi entered a state of extreme heat, since now she masturbated in the morning, before going to see Izuku in the afternoon, after bathing to go see Izuku, and more at night, where sometimes she didn't sleep because she was pleasing herself, but it wasn't the same without Izuku. It wasn't the same pleasure that Izuku gave her in bed, and that happened in a month. And what is our white-haired girl doing now? Rumi's pav. Rumi was in bed half asleep, but Ryuko arrives. Ryuko. Rumi calling Rumi's attention. You look very tired, why don't you rest a little? I'll take care of Izuku to see how is he, and I'll let you know super fast in case he wakes up. Rumi. No, I want to be with him and be the first thing to see Izuku, holding Izuku's hand. Ryuko. I know you love him very much, but you should rest a little too, and I think Izuku doesn't like that because of him you are so sad. Rumi. Okay, but call me quickly, okay? Ryuko. I promise. Rumi. Goodbye my love, tomorrow I will come see you calmly, I will never leave you alone, I promise, giving him a kiss. There, how I hate Kigo, upset since Izuku had an earring that Kigo put on him. Ryuko. Well, at least he put one earring, not both. Rumi. But I don't like it, kind of upset. Ryuko. At least you can see him good with her earring. Rumi. Okay, that idiot was saved from me seeing the earring, that kind of bothered him since it reminded him of his ex-boyfriend, of something Ryuko noticed. Ryuko. At least it's Izuku, not your stupid ex-boyfriend. Rumi. If you're right, well, I'm going to my house, goodbye my love, tomorrow I'm going to see you, giving him a kiss and carrying Eri since she had fallen asleep. Ryuko. I promise I'll call you quickly. Rumi. Thanks Ryuko, thanks for being my best friend, said smiling. Ryuko. No, there, that's what best friends do, now go home to rest. Rumi. Thanks Ryuko, leaving the room and leaves the hospital. So Rumi began to jump super hard while hugging Eri so she wouldn't fall until she got to her house, where Rumi cuddled Eri and he tucked her in and was going to kiss her on the forehead, but Eri woke up and gave Rumi a big hug. Eri. I love you so much mommy, thanks for being my mom, she said happily, making Rumi burst into tears of happiness. Rumi. I love you too my beautiful princess, very, very much, giving her lots of kisses on her face. Eri. Mommy, do you miss dad, right? Rumi. Yes, a lot, I can't live without your father, he said, crying a little. Eri. Calm down mommy, I know he will wake up very soon and that we will do what we always did again, she said, happily hugging Rumi. Rumi. At least your joy makes me happy because you remind me a lot of your father, she said, smiling, wiping her tears. She puts her to bed. Good night my princess, giving Eri a kiss on the forehead. Eri. Good mommy. Rumi leaves Eri's room and goes to hers, where she lies in bed. Rumi. At least my daughter isn't super sad like me, she said, sadly, taking out her phone, looking at photos and videos of Izuku and her, and Eri happy, bringing tears to Rumi's eyes. Rumi. I better go take a bath to get rid of this fever, somewhat annoying since her jealousy had increased, and takes off her clothes and goes to take a bath where she was relaxed and rubbing her body, but for her it was super uncomfortable since when she touched her vagina or her breasts, she moaned something loud. Rumi. God, without Izuku I can't contain myself, cleaning her body, but Izuku's voice begins to resonate in her head very loudly while she was rubbing her body. Rumi. No, I shouldn't control myself rubbing myself, but the memories of Izuku's beautiful words resonated once and again in his head. Mind of Rumi. I love you so much, love. You're my beautiful bunny. You're my bunny that I love so much. I would give everything for you. You're what matters most to me in life. I would give my life for you, you are. The woman that I love with all my life, you are. The love of my life. I love you so much, Rumi, my love. Outside of Rumi's mind. Lemon skipped. Rumi. I hope he wakes up, she said with hope. 7 hours later. We see Rumi caressing Izuku's hair and she was lying next to him, but she looks at Eri who was trying to grab water from a jug. Rumi. I'm coming, daughter, grabbing the glass and pouring it for Eri. But. Izuku. Where am I? At that, Rumi, hearing that voice, was completely in shock and throws the glass of water, and Rumi looks back and sees Izuku looking around the room confused and looks at Rumi. Rumi. Trying to talk. Izuku. Hello love, he said, smiling, and Rumi and Eri ran like that Izuku, where the two began to cry heartbreakingly and with happiness since Izuku finally wakes up. Izuku. Yeah love, daughter, I'm here, wake. Rumi. Love, sniff sniff sniff, I missed you too much, I thought you would never wake up, I missed you so much, sniff sniff sniff. Eri. Dad, I thought you would never wake up again, he said, crying inconsolably. Izuku. Yeah daughter, I'm fine, I'm awake, shedding a few tears seeing his beloved and his daughter again. Rumi. I thought you would never wake up, I was a fool, I must have been the one in a coma, not you, crying, but but Izuku grabs her by the chin and gives her a deep kiss of pure love that Rumi reciprocates very desperate when she feels Izuku's lips on hers again and the two separate with a thread of saliva. Izuku. No love I must have been since I couldn't live without you and I would feel super depressed that my wife was in this bed, he said smiling, giving Izuku another kiss. That's when Mitsuki and Bakugo come in and they both were very surprised. Mitsuki. Izuku, are you really awake, she said surprised. Izuku. Yes aunt, I'm fine, but get a snitch from Bakugo. Bakugo. Shitty nerd, I thought not, would you wake up, he said, shedding tears and hugging. Mitsuki. Their son, finally open your eyes, she said, crying with happiness and hugs Izuku tightly. Izuku. Yes mom, I'm already super awake, calm down, I won't be in a coma again, I promise, he said smiling. Mitsuki. Well, I'm going to see the doctor to get you discharged, he said, super happy. They left the room. So everyone left the hospital, but Rumi calls someone. Rumi. Love, let's go home, I have a surprise for you. Izuku. Okay love. So the three of them got on Rumi's motorcycle and she was driving, but she put her ass on Izuku's member since Izuku was in the back like that. They arrived at their house where the three of them get off and Mitsuki and Bakugo arrived and Rumi puts a blindfold on Izuku. Izuku. Confused love. Rumi. It's a surprise love. So Rumi takes Izuku into the house and removes the blindfold revealing his friends and a sign that said welcome Izuku. Hey 999, congratulations Izuku, you could handle that bastard, he said happily. Hiroshima. Bro, you finished off that bastard. Ayo, I'm very happy that you're finally awake. Izuku. Thank you very much everyone for this detail, she said happily. Leona. It's what friends do, besides I congratulate you Izuku because you defeated villain number 2, she said happily. Izuku. Thank you very much to everyone, she said happily. So spending a nice night where everyone lived together and had a good time until everyone left where Eri fell deeply asleep and Izuku and Rumi put her to bed and covered her up and kissed her on the forehead, where the two go to her room where Rumi puts on red shorts and a normal sleeveless blouse and lies down on the bed and starts looking at her laptop, where Izuku sits down and takes off his black Vans and Izuku knew that Rumi was super in heat and he came up with something that Rumi might like. Rumi. Love, what do you want to do tomorrow? Since we have the whole week free, if you want we can go to the park, or if you want we can go to the movies, let's watch a movie, she said calmly, looking at her laptop, but even though she didn't want to admit it, she wanted to have sex with Izuku again, but she understood that if Izuku didn't want to or for medical reasons, then she would leave him alone. But her surprise was great since Izuku took her by the chin and gave her a kiss that Rumi gladly reciprocated. But Izuku intensified it to the point of entangling his tongue with hers. She puts her laptop aside and Izuku sits her on the edge of the bed. Izuku. I missed you so much my love, I only dreamed of you, but I didn't like it. I missed everything about you, your ears, your cute body, your pretty face, your rich lips that I wanted to kiss, kissing Rumi's ears and touching her breasts. Lemon skipped. So the two gave each other a kiss and fell deeply asleep since they were super tired of so much pleasure. Chapter 14. Izuku, the hero of the top. It had been 1 week since Izuku woke up from his coma. Rumi was very happy to see Izuku again, and even more so since Izuku was now the one who dominated her since all week. They did it like crazy, since the two always wanted each other, and the two always had sex like crazy, and when they got home, they grabbed him all night, since the two loved each other very much, and Izuku wanted to get Rumi pregnant at all costs, and have a family with her, and now Rumi was the happiest of all, and this week everyone now wanted Izuku, since why did he end up with Rugel, and the other boys were received as the team of death since they not only helped a lot by defeating Rugel, but they were also already known as heroes, and all that happened in that week, and Rumi was always ready for many rounds with her white-haired girl, and what does our favorite brunette do now? Mirko Pav. Mirko was on top of a roof with a huge smile, and her face was blushed, and she had hard eyes since yesterday I had a great time. Ryukyu. Mirko. Mirko. Seeing Ryukyu. Ryukyu. Generally your complexion is beautiful and you are not one of those who fall easily something happens to you. Mirko. Oh no, nothing, returning to his expression while remembering yesterday, which Ryukyu and Honk realized why that reaction. Honk. Really, with a drop on his head. Mirko. What a thing, well he had the same expression. Honk. Don't tell me when they left the hospital they did it all week with a huge drop of sweat. Mirko. If it was completely worth it, it was worth every damn day, he said, still with his expression while he had his hard eyes. Honk. Poor Izuku, I thought I would die for you, poor thing, he must be super tired right now. Mirko. You're wrong now, he is more active than me when he arrives, he grabs me against the wall and we do it day and night, and yesterday he did something very beautiful and romantic that made me love him very much, he said with the same expression remembering yesterday. Yesterday. Rumi and Izuku were quietly watching a movie in their room. Izuku. Love, can you help me with something? Umi. What a curious love. Izuku. You help me fulfill a fantasy of mine. This made Rumi get excited and move her ears up and down. Umi. Of course love, she said, smiling with lust and getting on top of Izuku. Izuku. But not here, so put on comfortable clothes because we are going out. Rumi. Okay love, standing up and undressing and putting on comfortable clothes, Rumi puts on some black leather pants and some white Jordan 4s and a white sweater and a black leather jacket, looking super rude, and looks at Izuku, who had a navy blue shirt, navy blue pants and some blue Converse. Rumi. Why so elegant, Bunny said curiously. Izuku. Well, I want to look like that for me, Chocolatito, she said, smiling, blushing at Rumi for the nickname, and grabs him by the shirt and gives him a kiss where he runs his tongue over his white-haired mouth, and the two separate with a thread of saliva. Rumi. Bunny, you make me, I get super excited when I see you handsome, giving him another kiss, and he bites his lip, blushing. Izuku. Izuku. Well, let's go, said half blushing. Rumi. Okay love. So the two leave the house, and they told Eri that she will stay home and not open the door to anyone, and they take them out of the house, and they both put on their helmets. Izuku. Seriously Rumi, when are you going to teach me how to drive putting on the helmet? Rumi. Okay, getting off, getting in the back. Izuku. Really surprised. Rumi. Sure, why don't you try it, smiling. Izuku. Okay, getting in front, and where do you turn it on? Rumi. Put the key in and turn it on. Izuku. Okay, starting the motorcycle, scaring Izuku by the sound, making Rumi laugh a little. Izuku. And what else, Rumi? Rumi. Starts to move the lever and it will begin to move little by little. Izuku. Okay, but Izuku accelerates hard, making them almost crash into a tree, but Izuku brakes. Rumi. Better I drive, he said, trembling with fear and hugging Izuku tightly. Izuku. Sorry, I didn't know how. Rumi. Calm down Bunny, then I will teach you how to drive it well, and I will be your teacher, he said, smiling. Izuku. Okay. So Rumi was driving through the streets of Japan while Izuku hugged her. Rumi. And where do you want to go first, love, curious, driving calmly. Izuku. I'll tell you where. So Izuku gave him the address. Izuku. Wait, park here. Rumi. Okay, parking in a motorcycle area, and they leave the helmets there. Rumi. And well Bunny, what is your fantasy, what do you want to do, curious, but Izuku covers his eyes. Izuku. It's surprise love, come I'll take you. Rumi. To a motel, said flirtatiously. Izuku. No, now let's go. Walking a little and Izuku had his eyes covered Rumi until they stop. Izuku. Terran. Rumi. A confused restaurant. Izuku. This is my fantasy, you took me to dinner to an elegant place and have a date with you, since when I was in the hospital, I only thought about that daily, that I wanted to have a date with you, said smiling, blushing Rumi. Now she realized that she was the evil one. Rumi. Let's go, in love, blushing and entering, and the two of them sit at a table. Izuku. What's up, Bunny, confused. Rumi. Izuku, I thought we would go to I don't know where to, buck blushing. Izuku. No, the truth is that I only dreamed of having another date with you. Why is that what I always expected when I was in a coma? I only dreamed of having a date with you and paying you that month that I was not with you, he said, smiling, blushing too much at Rumi. Rumi. I'm going to the bathroom, you order a salad, going to the bathroom, where I arrive and enter the bathroom. Rumi. Calm down Rumi, when it's night we'll do it, but you have to calm down, my god I'm a degenerate, she said, annoyed with herself, and Rumi leaves the bathroom and pours some water on herself to calm down and leaves the bathroom, seeing that Izuku was calmly waiting for her and her food was already there. Izuku. Everything's fine, love, a little worried. Rumi. Yes, love, everything's fine, Bunny. I'm craving your spaghetti. Can I raise his fork? Izuku. Of course, grabbing his fork, and the two of them grab a strand of spaghetti. But they did not realize that they grabbed the same thread, and the two were distracted, and little by little they joined, and until the two kissed and Rumi smiles and Izuku would blush too much, and at night they did it like animals. End of flashback. Mirko. There is love said in love. Ryukyu. It seems that you found a great man, the truth is that he loves you and wants you and is not a pervert. Honk. And by the way, where is Izuku? Izuku. Hello, what are you doing appearing behind Hawk with Bakugo, Todoroki and Kirishima and K999? Honk. Ah, Izuku, do not scare, said scared. Izuku. He's sorry, well why did you meet us here, curious? Honk. Well it is the day where they put the 10 best heroes of the top, so come at 2:30 p.m, please, starting to fly. K999. What a strange guy. Ryukyu. The worst thing is that a hot eye is created, good, I'll see you guys later, activated his dragon form and flies away. Izuku. Now Rumi, can you explain to me why I have an earring? So spending the whole day patrolling for our couple of sta who went home. Izuku. Wow, but what a boring day. Rumi. Don't even say it, nothing interesting happened, boring. Izuku. And what are we going to do? Eri still doesn't leave school, and we have the whole day for ourselves, he said, bored, but Rumi hugs Izuku from behind. Rumi. You know something, bunny, when you were in a coma I came up with too many fetishes, and I loved one, she said, smiling flirtatiously. Izuku. How curious. Rumi. Have you ever done a role? Izuku. Since you mention it, once I played with Bakugo, the villains and heroes. Why the question, curious, but go to Rumi, who smiles with lust and gets closer and closer to Izuku, and Izuku crashes into the wall. Rumi. And tell me, bunny, do you want to roleplay with me, she said, seductively approaching Izuku, standing face to face. Izuku. SSSSSS, yes, he said, super blushed. 2 minutes later. Rumi. Stop there, thief, taking out a toy gun and putting Izuku against the wall, since they were playing a role that Rumi was a policeman and Izuku a thief, and Izuku puts toy handcuffs on him and Rumi puts him on the floor. Rumi. So printing bills to the mint so they don't look for you, and this is already a very serious crime, and puts handcuffs on Izuku and writing some things down in his notebook. Izuku. But if I only stole 400,000 yen, it's not that bad, playing along and a little blushing. Rumi. Yes, what you say, you will go to jail for thousands of years and you will rot there. It would be writing down scribbles in his notebook. Izuku. Poor your husband who has to put up with a grumpy rabbit like you. Rumi. I don't have a husband, I don't even have a boyfriend. Izuku. Wow, like a pretty woman, she doesn't have a boyfriend, but she came up with an idea. Hey doll. Rumi. How annoying, playing along. Izuku. I propose a deal. Rumi. What kind of deal would it be? Lemon skipped. Already in the Great Hall. All the heroes were gathered to say who is the top hero, and our family were there waiting to see who the top hero was, and they had their hero suits, and Eri was on Mirko's legs. Mirko. What time does this start, he said impatiently, and a somewhat nervous presenter arrives. Presenter. Very good morning everyone, I say good afternoon everyone, today is a great day, because today we will say the best heroes of the entire top. So all the heroes passed, including Mirko, who was already the number 3 heroine of all. Presenter. Well, these are the top heroes of all Japan. Honk. Wait, there's a hero missing. Presenter. But Best Jeans is still in a coma, he hasn't fully recovered from his injury. Honk. No, yes, no, he pointing at Izuku. Izuku, I'm confused. Honk. Yes, he. Goes up Izuku, it's okay going up, why confused? Honk. Why are you now the number 4 hero of the top? Izuku. Wa stands next to Rumi, which he took his hand to calm him down, since Rumi realized that Izuku wanted to cry. Presenter. And these are the top heroes, and the new top hero of the year said happily, a few words bringing the microphone closer to Izuku. Izuku. Thank you very much for everything, thank you very much really, and I think my mom would have liked to be here watching me, but she's already up there, but at least she saw me up there, at least she saw me like she promised, she said, smiling, making everyone shed a few tears remembering the news about Izuku's mother, and everyone applauds, because Izuku was now a top hero. After the ceremony, Izuku left quietly and began to walk a little in the small fair that was there, but he felt a great joy in his heart, since finally he is a true hero, and began to shed tears of happiness, since finally he was a true hero, but he began to cry inconsolably, because his mother did not see him, was not there present to see him grow as a hero, but at least he felt that his mother saw him from heaven, making him cry with happiness and at the same time with sadness, and laughed a little, remembering the beautiful moments he spent with his mother. Flashback. Inko. Oh help. Izuku enters with an All Might suit. Izuku. Here I am going to attack a stuffed animal with his fists. Izuku. Take this villain with my mommy, don't get involved hitting the stuffed animal. Izuku. Don't be afraid mom, here I am to save you, always said, smiling, making a hero pose. Inko. There, thank you my hero, you saved me again, lifting Izuku up. Izuku. I love you mommy. Inko. Me too my baby, and a lot, giving him lots of kisses on the cheek. End of the flashback. Remembering that Izuku cried with happiness, remembering that great moment, but someone gives him a big hug who was his friends. Hey 999. Bro, you did it, you are now a top hero. Kula. Yes Izuku, you are now a top hero, said happily. Angel. Congratulations, Izuku. Hiroshima. Bro, you are finally a real hero. Bakugo. Nerd, you are now a professional hero. Izuku. Thanks guys, he said through tears, and hugs Rumi. Rumi. Yeah love, at least my mother-in-law was here present to see you. Izuku. But I wanted her to be here present to see me, said shedding tears. Leona. At least her spirit was here to see you. Ishiro. Maybe she was here present to see you better. Izuku. Gra thanks guys, he said through tears. But what I didn't know is that someone was watching them. Aida. Very soon I will get revenge on you, damn leaving. Uraraka. I will get revenge on you, damn rabbit, by leaving too. After all that our couple went to their house to change and they tucked Yuri in since she had fallen asleep and our couple left since they went to another date them and Rumi took Izuku to a super rude bar. Izuku. Really you came here seeing the bar? Rumi. Of course I came here to have drinks with my friends, let's go and ride away like that entering and Izuku saw the super rude atmosphere but he looked super serious, the place scaring even the bravest. Iker. Hello beautiful, why don't you come with me to have a good time, but he shuts up since Izuku takes it by the neck and lifts him with one hand and takes him out of the bar, scaring everyone. Izuku. Nobody touches or looks at my girlfriend would be, and Rumi smiles and the two sit down, sorry about that. Rumi. No problem there love, that's how I like you to act so rude, said flirtatiously blushing to Izuku. Waitress. Hello, what are you going to take? Rumi. I want a beer please. Waitress. Now you handsome. Izuku. Just a glass of water please, but look at Rumi who was super furious. Waitress. Okay I'll bring them to you right away, she leaves and comes back with a beer and a glass of water and gives them to him, but something that Rumi noticed is that there was a note stuck on the glass of water and she takes it off. Izuku. That is curious love. Rumi. Let me see, getting more furious since it had written, if you want to have a good time call me with a number, and Rumi rolls it into a bowl and sends it flying. Izuku. What did curious love say, drinking water? Rumi. Nothing important. Rumi's mind. I swear if I see that bucking waitress again I'll break her bucking legs. So the night passed for our couple who drank and talked calmly and Izuku drank water calmly, but on Rumi's side, Rumi was drinking a lot of beer to the point that she got super drunk, but she kept drinking more beer. Izuku. Love, I think it's too late, why don't we go see Rumi who was already super drunk? Rumi. Nonsense, hiccup, the night hiccup is young, hiccup still hiccup super drunk. Izuku. Okay you wait for me here, I'm going to pay. Rumi. No love, hiccup, stay hiccup here drunk, hugging Izuku. Izuku. Just wait for me here, don't go, getting out of Rumi's arms and Izuku goes to the bartender. Izuku. Give me a glass of water please. Bartender. Wow, this is the first time a customer asks me for water, this is incredible, giving him a glass of water. Izuku. Not only do I come to accompany my girlfriend, she does drink alcohol, he laughing a little. Bartender. Hi, his wife pointing at Rumi which she was drinking directly from the sake bottle, making Izuku sweat a huge drop. Izuku. Yes, she is my girlfriend. Bartender. Izuku. Yes, well I'll pay you right now by giving him money. Bartender. No boy, don't pay me anything, the house is treating. Izuku. Why confused? Bartender. Boy, in my bar people come to drink alcohol and you're the only one who always asks me for water, this is very surprising. Izuku. Thanks, I think going to where Rumi was. Bartender. But Izuku. He arrived where Rumi was. Izuku. I'm here Rumi. Rumi. Hiccup bunny. Izuku. Yes, drinking water. Rumi. Let's go hiccup to the bathroom. Izuku. Why curious? Rumi. I want hiccup inside. Izuku. Inside, that confused but Rumi with difficulty stands up and sits on Izuku's legs. Izuku. Wait Rumi, what are you doing, blushing? Rumi. I told you hiccup that I want you hiccup inside me, hiccup moving her ass on Izuku's member. Izuku. Okay, you're already very drunk, better let's go, taking Rumi and carry her like a princess. Rumi. Hiccup hiccup, oh Izuku starting to lick Izuku's neck. Izuku. Rumi stops trying to stop but she kept sucking her neck. Rumi. Come on hiccup, buck me here hiccup, I let you hiccup, put it in my ass hiccup, super drunk. Izuku. Don't say that, Rumi blushing. Rumi. And what's wrong hiccup, that they know hiccup that my ass belongs to you hiccup, super drunk and kissing the Izuku's neck. Izuku. Now for Rumi, super blushing, leaving the bar and on the way Rumi kissed him on the neck and bit it, leaving small bites and hickeys. Rumi. Hiccup, come on take me here hiccup. Izuku. No. Rumi. Please hiccup, take me. Izuku. No. Rumi. And here hiccup. Izuku. No, it's no Rumi. Rumi. TSK, you're boring. Izuku surrendered. Izuku. Okay, we'll do it when we get home. Rumi. He hiccup knew he wouldn't put up with my insinuations hiccup, putting Izuku's hand on his ass. Izuku. It's going to be a long night. The next day we see our white-haired man walking super badly since yesterday Rumi married him and made him hers and goes down the stairs. Iri. Izuku. Good morning daughter, I made you breakfast, he said smiling. Iri. Thanks dad, sitting down, where is mom? Izuku. Mom is asleep, I'm going to go wake her up, walking super badly with some cups of coffee and arrives at a room where he looks at Rumi waking up little by little. Rumi. There buck shit my head, grabbing her head tightly, what happened yesterday? Izuku. What do you think, pointing to her body all full of bites and hickeys and marks, making Rumi lick her lips. Rumi. Wow, it was the best night ever, but she grabs her mouth tightly. Izuku. Wow, what's wrong love, a little worried, and Rumi stands up and goes to the bathroom quickly, where she starts vomiting a lot. Izuku. Okay carrots, patting her on her back. Rumi. Yes bunny, I'm fine, vomiting more and stop vomiting, but it's not pregnancy, sad. Izuku. Calm down, very soon you will be pregnant, calm down love, and very soon we will be fathers for the second time, he said smiling, giving her a kiss on the cheek and grabbing her belly. Rumi. Thanks love, now taking Izuku and putting him in the shower where the two had incredible morning hex. Chapter 15 Izuku vs Mukai. The days would pass in which Izuku was already known as the fourth most beloved hero of all, and Aida was super boiling in jealousy because Izuku was the first boy who was in the top of heroes and everyone hated All Might more since it was his fault for having killed Izuku's mother. Izuku became sad because his mother did not see him, and in these days the UA began to decline in its popularity, calling it the worst school of heroes, and in these weeks Izuku was already very popular everywhere, and many children admired him for all his heroism that he had, and Izuku was very happy that finally his dream of being a hero came true, but he was still somewhat sad because his mother was not there to see it, but he still had to go ahead for her, and in these weeks, everyone was super surprised since Izuku, someone of 17 years old, is in the top of heroes. That surprised everyone, and many questions arose about why Izuku is in the top. That's how everything happened this week and what our white-haired person does now. Izuku's POV. Izuku was walking towards Inko's grave since he went to visit her, well he grabs some flowers and goes to Inko's grave. Izuku. Hello mom, he said smiling, putting the flowers. I'm really sorry for not being able to go last week. I have a lot of work, me and Rumi, you know being a top hero is something difficult, but I don't care as long as I see Eri happy and Rumi by my side. I will be capable of everything, and I will always take care of both of them, and mom, Eri is already growing, my girl is already growing, since she is already in 2nd grade, my girl is already growing, she said smiling. But suddenly, Izuku sees that a red liquid begins to come out of Inko's tombstone and touches it, realizing that it was blood, and sees that more and more blood was coming out. Izuku. But what? En hizo un monstruo sale del suelo y guerra Izuku y el monstruo rouge. Monstruo Izuku 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 Izuku. Rumi Izuku 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 despierta Izuku despierta. And that Izuku wakes up suddenly while sweating profusely and breathing heavily, and Rumi hugs him. Izuku. What happened, confused and breathing a little agitated. Rumi. You had a nightmare and started to complain as if you were in pain, are you okay bunny, a little worried. Izuku. Wow, that was super horrible, now calmer. Rumi. Yeah bunny, it was just a horrible nightmare, nightmares aren't real, but dreams are real, hugging Izuku. Izuku. Thanks carrots, he said smiling. Rumi. You're super sweaty, it seems like it was a very ugly nightmare, touching Izuku's back, seeing that it was sweaty. Izuku. Yes, it was super horrible, the truth, I hope not to have nightmares like that again. Rumi. And what if, putting Izuku's hand on his bare chest, I help you sleep again bunny. 1 hour later. Lemon skipped. And Izuku begins to fly through the skies. Izuku. I have to talk to Leona about this since I think it will surprise her, flying until she reached a tall building where Leona was with her purple hooded cape. Leona. Well Izuku, tell me why you called me curious. Izuku. Well, it's something that may shock you or I don't know, but this is incredible. Leona. And that is curious. Izuku. Well, I'll tell you. Flashback. We see Rumi, Eri and Izuku in the supermarket since they went shopping, and everyone had their normal clothes. Rumi had a brown sweater with black pants and black Jordan 4s, and Izuku had a dark green sweater. Black pants and green and black Jordan 1s, and Eri had overalls and a white sweater, and some completely white Nike Air Force 1s and some socks that reached her thighs like bunnies, and they were all walking quietly through the supermarket, and Eri was in the cart, and Rumi lent her brown leather jacket to keep her warm since it was a bit cold. Rumi. That jacket of mine looks good on you, daughter, squeezing her cheek. Eri. Yes mommy, it is super warm and super comfortable, she said smiling. Rumi. Later I will buy you a jacket like mine so we can go for a walk, combined mother and daughter, and when you are older, I will give you all my jackets, she said smiling. Eri. Thanks mommy, she said happily. Rumi. Well, what else is missing from the list bunny? Izuku. Let's see, only the vanilla bites of your favorites and carrots and vegetables to make a carrot salad. Rumi. Stop calling me carrot, she said, blushing a little. Izuku. Sorry, I can't help it, besides I see that you like me to call you carrots, my carrots, she said smiling, blushing too much to Rumi, and lowers her ears. Rumi. Yes, call me that, blushing. Izuku. I knew it, my carrots, and one more thing, I'm missing this. Rumi. What thing, curious bunny, but was very surprised since Izuku put a box of condoms in the cart. Izuku. Ready now let's go for the vegetables, but feels a huge super demonic aura, and Izuku turns around and gets too scared when he sees Rumi, who was looking at him super seriously, and was a little surprised since Rumi was starting to get small red locks and some big red locks. Rumi. We will not take that, he said super seriously, and Izuku scared grabs the box of condoms and leaves it in its place, making Rumi's aura disappear. Luckily Eri did not feel Rumi's aura since she was playing Rumi's cell phone geometry dash. Izuku. I already left, he said scared. Rumi. That's how I like it, bunny, that you are afraid of me, he said with a superior smile. Eri. Ready, mom, giving him her cell phone. Rumi. What, you went finger dash 100% and with the 3 coins surprised. Eri. If it wasn't that easy. Rumi. What a pro you are, daughter, what a pro. End of flashback. Izuku. Since that day I was left with that big doubt since Rumi may be half Orochi, surprised remembering that day surprised Leona. Leona. Okay Izuku, to start with I don't even want to know if they had hex, it would be, they did it right. Izuku. Well yes. Leona. No, I don't want to know, it would be, they did it with or without a condom. Izuku. Well, we never used a condom since I want to get Rumi pregnant at all costs. Leona. I see, having part of yours inside her blood agreed with yours, and I think she's half Orochi, but I'm not sure since half Orochis they only have regeneration and nothing else, but their regeneration is super slow, and if they damage it, they can even die. Izuku. But I think she could be an Arachi, curious. Leona. Maybe, since if they continue at this rate she could be an Arachi 100% said it would be, anyway changing the subject, ready for the night. Izuku. Yes, taking out some gas bombs. You do not know how difficult it was to get Eri's blood since she has a great phobia of needles, but I convinced her with sweets and chocolates, and that's why I have them. It's like smoke gas, only that it has Eri's blood inside so that it can paralyze Mukai's quirk. Leona. Well, while you fight with him we will be looking for his secret lair to see if he has information about Iori by teleporting. Already at night. Izuku was watching the sky to see if Mukai was coming since Mukai wanted only Izuku, since Izuku was the last Arachi left, along with Leona, Shermie and Yashiro, and Izuku was super focused on what was coming while it was raining. A star of thunder appeared showing Mukai's shadow since he was in the sky, and Mukai goes down to the ground breaking it, making the place shake a little. Izuku. Well, here I am, said super seriously. Mukai. Listen, don't do this the hard way, please just give me your power and all the powers of the Arachi, said super seriously while it was raining. Izuku. You only want my power for evil, if not you will try to take away all of our power to have it yourself, said super seriously. Mukai. You don't understand, you don't know the shitty world we live in, why do you want to protect these shitty people getting close to the same Izuku? Izuku. Why are there so many people who support me and everything and more, my family, and I will not let you take away my quirk that Arachi gave me, he said furiously, but Mukai touches his chest making him fly and Izuku gets up. Izuku. Enough, activating One for All and began to release rays that Mukai covered with his rocks since he controlled the rocks and Izuku would launch large black waves and Izuku came up with an idea, makes a ball of stones. Mukai. That's all I thought, you are much stronger than Yashiro or Leona, but he received a large ball of stones that breaks it, but a large flame of fire covers it making a great explosion. Izuku. And so you want my quirk, you could not resist what I sent you, super serious, but see Mukai walking, and at that moment he takes Izuku sending him crashing against the roof of an abandoned building, and Izuku gets up. Mukai. Do not get up, if I wanted you would already be dead, furious, and Izuku activates a smoke chamber making Mukai go for Izuku, but he gets confused since he was no longer there, but he goes back and Izuku takes out a grenade that he throws it at him and Mukai grabs it. Mukai. Seriously, a sad grenade, do not make me laugh, I cannot finish since the grenade is activated, releasing a red gas causing Mukai to cough since the gas was affecting him. Mukai. What the buck, cough is this coughing? Izuku. Breathe it in, that's fear, you're not brave, super serious, and Mukai stands up, but he was in shock since he no longer had super strength. Izuku. Men are brave, super serious, and Mukai moves away causing Izuku to punch him that sends him far away, and Izuku kicks him that sends him to the building, and Mukai was badly hurt, and Izuku would release a lot of wind, causing many things to fall on top of Mukai, and Izuku would take out some flaming whips and begins to hit him with them, causing him to scream in pain, and Izuku makes a wall with the earth, sending it crashing against that wall, breaking it, causing him to scream a lot, and Izuku picks him up and puts him on the wall where he begins to hit him hard, causing his nose to bleed, but little by little Mukai was recovering. Mukai. You finished, super serious, and Izuku was in shock since the effect of the grenade had already passed. Izuku. Only 20 minutes, surprised. Mukai. 20 minutes that you wasted instead of killing me at once and now flying a little. It's my turn carrying Izuku and the two fall causing the ground to break and Izuku would launch a huge air wave and large black waves causing Mukai to fly. Mukai. Enough activating his quirk and sending Izuku flying crashing him against a wall, while Mukai attached several rocks to his body, causing the place to half destroy, and in that Mukai comes out turned into a stone monster. Izuku. Damn shocked and Mukai makes a big ray and Izuku tried to get away, but he realized that an iron pierced him in the stomach and Mukai throws a ray. And that the ray collides with something and Mukai stops, but he was very surprised because in front of him was none other than the most beloved waifu of all Mai Shiranui who was there to help Izuku. Mukai. Impossible surprised realizing that Mai will take out her fans and collides them making a huge sound wave that does not move him, but none other than Robert Garcia arrives and gives him a ball of electricity that sends me far away. Mai. Okay Izuku worried and lifting Izuku. Izuku. Yes I'm fine, but with that form he is unstoppable. Robert. But we are unstoppable so there is no need to prepare. Mai. Then grabbing their fans, there is no need to waste time and let's defeat him once and for all. I have already killed thousands of things like that seeing Mukai and he comes out of the rubble. Robert. He is coming with you. Izuku. I thought he was coming with you confused. And that the three get into a fighting stance and Mai grips her blades tightly and Izuku takes out fire and activates one for all to the maximum and Robert would take out some rays. Mukai. He will die now. And that Mukai would take a big moment making the three cover themselves. Luckily Mai opens her fans covering herself with Izuku and Robert and Mukai ends. Mai. De screaming pouncing on him and makes a cut causing him to scream loud, but he would throw a ray that sent her far away and Izuku would throw a strong black wave and throw a huge ball of fire, causing his chest to break and Izuku punches him in the ribs, causing his stones to break and Mai would throw her fans that cut his legs, but he repairs himself and Robert would throw a huge ball of electricity, causing his chest to break disarming Mukai and Mai would throw a blade that Mukai gets fed up and sends far away causing it to bury itself in his stomach, causing him to spit blood. Mukai. I'm already fed up screaming super loud and began to release a lot of fire and lightning that burns the whole place and Mukai runs away. Mukai. Woo I told them I would win and Izuku Midori your blood is mine, did you hear you bucking crazy shit ha 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 and your quirk is mine you heard mine. But then Izuku runs towards him and punches him so hard that it breaks his chest making him fly away. And that Mukai looked surprised at Izuku since he was walking towards him while the rain extinguished the fire of his suit and his left arm was super broken, but it regenerates quickly already Mukai. Mukai. I see it and I do not believe it what the hell are you Izuku Midoriya said surprised. Izuku. I am an Arachi. Mukai. Wow if you are a god smiling weakly and Izuku punches him that sends him super far making him crash into a wall. Robert. But that I'm a little tired exhausted. Mai. We better go I feel the police are coming. Izuku. Thank you very much guys for helping me he said smiling. Mai. No there what Izuku-kun. Robert. We better go. Izuku. Alright guys I'll see you later. Mai Robert. Yes Izuku. So the three went their separate ways while the heroes and some police officers arrived and Izuku arrives at his house. Eri. Daddy running towards her and begins to cry inconsolably. Izuku. Yeah my girl I'm here she said smiling. Rumi. Izuku what did you do he said super would be. Izuku. Nothing Rumi. Rumi. Nothing and that pointing at the TV and Izuku was very surprised since they broadcast everything that happened in the fight. Izuku. RRRRR Rumi yo. Rumi. Come Eri let's go to sleep it's already late carrying Eri. Eri. Yes mom. So Rumi takes her to her room where she read her a story so she can sleep well and Eri was always hugging Izuku and he hugged her too until Eri fell asleep and the two leave the room super silent. Izuku. Rumi please let me explain. And that Izuku received a big slap that sends him to the floor making Izuku very surprised. Izuku. Rumi super surprised and getting up from the floor while grabbing his cheek. Rumi. Izuku you are a huge idiot asshole you don't know how stupid you can be seriously, how could you do this and even worse worry Eri too much that she was crying for you and I tried to calm her down and on top of that slap her, on top of that take it away blood to Eri, what the hell were those things for super annoying. Izuku. They were grenades that I made said a little sad. Rumi. Izuku you know the great trauma she has with the injections and the great phobia that she has been overcoming everything she has lived and forgetting everything she suffered with Chisaki, so that on top of that you come to make her trauma return to her, you know that better go to the couch, because you will sleep there you heard right super upset. This is my face when someone calls me on air or scares an old woman. Izuku. PPP, but Rumi. Rumi. No buts, you will sleep on the couch, it would be. Izuku. But Rumi, please. Rumi. Izuku, you worried Eri too much, I already thought you would die. Sigh. Izuku, you know how much I had to go through in that hospital. You know how much I was crying. You know how long I was by your side. I held it because I love you so much. When you woke up, I truly felt very happy to see you. But you know, seeing you fight, I realized something. And that is that you don't care about all the times I took care of you so much, so that you go out to fight again like that time with Rugel and holding back. Tears, you know I don't want to talk about this anymore. Going into the room, locking the door. Izuku. Rumi knocking. Please open, I beg you, please, I want to talk to you, please love, I ask you, please. Knocking more, not receiving an answer, and Izuku goes to the living room where he sits alone, watch TV. Reporter. And in other news, the hero Arachi along with other mysterious heroes, but I think they are part of the Death Squad or the Suicide Squad, but they finally caught the most wanted villain of all time, Mukai. He is already the most wanted in Spain, Norway, Russia, North Korea, Italy, and Mexico, but thanks to Arachi, Mukai is already in custody. Thank you very much, Arachi. We appreciate you very much. Izuku. So that if in the end I worry my family too much, sometimes I ask myself how stupid I can be. I am stupid thanks to my stupidity. Rumi does not want to talk to me, and my daughter was crying because of me, he said, angry with himself, but looks at his cell phone, and it was August, and he was in shock since he realized something. Izuku. It is true, Rumi and I completed 2 months of dating, surprised, and he came up with an idea and takes off his hero costume, his eye makeup, and puts on a black sweater, a black sweatshirt and some black Vans with a white stripe, and leaves the house. Timescale 1 week. We see our partner on Rumi's motorcycle since they went to distract themselves a little, but Rumi was still angry with Izuku. Izuku. RRRRR, Rumi said, super nervous. Why was he very afraid of Rumi? While she continued driving, it would be. Izuku. Rumi, poo-poo, can you stop here and nowhere please, he said nervously, and Rumi continued driving until he pulls over in the middle of the road. The two they get off and take off their helmets, and Izuku got too scared since Rumi's look showed that she was truly angry. Rumi. What do you want would be scaring Izuku more. Izuku. RRRRR, Rumi, me trying to talk. Rumi. Stop stuttering and speak seriously and acting rude. Izuku. RRRRRRR, Rumi, me, the truth is that I want to give you something, he said, super nervous because of how Rumi looked at him. Rumi. What is it, serious? Izuku. Sigh, close your eyes, he said, smiling nervously. Rumi. If it's a kiss we will have hex all night, but I will break your hips, did you hear, he said, super serious, getting closer to Izuku. Izuku. Just close them, he said, smiling nervously. Rumi. Okay, but be quick, he closes his eyes but feels something strange on his neck like something metallic. Izuku. Open them. Rumi opened her eyes and was confused since she saw a heart necklace. Rumi. Ah, okay, thanks, it would be. Izuku. No, there's still more. Open the heart, said smiling Rumi. I opened my heart and her eyes stayed open as she was seeing a photo of Izuku and her kissing while the sunset fell, and another photo of Izuku, her and Eri hugging, and she opened a small note that said happy 2 months of dating, and Rumi was very surprised since Izuku remembered that they have been dating for 2 months and looks at Izuku who was smiling, although a little nervous. Izuku. Happy 2 months of dating, love said smiling. Rumi. Really, did you remember that we have been dating for 2 months, surprised. Izuku. Yes, because these 2 months were the best I've ever lived in my life, they were the best, and really, I'm sorry for what happened a week ago, really, I'm sorry, I was stupid, please forgive me please, it's just that I wanted to protect you, my daughter, and my friends, since you are the most important thing in the world, and I don't want to lose everything again, please, I really worried too much about you, seriously, you and my daughter are very important to me, I love you both very much. Really, forgive me, but I promise I won't do it again, seriously, he said half sad, and Rumi was surprised why Izuku truly loved her, and that's why he did what he did a week ago, and just lowered his head, and a huge lump in his throat became very strong, and he tried not to cry, but it was useless since he was crying, and the tears fell to the floor, since those words reached his heart, and he lovingly grabbed the necklace. Izuku. Rumi, somewhat worried, approached her and was going to touch her, but Rumi hugged him very tightly and he began to cry inconsolably because Izuku really is a great man who was looking for a long time for a man who makes her feel many emotions of love and who makes her feel butterflies in her stomach. That was all Izuku, and Rumi had cried inconsolably for the great boyfriend she had. Rumi and Izuku reciprocated the hug while giving him kisses on the head and stroking his great long hair that he liked to caress. Rumi. Thank you Izuku, thank you Sniff for always being alive, Sniff, thank you very much Sniff, I really love you very much Sniff, thank you very much for making me smile again Sniff Sniff. Izuku. Okay, calm down Rumi, I will always be with you in everything. Rumi. Oh Izuku sniff, you don't know much what happened to me in my shitty life sniff. I lost my parents when I was 12, I was orphaned, most of my family died, and I was left alone in the world, and I lived on the street sniff, and I earned a living fighting and sniff. My first love only wanted me for my body and my money, that piece of shit bastard only had hex with me and treated me like a bitch, but you Izuku sniff sniff, you are the best boyfriend in the world since you don't look at me for my body. But for what I am, I don't know how you could have fallen in love with a rude bunny. How she cries, crying a little, and Izuku lifts her face and with a handkerchief cleans her face since she had a lot of sweat and tears in her eyes. He cleans it well. Izuku. Ready, you know very well that I do not like it when you cry because it makes my heart feel bad and I do not want to see the woman of my life cry. I love you very much, and if you suffered a lot in the past, we are both able to overcome all of that, and even so we will remain together, and if that idiot hurt you, I will get rid of all his wounds, and I will always take care of you, and I will love you forever, he said smiling, making Rumi shed some tears and gave her a kiss of pure love. That they both felt, and Rumi put her tongue in Izuku's mouth and began to grope his abdomen, putting her hands under Izuku's shirt, but she stops and separates from the kiss. Rumi. Damn, how I hate myself, why can't I control myself? I want to control my jealousy, but my jealousy always wins. God Izuku, I don't know how you could fall in love with a huge pervert like me, she said, annoyed with herself. Izuku. No love, I don't care if you're perverted, I love you as much as you are calm. Love, you are perfect just the way you are. No, I never want you to change, I love you just the way you are, said smiling. Rumi. Okay bunny, I will try not to be so perverted every day and not to do it every day. Izuku. No, screaming. Rumi. How confused. Izuku. What I meant to say is that I don't want you to change anything about you because I love you, and I love your rude and perverted attitude very much, that's why I don't want you to change, and you always act like that with me, said smiling. Rumi. Whatever you say, my cauliflower, approaching Izuku and gives him a kiss that Izuku reciprocates, but Rumi kissed him with lust. Izuku's mind. Outside of Izuku's mind. Izuku separates from the kiss and approaches Rumi's ear. Izuku. I really like that you are super perverted with me, he said, whispering in Rumi's ear and squeezing one of her buttocks along with her tail, something that Rumi had become too excited, and Rumi began to kiss Izuku with lust, and Izuku raises her left leg, beginning to grab it and squeeze her left buttock, causing Rumi to moan something loud, and Izuku goes down and grabs Rumi's neck while squeezing her buttocks and began to kiss and lick Rumi's neck while she only moaned louder and squeezed her breasts and bit her lower lip and let out more and more moans, but Izuku separates from Rumi's neck, which she only breathed rapidly. Rumi. Why are you stopping? That was super delicious, she said, breathing rapidly and moving her legs. Izuku. If you want more, then let's go to the house and I'll give you more, he said calmly. Rumi. Then get on quickly bunny, I want more of you, I want you, she said desperately, kissing him again. Izuku. Okay, getting on the motorcycle, and also Rumi turns on the motorcycle and began to drive super fast to quickly get to the house, where Rumi on the way excited Izuku more since she put her ass on Izuku's member and moved it sensually while Izuku was hard as a rock and also moved his member in Rumi's ass, which she moaned until they arrived at the house. Rumi. Come here, pulling Izuku and begins to kiss him passionately, and Izuku carries her, making Rumi tie herself with her legs and hands to Izuku while the two continued kissing and entered the house. Izuku. Wait, Rumi, stopping. Rumi. Why do I want your rich lips, trying to kiss him? Izuku. Wait, there is Eri, said half scared, and Rumi looked that Eri was sleeping peacefully. Izuku. Now it's my turn to take Rumi down. Rumi. Hurry up, she said desperately and moving her legs and grabbed her vagina, and Izuku picks her up and takes her to his room, where he covers her and kisses her on the forehead and leaves the room. Izuku. Fatherhood is something incredible, he said smiling. Rumi. Yes, and more, when we have many children it becomes more incredible, he said smiling. Izuku. Yes, smiling. What were we talking about? Kissing Rumi, and the two arrive at the room, where Rumi takes off her blue leather jacket and her plant shirt and her bra and throws Izuku onto the bed. Rumi. Answer me a question, bunny, climbing on top of him. Do you know she's Russian? She said seductively, slowly taking off her blue shirt. Izuku. Of course. Rumi. Really surprised. Izuku. One that lives in Russia, that's why they are called Russian, she said innocently. Rumi. Bunny, it excites me too much that you are so innocent, that turns me on, but do you want to know what a Russian is? Izuku. Yes. Lemon skipped. Rumi. So delicious, as you always like to try it. Izuku. Yes, blushing. Rumi. Good, and now going to the bathroom, where after 2 minutes Izuku comes out with a cosplay. Rumi. You know, I always wanted to wear this suit since this suit is new, also I love to grape my favorite thief. Izuku. Okay, carrots, and by the way, what is your name? Curious, following the role. Rumi. I am Officer Judy Hoops and you are my nickel-eyeing fox, so I will punish you with 5 hours of hex if you do not comply. I will add more. You heard approaching Izuku. Izuku? Okay. Urmi. Good, and now giving Izuku a kiss, ready for other rounds. Chapter 16. The Party. Days would pass in which Mukai accepted the sad reality that he would not belong to the Arachi clan and had to go to jail for the great disaster he made. Luckily, Izuku was not hurt, but Rumi punished him a lot for worrying her so much since he came out of the fire in an epic way and walked while the rain put out the fire in his body. That worried her a lot. That's why the two always had hard hex. And I say hard because Rumi always jumped on top of Izuku, and that's why Izuku's legs hurt horribly, but he had a good time with his family. And what does our white-haired man do now? Rumi. Oh shit, Rumi screamed, giving a great cry of pleasure, while Izuku was giving her a super rich and hard anal while he spanked her, leaving her buttock super red. And Rumi moaned like a bitch in Silo. Izuku. Wow, so you're hiding a bunny suit from me, which are also the suits that I really like. How naughty of you, he said seductively while he continued to buck her in the ass. Rumi. Come on Izuku, hit me harder, spank me harder, she said between passionate screams and grabbing the sheets, and Izuku spanked her somewhat hard, leaving them red from so much spanking that Izuku gives her. Izuku. Anyway, it was very nice of you. Rumi. You're welcome bunny, now shut up and hit me harder, she said moaning super loud. Izuku. The good thing is that we have the whole day free to do everything we want, but in her head something comes. Flashback. Todoroki. Hey Izuku. Izuku. What's wrong Todoroki? Todoroki. My old man wants you to go to something to talk to him at his agency. Izuku. Yes of course, by when, he said interested. Todoroki. By Monday. Izuku. I'll be there. End of flashback. At that moment Izuku remembered that today is Monday, scaring Izuku and was about to come, but he takes it out on Rumi and cooms on Rumi's leg, confusing her since Izuku always cooms inside she. Rumi. Hey, let's do it a little more right, confused seeing that Izuku was putting on his suit. Izuku. Sorry, but I think there was something important I had to do today, painting his eyes. Rumi. What's wrong, confused. Izuku. See you giving him a quick kiss. Rumi. Hey wait, don't go, but Izuku closes the door and leaves the house and flies away. Rumi. Izuku throwing a tantrum, kicking on top of the bed. Rumi. That piece of shit left me turned on and super hot and didn't cum in me, that piece of shit, I swear I'll break his legs with my ass, and white and cleaning his leg with his finger and put it in his mouth since he had semen. But Izuku. Izuku. Buck, how could I forget Buck? I think Todoroki is going to kill me, he said, annoyed with himself, and arrives at the agency and opens the door desperately. Izuku. Ready, I'm here, he said, half tired. Endeavor. You're late, seriously. Izuku. Sorry, I was in the middle of something anyway. Why did he call me? Endeavor. What's an invitation for? Izuku. An invitation, so you're curious. Todoroki. Director Nezu invites all the heroes to a meeting or party to thank you for everything you've done, and also why is he going to put me in the top number 10 heroes and Ryukyu in 8 since Bakugo is number 9, he said with his same attitude as always. Izuku. Wow, seriously, congratulations Todoroki, keep it up, he said smiling. Todoroki. I'd rather be like this with the same place, he said half smiling. Izuku. Okay, and what else? Endeavor. Nothing more, that in the party is today, don't miss it. If you want, bring the Suicide Squad. From now on we will call the boys the Suicide Squad. Izuku. Okay, thank you very much and congratulations, Shoto said smiling. Todoroki. Thanks. As he leaves the agency, Izuku flies off and reaches a roof where he began to tremble with fear. Izuku. Buck, am I going or not going to house? I feel like if I go back Rumi is going to kill me, but if I don't go back it's worse, she said with fear. Oh, it's true, Rumi loves chocolates a lot, maybe I bought some chocolates. Starting to fly. A few minutes later. Izuku arrived at his house, where he enters with some fear and goes to the room where Izuku enters his room and sees Rumi looking at him somewhat angry, and her cheeks were puffed out and her hands were crossed. Izuku. Love you have, but Rumi begins to give Izuku little blows to his chest. Rumi. Izuku, bad, you left me super hot and you didn't cum in me. Izuku, bad, making a pout, turning around and making a pout. Izuku. Okay bunny, I'm here, sorry, but I had to do something important now. Carrots, forgive me, giving him a kiss on the back. Rumi. No pouting. Izuku. Come on please, kissing the back. Rumi. No pouting. Izuku. Well then you don't want these, Ferrero Rocher. Rumi. Ferrero Rocher, raising his ears and turns around seeing a small box of Ferreros. Izuku. Well maybe I threw it in the trash, but Rumi quickly takes them away and opens the box and starts eating some, throwing a tantrum. Rumi. Okay, I forgive you, but if we are in the middle of a delicious meal and you remember something important run inside me, you understood eating Ferreros. Izuku. Okay, I promise, smiling. Rumi. Do you want one, bringing the chocolates closer to him? Izuku. Yes, he was going to grab it, but Rumi kisses him with a Ferrero in his mouth, passing him the Ferrero, and Izuku eats it, and Rumi leaves the Ferreros on the table. Rumi. And well, Bunny, do you want to continue what we started, she said flirtatiously, and Izuku throws her on the bed and climbs on top of her, but Rumi changes things, now it was her who is on top of him. Rumi. Very well, Bunny, first cowgirl and then doggy, taking off her suit and taking out Izuku's member, and was about to enter, but Rumi's phone starts ringing and grabs it. Rumi. I swear to God, if it's the bird or Ryuko or the Flamitas, I swear I'll break their legs now. Ryuko, I'll tell him to clean my boots, and my dirty suit's annoying. Izuku. Well, answer, maybe it's something urgent. Rumi. Hello, answering. Ex-boyfriend. Hello, honey. Rumi. They're buck getting more annoying. How the buck did you find my number, you idiot, would be, and surprised Izuku. Ex-boyfriend. Well, in a relationship the boyfriend tries to do everything possible for his love. Rumi. I'm not your love anymore, annoying idiot, what do you want? Ex-boyfriend. Well, I don't know what you want to do, how about a trip to the movies or some drinks, does that seem right to you? Rumi. I'm sorry, but I already have someone who invites me to the movies and pays for everything and also the drinks, not like others, seeing Izuku with a smile, making Izuku smile. Ex-boyfriend. Come on, Bunny, I know you're dying for me, that you don't remember those nights we spent together, you and I were one. Rumi. We were nothing, besides I'm dying for someone else who loves me too much, and also, but she feels an enormous electronic current and looks down, seeing Izuku who was between her breasts, licking and kissing them in a way that Rumi would get wet. Rumi. Stop whispering. Izuku. No, smiling, amused, licking more. Ex-boyfriend. Tell me something, why do you die so much for him? He's surely an old millionaire that you only buck with him for money, but I know very well that you're dying for me in your eyes, I see it, come on Rumi, why don't you leave that old man, and we'll try again, he said seductively. What he didn't know is that Rumi had her mouth covered, since Izuku was licking her breasts and her nipples extracting milk, making Rumi try to hold back the urge to moan, and Izuku gets up. Izuku. Just let yourself go, he said seductively, and giving him a kiss that Rumi reciprocates and throws the cell phone to the bed, where she hugs Izuku, and the two lie down and began to kiss while Rumi moaned. Ex-boyfriend. Hello Rumi, what is that you hear, confused, and Izuku, already fed up, grabs the phone. Izuku. Yes, hello, I'm Rumi's new boyfriend Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you, hey, can you call Aida? Rumi and I are doing something very important and more for me, putting it and getting a moan out of Rumi. Ex-boyfriend. What was that, seriously? Izuku. Something that you could never enter, that now I am enjoying, and I am enjoying with great pleasure. Wow, it is super rich and super tight, that I love being inside every day and never get out of there. Go you lost how good it feels to be in there, and now I enjoy it for myself and I don't share, and hey, can you call later, since Rumi and I would be super busy for a couple of hours or all morning, please call later or never. Ex-boyfriend. Son of a bitch, I swear you found me and I will take Rumi away from you, but Izuku hangs up and throws the cell phone to the other side of the bed. Rumi. God Bunny, I love it so much that you act so rude, said flirtatiously. Izuku. Nobody takes away what belongs to me, and also approaching, you are mine forever, kissing. Harumi. Well then do it, make me yours. Izuku. Whatever you say, my beautiful brunette, giving her a kiss. 4 hours later. We see Izuku and Rumi outside the house, since Rumi was cutting Izuku's hair, since he had a lot of it that sometimes reached his neck. Izuku. Wow Rumi, I didn't know you knew how to cut hair. Rumi. The truth is that I am the one who cuts hair. Ryuko, since the last time she went it was almost ruined, and that's why I cut it by cutting Izuku's hair, also I didn't want a hairdresser to cut your hair alone. Izuku. Okay. Rumi. Well, she is almost cutting with scissors just the tips so that it does not look super long, and while she was cutting it, she put her breasts in Izuku's face, making Izuku blush, and Rumi continued cutting Izuku's hair until she finished. Rumi. Very well, let's see how she would be in shock and blush too much to the point that she gets a nosebleed, how great. Izuku. What's happening? Rumi confused and grabs his cell phone, seeing himself in the camera, surprised since he had somewhat long hair like Robert Pattinson's in the Batman. Izuku. Wow, it looked very good, thanks Rumi, but Rumi begins to kiss him passionately and desperately and kissed him super passionately, and the two separate with a threat of saliva. Rumi. For God's sake Izuku, I don't know how you can be so handsome and attractive, you are super handsome that you turn me on too much, you look like Robert Pattinson with that hair. Izuku. Seriously confused. Rumi. Yes, and a lot, giving him another kiss. Wait, what time is it? Izuku. Their shit, it's 12:50 and Eri leaves at 1 o'clock. Rumi. Let's go quickly at once, grabbing Izuku, getting on Rumi's motorcycle, where Rumi began to drive quickly, and they arrived at Iri's school, where Iri was waiting for her parents outside the school while the teachers took care of the students. Rumi. We're here, daughter, taking off her helmet. Sorry for taking a while, it's just that your father and I were very busy today, she said, calmly moving her tail on Izuku's member, blushing a little. Iri. Don't worry mom, you're already here, she said, smiling, and Rumi gives her a helmet and gets on in front of her. Koda. Goodbye, Iri-chan said happily. Iri. Goodbye, Koda said happy, and the three leave, and they arrived at their house. They had dinner, and Izuku was washing the dishes since they finished eating, and Iri was doing the homework while Rumi was helping her. Iri. So mom showing her homework. Rumi. Wait, getting up, is it okay showing the homework to Izuku? Izuku. Yes, it is okay, with a drop on the head, in fact it is already finished and everyone is fine. Iri. Yes, I'm already finished, can I play Fortnite? Rumi. Sure daughter, go in a moment, I'll catch you, and Iri leaves the kitchen. Izuku. I didn't know you liked being a mother, she said, smiling while washing the dishes. Rumi. You know this, being a mother is wonderful. I never thought about becoming a mother, I mean if those things came to my head, but I was not interested even though I lost my parents. I want to be a good mother to Iri, even if we are not blood, I am her mother forever, she said, smiling, hugging Izuku from behind, remembering her childhood. Izuku. Maybe my in-laws would have liked to meet Iri and see what you've become, she said, smiling, turning around and giving him a kiss that Rumi reciprocates. Rumi. You're right bunny, giving him a hug, and goes to the fridge, taking out a beer, uncapping it with his left hand, taking a sip. Iri. Mom is back, the boy who is always playing is back. Rumi. Noob Master 69 annoying. Iri. Yes, it's him. Rumi. He's back again. Iri. He called me stupid, giving the headphones to Rumi, and Rumi puts them on. Rumi. Nude Master, hello, I'm Ladybunny 26 again, the rabbit warrior. Hey, either you disconnect from the game right now, or I'm going to your house. I'm going to break your damn legs and leave you disabled and without your hands and feet being able to move forever. If you run, go cry to your daddy, little rat, he said mockingly, giving the headphones to Iri. Iri. Thanks mom, she said, smiling. Rumi. You're welcome daughter, anyway, lying down on the couch. Well Iri, now you have to be attentive in case of any problem, since we don't know where everyone may be drinking their beer. Iri. Very well, there are only 10 people left on the map. Rumi. Keep going Iri, drinking her beer. A few seconds later. Rumi. Come on Iri, you can build, spend your wood to reach that bastard, she said excitedly, since Iri was in second place in Fortnite and the first one was building like crazy. Iri. That's what I do mom, building and shooting. Rumi. Come on Iri, said excitedly. Iri. I already have you, giving a great shot to another one, making him die, and Iri is the winner. Rumi. Iri. Woo, getting excited. Rumi. Yes, you did it daughter, you did it, carrying Iri and lifting her and throwing them in the air. Iri. I did it mom, I did it. Rumi. Iri, I'm super proud you did it, my daughter said, super happy, putting her down. Iri. And now what? Rumi, full guys. Iri. Okay mom, happy. Izuku. Hey, Rumi. Rumi. What? Izuku, I have a surprise for you, smiling. Rumi. That is interested. Izuku. Oh, you'll see, just go change because today we will go out. Rumi. Okay bunny. So our family was on the street to walk in their normal clothes. Izuku had a white sweater and black pants, and white Converse. Iri had a blue sweater and dark blue pants and blue Vans, and Rumi had a white sweater and light blue pants, and some completely white Nike Air Force One. Rumi. And well Izuku, what's the curious surprise? Izuku. Well, a little bird told me that you want to go see a movie that you always wanted to see. What, the one from the Super Pet League, said, smiling, blushing at Rumi. Rumi. Iri. I told you it was a secret, blushes. Iri. Sorry mom, it's that I want to see it too. Rumi. Well yes, I want to see her, and that, a little upset and blushing from embarrassment. Izuku. Well, let's go see her quickly because look what I bought, taking out some tickets. Well, since I knew you wanted to see them, so I went ahead, smiling. Rumi. TSK whatever. Izuku. He, you look like a strawberry. Rumi. Better shut up and let's go at once or we'll be late, pushing Izuku. Izuku. Okay. So our family was walking, but Izuku and Rumi stopped for a few moments since something was happening on TV. Reporter. And in other news, a man was vandalizing a monument. The suspect, named Wallace Bernanquil, who was painting this great monument. This could take him to jail for thousands of years for vandalism and creating public disorder, even terrorism. Wallace. I will always support Arachi. I will always support him. The cheap symbol is just a false hero. Just a false hero. I hate you. Almight. I hate you. Furiously being put in a patrol car. Reporter. And in other news, thanks to the hero Orochi, crime has decreased too much since now thanks to him, but still, some villains only hide because of the fear they have of Orochi, but it doesn't matter, thank you very much, Orochi, he said smiling, making Izuku smile. Stan Lee. You know a good person makes a difference if I know it now smiling, and the man leaves leaving Izuku thoughtful. Izuku. Maybe that man is right going to the movies where the family arrived they bought the popcorn and the sodas and our family sits. Like this passing the movie where the scene of Andre's Navy as Flash comes out. Oh Andre's Navy excitedly whispering. Izuku. You also watch Andre's Navy said smiling embarrassed to Rumi. Shut up upset embarrassed. Izuku. I like it too Andre's Navy said smiling. Shut up super embarrassed covering her face in shame. So spending a normal day with her family until night came where Izuku was looking for his smoking where he grabs it, but he stays looking serious since Izuku was looking at his Arachi suit and began to remember all the times in which he used the Arachi suit to save everyone with a smile. Izuku. If he weren't Arachi, maybe everyone would already be dead looking seriously at his suit and taking off his sweater and pants, where he grabs his towel where he enters the bathroom, where he would blush since Rumi was bathing. What's wrong bunny do you want to bathe with me she said smiling flirtatiously raising her breasts. Izuku. No better I wait, but Rumi puts it in. Come on Izuku don't be boring besides we are a couple this is what couples do hugging Izuku. Izuku. Okay but I want to do something that you might like. Which is thinking lustful things. Izuku. Wash your hair smiling grabbing the shampoo. Oh okay turning around and Izuku begins to wash Rumi's long hair and scrubbed it super well, making her blush since Rumi never had that done to her, not even her ex-boyfriend and Izuku scrubbed her hair, but he kept looking at Rumi's scars, seeing that they reached her hips, something that Rumi noticed, and Izuku looked away while carving his head. When I lost my parents I was always begging or stealing from many food places and when I was 12 or 14, I started fighting with any opponent but for some strange reason I always won and they always knew me as Tiger Boney I remember that and I always laugh because I always wore a wrestler mask until I graduated and now I'm a top heroine and you know what when I fought against my speakers, these sons of bitches used chairs or whatever and they always broke it in my back those sons of bitches. But hey I always won that's why I have those scars, but at least they are not scars from my ex-boyfriend, he wasn't that fetishistic just 1 or 2 rounds, and he fell asleep hahaha thinking about that makes me laugh, he laughing a little, and Izuku turns off the faucet. Izuku. Rumi I'm going to do something to you and I want you to promise me something. What a curious thing. Izuku. Don't moan starting to lick his scars making a huge electronic current run through Rumi. Coco bunny what are you doing blushing? Izuku. Wait licking his scars making them disappear since his saliva was a little healing like that until he went down more and more where he reached almost his ass where Rumi tried to lift him up but Izuku finished licking his back and turned him around. Izuku. Another place is missing licking a part of his chest that had a somewhat large scar like this cleaning it. Izuku. Ready chocolate said smiling. Thanks bunny giving him a kiss. So bathing quietly and Izuku gets out of the bathroom and goes to brush his teeth. Bunny said flirtatiously and Izuku turns around and sees Rumi putting her breasts on the bathroom glass and on the smoky mirror she wrote Izuku enclosing it with a heart and on another she wrote Izuku x Rumi and encloses them in a heart along with a kiss and Izuku looked at this blushing and even more when Rumi began to lick the glass, very excited Alavis put her breasts on the glass, something that Izuku would blush and clean his teeth where it ends and was going to come out but Rumi hugs them from behind. Come on bunny you know you want this alone let all your lust come out your desires to have me to make me yours you woman just let yourself go, she said seductively and grabbing Izuku's member since it was super straight and Izuku turns around and takes her to the bathroom where he puts her against the wall. Lemon skipped. 2 hours later. Izuku. Are you ready carrots I'm ready. Yes bunny I'm fine. Izuku. Let's see but he would be super blushed. You like my bunny walking around and she also wanted to blush because of how Izuku was dressed. Izuku. What's wrong he said calmly and Rumi began to kiss him lustfully and put her tongue deep inside and the two separated with a thread of saliva. God bunny you are super handsome god I won the lottery with you, he said with lust and goes down like this, he was going to unbutton your pants, but Izuku lifts her up. Izuku. Calm down Rumi at night we will do it okay. Yes bunny. Izuku. But calm down we will kiss at the party secretly from everyone. Thanks bunny for not forbidding me that. Izuku. If you behave we can do all the fantasies you want, she said smiling exciting Rumi imagining unholy things with Izuku. Yes, Izuku said blushing. Izuku. Apart taking out it to Aida and cleaning it, removing some makeup. Izuku. Ready, you do not need to be beautiful for me, since that is how you made me fall in love, and I will love you just the way you are, he said smiling, making Rumi blush a lot. Rumi's mind. Outside of Rumi's mind. Izuku. Bunny. Rumi. That's what happens, reacting. Izuku. Let's go, holding Rumi's hand. Rumi. Okay, bunny. So the two go out and saw Eri in a little white dress. Rumi. Okay daughter, let's go, holding Eri's hand. Eri. Yes mom. So everyone leaves the house and goes to the garage where Rumi's motorcycle is, but Izuku uncovers something. Izuku. At least they were kind enough to give me my mom's car, uncovering a normal Chevrolet car. Rumi. Really, my mother-in-law had it surprised. Izuku. Yes, since she was going to buy one and she had enough for this one with her savings, at least it lasted many years since she had it since high school when she studied getting into the car. Rumi. I see, great purchase made, my mother-in-law surprised getting into the car with Eri. Izuku. Well, how did it drive? Rumi. What? Izuku. It was a joke, let's go start the car. Rumi. You don't know how to drive my motorcycle but a car. Izuku. You're right, that is very strange, anyway let's go fast. So we began to drive quietly, leaving the forest while it was raining a little, until they arrived at a large hall where some heroes were, and they arrived at the party where our family gets off. Waiter. Mariano, who is that watchin'? Mariano. Is Izuku Midoriya dude. Waiter. I think I fell in love with Midoriya. If someone says the reference that I hid here, you are a bucking god. So our family enters, meeting Leona and Mai with some dresses. Rumi. I didn't know Leona was coming. Leona. I told Yushiro to come with me but he didn't want to. Mai. And we tried to get someone to come with us tonight but nobody accepted, how strange. Izawa. Your attention please, well today is a day since he, pointing at Nezu, made this party said super boring and getting off the stage. Nezu. Well, thank you for coming, since today is a great day since 3 young people from the UA who are already top heroes, Izuku Midoriya, Shoto Todoroki and Kitsuki Bakugo. So the 3 go up on stage while some applauded. Nezu. Guys, thanks to your great heroism and your great courage you managed to reach a top that is almost impossible to reach, but now you are from that top, so I give you this medal for being the first young people to be in the top of heroes, and more you Izuku who achieved it, you came very far, and that's why you deserve this, you achieved it, I knew you would finally achieve it. Congratulations, Izuku, giving Izuku his medal. Izuku. Thank you, director. And do you know that if I have many children, I will put them all in the UA? He said smiling, hugging little mouse. Nezu. It's okay, Izuku. The party was going peacefully like that until Izuku and Mai went to a place. Izuku. Is ready. Mai. So what? Izuku. For war. Mai. No. Izuku. Why confused? Mai. You know, Izuku, life is not just about fighting all day and all night, life is not about fighting, because that generates a lot of chaos and a lot of conflicts, and worst of all, we can kill thousands of innocent people who were in the crossfire. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to participate in Iori's war. Also, maybe you or the Orochis can kill him, but not with me, don't count on me, maybe I can help, but I can't assure you that I will come to help, leaving Izuku very thoughtful, and Izuku goes to the balcony of the living room. Leona. Oh, finally I find you, Izuku. I was thinking that maybe we attack as a group or separately, and using the percentage of our power we can defeat Iori. Izuku. You know I'm not going to do that. Leona. How confused. Izuku. Have you thought that maybe life isn't always fights and sides, that there may be innocent people there, maybe Mai is right. Leona. That's why we are the Orochis, to fight for our people inside and to have children that carry our blood. It would be. Izuku. Yes, exactly, I want to have a child with Rumi, but I want to be a good father, not one who trains him by force. And yes, I want my children to be my successors, but I don't want to be a bad father to them. Leona. Why do you want to have a family? What do you mean by not wanting to be a bad father? Serious and confused. Izuku. The only reason why I want to be a father and have a family with Rumi is that I want to be even happier and be the best dad ever. I don't want a child by force. I want a child that I seriously want to have with Rumi, and I will never have a child out of obligation to our clan, but because I truly want one and be a good father for him. Why do you think I love Eri so much and always take care of her at all times, and I also want to be a good father, not like mine was, that damn Hisashi abandoned me and my mother forever, who luckily is no longer alive, the damn thing, and I don't want to be a father who forces his son to do something they don't want. I want that for Robert. Leona. Who is Robert, confused. Izuku. Robert Midoriya Sagayama and the other Midoriya Sagayama who will come in the future, annoying. Leon. Come on you and Rumi, if you think about the future and tell me something that you are going to do when she dies, it would be confusing to Izuku. Izuku? What do you mean? Leona. You see the Orochis, we can die, we are immortal, well the previous ones died by Rugil and Iori, but tell me something that you are going to do when she dies, and what are you going to do when she gets old and dies? Rumi. Well, I will take advantage of every year. Izuku. Rumi. Rumi. Izuku, I know that you are immortal, and the truth is that I know that one day I am going to die, but at least I will know that I will be with you forever for the rest of my life, and see you and see our children grow, and see you being a great hero, is what I would love to see you. I do not care if I die, but at least that you have in your head all those beautiful moments that we lived together, said smiling, hugging Izuku. Rumi. I love you, Izuku. Izuku. Me too, Rumi, giving her a kiss. Honk. There, should I have to go start flying? My god, it's serious. Izuku. What's happening, confused. But he sees at TV that there was a super ugly fire in some apartments. Midnight. Seriously, there's no hero there, worried. Ryukyu. My god, there's a little girl, said worried. Mountain lady. I have to go fast. Rumi. Damn, I don't have my hero suit, upset, but see that Izuku disappeared. Leona. And Izuku. Akugu. But how surprised. And that everyone sees on TV that Izuku was there with his hero suit and enters the apartment, but suddenly a huge explosion happened, scaring everyone, and the little girl's parents were crying. And that everyone was in shock and surprised since Izuku was coming out of the fire with the girl in his arms. Izuku. Take it, ma'am, here is your daughter, he said, smiling, giving his little girl to her parents. Lady. Thank you very much, young man, thank you very much, crying with happiness since your daughter was rescued. And that everyone raised their hand to grab Izuku and applauded for the great hero they had in front of them, and Izuku flies away and arrives again at the party. Izuku. Is that what heroes do or not, he said, smiling and receiving thousands of applause from all the heroes, and Rumi kissed him very nicely. So passing the night where our couple already left the party since it was somewhat boring, and Eri was asleep in Rumi's arms, and they arrived at their house where Rumi and Izuku put Eri to bed and covered her up and kissed her on the forehead, and Izuku and Rumi go to their room where they lay down. Izuku. What a day. Rumi. What a party, and so boring, we should have gone to a club. Izuku. It's a curious club. Rumi. You don't know what that is, right? Izuku. No, it's curious. Rumi. Do you want to go to one? Izuku. Yes, smiling. Rumi. Very well then, you changed, you are not going to go dressed like that. Izuku. Okay, carrots. Narrator. Izuku put on a black sweater with the print of the crescent moon of his beloved white and black pants and plaid Vans, and Rumi put on a white t-shirt, a black leather jacket and black pants and black Vans. Rumi. Seriously, you will use that sweater from a product of mine, laughing at Izuku's sweater. Izuku. Well yes, since Mirko is my favorite heroine, he said, smiling, blushing to Rumi. Rumi. Well, let's go, blushing. So our couple left on Rumi's motorcycle where Rumi was driving until they arrived at a club where the two enter, and Izuku was surprised by the very hot atmosphere there. Rumi. This is a bunny club. Izuku. Wow, they really have a good time. Rumi. I usually come with friends, but today I want to have a good time with my partner, he said, smiling. Our couple sat at a table while Izuku was having some and Rumi a beer while they were talking quietly, but Izuku was looking at the dance floor, something that Rumi noticed. Rumi. You want to dance, right? Izuku. SSS, yes, a little embarrassed. Rumi. Don't be embarrassed, it's normal for couples to do this, she said, smiling. Izuku. My lady, grant me this piece, he said in a gentlemanly way, stretching out his hand, something that made Rumi laugh. Rumi. Fine, but you invite the drinks of the bard, okay, finishing his beer, and the two began to dance until the song ended. Rumi. I hope they play a good song. And that she sounds like a fan of the Hexwell. So dancing super close until the song ended. Izuku. How does it remind me of someone? He said, smiling mockingly. Rumi. Oh, what's wrong with you? You're my boyfriend and I can take out your pack whenever I want. That's when it rings if I don't answer. So dancing quietly super close and affectionate. Izuku. It's your song. Rumi. It's that you don't answer me in time, blushing. Izuku. It's okay, I promise to answer you as quickly as possible. Rumi. It's okay, bunny, moving his ears. And that it plays, I'll go with her. So dancing super romantic and very close. Izuku. Tonight I'll go with her. Rumi. With whom, bothering, grabbing Izuku's balls and squeezing them hard. Izuku. I mean you love with a girl's voice. Rumi. Ah, okay, letting go of Izuku's balls. That's when it sounds titty, asked me. So dancing super close and super animated to the point that Rumi was dancing on Izuku's member, making him blush. Rumi. Wow, what a good song. Izuku. If Titty asked me, then I'd tell her that I have one and I'm going to marry her, he said smiling, giving Rumi a kiss. That sounds like I'm being pretty. So dancing and Rumi was twerking super close to Izuku's member and Izuku was spanking her a little and she was moving it very well. Rumi. I was pretty right, she said with an adorable face. Izuku. Yes, and later you will receive your prize. Rumi. Thanks, bunny, moving his ears. That's when so and so sounds dancing. And that the two danced super close, Izuku hugging Rumi's back while she danced on Izuku's member while Izuku grabbed her by the hips. Rumi. God, what a good song, dancing super close is the best, kissing Izuku. In that, don't be shy plays. So they danced super close and gave each other small caresses and kisses with tongue, something that excited them. Rumi. God, what a good song, I need a drink, but I better keep moving my ass for you, bunny, kissing Izuku. That's when the bitch mammy plays. So Rumi gets excited and starts singing it really loud and dances really close to Izuku and gives him kisses. Rumi. What that idiot missed and now you Izuku are the luckiest of all this, grabbing Izuku's hands directing them to his buttocks, embarrassing him. That's what last night sounds like. At that the two got excited since it was their song while they danced super close and Rumi was grinding on the floor just for Izuku and nothing else. Izuku. Izuku. God, it's our song. Rumi. Don't even say it, bunny, what happened last night I can't even explain, it was so delicious, giving him a kiss. Come on, I'm already really tired, let's get some drinks and then we'll dance and do a super intense grinding. I'll give you an intense and delicious grinding because I see that you really like my grinding, seeing Izuku's ass, who was super straight, blushing at that he comes to the bar. Tabernero. Hello friend, what can I serve you? Izuku. A beer. Tabernero. That's all. Izuku. Then a tequila. Innkeeper. Come on, test me, tell me what, maybe something strong. Izuku. I don't know. Innkeeper. I recommend the Negroni. Izuku. That sounds interesting, interested. Innkeeper. Sure, the Negroni is a somewhat strong alcohol invented in 1919 by Camillo Negroni. This is one of the most popular tequilas of all, especially in England and Norway, where they drink a lot of Negroni, and here you have your Negroni, giving the glass to Izuku, where it had a lot of ice, and it was somewhat large. Izuku. Wow, it's that big. Innkeeper. It's like a tradition to drink it like this with large glasses. Izuku. But it's for my girlfriend. Innkeeper. Oh, I understand, if you want I'll change the glass. Rumi. No, that way is somewhat strong, Negroni is better, taking it, I'll give it a shot and going to her table. Innkeeper. You know, I don't drink either, only my girlfriend. Izuku. Yes, the truth is that I only order water. Innkeeper. Me too. Izuku. At least I'll know I'm not the only one. Bartender. You know, giving him the tequila, it's on the house. Izuku. Thanks, he said smiling, going with Rumi. Rumi. Wow, the little bunny already wants to become a man. Izuku. Well, it would be nothing more than to try once in his life. Rumi. Greets by clinking glasses, I propose a bet, whoever is already drunk gets a piercing. Izuku. Ah, okay, and where? Rumi. On the tongue, he said smiling evilly. Izuku. I accept the challenge. 3 drinks later. Rumi. Really, Izuku, with a drop of sweat, since he was alone he took 3 shocks and he was already super drunk. Izuku. Rumi. Hig, I love you, my love, my beautiful rabbit, beautiful Hig, I love you, my love, Hig, kissing Rumi, licking his lips. Rumi. Okay Izuku, let's go. Izuku. I'm going to suck your donkey, drooling. Rumi. Shut up Izuku, they're going to hear us. Okay, now let's go, carrying Izuku, and they arrived outside where Rumi and Izuku got on the motorcycle. 2 hours later. Lemon skipped. The next day. Izuku. Rumi, I think it is not necessary to put this on, she said smiling with great fear, since they were in a tattoo and piercing shop. Rumi. We said whoever gets drunk first gets a piercing, and you lost a bet, also sticking out her tongue, showing that she had a piercing. Rumi. It doesn't hurt at all, it's just a prick, and also I have this showing that she had one in her belly button that made her look somewhat hexy. Izuku. Really, it doesn't hurt with fear. Tattoo artist. No friend, it doesn't hurt, showing that she had 5 tongue piercings. Izuku. Okay, I won't bet with you again, Rumi with fear. Rumi. It's just a prick, nothing more, the tongue didn't hurt me at all, and not even the belly button. Tattoo artist. Okay, are you ready? Izuku. SSSS yes. Tattoo artist. Sticks out his tongue. At that Izuku sticks out his tongue. Rumi. Hahaha, this will be very popular on Facebook and on Instagram and on TikTok, laughing while recording Izuku with his iPhone. At that the tattoo artist puts a scalpel on Izuku, making him scream throughout the place, making Rumi laugh like crazy, and they put the piercing on Izuku's tongue. Tattoo artist. See, it wasn't that difficult cleaning Izuku's tongue since it had blood. Rumi. Ha 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 ha, laughing like crazy, grabbing her stomach tight. Izuku. I hate you, Rumi. Rumi. I love you too, bunny, and a lot, wiping a tear from laughing so much. Chapter 17. Happy birthday, Izuku. The days would pass in which all the people supported Izuku a lot, since what he did is call himself a true hero, a hero who risks his life for others, and in these weeks, many made a great vandalism to the Almight monument by graffitiing the monument, leaving it super worse than it was, and in these weeks, Izuku was somewhat sad, since despite the fact that Rumi is not entirely Arachi, since, despite the fact that they always had Hex, but it was not enough, something that saddened him since he would see Rumi grow old and die, but at least he was determined that Rumi be happy for the rest of her life forever and stop any moment with her forever, and these days the UA has raised its popularity a bit since Bakugo. Todoroki and Izuku are the first young people of the UA who are now top heroes. This made almost no one hate Alewa, but yes to All Might, since he always wanted to apologize to Izuku, but he couldn't since Izuku always ignored him and sent him to hell, something that made him very sad, and Aida was super furious with Izuku, since he felt very jealous like that the white-haired man, but he tried everything to reach the three, but they couldn't, and what is our white-haired man doing now? Izuku's POV. Izuku was on top of a small roof since he was on some boat docks, and he saw something interesting. Twice. Everything is ready. Mr. Compress. If only this head is missing and that's it. Sniper. Treat it carefully. Twice. Wow, with this brain the super high-end Nomu will be very powerful that not even Midoriya can defeat him. Sniper. Let's pray that if since he is very strong that All Might and All for One, I hope this works. Izuku. But what are they planning, seeing them from above? But what caught his attention the most is that they were transporting a super huge box that seems very strange to him. Sniper. Well, let's go. Close the door, closing the curtain of the truck trailer, and Sniper gets in. Mr. Compress. This has been super easy, I don't know why Dobby didn't come. Twice. Let's leave that weirdo away from us, better let's go. At that neighborhood guards fly super far. Guard. Who is it, he said with fear. Twice. Show yourself, idiot, he said seriously but is horrified. Mr. Compress. It can't be. In that shadows Izuku comes out with his hero suit while walking super serious and super scary, since the sound of his boots was scary and got closer and closer. Guard. Seriously, you feel like you're scary, but you're not a bucking bitch, and besides, what are you supposed to be, he said mockingly, but Izuku punches him that sends him crashing into 4 ships, causing him to die. Izuku. I am revenge. Sniper. Shoot now, screaming terrified, and Twice and Mr. Compress get on the truck's trailer while Izuku hits some guards, ending them away and knocking them out, but sees that the truck was going to leave. Izuku. Not on my guard, son of a bitch, activating the one for all at 50% and starting to run hard, and Sniper was driving while some guards were shooting at Izuku, but he continued running after the 3 while burning the place down, but he saw Twice and Mr. Compress open the curtain of the trailer. Twice. What are you waiting to shoot, starting to create clones, but Izuku burned them and they melt, preventing them from multiplying. Twice. What are you waiting for, throw the missile at him. Mr. Compress. Goodbye, throwing a bazooka at Izuku, who received a large bomb, destroying the place a bit. Twice. Woo, oh finally we killed you, damn son of a bitch, said mockingly. Sniper. Kurajiro, come for us. Kurajiri. It's fine making a portal, but by mistake its metallic part was exposed. Mr. Compress. Goodbye, hero, Arachi said mockingly. At that Izuku comes out of a building and takes out a large ball of fire that touches the metallic part of Kurajiri that melts it quickly, thus killing Kurajiri, making the portal disappear. Sniper. Kurajiri screaming shocked. Twice. Now death, creating too many clones that Izuku burns too fast, and Izuku grabs Twice's chest. Izuku. Have a nice life, taking out his soul and burning Twice's soul, thus dying Twice. Mr. Compress. No, my best friend, damn, I will kill you, he said angrily, taking out many marbles that came out rocks, metal, but Izuku would throw a huge ball of energy, making it go through Mr. Compress, but me Compress ends him away with a marble that comes out a rock. Izuku. Damn, you are not going to escape, running super fast, and Izuku was running super fast trying to lift Sniper and the others. But suddenly. A person comes out in front of Izuku who was none other than Iori. Izuku. But what? But he receives a punch so strong that it sends him crashing against 4 walls, allowing Sniper and Compress to escape, and Iori approaches Izuku and puts a force field in front of Izuku. Izuku. You were super serious, getting up and was going to attack him, but realized that there was a force field in front of him. Iori. You know, be grateful that I let you live since I need the four of you, since I love the four of you, and when the clan battle is over, and when I kill the four of you, I will drink your blood, so that my power will be infinite for me alone, and thus dominate the world, and be the god that people need, not be a pathetic hero like you, he said, super seriously, and was going to leave but. Izuku. Tell me. Iori. What things seriously? Izuku. You also bleed. That left Iori in shock, since that is what Arachi told him once, when the two of them faced each other that time, and he flies away leaving Izuku alone. Izuku. You will bleed super seriously, and would throw a huge fireball burning the whole place, and goes to a nearby forest, where he sees that some heroes arrived. Endeavor. But what happened here seriously? Pixie Bob. Maybe the boy Midoriya did it. Aida. That damn annoying traitor again. Uraraka. Let's find Deku-kun, he may be hurt. Crush. No, Izuku is super smart, I can see escaped from here, seriously seeing the place on fire. Uraraka. Let's find Deku-kun. Mineta. Yes, since I want to see him more for Mirko and her delicious legs drooling over Mirko, and Izuku looked at this, well, he put on his clothes, a black sweater, some black pants, a black hoodie, a black cap and some black Vans with a stripe, and he stands up and leaves there. Izuku. I better disappear from here before they catch me, and in the house I remove the makeup from my face, walking somewhat quickly, and arrives at the city where I was walking as if nothing among the people, but looks at a large TV. Reporter. And in other news, the villain you are looking for by some heroes and his the Purple Man Twice and Kurogiri were found dead of somewhat strange reason, since Twice has no signs of torture or fighting. The doctors think he died of a heart attack, and Kurogiri died since his metallic part was melted, that's why he died, but we feel that all this disaster is thanks to Arachi. Thank you very much, Arachi, for killing some of the most hated villains of all, he said, smiling, making Izuku smile. But look at an old man who was looking at him. Old man. The Batman has a squad of super villains: Joker, the Riddle, Bane. Izuku. And how serious leaving? Old man. Well, he said that he is a superhero like the Batman has his squad of super villains. Izuku. No, seriously. Old man. Well, maybe he is not a superhero after all. That made Izuku stay in I want and throws his backpack and plays and goes with the old man. Izuku. Why doesn't he have a squad of super villains? Old man. Why? Izuku. Why, his super villains will be 2 damn meters underground. Old man. You see, the Batman does not kill people. Izuku. Because he is a faggot. Old man. He is a creature of the night. Izuku. He's an idiot, he fights with murderers dressed as clowns and throws them in prison so they can get out of there and kill more people. Tell me something about people have indirectly killed the Batman for being too much of a faggot, not to kill the one who clearly should do it once and for all. Damn wrinkled and demented shitty old man, furious and screaming. Old man. Sorry, I just wanted to talk a little. Izuku. Buck picking up his backpack. Old man. But why does he kill and not fall into madness, since the Batman, if he kills he falls into madness? Izuku. Why does he have a huge motive and something that keeps him sane so he doesn't fall into madness, he said, smiling. Old man. What thing? Izuku. His family teleporting. Old man. And that he is right. But Izuku. Izuku arrived at his house where he opens the door. Izuku. Rumi already arrived, but he is surprised since it was super dark and he could not see anything and closes the door. Izuku. Why is it so dark? Why is it very quiet? I always leave the light on, it will not be impacted. That Rumi abandoned me with Eri, or if Rumi left me alone, how about she got bored of our relationship and that's why she abandoned me together with Eri? Maybe it's that, or maybe she already got bored of me and our thing, that's why she left me alone, he said, scared, and turns on the light. All. Surprisea Aya screaming happily. Izuku. Aya activating his dressed form but quickly deactivates it since he recognized his friends. Izuku. Oh, it's you guys, what are you doing here? Confused. Rumi. Don't you remember? Izuku. No, what is being celebrated? Confused. Rumi. Well, today is your birthday, love said happily. Izuku. How surprised. Eri. Yes dad, today is your birthday, said smiling. Izuku. Seriously, on my birthday? Confused. Akigu. Yes brother. Izuku. Wow, I forgot today is my birthday, said happily. Raphael. Happy birthday, giving a gift to Izuku. Izuku. That's curious. Raphael. Open it. Izuku opens it. Izuku. Ah, a green sweater, thanks, Rafa said smiling. Itsuki. Come on, let's cut your cake, said smiling. Izuku. It's okay, removing her eye makeup, and they arrive at the dining room where Izuku sits down and places a chocolate cake and some balloons in front of her. Hula good, we'll sing to her, she said happily. Blue. Good in 3, 2, 1. All. These are the little mornings that King David sang, today being your saint's day. We sing them to you, wake up Izuku, wake up, look it's already dawn, and the birds are already singing, the moon has already gone, and wing lived wing vo wing van vanva Izuku Izuku Urara, singing super happy, making Izuku happy. Everyone. Blow on it, Izuku closes his eyes, making his wish and blowing out the candles. Everyone. Bite him, bite him. At that, Terry throws the cake hard, getting Izuku's face covered in cake. Izuku. He's good, grabbing a little of the cake from his face. Thus, spending a nice night where Izuku had a great time and was very happy to spend his birthday, even though he was a little sad that his mother wasn't here, but at least his family was with him. The whole night was fun until everyone went home, but Izuku was given many gifts. Izuku. Dead Island 2, wow, this game I've been waiting for like 4 years, he said smiling, and Terry gave it to me, he said smiling. I know that it will be released on February 3, 2023, but I'm also dying of eager to play it. Me. And now it's my turn, in fact there are 2 since I have one in the room, giving him a somewhat strange gift. Izuku. Which is moving the gift to listen that I had. Me. Open it. Izuku opens it and is greatly surprised to find that it is a picture of him and his mother hugging happily. Izuku. That day I was playing hero and she was always the one who rescued her, and we always played a lot more when it was Saturday and Sunday, we always had fun and more in this house, she was always my #1 fan, she said smiling, remembering that moment in her life, but feels something on her neck and sees that it was Rumi. Happy birthday my love, she said smiling. Izuku. I miss her a lot, he said half sad. I know she would be very happy that you're turning 18. Izuku. You're right, giving her a kiss. Well, wait for me on the couch, I'll go to the room. Izuku. Okay. Took Yuri to her room where she lays her down, covers her, and he kisses her on the forehead and leaves the room where he puts on a super lustful smile, where he begins to take off his clothes while Izuku was nailing the photo on the wall and looks at him with some tears, remembering all those moments he lived with his mother, and sits on the couch while waiting for Rumi, but Izuku was somewhat different since he was shedding some tears, since remembering his mother made him shed tears, and even worse that she is not here with him at his birthday party is something that hurt him, and a lump formed in his throat while he shed some tears, but at the same time he smiled as he remembered all the beautiful moments he spent with his mother, making him smile. But suddenly a paper airplane collides with his head and Izuku looks to the side seeing a paper airplane and opens it, confusing Izuku since the note said, "Come to the room, great fun awaits you birthday," but he would blush a little since he had a kiss on the sheet. Izuku. Wiping away his tears, he's fine getting up going to the room, but on the way he enters Yuri's room, seeing that she was super asleep, but he gets confused since Yuri had earplugs, confusing Izuku, and goes like this room where Izuku enters. Rumi confused. Close the door. Izuku closes the door. Izuku. Rumi, what's happening, confused. Turn on the light. Izuku turned on the light and saw something that made him take a big surprise of his life, that made him she blushed and a lot of blood came out of her nose and fell to the ground as she was looking at Rumi, who was dressed like a Playboy bunny with her blue suit and heels. I knew you would like my beautiful bunny, she said flirtatiously, even though it squeezes my breasts a lot, but I don't care. Izuku. Rumi, what are you doing dressed like that, he said super blushing. It's time for your birthday present, but I only ask you for one favor. Izuku. What a blushing thing. Do everything you want with me if you want, fulfill one of your fantasies that you always wanted to do to me, because tonight I'm all yours, I'm your personal bore, she said flirtatiously and lifting Izuku up. Lemon skipped. Izuku. I love you, Rumi. And me more, Izuku. So giving each other a kiss of pure love, and the two went to sleep from so much tiredness. Chapter 18. The Mark of Rumi. 2 weeks would pass in which Izuku had a wonderful birthday and had a great time, and even more because he finished off 2 of the League of Villains and only the rest of the league was missing, and in these weeks Izuku was looking everywhere for the laboratory of the League of Villains since he discovered that those boxes had brains of some heroes they killed, and Izuku wanted to look for that factory and finish off all the nomas of the League of Villains, but Izuku was somewhat confused by something that Nezu told him. Flashback. We see Izuku at night in Nezu's office, the two of them alone. Izuku. Well, director, tell me why you sent for me, taking off your mask. Nezu. Well, we have discovered that the traitor of the UA is the true murderer of his mother. Izuku. How surprised. Nezu. Yes, since while we were looking for information on who the traitor of the UA may be, we have discovered that the traitor is the murderer of his mother. Izuku. And who is curious and serious? Nezu. Still we don't know, but we think it's one of the class 2A and it may be someone super close to him. Izuku. It may be like that since I really distrust Kaminari and the one with the testicles on his head, serious. Nezu. Well, that's what I wanted to tell you, young man, I'm sorry to tell you like this. Izuku. Don't worry, director, I understand, but there were two, so it could be the two of them who killed my mother. Seriously. Nezu. It may be, but don't worry, young man, we will do everything possible to find him, but it is almost impossible since he is a great hacker, since it cannot be easily tracked. Izuku. It's okay, and can you promise me something? Nezu. What thing? Izuku. If I discover my mother's murderers, I will kill them, and I don't want anyone to get involved. Seriously. Nezu. If the murderer is someone strong and dangerous, yes, I still don't know what the super strong motive would be to kill them. Izuku. For my mother, so that justice is finally done. Serious and teleporting. End of flashback. Since that day Izuku was always looking everywhere, but he couldn't find nothing. Disappointed Izuku, but still kept going for his mother, love and daughter, and that happened all this week. And what is our green-haired guy doing now? Izuku Pav. Izuku and Mirko were jumping super, even the two of them, quickly since they had a hero meeting and they arrived at the Endeavor agency and get on the elevator. Izuku. I hope it's something important. Mirko. I hope so, since I've wanted to break bones for 2 weeks. Izuku. I feel like it is, since they called us super urgent. Mirko. Maybe, but when this is over we'll be in bed all day. Moving his ass on Izuku's member. Izuku sighs. Okay. So leaving the elevator where they enter a large room where there were many heroes. Mirko. Well, we've arrived, what's up, boring? Honk. Well, I have to say something, and that is that we found the Nomus factory. Crush. Yes, and it's in a hospital in the south, so let's go at once. Pixie Bob. Be careful since they are high-end Nomus. Mirko. Ha, be careful for them because I will tear off the heads of those idiots. Smiling rudely. Endeavor. Well, let's go at once since the doctor who is in the hospital is there. He is the manufacturer of the Nomus, so we will catch them at once. Rocklock. I hope you do not give us problems, Arachi. Izuku. Preferable to give problems than to be a spectator, not like you said, coldly, making Rocklock angry. Rocklock. Whatever, leaving the office. Endeavor. Well, let's go at once. Thus leaving all the heroes, and Izuku and Mirko were jumping at full speed. Izuku. Rumi love, we can talk, stopping her. Rumi. What's wrong? Izuku curious. Izuku. Are you sure to do it, since it may be something dangerous since they are high range and the brains may be the quirks of previous top heroes. Mirko. Ha, moving her hair. I am the great Mirko and I am not afraid of anything, not even the word danger. It will only be easy, bunny, just enter and exit, said smiling. Izuku. Okay, but I will be by your side at all times. Starting to jump. Izuku's mind. I'm sorry, Leona, Yashiro, sure me, if Rumi is about to die I will pass my blood to her whether they like it or not. If they don't want me back in the Arachi clan, I don't give a buck. I love Rumi and I would be able to give my life for her because she is the woman of my life. Outside of Izuku's mind. Mirko and Izuku were jumping, so they arrived at the hospital where they saw that Mandalay and Tiger were helping the sick to evacuate from the hospital and the heroes arrive. Mirko. Let the party begin, entering kicking. Doctor. Ah. Mirko. Hello, son of a bitch, I'm going for you. Doctor. Nomu, come out. At that, Nomu comes out and covers the hallway with black slime that sticks to the heroes on the floor. Crush. Now you're going to die. Damn, Nomus throwing their spikes, but Mirko gets out of the black slime. Mirko. I went ahead, starting to jump. Mirko. Endeavor, where is the laboratory? Speaking from the microphone in his ear. Endeavor. It is on the top floor since it is a basement. Mirko. I'm going there, jumping. Nomu. Shitty bunny, I'll kill you at once by taking out many hands, but Mirko will dodge all the hands and Mirko will break the door with a kick, surprised since there were many powerful high-end Nomus, but go to the doctor. Doctor. That's not the bunny with fear. Mirko. Come here, damn doctor, I will defeat you. Doctor. Nomus, wake up. Mirko. What the buck? And that many Nomus come out of their capsules that were asleep and they will grab Mirko and send her crashing against a wall. Nomus. Silly rabbit. Nomu 2. What are we going to do now, master? Doctor. Go for Arachi since he is the most important that we need for Shigaraki. Quickly go for him and try to kill him. And what I was hearing, Mirko, that increases his strength of his legs, increases his muscles, and I will know the wall with his strength. Murno. So they want my husband. I got angry while blood was coming out of her head. NOMU1. But why aren't you dead, idiot rabbit? Mirko. Why am I Mirko, the warrior rabbit, and I am also an Arachi, breaking the wall with her strength and running away, breaking the floor. Mirko. Imbeciles, I'll go for the old man first and then you guys will run, but something catches her. Nomu 3. Where are you going, rabbit, trapping her with her hair, squeezing her hair more. Mirko. Moon ring, screaming super loud, grabbing rings with his legs and breaking the Nomus's hair. NOMU 3. My hair is miserable, but Mirko kicks it so far away. NOMU4. I think it's my moment, activating his spiral quirk, making a spiral in Mirko's hand, breaking it. Mirko. That hurts Aya screaming loudly in pain, and Mirko's arm would be ripped off with force, but Mirko runs to the Nomu and pierces its head with his leg, tearing out its brain. Nomu 5. But how is he still alive? Mirko. You know, a hero dies for the people he loves, and they are always willing to do anything because I am an eagle on the cactus being devoured by the evil snake, and I am the eagle, and you are the snake tying your arm with your own hair tightly to stop the bleeding and wiping off some of the blood. Numu 3. When I kill you, I will go for your damn daughter throwing stones, but Mirko destroys them all and gets on top of the Nomu with his legs. Verno. No one will touch my daughter, he screaming. Nomu 3. No wait. Mirko. Lunar tigers tearing off his head with their legs. Nomu 2. I'll kill you damn taking out whips, but Mirko kicks him that breaks his brain. Mirko. Lunar takedown breaking the Nomu's head, I'm coming for you damn shitty old man running super strong, grabs the big capsule where high-end super Nomu was and raises his legs super high. Mirko. Dee screaming super loud, but something pierces his leg in a heartbreaking way cutting it. NOMU 3. You thought she was dead hahaha, but Izuku would throw a huge black wave at her and kill him quickly. Izuku. Rumi screaming aloud. Mirko. Dee breaking the Super Nomu capsule like that breaking the capsule while the Super Nomus was destroyed. Doctor. No my creation damn rabbit I will kill you, but Izuku punches him and knocks him out. Izuku. Rumi running towards her and is horrified to see how Rumi was. Rumi. Izuku ga we won we beat them win Izuku, I beat them coughing too much blood while bleeding from part of his stomach, arm and leg and faints. Izuku. No don't talk Rumi, now we're going to carry her like a princess and leaves the hospital super fast where she begins to run super fast to the hospital where she quickly arrived. Izuku. Help please he said super worried. Nurse. It can't be the heroine Mirko is bad. Doctor. Quickly take her super fast to the operating room. So putting Mirko on a stretcher where they quickly took her quickly to the operating room. That's when the heroes arrive. Ryukyu. How worried she is. Izuku. I don't know since they quickly put her in the operating room. Honk. I hope everything is okay. Rocklock. It's your damn fault brat you are not only a problem but an idiot where were you what kind of boyfriend are you? Izuku. Shut up you stupid piece of shit I was fighting with others angry Nomus bringing tears to eyes. Rocklock. Thanks hero Arachi since she may die since you are a bucking idiot. Izuku was super angry and out of rage he punched him that breaks his nose and spits out some blood and they were going to fight. Midnight. Calm down both of you Izuku I know you're super worried about Rumi, but she will be fine, but it's no reason to fight and you Rocklock already shut up shit let's not make this worse. Mountain Lady. But where could she be? Then the doctor arrives. Izuku. Doctor tell us how you are super worried. Doctor. I'm very sorry, but I have to be very honest with you since after receiving so much damage, he lost a lot of blood from his leg and arm, so we had to write it down, but he lost more blood, but I have to tell you something that hurts me to give this news. Izuku. Tell us doctor said worriedly. Doctor. I'm very sorry she only has 1 day to live I'm very sorry we tried to make her stay alive, but it didn't work I'm very sorry. That left Izuku in shock since hearing that Rumi had left 1 day her heart began to break and she shed some tears that Ryukyu and Hawk hugs him. Ryukyu. I'm sorry Izuku. Hawk. I'm so sorry friend I know you love her, but nothing can be done. Midnight. Come on let's say goodbye to Rumi shedding tears. And that all the heroes entered and Izuku was super shocked since he was seeing his girlfriend with a breathing and without any arms and no legs. Izawa. We will give you everything you want my offspring leaving like all the heroes leaving Izuku alone and only the sound of the machine that was taking Mirko's pulse could be heard and Izuku begins to cry inconsolably and gets on the edge of the bed where he was crying in Rumi's stomach. Izuku. Please forgive me sniff I'm an idiot forgive me please sniff forgive me for my stupidity you're going to die because I'm an idiot a big idiot crying inconsolably while remembering all the beautiful moments he spent with his girlfriend and that Leona, Yashiro and Shirmi arrive. Yashiro. Izuku going to him and hugging him. Izuku. Why sniff is this happening to me sniff I wanted sniff I just wanted to be happy again sniff crying inconsolably and hugging Yashiro tightly. Leona. Izuku lifting him up, listen to me well please, I need you to calm down a little because it's something important that I have to tell you, just take a deep breath, calm down, that's it, breathe calm down, calming Izuku down, and Izuku was just shedding tears. Shirmi. Tell us Izuku, how much do you love Rumi? Izuku. A lot, she is the woman I want to marry, I want to be with her forever, I love her very much, with her I want to have a family, to be happy with her, but I won't be able to anymore because she only has a few minutes left to live, crying a little. Leona. I knew it. Ishiro. Yes, you love Rumi very much. Leona. That's why I want to give you this, giving Izuku a big injection. Izuku. Wait, he said, surprised. Leona. Come on, do it smiling. Ishiro. You know love is a wonderful thing, there's family, friendship and marriage, and if you lose it, you won't be able to smile again, so Izuku, do it smiling. Izuku. Wait, do you mean? Leona. That you pass your blood to him so that he can be an Arachi forever and be part of our clan. Izuku. Thank you very much, guys, he said, smiling. Leona. You're welcome Izuku, but you have to inject your blood 5 times so that your DNA and his DNA mix well. Izuku. Okay, drawing blood and approaches Rumi. Izuku. Now we will be together forever, Bunny said smiling shedding tears and injects his blood into his left arm and draws blood 5 times. Sure me. Ready 5 okay that's enough. Izuku. And now that worried. Ishiro. I've seen on TikTok that when a person is in a coma and you sing to them they begin to react. Izuku. Okay approaching Rumi's ear. Leona. Are you serious, do you like Rumi for her color? Izuku. Yes, she is super beautiful with her brown skin color, she said smiling, giving Rumi a kiss on the forehead. Sure me. Izuku, look, he said happily, pointing at something. Izuku, wow. After finishing singing Rumi began to wake up little by little and sees that she was in a hospital room and looks to the side seeing Izuku who was shocked and was crying. Rumi. Thank you for looking for me by sea and land he said smiling and Izuku begins to cry with happiness while hugging Rumi and she reciprocates the hug. Rumi. Already Bunny calming Izuku. Izuku. Rumi forgive me for not having been with you forgive me I'm an idiot forgive me I'm a big idiot that I could reach you forgive me really sorry I don't know why you fell in love with me crying inconsolably, but Rumi lifts her chin and gives her a kiss of pure love that she felt for her white hair and the two separate with a thread of saliva. Rumi. No Bunny it's my fault for opening it in advance since the emotion and the adrenaline reached my heart because I wanted to defeat everyone and besides it wasn't your fault and besides you are the best boyfriend in the world because you are always with me at all times and you love me for what I am happy that you're always with me you're not an idiot you're the best thing that's ever happened to me in life I love you my love giving her a kiss. Izuku. Me too Rumi hugging her super happy. Ishiro. Welcome to the Arachi Clan Rumi smiling. Rumi. What? Leona. Look I love you Mira making eye contact with Ishiro. Rumi stands up and looks from her shoulder and looks at the back and was very surprised since she was seeing the Arachi mark on her back and wrists, seeing that she had black lines and lines on her arm in the muscle part. Rumi. I'm an Arachi surprised. Izuku. Yes Rumi yes you are an Arachi he said happily making Rumi jump into Izuku's arms and starts kissing him a lot. Rumi. There Izuku we will be together forever for all eternity forever and we will never die we will be together for life and I will always be faithful to you forever and I will love you forever my love giving Izuku lots of kisses. Izuku. Yes Rumi we will be together for the whole eternity and well stay here I'll go get some clothes for you teleporting. Leona. Well Rumi welcome to the Arachi clan you know thanks to you I became a heroine thanks to you since you gave me another meaning of justice so thanks Rumi smiling. Rumi. You're welcome. Izuku. I'm here put it on. Rumi. Okay. So they all leave and a few seconds Rumi comes out with a red leather jacket, a blue blouse and some blue pants and some blue Converse. Rumi. Well there we go now I'm better stretching and treating my neck. Izuku. Yes Rumi taking Rumi's hand. So the 5 go to the waiting room where there were some heroes and they all saw Rumi. Rumi. Hello idiots you missed me she said greeting mockingly leaving everyone confused. Iri. Mame I corriendo Asia ela mi entras laraba y abraza las piernas de Rumi y ela la carga. Rumi ya no lores mi nina hermosa ya estoy bien ya estoy mucho mejor di ho sonriendo acariciando sus pelo. Iri es que mama sniff mi digerin que avisas muerto y no quiero que mueras mama no quiero que me dejes yo no quiero que te mueras mami te quiero mucho sniff no te vayas nunca mami lorando desconsoladamente mientras Rumi le daba muchos besos en la cabeza calmanola. Rumi y quien te dijo eso que yo iba amor seria viendo las demás. Iri fuel senilando rocklock que. Rumi Izuku toma iri y tapa las oídos dando la iri y se acerca rocklock que solo dije la verdad que te iba amor. Ryukyu puro no así directamente. Rocklock bueno tenía que saber la verdad. Rumi ears un reverendo pende horoclock nunca he visto una persona que superior la appendages como Jade Wesker de Resident Evil de Netflix, que ni siquiera me gusto en fin vida la mierda furiosa dejando impactados a todos. Rocklock pero que como es que sigues viva impactado. Izuku solo te di resto sigue siendo un super inútil super serio dejando humilado, a rocklock y viaja Rumi. Rumi vamonos hija cargando iri y sabes vamos a ver la película que pediste que viramos dijo felas. Iri la de Buzz Lightyear dijo con estrellas en los ojos. Rumi si hija dijo felas y saltando de la emoción y si teletransporta junto con Izuku y iri. Todos como es que sigue viva. Leona tsk como si teletransportantes junto con Yushiro y Shermie. Narrator. Después de eso nuestra familia estaba caminando por las calles con su ropa casual Izuku tenía su suéter verde que le regaló Rafael unos pantalones negros y unas adidas forum bad bunny cafés y Rumi tenía un suéter blanco una chaqueta de cuero marron y unos pantalones azules oscuros y unos Jordan 1 cafés los de Travis Scott y iri tenía un suéter blanco y unos pantaloncitos azules oscuros y una chaqueta pequeña de cuero marron y unos Jordan 1 Travis Scott combinado con su madre y iban caminando por las calles y llegaron al sin comparan los boletos y las palomitas y refresco don los tres fueron a la sala está atrás. Rumi espero que este bueno y no me haga como en la thrilla que si cree que los juguetes iban amores. Izuku aquí no salen nati Rumi. Rumi puede que a mi gusta película ya que dicen que esta película costó $200 millones en hacerla, dijo animado y si apagan las luces. Izuku que emotion ya va a comenzar. Rumi que emotion joder dijo sonriendo emocionada. Así transcurriendo la película con mucha normalidad hasta que llegó la escena del beso dejando impactado a Rumi. Rumi. But what the buck shocked and whispering. Iri. Mom why two women kiss whispering. Rumi. Because they love each other like you father and I and a lot that's why they love each other. Iri. I see hey mom. Rumi. What daughter? Iri. I love you said smiling making Rumi get a big lump in her throat and hugs Iri tightly. Rumi. I love you too my beautiful girl I love you too and a lot said super happy and whispering and hugging Iri tightly and they separate from the hug where Rumi turns to see Izuku and looks at him it would be. Rumi. Poor you if I find you masturbating with that scene I will break your hips with my ass you heard he said super it would be. Izuku. Okay confused and a little scared. So the movie went by calmly causing laughter to our family since it was very funny until it ended. Rumi. Very good and everything, but I hated that Woody and Mr. Dad face didn't come out since they are my favorites half in white and gets up. Izuku. Wait love maybe the post-credit scene will come out. Rumi. Okay sitting down again. So waiting for the scenes where some families were disgusted by the kiss and others disappointed. Izuku. I think not there. Rumi. Wait yes there. So coming out the 3 post-credit scenes. Rumi. How good there will be another one, but I hope the others come out. Izuku. Well let's go since I feel like they are going to close the theater and we will stay inside. So our family left the theater and Iri was asleep in Rumi's arms to her house where they arrived, they put Iri to bed in her room and covered her up and kissed her on the forehead and Rumi and Izuku leave the room where Rumi carries Izuku. Rumi. Wow I have super strength this sounds good, she said with lust and entering Izuku's room and closes the door with a lock and throws Izuku to the bed. Izuku. Really you get out of the hospital and you already want to do it. Rumi. Yes because a few seconds without you it's a bucking eternity and more for my hussy, since it needs you. Izuku. Okay. Rumi. Hehehehe laughing evilly looking at Izuku with lust. Izuku. What happened confused. Rumi. He asked me if closing his eyes and his hair changes from white to red since he had activated his beast form scaring Izuku. Izuku. No with fear. Rumi. Or yes smiling with lust. Izuku. Iri help me, but Rumi covers her mouth with her hand. Rumi. No bunny Iri is super asleep and open no one who can help you like that we will not stop until I get pregnant since I did not get pregnant, she said with lust beginning to kiss Izuku with lust. So having a super long night where Rumi broke Izuku's hips who tried to escape but Rumi was much more ferocious in his beast form so he had a long passionate night. Chapter 19 Izuku, Mirko vs Iori. 4 weeks would pass after what happened with Anomus and what happened to Rumi since she was now an Arachi that made the Arachi clan very happy since the clan was being reborn from its ashes to form a new clan much more powerful than the previous one and Rumi was super happy since she would be for all eternity with the person she loved too much as well as Izuku was super happy that Rumi was with him forever but Izuku had to endure everything from Rumi since he discovered that having Arachi Blood jealousy increased too much to the point that they always did it daily, but the most painful thing is that Rumi always rode super hard on top of Izuku, and sometimes she always left him hickeys so big that they could be seen, and Izuku had to endure all that because he loved Rumi too much, that's why he always helped her with her jealousy problems, and in these weeks Uraraka was super angry since Rumi had not died, and even worse, she discovered that now Rumi is immortal, this made Uraraka very angry to the point that she always went to look for Eri from her school to kidnap her as well as Izuku, but Rumi was always quick with Eri since she arrived on time to school. This made Uraraka desperate and tried everything possible to kidnap Eri and Izuku, but she couldn't, and in these weeks, Izuku was always watching his family and more his daughter, since knowing that maybe Iori can attack by surprise, since he may be everywhere watching everyone, that's why he always watched his family more. Eri since he was afraid that Iori would attack her or take her away, that's why he watched them and what does our green-haired Izuku do now? Izuku was watching the city in his hero costume as dusk fell peacefully. While Izuku looked at the city he would realize that maybe Arachi would be super proud of him, since he was almost going to make his dream of everything being calm, peace and harmony throughout the world come true, since lately crime has dropped too much to the point that there weren't many villains coming out to attack. Mirko. What are you thinking putting yourself next to Izuku? Izuku. How everything is calmer now that there is no more chaos or wars of heroes versus villains, since he looks pointing at the city. Mirko. What a confused thing. Izuku. Exactly nothing without villains, without crime, without anything. Finally tranquility is going to appear after several years. Finally everything will be peaceful throughout the world, he said smiling. At that Mirko takes him by the hand and brings him closer to her. Mirko. You know Izuku, I love it a lot when you are a hero, but I love it even more that you are my husband who cares about his family. That excites me, but tell me what happens and I will help you with that. Izuku sighs. You see is that I am a little worried since we do not know when Shigaraki will attack or even worse Iori, and I am afraid that he will hurt you, he said something nervous, but Mirko takes off his mask. Mirko. I have never told you, but I really love that you are a little tall since I like that you are somewhat tall, so I can dominate you as much as I want. At the same time I really like to caress your lips, they are so soft that they make me want to approach and kiss Izuku, who puts his tongue in Izuku's mouth, rolling his tongue with Izuku's, while they felt the metal in their mouths, since they had their tongue piercings, while Mirko removed Izuku's mask caressing his white hair, thus passing a few seconds in which the two separated leaving a thread of saliva, while Mirko smiled at maybe hugged him. Izuku. You didn't hear me right. Mirko. Yes, because I know that you're worried about that, but don't worry, we will finish it together, don't worry, since the two of us can with our love we will end it, hugging Izuku tightly. Izuku. Thanks doll. Mirko. What did you call me? Izuku. Doll, but Mirko takes him by the chin. Mirko. Call me doll, he said sensually adjusting his hair while caressing his cheek, stealing a kiss from Izuku, leaving him super blushed. Mirko. I'll wait for you at the house Izuku. I'll order a pepperoni pizza for dinner while he grabbed his green jacket, putting it on while moving his hips along with his ass and tail, while Izuku watched this in a daze, how Mirko moved his ass while a little saliva came out of his mouth. Mirko. If you want this, giving himself a spanking making his left buttock bounce. Mirko. Come for it, taking a big jump. Izuku. Well, I'm already used to him doing that, I imagine it when we're married, and he sent me pictures during work with a big drop of sweat, starting to run super fast where he caught up with Mirko, so the two of them were running super couples while they were going to the house. Elsewhere. We see Terry in his apartment quietly but feels a presence that puts him on alert. Terry. Go ahead idiot, I know you're here, increasing his muscles and strength. Iori. Wow Terry, you're still an idiot as always, he said sinisterly, dodging a punch from Terry. Terry. It's over Iori. Iori. It will end when the Orochis die, he said, super seriously, receiving a punch that Iori stops. Terry. I'll kill you, damn, but Iori gives him a big punch to his neck that sends him to the couch, breaking the floor at the same time making him knocked out, and that Iori takes out some black whips. Iori. Finally the clan war has arrived, taking Terry away. At that Namuri arrives. Namuri. Love, I've arrived, sorry for being late, there was a lot of traffic, but look how the room is. Namuri. Terry worried. But Izuku and Rumi. Izuku. Wait, why blush? Rumi. Yes, take a picture of me like this since I want you to have it as your profile picture on your cell phone, just like I have one of you on my cell phone, look, showing his cell phone a picture of Izuku. Izuku. Okay, but do you really want to do this? Rumi. Yes Izuku, so that they know that our love is not fake. Izuku. Okay, taking the picture on his cell phone. Rumi. Yeah Izuku. Izuku ready, look, putting it in profile, I already have it as a profile picture just for me, he said smiling, somewhat blushing. Rumi. Good, and now crawling like that, ready for another round. Izuku. No, since you forced me to do it with a condom. Rumi, oh come on, it was only once when we married, we'll never do it with a condom. Izuku, but I told you I wanted a blowjob first, not to use a condom. Rumi, but it was only once, besides you're turning me on with your mark moving her vagina on Izuku's member. Izuku, I already told you not because we have hex with a condom we won't do it. Rumi, I'll take what's mine, with a demonic voice activating her dress form. Izuku, aye. 2 hours after. We see Rumi in her dressed form breathing heavily while sweating profusely without stopping, while a lot of semen came out of her vagina as well as her ass at the same time she was on top of Izuku, and Izuku had a traumatized face since Rumi was very rude this time. Rumi. It was super rich Izuku, I loved every bucking moment of you coming inside me, I loved every bucking second getting close to Izuku's face, giving him a kiss on the cheek and his lips, and lying on top of Izuku. Rumi. Well, I'll let you rest tonight, but tomorrow we'll do it like crazy, so good night Izuku, giving Izuku a kiss. Izuku. Good night Rumi. Rumi. I love you. Izuku. I love you more and good night. Rumi. You already said good night to me. Izuku. Momona. Rumi. What? Izuku. Nothing. The next day we see Izuku waking up, going to the living room while they put on their black shirt along with black pants, arriving at the dining room, seeing that Rumi was making some pancakes. Izuku. Good morning Rumi. Rumi. Good morning Izuku, giving him a kiss. Izuku. Wow, I didn't know you cooked. Rumi. Well, now it's my turn to make breakfast since it was you all week, so I wanted to make breakfast. Izuku. Okay, thank you very much, putting the plates, and Rumi sits down serving the pancakes while they waited for Eri. Rumi was looking at her cell phone. Rumi. Wow, according to these polls we are the most popular, leaving behind Hawk, Kamui Woods, Endeavor and Mount Lady. Izuku. I see, at least we know that we are very important to everyone, putting on some sunglasses since the sun bothered him. Rumi. And it says here that many products like sweatshirts, sweaters and t-shirts of Mirko and Arachi are the most loved by everyone and more by children, since now we are their favorite heroes. Izuku. Wow, I did not expect that, looking at his cell phone. Rumi. And I am reading a news that this Tenyu Ida is complained about the Hero Association because he thinks we are villains and that I helped the traitor of the UA, hahaha, poor idiot, if he knows that a fourth eye is not going to listen to him, idiot who thinks a lot for being someone from the UA but stares at Izuku. Izuku. What? Rumi. Why do you wear glasses? Izuku. Why do I hate the sun? Rumi. I see you think something could happen today, curious, looking at her cell phone. Izuku. Maybe, but let's hope nothing happens and that Rumi's cell phone rings. Rumi. Hello Leona, what's happening? Answering. What happened? Something worried. Izuku. What's wrong? Rumi. Come on, Leona calls us. Izuku. Come on. Already there? Izuku. Seriously Namuri, all that happened surprised since Namuri told what she saw in the house. Namuri. Yes, when I got home I found it half destroyed since someone took Terry, super worried, please save my best friend. Mirko. Namuri, we all know that you have a relationship with Terry and that you have already slept a lot since you used my advice to always flirt with him, with a drop of sweat, blushing Namuri. Namuri. Well, if we are boyfriends, seeing the point is that I do not know where she is, super worried. Leona. But I do, since I know where she is. Everyone. What are they screaming, shocked? Kula. But why didn't you tell us before? Kay. Why are you telling us now, shocked? Leona. Because I knew it would be something risky what we were going to do, so I didn't want to interfere, so if you want to go then let's go. Blue. What are we waiting for? Kaio. They know that if he kills Terry, I swear I will kill him without leaving a trace of him, he said, seriously setting his hands on fire. K999. Let's go. So everyone ran like that north, where it was somewhat far, so everyone was running with all their strength since Terry may be in danger, so reaching an area of the forest where they saw a strange cave. Izuku. This must be Iori's lair. Midnight. Let's go in to see if Terry is not. So everyone entered prepared with their quirks since they did not know where Iori was until they saw Terry badly injured. Midnight. Love running like the dim, love, are you very worried? Terry. Run. Hey. What? And that a great blaze of fire sends them all flying and the mountain where Iori was is destroyed. Iori. Ah, finally they came, I'm glad. Sure me. You damn bastard, throwing yourself at Iori, but he makes a small tornado that sends her far away, and Blue pounced on him, but Iori would send her far away with a kick, and Midnight tried to use her quirk, but Iori did not affect her. Iori. Wow, how weak they are, better I send them to the afterlife, taking out a lot of fire that makes a big ball of fire, then Kula, he makes a huge pillar of ice that sends Iori far away, but Iori's fire quickly melts Kula's ice. It was about to burn Kula, but Kaio and their fires collide. Iori. Impressive, already improve a lot your fire, taking out more fire where K999 takes advantage and grabs Iori with his giant hand. K999. Ha, shitty idiot. Iori. Maybe the idiot is you giving him a huge punch that breaks his ribs, making him crash into some large trees. Iori. How annoying, dodging the blows of Izuku, Shermie, Yashiro, Leona and Izuku would throw a lot of fire. In that Iori you would take out many whips that tie everyone up, also Midnight and Mirko. Iori. Wow, if Arachi were here he would be super disappointed in his clan. You are supposed to be Arachi's successor. Wow, the son of a bitch chose his successor badly. Well, when I kill the Arachi clan again I will take their blood and that way I will be unstoppable forever. Goodbye to everyone, I was about to kill everyone. At that, Mirko began to bring out a lot of fire that melted the whips and freed everyone where Mirko stood in front of Iori. Mirko. Nobody is going to kill my husband, much less my baby, she said, super upset, increasing her power even more. Iori. Impossible, you are an Arachi. Mirko. I am an Arachi and I will always be proud of being an Arachi. If someone messes with my clan, with my husband or with my children, I will kill them. Iori. Well, it will be a pleasure to kill the heroine of the top, Mirko pouncing on her. Iori. Goodbye heroine, Mirko taking out many claws, but Mirko made a great jump where Izuku took advantage and gave him a punch so strong that Mirko sent him like that, to which Mirko took advantage and gave him a strong kick that sent him far away, but Iori would take out many whips that he sends Izuku and Mirko like that. Mirko. I'll kill you with all my strength, I'll kill Yaoi, screaming furiously, burning all the whips, but Iori would take out some blades that cut Mirko's arms and legs. Iori. Arachi's blood is giving him a lot of surprise. Mirko. I'll kill Yaoi, screaming furiously, taking out new arms and legs where she lunged at Iori, and Izuku would throw a huge black wave and a powerful ray of sunlight at him, something that Mirko took advantage of. Mirko. Test the fury of my clan, you bucking asshole, taking out huge claws from his feet, digging them into his ribs, and ripping them out and punching him so hard that he sends him flying, while Izuku took out a lot of fire and would throw it at Iori, something that Leona took advantage of and would take out her claws, cutting off his arm, and Izuku punches him in part of his stomach that tears off part of his stomach. Mirko. You like that bitch, he said mockingly, regenerating. Iori. Son of a bitch, screaming furiously, taking out many blades. Mirko. Now love, do it already, screaming, and Izuku breaks all of Iori's blades, where he quickly puts his hand on Iori's chest, where he takes out his soul, sending him flying, making Raphael take out a huge explosion that burns everything in Iori, but Iori looks with great pain at his soul in Izuku's hand. Iori. Wait, what, he said, shocked. Izuku. Goodbye Iori, Yagami, say hello to Rugel. Iori. Wait, no. At that, Izuku would take out too much fire that began to burn Iori from the inside. Iori. Damn, Orochi, screaming super loud while his body was calcined and had been charred until Iori's body turns to dust. Thus dying Iori Yagami, and thus the last Yagami dying. Blue. We did it, he said happily. Shermie. We did it, he said happily. K999. Yee, screaming happily just the same, and Izuku approaches Mirko, who was on the floor. Izuku. Rumi, are you okay, he said worriedly. At that, Mirko gets up and looks at Izuku. Izuku. Rumi worried. At that, Mirko lunged at Izuku, trying to kill him. Izuku. No Rumi, it's me love, trying to stop her, but receives a kick from Yashiro that sends her far away, and Leona grabs him. Izuku. Hey, what's wrong? Worried. Leona. I'm sorry Izuku, she can't stay still much since you can tell her, but she can't, so we'll have to take care of her. But Rumi gets away from Leona and runs like that, Izuku, and stands in front of him. Kaio. I see, he's just trying to protect Izuku from us since he loves him very much, seeing that Mirko was growling and taking out his claws more. Raphael. We have to put her to sleep with a hit or something, because if she continues like this, she may get more out of control. Midnight. I hope it works by taking out her scent, making Mirko faint, but Izuku grabs her and carries her. Izuku. Perfect, but why did he attack me, confused. Leona. Maybe he didn't recognize you instantly, that's why he's like this. Izuku. I see, but we have to go. The heroes are coming. Seeing that some heroes were approaching. Ishiro. Fine, let's go, and Izuku, take good care of Rumi. Izuku. I'll do it, teleporting with Mirko. Already at night. Rumi. My head, she said confused and grabbing her head. Seeing that he was at home, and Izuku arrives and runs like this. Izuku. Rumi, are you okay? Rumi. Izuku, what happened? Izuku. You won love, you won, he said smiling, hugging Rumi. Rumi. We killed him. Izuku. Yes, but you did it more than me, so you won love, he said happily. Rumi. No Izuku, we both won, finally we are okay, finally, he said smiling, but he feels something on his neck and he would realize that she was completely naked and Izuku put a leash on her. Izuku. Good, and now come here, pulling Rumi, taking her to the floor, and Rumi begins to crawl. Rumi bunny, why do I have to wear a leash, super blushing, crawling where they got to the couch. Izuku. You know, once I entered your laptop because I wanted to watch a movie that I expected on Amazon Prime and your account. Rumi. How did you know my password, blushing and climbing up to Izuku's legs. Izuku. Izuku, my love, it's super easy anyway, and out of mere curiosity I was looking at your history and I got a big surprise from a lot of porn fantasies and fetishes, but it caught my attention that a couple uses a strap to have hex. Wow, what a fetishist you are, Bunny said calmly, blushing Rumi a lot while Izuku caressed her ears. Rumi. It's that I wanted to do that fetish, blushing. Izuku. Okay Rumi, and now starting to kiss Rumi. 2 hours later. Lemon skipped. We're not finished yet. Chapter 20, Izuku vs Aida. I would spend the days in the days when Iori Yagami had finally died. Izuku was finally able to avenge his father. Now the Arachi clan is the most powerful of all, which is why all the villains were afraid of that clan, since what happened to Iori, they would no longer mess with them, and these days, Almight was completely shocked by what his successor did, since he had never seen that force in his life, or when he reached that power. Something that he was afraid of is that it would get out of control one day, and these days something happened that would be rewarded every day by Rumi. Flashback. Mirko. And that's how they call themselves villains. I myself will break their bones running after the villains. Villain 1. Run, here comes the heroine Mirko Korn. Villain 2. Quick, here comes that bitch. Izuku. What did you call my wife? Throwing a black wave at the villains, sending them crashing into 3 walls. Mirko. Well done, Arachi, as he approaches. At night, I'll give you your prize. In bed, you won't be able to receive it. You whispered, blushing, to Izuku. Luckily, he had his mask. You remember the man from these comics because he will die today. Extra 1. Look, it's the heroine Mirko and the hero Arachi. Extra 2. Yes, it's them. Extra 3. Wow, they are the best. Mirko. Yes, thank you very much to everyone, greeting, and Arachi takes the villains with his whips, leaving them in the jail where the two were already on a quiet street. Mirko. Wow, what a day, 7 villains, nothing more is serious. Izuku. Well, they are afraid of us, what did you expect if the villains are afraid of us? Mirko. You're right, wow, how thirsty. Izuku. Well, there's a store, I go for water for both of us, going to the store where Mirko was waiting, but someone grabs his butt out of nowhere, it was none other than his ex-boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend. Hello Rumi, how you're trying to kiss her, but received a punch that pushes him away a little. Mirko. You bucking asshole, how do you dare to grab my butt, furious. Ex-boyfriend. Come on bunny, I know you liked me a lot, love that you don't remember anymore, he said seductively. Mirko. I'm not your love anymore, you bucking imbecile, besides if you loved me so much why did you cheat on me with other boys, tell me, furious. Ex-boyfriend. I never said we were going to get married, it was just a fling, and she already said it shamelessly. Mirko. You're a bucking piece of shit. Ex-boyfriend. Look who says it, the one who always told me that she took pictures of her when we had hex. Wow, I have many on my cell phone. Mirko. Give me your damn cell phone, but there is hypnosis because of his quirk where Mirko goes towards. Ex-boyfriend. That's just obey me my bitch, and now starting to kiss Mirko passionately and sensually while Mirko was hypnotized. But. Izuku. One for all, 100% screaming, giving a super punch to the ex-boyfriend that sends him super far 20 blocks. Luckily there was no one, not even a car, and the ex-boyfriend his face disfigured and super badly injured. Ex-boyfriend. Help, please help, sniff sniff, please help, sniff sniff, crying in pain as he slowly crawled, but Izuku kicks him so hard that it breaks the floor, more breaking his ribs at the same time his spine. Izuku. Finally face to face, damn, it's me Izuku Midoriya, it will be a pleasure to kill you. Furious, he began to hit him in a super horrific way. Izuku. This is for my girlfriend, for being unfaithful, for being a wretch, for being a reverend asshole, for hurting my girlfriend, for treating her like a hex toy, all furious, disfiguring it more, but Midnight arrives, who activates her quirk and grabs Izuku. Terry. Wow, he made a huge hole, surprised, and Mirko arrives, who came out of hypnosis. Mirko. What happened? Midnight. Izuku got out of control, and it's good that we arrived on time, we were able to put him to sleep. Ex-boyfriend. Help me love. Mirko. Even for that you're an idiot kicking him, thanks Namuri, now I'll take him home to rest. Midnight. Okay. Already at night. Izuku. Already Rumi, don't cry, calmly caressing Rumi's hair since Rumi was crying on Izuku's legs. Rumi. No Izuku, sniff sniff, I'm a bore for what I did to you, forgive me, sniff sniff, I'm a bore, I let myself be carried away by that idiot, forgive me, crying inconsolably. Izuku. No Rumi, don't say that you were just in love. In love we do barbaric things that in the end we regret. Calm down Rumi. Rumi. No Izuku, I'm a bore, crying inconsolably, but Izuku crouches down to Rumi's height. Izuku. Look Rumi, I know you're super angry with yourself since you let yourself be carried away by that idiot. Calm down, I'm not angry for that. In those times we were not boyfriends and you could be with someone else calmly. Also in love we do stupid things for our love, but in the end we learn from them and we become stronger. Do not cry anymore, caressing her hair. Well Rumi, calm down a little. Rumi. Sorry Izuku for doing this to you. Crying a little, I behaved very badly. Izuku. I forgave you love. Calm down, do not worry, it is not your fault of anything. Rumi. But even so, lifts Izuku, sitting him down. I want to reward you for forgive me for being stupid and a bore. Izuku. What are you going to do? Rumi. Be your bore all night. Unzipping her suit. Izuku. Well okay, and now lifting her, taking 2 ecstasy pills, passing it to her and passes her a pill to Rumi which she takes. End of flashback. Since that day Rumi liked that everything that Izuku said. Obviously Izuku was not that type of men who treat their girlfriends like bitches, so he only asked her out on dates and outings to the movies, nothing more, and the idiot died because his back was horribly broken. That's why he died, and Izuku found the phone where he broke it into 1,000 pieces so that the photos would not be published. And what does our couple do now? Of Izuku and Rumi. Rumi. See past me, the garter Eri combing it and tying her hair. Izuku. Let's go, it's getting late, putting on his Vans. Rumi. Well you look beautiful my girl, said smiling. Eri. Thanks mom. Izuku. Good, let's go to school, we're running late. Rumi. I'm already putting on her red Vans. Leaving the house where they teleported to Eri's school. Rumi. Okay daughter, behave and I'll buy you all the candy you wanted, she said smiling. Eri. Thanks mom, you're the best, hugging Rumi's legs. Rumi bends down, lifting her ass, putting it on Izuku's crotch, discreetly blushing. Izuku and Eri enters school. Eri. Goodbye mom, dad. Izuku. Rumi. Goodbye daughter, they said smiling, and the two go to Rumi's agency, but what they didn't know is that there was someone who saw everything. Already at the agency. Mirko. Good thing I have a personal bathroom. Because I was in a hurry, I forgot to put on my suit. Then Izuku comes out with a different hero suit. Izuku. What? Mirko. Why do you have your black suit and the previous one? Izuku. Well, the previous one is that I didn't bring the white one. I don't forget, since we were super distracted. I took this one and the white one is in the house. That's why I have the black one. Plus it was a gift from Melissa, my best friend. Don't worry, she's super far away and we just have a friendship, nothing more, he said smiling, taking off his face mask and his mask. Izuku. You know I'm going to use both this one for occasions where there is a mission, or maybe I give it to one of my children, and the white one I'm going to use daily, and you know I put on eye makeup. I already love it a lot. That's true, my eye makeup, starting to put on eye makeup. While Mirko looked at this, super blushed, since the suit made him look rude and emo at the same time, something that would blush, and looked at the window of his office, but began to feel it tingling in her vagina, and her scent comes out, making Izuku smell and sees Mirko, who was breathing heavily in blue air. But Izuku grabs her right buttock, making her blush a lot. Izuku. Are you in heat, really? Carrying them, taking her to the couch. Rumi. No, seriously, I'm not in heat, super blushed and a little nervous. Izuku. Don't lie to me, your jealousy is getting out of control, it seems like you can't control yourself. Rumi. No, I'm really fine, I know how to control myself, really. Izuku. Well, it's not obvious since your scent is increasing. Rumi. Yes, really, Izuku, I know how to control my jealousy, I swear, I just have to wait for the night where we'll do it as much as we want, but stop getting close to me like that, you're making me uncontrolled, she said, super blushing since Izuku was getting closer to Rumi. Izuku. Do you want me to help you? He said flirtatiously, opening Rumi's legs, touching Rumi's thighs, while sensually touching her vagina. This surprised Rumi a lot since now Izuku dominated her, something that she was always the one who dominated Izuku. Izuku grabs him and sits her on his legs, beginning to squeeze Rumi's breasts, taking out her right breast. Izuku. You know Rumi, holding back is bad, you know it right, and the truth is, why don't you let out all your lust, kissing Rumi's ears while squeezing her breasts tightly. Rumi. But I'm trying to hold back, but you're making it worse. Hey wait, my ears, said super blushed and super hot. Izuku. You know how much I love your delicious chocolate breasts, they look like 2 delicious chocolate spheres filled with rich milk. I love your delicious chocolates that you have, Rumi, they always provoke me, squeezing her breasts tightly in a sensual way, while Rumi was somewhat wet, staining the couch with her fluids. Rumi. Izuku, stop. Izuku. Don't lie to me, I know you like it, and don't act like you don't want it, I know perfectly well that you love me doing this, always taking Rumi's breasts out of her heroine outfit. Rumi. Son of a bitch. Izuku. Silence Rumi, I'm working, groping her breasts, squeezing them in a delicious way, getting a lot of milk out of Rumi, which she tried not to moan, and the straw that broke the camel's back, making Rumi feel a huge electronic current as Izuku drank some of Rumi's milk and at the same time licked the other breast sensually. Izuku. Your delicious chocolates taste great, you drive me crazy with your pretty and beautiful brown skin, and your delicious chocolates that you have, god I love that you are brunette, kissing Rumi's breasts and sucking hard on Rumi's right nipple, getting a lot of milk out of Rumi, taking it very happily. Rumi could not contain himself and stood up. Rumi. Okay bunny, grabbing the back to the side, showing her ass. Rumi. Just a quickie, just one, and then if temptation wins we do another quickie, she said with lust, moving her ass while Izuku takes off the pants of his suit. Izuku. I knew it, but okay, I'll give you what you want, and now approaching Rumi's buttocks, putting his face where Rumi begins to move it sensually to Izuku's face while he licked Rumi's anus and begins to lick Rumi's buttocks, licking them in a way that Rumi liked a lot, leaving them full of saliva, something that Rumi liked a lot, while moaning louder. Rumi. God Izuku, I want more, keep sucking my ass, putting Izuku's head in her ass, but something that made it wet was that Izuku gets off Rumi's ass and puts Rumi's tail in his mouth. Rumi. Izuku kai I am moaning very loud, running, staining the floor, and Izuku stops licking Rumi's tail, leaving it full of saliva. Rumi. Izuku asshole, you made me cum, upset, breathing rapidly. Izuku. I'm sorry but I want my hexy brunette now, getting up, god I love that you're brunette, you drive me crazy, super crazy, with your beautiful brown skin, god I love you, just the way you are, god I love that you're brunette, kissing Rumi sensually while grabbing her chin, giving her a sensual kiss, feeling the metal of both since they had their tongue piercings, while they continued kissing. Izuku sits Rumi down while squeezing Rumi's breasts and Rumi puts the Izuku and Rumi's member began to give. Rich sits on Izuku's member while Izuku spanked her, but to increase the pleasure, more Izuku began to pull up the bottom of Mirko's suit, which was wet. Izuku. You're already wet, this makes it difficult for me touching her breasts, your nipples are also hard, pulling on top of Rumi's suit, which she moaned very excitedly. This continued for a couple of minutes until. Rumi. Izuku, kiss me. Izuku. That. Rumi. That you kiss me, bucking mother, kissing Izuku desperately like that. Rumi began to run as she moaned loudly as she came. Rumi. Oh Izuku, that was delicious, kissing him in a delicious way. Izuku. But if I haven't cum. Rumi. That. Izuku puts Rumi on the coffee table. Lemon skipped. Izuku. We still haven't finished putting it in 2 hours later. Izuku. Wow, nothing happens, seriously, how weird, confused. Mirko. Maybe the villains are so gay that they don't go out at all, seeing the city. Izuku. Answer me a question, Rumi. Mirko. What thing? Izuku. What did your parents die from, curious? Mirko's eyes. They died from a villain attack, killed them, and even worse, I was there as a witness, that's why I'm a heroine, and most of my family is already dead, no one in my family is left except me, but I always remember them, and they always motivate me to keep going like Inko. Why do you think I take good care of my daughter, said half serious. Izuku. I'm sorry to ask that. Mirko. Calm down, sooner or later you had to know, but hey, not everything is bad, I have my daughter and you as my family, said, smiling, hugging Izuku. Thanks for being with me, Izuku. Izuku. I love you, Rumi. Rumi. I love you, Izuku, giving him a kiss. At that you hear some patrol cars. Mirko. Finally some action, cracking his neck. Izuku. Let's go. Starting to run following the patrol cars, and they got confused since there were some streets that they recognized until they arrived, but they were in shock since they were in front of the Eri school. Izuku. Mirko. Eri school, super worried, and began to look for Eri everywhere where they didn't see her. Izuku. Eri worried, trying to find Eri. Mirko. Where is Eri, said worried. Teacher. I don't know, she took him, she said scared. Mandalay. Izuku. They took Eri. Izuku. They took her, super worried. Hoda. Yes, they took her. Mirko. No, worried. Mandalay. Calm down, I'll call some heroes to come. At that Izuku's cell phone began to ring. Izuku. Who is? Nezu. Young Midoriya, come quickly to the UA, it's about Eri, come quickly, hanging up. Izuku. Mirko, come on, Nezu calls us, teleporting with Mirko arriving at Nezu's office. Mirko. Rat, tell us, what the hell did you call us for? Eri was kidnapped, tell us quickly, she said, super worried. Nezu. Look at this, showing the TV alive on Twitch to Aida. Aida. Hello everyone, and especially to the UA, we are live finally today. We are going to witness the fall of Arachi and his clan, so Director Nezu, if Arachi does not give me all his power that belongs to me, the girl is going to die, he said sinisterly, showing Eri tied to a chair while blood came out of her head since Aida hit her. Eri. Help me, dad, crying. Aida. That's right dad, why won't you help your little girl, so give me her powers or the girl will die. I'm in the forest, where to find the Nomus factory, he said calmly. Izuku. My disturbed girl. Izawa. All Might is your damn fault for giving the one for all to Aida, that's why he went crazy, he wanted power and all upset. All Might. Young Midoriya, we will try to make him pay for what he did. Leona. You shut up, shit appearing behind Izuku. Ishiro. Where is he, furious? Raphael. I will blow him up into 1,000 pieces. Terry. He will pay for what he did. Izuku. Son of a bitch, Aya screaming furiously coming out the windows of the UA, breaking all of them, flying super strong. But the Aida. Well, since it doesn't come better, I have to do something that might work, taking out an injection. Eri. No, said panicking and crying. Aida. Calm down, after I kill you, I will use your blood to make from a much better world. Eri. No, screaming loud, and Aida is about to inject Eri to draw blood, but with a big kick he flies super strong, causing everything to be destroyed. Izuku. Eri, get out of here, far away, activating his dress form. Eri. Dad said, scared. Leona. Come on daughter, grabbing Leona, who arrived quickly, running to a safe place where Mirko arrives. Mirko. Daughter said, crying, hugging Eri. Now my girl, I'm here, calm down my princess, we're here, mom and dad said, crying. Eri. Dad said, scared, and everyone goes like that. Izuku. Where do you see Izuku and Aida standing? Izuku. I'll kill you bastard, coming out of his fingers claws. Aida. Yes, I want to see what you try, and I'll get your quirk out, taking out his metallic whips. And that Izuku lunged at Aida, which Aida covers himself, where Aida throws a fireball that sends him far away, but Izuku stops and would throw a large black wave that sends him far away. Aida. Let this begin by lunging at Izuku, where the two fly into the sky, where the two began to clash fists. Izuku threw many black waves and balls of energy, and Aida tried to stop him, but he tried to steal Izuku's quirk, but Izuku would always dodge it by throwing many things at once. He used the 4 elements using too much earth, but Aida gives him a punch that sends him crashing into a mountain. At that it starts to rain, but the strangest thing is that the lightning was super loud and Izuku lunged at Aida, but Aida would throw a large rock that created a fireball that sends him super far away and throws a powerful lightning bolt at him that leaves him bleeding there, but Izuku remains standing. Izuku. You are the traitor of the truth, super angry, spitting blood. Aida. Like that, not only the traitor but also the murderer of your mother. Izuku. How surprised. Aida. That's right, and you know who helped me was All Might, you know we both enjoyed it a lot, and how delicious, he squeezed super hard, he said brazenly. At that everyone was super surprised by what they heard, and Izuku was in shock by the great confection, but his anger began to increase. Aida. What's wrong, faggot, are you going to cry like always? It's good that we killed her, because, poor thing, I don't know how she could put up with a crying son like you. For so long, he said shamelessly. Izuku. AI is screaming super loud. And that of Izuku's chest, he would take out a huge blue snake, at the same time several snakes would come out from all over his body. Leona, sure me, Yashiro. I knew it, they said smiling. Aida. But what surprised while the snakes flew around Izuku and stands in front of Izuku. Snakes. My master, why did he summon us? Izuku. Let's finish him off, seeing Aida at the same time. Aida took out many quirks. Snakes. How are you, my lord? At that all the snakes fly like that Aida and began to attack Aida, which he tried to defend himself, while Aida screamed loudly while the snakes took out fire, earth, water rays and large air cannons that sent him flying, while Izuku prepared a great attack and Izuku rises. I hope this works, twisting, taking out too many solar rays that he attacks Aida that leave him badly injured, and the snakes continue to attack Aida while he screamed, and Izuku approaches and puts his hand on his chest and takes out his soul. Aida. Wait, what happened with friends until the end, he said, badly injured while it rained. Izuku. This is the end, friend. And that Izuku would take out a lot of fire, making a lot of fire come out of Aida's body, and the snakes joined together taking a big snake, and they fly like that, Aida falling to the ground, completely burning Aida's body, leaving the skeleton while it rained, and Izuku looks at All Might with great rage and anger that he had accumulated. Izuku. All Might, tell me one thing, he said super seriously. All Might. Young Midoriya, me trying to talk while crying. Izuku. Why her, why my mother, super serious. All Might. Young Midoriya crying inconsolably. Izuku. Tell me why my mother. All Might. No, I don't know, crying inconsolably. Izuku. Tell me, screaming super loud, furious and taking out 2 snakes and bringing out tears. All Might. No, I don't know why I did it, crying inconsolably, and Izuku grabs him with his snakes. Izuku. Tell me why. Why did they do that to my mother? What did she have to do with all this? Why did they put her into this? He said, super furious and taking out a huge whip that turns into a sword, and while he was in his mode, he dressed. All Might. The truth is that we were not satisfied with seeing you locked up in Tartarus, that's why you deserved to suffer more at that time. I wanted to see you suffer for your entire life, and that's why the young Uraraka was following her and knocked her out, and there we took the opportunity to kill her," she said, crying inconsolably. "Please forgive me, young Midoriya, but see that Izuku was taking out bright red rays and sharpens his whip. Izuku, I hope you like hell, taking out more rays, and was about to kill All Might, but someone hugs his leg and Izuku looks down at Eri, who was shedding some tears, and on her face, you could see that she shouldn't do it, making Izuku slowly start to calm down until he calmed down completely and deactivates his dress mode and puts his whip away and carries Eri. "Izuku. Sorry daughter, I won't do it again, sorry," he said, shedding some tears. "Eri. Calm down dad, my grandma, I think she wouldn't have wanted that, hugging her father, and Izuku walks like that Rumi and hugs her too. "Izuku. Let's go Rumi, it's not worth it," he said seriously. "Mirko. Okay love." So the three teleported and Raphael takes advantage and would throw a big explosion at All Might that sends him far away, and the team also leaves, leaving the heroes with All Might, and Endeavor grabs him. "Endeavor. You come like us, damn shitty murderer," dragging All Might and takes him to a patrol car and picks him up. "Honk. Take him away from us," he said, annoyed. 1 week later. We see All Might in a cell, since for everything that happened he is now in jail, more specifically in Tartarus, and All Might was completely depressed by what he made Izuku until the guard arrives. "Guard. Hey skeleton," they call you, opening the cell and guiding the guest room, and upon entering All Might look at Mirko, Midnight, Gran Torino and Nezu. All Might. Director Nezu, oh thank God you came to get me out of here so I can fix things with young Midoriya and talk about him. "Where is my son?" he said, smiling with hope. Gran Torino. "Shut up idiot," said annoyed. All Might. "Teacher, what's wrong with him, and where is Izuku, my son?" confused. Midnight. "Your son, haha, tell me something. What kind of father kills the mother of his son for something he didn't do, and Izuku is not here? Why did he go to visit his mother?" she said, annoyed and clenching her fists. All Might. "Please forgive me, really, please, really got carried away, please, you didn't know that like that until I realized that my son, he's not a traitor, but please get me out of here because I want to see my son and see him become a hero," he said through tears, but Mirko stands up and hits the glass with all his might, making it break a lot. Mirko. "Shut up already, you bucking idiot, because of you my mother-in-law is dead, because of you, damn, do you know what happened to Izuku when he found out that his mother died?" he said furiously. All Might. "Know what she said?" through tears. Mirko. "He had a strong depression that he overcame thanks to me and my daughter, since now we are his family, even though he lost his mother, he keeps going for me, for Eri and our son," she said, super angry and touching her belly, as a sign that very soon they will be parents, Izuku and her, and a sign of protection. All Might, pppppp, "But why don't you get me out of here?" she said through tears. Midnight. "Why do you have a debt that you have to pay for the great crime you committed?" idiot said angrily. All Might. "And then why did they come?" she said, crying. Nezu. "I just want to tell you that what you did to young Midoriya's mother is unforgivable, and that you will never be welcome at the UA, therefore you are dismissed forever from the UA, you will not return or teach at any other hero school forever. What you did to young Midoriya is unforgivable or nameless. What kind of hero are you that helps a murderer and one who was always the traitor? And you know one thing, Izuku wanted to be like you, but now I think he was wrong," and Gran said super seriously, making All Might cry inconsolably. Gran Torino. "You disgust me. Toshinori Nana would be very disappointed in you for what you did," she said angrily. Mirko. "Fortunately Izuku does not hold a grudge or hatred against the UA, and he told me that Eri and our children will study there, and that good that you will not be their teacher, nor will they ever know what you did to their grandmother," said it would be. All Might. "I really forgive myself, I got carried away by anger, please forgive me, I did not know what like that," said, crying inconsolably and falling to the floor to cry in the guest room. Midnight. "But you enjoyed it, damn murderer," she said furiously and getting up from the chair. Nezu. "Namuri, calm down, she is already in Tartarus, it is not worth it, serious," and Namuri sits down. Midnight. "We better go," director said seriously. Nezu. "The good thing is that the children of young Midoriya will not know who you are, and that is good that you will never teach them, and they will never know what you did," he said seriously, like that. The four left, leaving All Might crying inconsolably. Meanwhile with Izuku. Izuku was calm in the cemetery watching Inko's grave, seeing that I had many white roses, and I had some balloons that said justice was done, by making Izuku smile, and then Rumi and Eri arrive. Rumi. "I went to see him, the truth." Izuku. "And how is it going for him?" Curious. Rumi. "Well, he's super devastated and he can't stop crying, and he's always crying every day, and the truth is that I loved it when Nezu told him that he's fired and that he'll never teach again. Well, that way he'll never meet my children," he said calmly, looking at Inko's grave, but feels a hand around her hips that belonged to Izuku. Izuku. "I want to thank you all the times in the world, seriously, thank you for supporting me and everything," he said smiling, giving Rumi a kiss. Rumi. You're welcome Izuku, you know that I love you very much and I would do anything for you, she said grabbing Izuku's hand and giving him a big kiss romantic that expressed all the love and the two separate with a thread of saliva. Izuku. What do you think if we do whatever you want, the two of us together at night, he said smiling a little blushing. Whatever. Izuku. Whatever you want. 7:30 at night. Izuku. Seriously blushing since Izuku and Rumi were having dinner, but Izuku looked super blushed at the clothes Rumi had. Who has love besides you said we could do whatever I wanted so I got dressed he said smiling. Izuku. But not like that he said blushing. Okay maybe I exaggerated a little to dress, but it's only for you he said flirtatiously blushing Izuku a lot. After the two had dinner they went to the movies to watch a movie, but when they were walking through the plaza, Izuku saw many men looking at how Rumi was dressed making him angry and takes off his long black trench coat and put it on Rumi which looked good on her and Izuku was left in a white sweater Rumi. You got jealous right whispering in his ear. Izuku. And no well yes a little blushing. Calm down bunny I only love you and I'm all yours forever she said smiling and giving him a kiss, putting her tongue in and touching Izuku's tongue with hers, making some men sad because Rumi already had a boyfriend and that was Izuku. So they got to the cinema where Rumi bought tickets for a movie and Izuku bought the popcorn, but the show started at 7:30 and they arrived at 6:50, meaning there were 30 minutes left and Izuku took the opportunity to go see the movie posters. I don't know about you, but I'm one of those people who goes to the hallways of the theaters to see the posters seeing what movies will be coming. Izuku was calmly looking at the posters. Izuku. That one looks interesting that one is a little scary looking at the posters, but someone turns him around and it was Rumi who puts him against the wall and starts kissing him very passionately, luckily there was no one. Izuku. Rumi trying to stop her, but Rumi kissed him again. My bunny tonight we won't sleep all night she said smiling lustfully kissing Izuku again very passionately. Come on the movie is about to start pulling Izuku and Izuku carries the tray of popcorn and sodas and they arrive at the living room where they sat all the way back in the dark. Izuku. A question which one are we going to see curious since Rumi didn't tell him which movie to watch. What do you think he said flirtatiously. Izuku. Vertigo curious. No. Izuku. Jurassic World Dominion. Neither. Izuku. Then what curious. The dessert movie you saw first he said smiling and blushing a lot to Izuku since he realized that they are going to see the 50 Shades of Grey remake. Izuku. I thought we would see the one from Tadeo 3 blushing, covering his face with his hands. We won't sleep tonight, she said flirtatiously, touching Izuku's crotch, making him blush more. So the whole movie went on where Rumi was kissing him and when an erotic scene happened, Rumi was holding back from raping Izuku here and now and Izuku was super blushing since he wasn't used to watching these types of movies and he covered his face and Rumi was always groping him and more in his crotch. So ending the movie where they went to his house where Izuku cuddled Eri in his room where he covered her and kissed her on the forehead and leaves the room and goes to his room where upon entering he sees the one who would make him blush. Bunny you know we won't sleep right moving her legs and taking off her panties. Izuku. Okay, but if it's a girl her name will be Izumi and if it's a boy Arachi. Echo and if it's a girl similar to me her name will be Rumi just like me she said smiling. Izuku. Echo getting on top of Rumi and puts it in her making her moan. So they had a passionate night where they did it in different positions from the movie and they always kissed and Rumi always sucked her off and Izuku always came in her mouth and on her face. The next day. We see our family in their car since they went out for a walk and Rumi was driving his motorcycle since Izuku still didn't know how to drive but Rumi taught him what Izuku drives. Izuku Rumi where are we going since you told me we would go out to a place that I love. Yes but this place is very special to me since it is a place that I went to as a child for many years. Izuku oh I see. So 10 minutes passed in which Rumi continued driving until she got into the middle of the forest and turned off the motorcycle. We arrived getting off, how nice it feels to travel on a motorcycle, he takes down all the things Izuku stretching taking off his helmet as well as Izuku and Eri and Izuku takes down the things from the backpacks and Izuku and Eri start to follow Rumi. But what memories this place gives me she said smiling and goes through some bushes and the lake is just as beautiful as I remembered it. Izuku on seeing a super beautiful and crystallized lake, wow it is super beautiful like did you know about this place surprised and amazed. My father got lost once around here and found this beautiful lake and he always went here as a child and it's a family secret because this lake is only ours for us. Izuku. Okay I'll go put on my swimsuit. Okay. So Izuku puts on his swimsuit and Rumi puts on her swimsuit and also Eri and inflates Eri's floats, but Rumi wanted to play a joke on Izuku and carries Eri and climbs the cliff of a small mountain. Izuku. Well Rumi, I'm here, but he sees that Eri was not there. Rumi, Eri a little confused. Rumi. Here I am, Bunny screaming on top of the cliff and Izuku teleported and arrives with the two. Rumi. Well Izuku, one of the things I like to do is dive. Izuku. Are you sure Rumi, don't you think he's tall enough to dive? A bit unsafe, but look at Rumi who takes off her robe revealing her swimsuit making Izuku blush a lot. Rumi. What's up Bunny, do you like what you see? Said flirtatiously. Izuku. Rumi covering her face, really that is your swimsuit? Blushing. Rumi. Yes it has, besides you can see me since we are boyfriends, said smiling. Izuku. Well are you going to dive? A little blushing. Rumi. There I go getting ready for the dives. Rumi. Dive Indian style, running and taking a big dive that falls into the water and comes out. Come on Izuku, also jump. Izuku. Well my turn, taking a dive falling into the water is refreshing. Rumi. Come on daughter, jump, I'll catch you here, she said happily, but Eri was a little scared, something that they both noticed. Rumi. If you're scared don't worry Eri, if you don't want to jump it was fine, just come down with careful. Eri backs up a little. Izuku. Well she's a little girl who's a little scared, it's normal, with time she could lose it. Rumi. Yes you're right, since she's just a little girl it's normal that I'm scared. Eri. Cannonball screaming loudly leaving Izuku and Rumi scared and Eri reaches the water taking out a lot of water where Eri comes out. Eri. I'm not a little girl anymore, she said with a pout trying to swim, but Rumi grabs her. Izuku. Rumi. But for us you'll always be our little girl, they said smiling hugging Eri. So having a great day family, having a good time at Lake Midoriya Sagayama, that's how the whole day was, helping Eri learn to swim Eri and diving. That's how it was all the day until the night our couple left their secret lake, arriving at their house, where Rumi put Eri to bed which she fell super asleep. She covers her and gives her a kiss on the forehead, where she leaves Eri's room, where Rumi goes to the kitchen, opens the fridge, grabs a beer, uncorking it taking a big gulp, but sees something that confused her, and it is that it was Izuku sitting on the step of the house where Izuku was watching a bonfire, something that caught Rumi's attention. Grabs a blanket and leaves the living room to the patio where Asia Izuku goes, where Izuku was still watching the fire of the bonfire. Rumi. What are you doing sitting next to Izuku while drinking a beer? Izuku. Nothing, adding fuel to the fire. You know, when I was in Tartarus Terry showed me a band called Nirvana that I loved so much that I always played Nirvana in jail with an old music player, and I always played it to listen to. I like Nirvana so much that I have the Nevermind album on my cell phone. Watching the fire throwing more fuel. Rumi. Well you have good taste. Izuku finishing his beer. Izuku. What would my mom think now, throwing more fuel to the fire? Rumi. I would be super happy that you are finally happy in life. Maybe I am no longer here, but we are still here, you and I, said smiling taking Izuku's hand. Izuku. You're right, throwing more fuel on the fire. Rumi. I'll wait for you at the house, don't take long, giving him a kiss, putting the blanket on him so he doesn't get cold. Izuku. Kurt Midoriya Sagayama would be a great name. Rumi. Okay, Kurt Midoriya Sagayama will be the boy's other name. Chapter 21 Izuku vs Shigaraki. The whole month had passed in which no one knew about the League of Villains, and in this month Uraraka was expelled from the UA by the great revelation of Almight, something that made her get kicked out of the house because her parents were super disappointed in Uraraka. That's why they kicked her out, and now she lives in an apartment. Everyone was always planning to kidnap Yuri and Izuku so that they can be a big happy family again, and in this month all the heroes now praised the Arachi Clan for everything they did since Leona and Yashiro rebuilt the forest where Izuku and Iida fought. They rebuilt it with more trees and more nature. That's why now the Arachi Clan was the most important of the heroes, and Izuku, Rumi, Shirmi, Yashiro and Leona were the most important for all the heroes since they were the strongest of all. And in this month the UA lost a bit of its popularity since due to the great confection of Iida and All Might its popularity fell a bit, calling it the worst academy in the UA. And this month All Might was super depressed for what he did, because what he did has no forgiveness or even a name, and he always spent his time crying because he lost everything to the best that he already loved, his son. And this month Izuku was always training daily for the war between Shigaraki and him, since he felt that the war was already somewhat close. That is why he trained daily for the war of villains. And what does our green-haired of Izuku? Izuku and the Arachi Clan and the Suicide Squad were and all the heroes. Endeavor. Well heroes, today we are gathered because today is the day that we will end the League of Villains once and for all. Honk. Today we will end the reign of Shigaraki. Mirko. We will finally kill him once and for all by cracking his neck. Endeavor. But be very careful since he has more than one quirk, since he can be more powerful than All for One, since he can be more resistant of all. Ishiro. The only thing we will do on the mission is that we are going to kill Shigaraki. Ryukyu. Just be careful so that he doesn't kill us with his quirk. Endeavor. I came, let's go at once. Rocklock. Hey Arachi, I hope you don't make a big mess or get your suit dirty, he said mockingly. Izuku. Mine are yours, he said coldly. Mirko. Well, let's go. So everyone flies to a fake city where Shigaraki was and destroyed you. Yoichi. Izuku. Izuku. Hey. Yoichi. Calm down, I'm in your head, you have to know this, Shigaraki has more strong quirks that can destroy everything, so be very careful since he can destroy them all. Izuku. Yes. Arachi. Izuku, if everything gets complicated, there is no other way than to use the supreme dress form. Izuku. Maybe he will destroy everything. Arachi. Yes, but only if there is no other way. Mirko. Izuku. Izuku. Mirko. Go for Gigantomachia since he is stronger than all of us, we give you time to finish off Shigaraki, calm down, we will give you time. Izuku. Okay. So arriving at Redestro's house. Redestro. But Gigantomachia, get out now. At that, Gigantomachia began to grow super big where it destroys Redestro's house. Mountain Lady. Oh shit, getting big, stopping, and at that Dabi runs out with Shigaraki asleep. Mirko. Let's go for it. Midnight. Come on love, take me up like that. Harry. That's what I do, carrying Midnight on his back, and Midnight breaks his suit but he wouldn't sleep. Midnight. Buck getting more of his scent out while Terry tried to get close to Gigantomachia. With Mirko. Mirko. Where is Dabi? Here I am getting a lot of fire. That Kula stops with an ice pillar. Kula. Where is Shigaraki? Dabi. If they want him so much then he will be the new all for one that they will never destroy you, not even the Arachi clan, so how about I have fun with you? But in that Endeavor would throw a huge ball of fire that sends him far away and knocks him out. Endeavor. I know I hurt you son, but I will get you away from all this. Mirko. He is your son, surprised. Endeavor. Yes, but there is no time to explain, let's look for Shigaraki, putting some anti-quirk handcuffs on Dabi and going to leave him in a safe place. But in that. Shigaraki. Hello everyone, putting his hand on the floor. Leona. Careful. In that, Shigaraki began to disintegrate the entire town where everything fell at once, everything broke at once, everything was destroyed. Shigaraki. Wow, the Arachi clan is here, haha, you know I don't want you, but Izuku, since I discovered that Izuku is Arachi, that is to say he has Arachi's blood in those veins, that's why I want him, he said, smiling macabrely, activating some quirks. Leona. We will finish you, damn. Mirko. I will kill you. In that, Mirko, Yashiro, Leona and Shermie rushed at Shigaraki, but Shigaraki would throw a huge ball of air that sends them far away, and K999 would throw his right hand that sends Shigaraki far away, and Kaio would throw a ball of fire, but Shigaraki covers himself, and Mirko would throw a huge wave that Shigaraki sends far away. Mirko. I'll kill you, damn wretch, this is for me. Izuku rushing at Shigaraki. In that, the two began to collide with fists, but Shigaraki would take out many black metallic whips crossing Mirko, but she would take out a lot of fire that burns Shigaraki, but Shigaraki grabs Mirko's hand that disintegrates it, but regenerates, and Kim does her kick, sends Shigaraki far away, and with a great ball of Chan, would send him far away, and Mirko gives him a huge ball of energy that sends him far away and creates 3 walls that destroy them all. Shigaraki. I see it and I don't believe it, you're a heroine, Mirko. Mirko. I am an eagle in the nopal devouring the evil snake. Raphael. I hope this works, creating a huge explosion that sends him far away. Mirko. I'll kill you. In that, Mirko gives him a big kick that sends him to the sky, breaking his ribs and making a big black wave that sends him far away, and Shigaraki uses a fireball that Mirko took and threw with great force at Shigaraki, sending him far away, and Mirko makes a big black wave that sends him super far away, causing enormous destruction to everything in its path, and Mirko goes down. Mirko, we killed him, she said, surprised. Kula. Yay, at the same time everything broke, making everyone fly away, and Shigaraki stands up, already healed Shigaraki. Ha 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 ha, they thought I was dead, but no, I am always immortal, said laughing like crazy Yashiro. I'm already fed up with you, pouncing, grabbing Shigaraki's face. I hope you can't stand this, throwing his head against some rocks repeatedly, but Shigaraki would take out many hands, sending him flying and grabbing worms with his hands. My. But what is this? They take out their fans blue. He is transforming into his last face, seeing that Shigaraki was covered in hands, and Shigaraki grabs Yashiro and sends him far away and buries his metallic whips that go through him. Shigaraki. Well, Yashiro, say your last words before you die. Yashiro raises his right hand and points to the side. Shigaraki. That. And that Izuku arrives and gives him a huge punch so strong that it tore off some of his ribs and sends him super far away. Izuku. I'm here, it was very easy to defeat your pet. Shigaraki. Deku taking out many hands that Izuku burned too much, who are you upset? Izuku. I am an eagle and the nopal devouring me the evil snake angry. Shigaraki. I will kill Yaoi. And that the two pounced on the other Izuku ties Shigaraki with his whips and hits him several times with the one for all to the maximum while he was in his dress form and Shigaraki would throw out many hands that go for Izuku, but Izuku would dodge everything and Izuku was hitting so hard that he always broke his bones until Izuku. Deadly ray grabbing a huge ray so strong that it sends Shigaraki far away. Shigaraki. Ha 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 laughing like crazy, goodbye heroes Deku touching Izuku's neck disintegrating him, but Izuku regenerated super fast, but stops disintegrating him because nothing happened anymore. Shigaraki. What's wrong annoying, but looks down and sees Aizawa and Monoma watching them with their quirks activated. Aizawa. Come on my offspring you can see Aizawa. Monoma. Come on Izuku kill him he said smiling, god this is burning. Aizawa. If you blink I'll have Lang King pass you to my class he said seriously seeing Shigaraki. Shigaraki. Sons of bitches will begin to increase. At that Izuku begins to shout very loudly and takes out a great power that Shigaraki looked impressed. Shigaraki. So that is your power seeing Izuku who had his dark skin and his chest shown in intense white. Izuku. I am and always will be revenge now you will know my true power, he said sinisterly while his chest lit up white and increased his power. Shigaraki. I want to see pouncing on Izuku. And that Izuku at the speed of light began to hit super hard to the point that Shigaraki could not defend himself, but he would take out many hands that send him far away, but Izuku pulls it out with great force and would throw a lot of fire that burns him, but Izuku makes a huge ball of rocks that sends him flying super far leaving him super far and the two stood face to face. Ishiro. My god waking up. Mirko. Damn sore, what the buck seeing the sky. Leona. It seems that he is using all his power. Monoma. But what happens why don't I stop Shigaraki's quirk confused continuing to watch Shigaraki. Aizawa. He has more than one quirk but the strangest thing is that Izuku has a new power. Shigaraki. Damn how is it that you reached all that power you only had the one for all super angry spitting blood. Izuku. This is just a phase. And that Izuku's snakes come out and hug Izuku but the snakes were black and hug Izuku increasing his power more. Izuku. This is the true power of a god and when I'm done with you the era of villains will be over forever and I will finish one by one to you damn people super angry, activating all the one for all to the maximum and his hair is combined red and blue. Shigaraki. Well heroes Deku go ahead screaming, taking out many hands that Izuku would dodge and runs towards Shigaraki, but Shigaraki makes a wall of fire that Izuku goes through and gives him a super punch that tears off half of his face and Shigaraki would take out many metallic red whips that are destroyed, but Shigaraki would take out many metallic irons that send Izuku far away, but Izuku gets up and gives him a punch that pierces his stomach, making him vomit blood and Shigaraki would take out many black metallic whips that tie Izuku up, but Izuku's snakes would take out a powerful ray that sends Shigaraki crashing against a mountain Izuku takes advantage and gives him a great kick that sends Shigaraki far away, but Shigaraki grabs Izuku by the arm disintegrating him, but the worst thing is he regenerates with his claws tearing out one of his eyes and gives him a punch that destroys his chest, making him take him by the arms and sends him to the floor where he makes a huge hole in the floor that's when they all arrive. Ishiro. It can't be he's combining all his power. Monoma. If he's already killing him. Mirko. Come on Izuku you can do it. All. Finish him Izuku screaming badly injured by the battle. Izuku. You're weak super serious. Shigaraki. Shut up super annoying regenerating super slowly. Izuku. You're scared right? Shigaraki. No super scared. Izuku. I was never afraid of anything not even when you tortured me I was super serious scared. Shigaraki. Shut up throwing a huge arm, but Izuku breaks it into 1,000 pieces, making Shigaraki scream in pain. Aizawa. Keep going Monoma is weakened seeing him with his quirk. Monoma. Come on Izuku, come on Izuku. Izuku. Let's finish this. At that Izuku stands up very tall and began to make a lot of energy with his hands making a huge ball of energy, surprising everyone in Leona, Yashiro, Shermie and Mirko threw balls of energy at Izuku's ball. Izuku. Thank you Leona, Yashiro, Shermie and my love said half smiling. Shigaraki. Son of a bitch screaming furiously making a huge hug with many hands that he throws it to Izuku. Izuku. Kotenko Shimura that Izuku would throw the huge ball of energy that quickly destroys Shigaraki's arm, where it falls on Shigaraki beginning to burn it, but it did not regenerate super fast, since Aizawa and Monoma were watching it, but everyone was shocked, since the huge ball was killing to such an extent that little by little, it was slowly fading and was being destroyed, and Shigaraki tried to make hands, but he couldn't and could only scream heartbreakingly. Shigaraki. No, screaming super loud and destroying himself into 1,000 pieces where everyone makes a big blue flash and everyone saw a huge hole in the ground, seeing only Shigaraki's bones, something that bothered Izuku and goes down quickly, where he began to break Shigaraki's bones and Izuku from the great rage he had began to hit Shigaraki's skull. Izuku. Die screaming furiously breaking Shigaraki's cranium super furious at the same time the floor was breaking super hard making it break and Izuku kept hitting Shigaraki's super destroyed cranium, but Mirko hugs him. Mirko. Okay yeah Izuku I'm here he said with a calm aura calming Izuku and lies on the ground and was just staring at nothing while he was slowly detransforming and slowly closing his eyes. Meanwhile in Izuku's mind. Arachi was hugging Izuku in a fatherly way while he was crying inconsolably why he won. Arachi. You did it Izuku finally now everything is peace now. Izuku. I did it dad I did it sniff sniff I did it he said crying with happiness. Arachi. I know I'm very happy that you will win son I'm proud of you Izuku I regret seeing you chosen as my successor. Izuku. I did it sniff sniff my mom would be very proud of me sniff sniff but she is no longer with me sniff crying inconsolably. Arachi. Look Izuku, I know it hurt you a lot to lose your mother, but maybe she didn't want to see you like that, but I do know this that she would be super proud of the hero that you are and the great man that you are. I know that in life we are going to lose someone, but maybe that person would be very happy that you are not alone look at your family they are with you and more Rumi who was with you all this time, knowing that the love for you is very great that she will never leave you for anything in the world. Izuku. You're right dad wiping away his tears, I'll be here in a whole month right. Arachi. No since I used a lot of my energy to heal you but don't worry I won't disappear, I will be here with you forever, he said smiling. Izuku. Thank you dad he said shedding tears of happiness since he would see his beloved Arachi again. Izuku I don't want to go back to see you here again. Outside of Izuku's mind. Izuku suddenly wakes up surprising everyone. Izuku. Why is everyone sad confused? Mirko. Super surprised. Izuku. You know I promised that I would never leave you alone again, he said smiling hugging Mirko which she began to cry with happiness since she thought she would return in a coma again. Izuku. Yeah Rumi calm down, she said smiling. Leona. You did it, Izuku said smiling. Izuku. We did it we all said smiling. Hiroshima. Bro you won. Akiguchi. You did it bro hugging Izuku. Izuku. Thanks bro we all did it. And that Mirko gives him a big kiss that made Izuku blush a lot since he was not used to being kissed in public and the two separate with a thread of saliva. Mirko. You did it Izuku I'm very happy because now we will finally have a quiet life with our children, said smiling hugging Izuku. Izuku. Yes you're right Rumi. Rumi. I love you Izuku. Izuku. I love you giving him a kiss. Pixie Bob. Hey help us since there are many trapped in the rubble. Midnight. That's true let's go. So they all ran out and saw a huge mess all over the place. Redestro. Your Brad increased his strength, I'll kill you why now my mission went down the drain because of you. But Izuku punches him so hard that he quickly faints. Izuku. How many villains did you catch? Harry. 23,350 villains and all united. Midnight. The good thing is that you Izuku finished off the greatest leader of all congratulations Izuku. Izuku. Thanks Namuri, but there is no time to waste now let's rescue everyone. So they all went to the rubble and Izuku began to fly towards the rubble beginning to search for those affected. Izuku. Hello there is someone here screaming aloud. Boy. Help please. Izuku. I'm already lighting his right hand on fire where he is looking for where the boy's scream came from since there was a lot of smoke. Girl. Help please screaming. At that Izuku heard the voice and began to run where he quickly removes the debris and Izuku looked at some people who were trapped and the boy was half scared but Izuku stretches out his hand with confidence. Izuku. Come on don't be afraid you won't be afraid anymore as long as I'm here he said smiling and the boy takes Izuku's hand where everyone gets out of the rubble. Izuku. Come on, let's go this way, starting to walk while everyone followed Izuku while he lit up the path, surprising everyone since everyone was following Izuku, while everyone was following him as if he were God, while Izuku helped the people who were in the rubble. 1 hour later. We see everyone helping and everything while everyone was thanking everyone. Meanwhile in Tartarus. Yukai. Wow if you are God watching it on the dining room TV. But Izuku. Everyone was helping those affected while everyone was removing the debris to look for more people and Izuku was helping a lot removing a lot of debris while he helped all the heroes. While he was taking some people to the emergency helicopter to be treated urgently and puts a girl on a stretcher but the girl hugs him very tightly. Girl. Thank you very much for saving me. Izuku. "You're welcome," he said, smiling a little, and the girl goes to the helicopter. But suddenly, Izuku looks up seeing the sun, but he realized something. Izuku mind. Maybe revenge was never a good option. I need to stop revenge. I need to be the symbol of hope that people were waiting for hope to return. I will be that light that illuminates hope in people. I will no longer be revenge, but the symbol of hope for all the people in the world. Outside of Izuku's mind. Izuku kept seeing the sun without it bothering him, but he sees Rocklock. Izuku. Sorry, what were you saying? Or if I was a bucking weakling, you see the dark I have is indestructible, therefore it can kill someone very easily. Super serious going like that, Mirko. I have 7 phases in total. Super serious, leaving Rocklock scared. Rocklock. If you are a god. Timescime 3 weeks later. Izuku was in it flying, making trees, mountains and our landscapes be born for Mother Nature, and Izuku finishes. Ready, Gaia would be super proud of what I did, teleporting to Mirko's agency where she arrives while Eri was on the couch drawing. Eri, you finally arrived, Dad. Izuku. Yes, I'm done with what I did. Mirko. Good that you arrived, Izuku, since Eri and I want to go to the movies, he said, smiling. Izuku. Okay, smiling. Finally everything is over, he said, smiling. Mirko. And all thanks to you, Izuku, giving him a kiss. Izuku. No thanks to you and my clan, now everything is peace if the human being causes chaos again, he said, smiling. Mirko. Okay love, let's go since it's getting late. Izuku. Okay, taking off his glasses, putting them away. Narrator. Everyone was on Rumi's motorcycle while she was driving calmly. Rumi. Look, Izuku, pointing at the screen where the fight between Izuku and Shigaraki was seen. Izuku. Wow, how they recorded it, curious. Rumi. Maybe it was one of the heroes who were only watching because this is on the internet, but at least they will know that you will always be a great hero, said, smiling. Izuku. You're right, the traffic light is already green. Rumi. So driving calmly until they arrived at the cinema where Izuku bought the tickets and Rumi the popcorn, where they went to the room to see Pinocchio, and the lights go out. Rumi. Finally, after 3 weeks we watch a movie together again while I watch the trailers that passed. But Izuku approaches her and whispers something in her ear. Rumi. That what do you want? I would not finish speaking since Izuku began to kiss her, putting his tongue in, rolling his tongue with his, feeling the metal of both, and they separate with a thread of saliva. Rumi. Every day you kiss, better giving a little kiss. Izuku. In the quiet night we will do everything you want. Rumi. Thanks bunny for always being by my side. Izuku. No, thank you for being my girlfriend, giving her a kiss. So our family was enjoying the movie where they enjoyed it super well. I did like it a lot since it is very funny and similar to the original. So our family left the cinema, they went to eat, to walk in the park, etc. So it was all day until the night where our family was returning home. They arrived, they were going to enter their house, but they saw a letter. Izuku. Who will it be from? Checking the letter. Rumi. It's from the Iceberg Lounge Club. Izuku. They say they love me, but for what? Rumi. Maybe it's something important. Izuku. I'm going. Rumi. Okay, I'll wait for you awake. Izuku. Okay. 30 minutes later. Izuku arrived at the Iceberg Lounge Club where he starts to play, where a guard opens. Guard. What do you want, seriously? Izuku sighs. They sent me this letter at my house, seriously. Guard. Are you coming? He's waiting for you, follow me, let's go to the elevator, there you'll find him, seriously. Izuku. Thanks, passing, seeing that it was a huge hidden den with a good atmosphere there, but what caught Izuku's attention the most was why there were some photos of Aida, but some people tore them up and some burned them. Guard. Yes, you hate him, but come here, he's waiting for you. Izuku. Who? Guard. You'll see him walking until they reached an elevator. Izuku. And where are we going? Guard. Go to the top floor above, he's waiting for you, I can't go anymore since it's private between him and you. Izuku. I understand, pressing the button up where Izuku was somewhat serious since he didn't know who wanted to see him until he reaches the top floor where the doors open. Izuku sighs. Why do I have to do this? I wanted to get home to play FIFA with Rumi and Eri. A little tired and walking a little, he arrived at a somewhat elegant office where he saw a man in a wheelchair. Izuku. So you are Ingenium, right? Ida's older brother, seriously, seeing Ingenium in a wheelchair. Ingenium. That's right, taking a sip of his glass of alcohol. Izuku. Tell me what you want, seriously. Ingenium. Look, Izuku, on behalf of my family I want to apologize with all my heart for everything my brother did to you, for everything. Izuku. Yes, I forgave you, goodbye. He was about to leave, but Ingenium takes him by the wrist. Ingenium. Not only this, I also want to give you this, giving an envelope to Izuku. Izuku. If it's money, no thanks, I'm too cold now. Ingenium. It's not a letter from your mother. Izuku. How surprised. Ingenium. If she wrote it while she was still alive, it's for you, Izuku. Izuku. yes, it's a bucking joke me. Ingenium. It's not a joke, seriously, that's all I'm giving you, and I want to tell you that Mirko was always the best. Izuku. That. Ingenium. You see Mirko, she always took care of Inko, and always her I helped in everything financially and everything, but one normal day Mirko was super busy since Uraraka sent an anonymous message where she left the city there they took advantage of doing that to Inko. I'm very sorry. Izuku. And how do you know that's super serious? Ingenium. I saw my brother's plans, his plans, everything, even had photos of Inko since they were watching her. Izuku. And why didn't you report it seriously? Ingenium. That was before you killed him, and what surprised us was that nobody knew he had that in his room since he always put lock on it. Izuku. I see, well thanks, and I forgive you and your family. Bowing. Ingenium. Thanks Izuku. Izuku goes to the elevator where he goes down, he leaves the club where he goes to the rooftop of a tall building where he opens the envelope with a letter, opening it. Letter. Dear Izuku, if you are reading this, it is because I am no longer in this world, that is why I am writing this letter. I know that your teacher and classmates Aida, All Might and Ichako Uraraka are watching me since I always feel watched by them since one time Uraraka ran out of a part of the house. The point is that if I am no longer with you, please take care of Eri, make her fulfill her dream of having a family with many siblings. You know I was always dreaming of having many grandchildren and being their grandmother. You know Rumi always wants to talk about you, but I realized that she can be a great mother to Eri and a great wife to you. The truth is I always trusted Rumi, so if one day you become boyfriend and girlfriend, I give you my blessing to you too, and I approve of your relationship. Izuku, promise me that you will forgive Ichako, Aida and All Might since they consumed you anger. That is why I want you to forgive them, because I know that maybe you will be super sorry for what you did. That is why I want that you forgive them, and revenge never happens, since revenge is never good, it kills the soul and poisons it. That's why I don't want you to get revenge on them, and always forgive everyone. And Izuku, promise me that you will be the hero that I always wanted to see in you. Even if I am no longer in this world, I will see you up there. Triumph seeing you and my grandchildren grow and seeing you married to Rumi. I love you very much, my baby. Goodbye Izuku, my baby, my great hero. While Izuku was reading the letter, he was crying inconsolably for what he was seeing, but what broke him the most was that there were some tear stains on the sheet, implying that Inko was crying when she was holding the letter, and Izuku was crying inconsolably for what they did to his mother, but he stops crying and starts breathing to calm down. Izuku. Yes mom, I promise you with all my heart, he said smiling. I have my white suit, but an idea comes to him. Meanwhile in Tartarus, All Might was in his bed super depressed and had huge ears since he never slept. Bard. Hey skeleton, stand against the wall now. All Might. Okay, standing against the wall. Bard. This is all yours, but please don't kill him. Retreating. At that, the lights in the place begin to flicker, something that scared All Might. At that, everything turns red. At that, All Might turns around in terror and is very surprised since he was seeing Izuku standing there in his white suit, but what was most striking was that Izuku was taking something out of his hands. All Might. Izuku said, shocked, and Izuku approaches All Might. Izuku. If you ever get out one of these days in your miserable life, whatever you do, wherever you go, I'll be watching you furiously, activating One for All and grabbing All Might tightly by the neck while fire came out of his right fist. All Might. Please kill me, that's all I ask since I lost the love of my life and now I can only wait for death. Please kill me since that way the world will be much better without me, and seriously, son, I'm so sorry. Izuku said crying. I forgive you, giving a huge punch to the wall, scaring All Might. And All Might, look, Izuku was no longer there. All Might. Tell me, where is the Izuku who can't see? Where is the Izuku Midoriya, kind and good with people? Tell me what happened to you, where is he? Tell me where you are, son, he said crying inconsolably and falls to the ground since now he lost everything while Izuku was on top of Tartarus, but he heard everything All Might said. Izuku. Only that part of me can see my family and the people I love very much. Super serious while it was raining and he leaves from there while the rain fell on him, but he goes through an alley, he changes into his normal clothes, leaving from there while the rain fell, but he stays quiet in front of an open jewelry store. Izuku. It's now or never, entering calmly seeing that there were many wedding rings. Luckily Izuku had money in his wallet and a lot of it. Jeweler. Good evening young man, how can I help you? Izuku. Good evening, I'm looking for an engagement ring, but that has the name of the woman I love in the middle. Jeweler. Okay young man, wait here, I'll go look for it. Izuku. Okay. 10 minutes later. The jeweler arrived with a large box and opens it, showing many beautiful rings, and Izuku was looking at the rings until he saw a beautiful one that Rumi's man had. Izuku. I want this. One jeweler. Okay young man, that pretty lady will love you very much. Izuku. I hope So Izuku left the jewelry store and paid 10,000 yen and teleports to his house, entering where Izuku sees that everything was off, and Izuku begins to go to his room where he enters taking a big surprise. "Umi. Oh bunny, you finally arrived, do you like what you see?" She said flirtatiously but shut up when she saw Izuku's look, who was serious. "Umi. Something's wrong, Izuku." "Izuku. Rumi, we have to talk." When Rumi said that phrase, she felt enormous terror since maybe Izuku wanted to end her by scaring her a lot, and Izuku sits on the edge of the bed. "Izuku. You lied to me, Rumi, for 3 months of dating and relationship, you lied to me all this time," said coldly. Rumi. Sitting next to Izuku. "Izuku. I spoke with Ingenium, he told me everything you did for my mother to help her in everything." Rumi said coldly. "Izuku yo. Izuku. He told me that after the funeral you became too depressed to the point that you did not leave your house. You always visited my mother daily, at the same time you cleaned my mother's tombstone, since sometimes it was graffitied, but the strangest thing is that you always brought her large flowers, and Ingenium told me that sometimes she sent you threatening letters, and at the same time she threatened to kill you. Why did you not stop investigating? Tell me why you did not stay away from me or my mother," he said super cold and serious. "Rumi. Why does that do in a relationship?" "Izuku. Back then we were nothing, why didn't you stay away from me as if I didn't exist?" "Rumi. Why did I love you?" really said with a lump in his throat. "Izuku. That." "Rumi. Yes Izuku, I truly love you because I truly loved you too much to the point that Inko already knew that I loved you very much, and once we talked I spoke with great sincerity. At first I thought that she would not approve of my love, but I never imagined that she would approve of all my feelings for you, and I would always visit her every day, since I wanted to protect Inko, since Inko was the mother I lost, and I always helped her in everything until one day the bastard Almight called me for a false mission and I left Inko alone thinking it was urgent, but he sent me super far from the city, something that they took advantage of and did that to Inko. When I found out that he was dead, I can't handle the guilt of seeing her left alone, and I still blame myself for having answered that call. But I knew that Inko would be proud if we were boyfriends and husbands, so now I motivated myself to earn your love, and more to Eri who I love very much, and look now we are a family," said crying while tears fell to the ground, remembering that tragic day, and Izuku didn't know what to do, whether to cry or be surprised, since the emotions were clashing between them. "Rumi. Sorry Izuku for not telling you this, it's just that I didn't know how to tell it," she wiped her tears. "Izuku. Don't apologize," Rumi sighing, "you know I thought I would feel that kind of fear again, I thought I had mastered it, you know I'm not afraid of dying, now I understand that there is something that I have not overcome, and it is the fear of living that again losing someone I care about," said sadly. That made Rumi get a little sad, but Rumi takes Izuku's hand, tangling their fingers holding their hands, and Izuku was sad but reciprocates and squeezes the hand a little. At the same time the two look at each other, get closer and hug each other, feeling the warmth of both, and Izuku and Rumi look at each other and get closer, joining their lips in a warm kiss, but that kiss was different, it was not of desire or lust, since it showed all the love that the two felt. Both a true love that he felt for a long time. While they continued kissing, Izuku and Rumi began to intensify it, tangling their tongues with each other's, and Izuku began to massage the thighs. Rumi simultaneously raised her hand, squeezing her breasts, while Rumi moaned something loud, and Rumi lays Izuku down and climbs on top of him. "Rumi. Are you ready bunny to make a baby?" taking off her blouse. Izuku. "Of course my beautiful brunette," taking off her shirt. Like this, having a night passionately. The next day. We see Izuku waiting for someone while drinking his coffee. That Mitsuki arrives. Mitsuki. "Oh Izuku, sorry for being late, there was a lot of traffic." Sitting down. Izuku. "Don't worry mom, your coffee is still hot," he said smiling. Mitsuki. "And why did you call me son?" she said curiously, drinking her coffee. Izuku. "Well, I wanted you to give me some marriage advice so that I can be a good husband," he said calmly, making Mitsuki spit out some of his coffee, but he drinks it all. Mitsuki. "There, my baby is already a man who already wants to get married there son, I am very proud of you," he said happily with stars in his eyes. Izuku. "Mom, don't say it so loud," he said blushing. Mitsuki. "Sorry son, it's just that I got excited." "Well son, take these tips so that they help you during your marriage. 1. Be with her forever. 2. Be with her through thick and thin. 3. Support her in everything. 4. Respect her as she will respect you. 5. Be with her forever. 6. If one day she makes a mistake. 5. Be with her all day long. 7. Be faithful to her forever. 8. Love her forever. 9. If she loves you just the way you are, never change because that's how she loves you. 10. Be happy together forever." Mitsuki. "Well son, those are all the advice I give you to be happy in your marriage." Izuku. "Thanks mom." Mitsuki. "Inko would be very proud of what you are going to do son." Izuku. "Yes, mom," said smiling. 5 days later. We see Izuku sitting on a bench at the small fair since Izuku was waiting for Rumi, since he sighted her here, since this was the first fair they went to when they started their relationship, and Izuku was waiting calmly, but he saw several families having a good time, and Izuku imagined a scene with his family having a good time making them smile, but some hands touch his eyes. Rumi. Who am I? Izuku. Let me guess, a beautiful, pretty and super cute woman who has me super in love until today, said smiling. Rumi. There, how romantic, giving her a kiss. Tell me, Izuku, why did you call me curious? Izuku. Well, the truth is I wanted to have another date with you, said smiling. Rumi. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go, holding Izuku's hand. Rumi's mind. Okay Rumi, you can do it, calm down Rumi, just say it without fear there, but I'm afraid of how he's going to react. I think he'll react like that day. Flashback. We see Rumi and Eri watching a movie, Twilight 1, they were watching it super calm until Rumi began to feel dizzy and grabs her mouth tightly and tried not to vomit. Eri. Mom, you are very worried, and Rumi ran to the bathroom where she began to vomit, but a lot until after a minute she stops vomiting. She goes down to the bathroom where she realizes. Rumi. 1 second, she will not be super surprised and stands up, goes to the room where she takes a pregnancy test out of the drawer and goes back to the bathroom to bring the pregnancy test closer, and they are somewhat excited, and sits on the toilet while she calmly waited for the results. Rumi. Well Rumi, do not worry, I know that your husband and your daughter will support you in all of this, and they will be very happy because they will be parents again, she said smiling. Very well, here I go in 3, 2, 1, closing her eyes, lifting the pregnancy test and opening them slowly. At that, Rumi burst into a great cry of happiness, since what she was seeing was that the result was positive, since finally Rumi was officially pregnant, and Rumi started jumping for happiness. Rumi. I'm going to do mom, 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 jumping for happiness and grabs her belly. Rumi. My baby, I'm going to be waiting for you with great anticipation, I'm going to be waiting for you, but I already want you to be born, I already want to have you in my arms, give you kisses, and I swear that I will love you forever, my beautiful baby, my little Robert, said crying with happiness, and leaves the bathroom where she sees Eri. Eri. Mom, are you okay, she said worriedly, and Rumi picks her up. Rumi. You're going to have little brother, she said happily, hugging Eri. Eri. Yes, I'm going to have little brother, she said happily. Rumi. But Eri, you have to keep the secret, since I will tell your father that you are going to have brothers. You promised to keep the secret by the little finger, she said smiling, raising her little finger. Eri. Yes mommy, by the little finger, joining her little finger with Rumi's. End of the flashback. Since that day, Rumi was somewhat pressured because she did not know how Izuku would react. Izuku. Something's wrong, curious love. Rumi. No, nothing, let's enjoy our date, smiling. So spending the whole day where they got on all the games, having a good time while remembering how they met, making them both smile like that. It was all day until night, where Izuku and Rumi were looking at the pier until the two leave and were walking, but Izuku stops, confusing Rumi. Rumi. Something's wrong, Izuku, curious why Izuku stopped. Izuku. You know Rumi, these 2 months that we have been dating were super beautiful. You are the most beautiful thing that has happened to me in life. I do not know what would become of me if I had not met you. You are the best thing that has happened to me. For you, I would give my life. You are everything I ever wanted. You are my sea, my sun, my moon. You are the one who guides me when something goes wrong in life, and I do not know what would happen without you. You were there in the most difficult moments of my life. You were by my side when I was in a coma, and that is why I love you too much, to the point that I would never leave you alone in life. So Rumi, I want to ask you something. Rumi. And what is it? Izuku, blushing since Izuku was kneeling down and took out a red box and opened it, showing a beautiful engagement ring. Izuku. Rumi Isagayama, will you marry me? Final chapter, wedding. Izuku. Rumi Isagayama, do you want to marry me? He said smiling and super blushing. Rumi burst into a big cry of happiness since he had waited for this great moment in his entire life. Rumi. Yes, I accept. He said, screaming super happy and crying with happiness, and Rumi jumped into Izuku's arms and began to give him many kisses all over Izuku's face. Rumi. I am the happiest woman in the world, this is the best day of my life. She said, screaming super happy and giving Izuku many kisses and giving Izuku a lot of love. Rumi. You don't know how long I waited for this moment. Now the 4 of us will be a happy family. She said, crying with happiness, and Izuku didn't understand what Rumi meant. Izuku. You said the 4 of us, confused, and little by little, he began to understand what she meant and began to shed tears of happiness. Izuku. Rumi, are you perhaps? He said, crying with happiness. Rumi. That's right, my love, I'm pregnant. He said, bringing tears of happiness to his eyes, and Izuku gives her a kiss of pure love that he felt towards his now wife. Time skime 2 weeks ago. In these weeks Izuku and Rumi already announced that they were going to get married. Obviously everyone did their part to help with the wedding preparations, since Izuku had his bachelor party and arrived home super drunk because of Raphael, and everyone helped with the wedding preparations, and today was the big day. Izuku's POV. Izuku was at the altar super nervous and sweating profusely since Rumi didn't arrive. Akugu? Already nerd, don't be like that, she's coming. Izuku? And how do you want me to get if she doesn't arrive, he said super nervous. Todoroki? It's only been 20 minutes since we arrived. Hiroshima? Already calm down bro, she's going to arrive. Izuku? And if she doesn't arrive, super nervous. Terry? She's going to arrive, I assure you Izuku. Kula? The bride is coming, the bride is coming, the bride is coming. At that everyone turns around and sees Rumi in her beautiful, elegant, and super expensive white dress, while Leary threw white petals at Rumi's feet, and Izuku blushed a lot because of the great beauty that his wife gave off, and Rumi looked at this and smiled at how cute he looked blushing and remembered all the times he made him blush, and more when they held love, and Rumi arrives at the altar and takes Izuku's hand to calm him down a bit, and they both turn to look at the father. Dear brothers, today we are gathered here to witness the union between Izuku Midoriya and Rumi Isagayama. So happening the typical things that they do at a wedding, which I don't know what they do since I've never been to a wedding, I don't know what happens seriously, well let's continue. Father? Well now Izuku said your vows looking at Izuku. Izuku? Izuku Midoriya, I promise that I will always be by your side forever, and I promise to give you everything that is within my reach, and I promise to make you smile every day and brighten up every day of our lives, and I promise to protect you and my family, I promise that I will be with you at all times, and never leave you alone and be with you through thick and thin, and if we go through a difficult time in our lives, I promise that I will never leave you alone, and I promise that I will love you forever, she said smiling although it seemed that she wanted to cry. Father? Well now you continue seeing Rumi. Rumi? I Rumi Isagayama promise to be the best wife, friend and lover to you, because I feel very happy that you are my husband and are with me forever, and I promise that I will always be by your side, and that I will make you very happy, and I will love you very much, and I will take care of my children, and I will cook for you, since I feel that you are my husband forever, and I will always make you smile every day, and I will love you forever, she said, crying with happiness, because she was living the best day of her life that she will never forget in her life, and Izuku takes her hands to calm her down a little. Father? Well, by the power that has been granted to me I declare you husband and wife, now you may kiss the bride. At that Rumi jumped into Izuku's arms and began to kiss him romantically on the lips, while everyone applauded for the beauty of the couple. So everyone went to the great hall where the party was going to take place, where everyone was having a great time, and Rumi throws the bouquet where Namuri caught it and began to kiss Terry, while Uraraka was crying outside the hall why she lost her Izuku forever and her daughter forever. At that Rumi takes the microphone. Rumi? Attention everyone, today I want to dedicate a beautiful song to my husband Izuku Midoriya, enjoy it love. So Rumi began to sing. Izuku? Thank you love for such a beautiful song, giving her a kiss, making everyone applaud for the great time the couple was having. So she spent the whole day having fun at the party until the night where Rumi made Izuku hers, where she raped him all night. Timescime 9 months. And that every month Rumi's belly had grown a lot, and Rumi was happy that very soon she would have her children in her hands, and in these months Izuku had to endure all of Rumi's mood swings, since she had become very bipolar during the pregnancy, since sometimes she was sad, happy, worried, and Izuku tried everything not to make Rumi angry, since if she got angry, she turned into the devil himself, and Izuku had to sleep for a whole month on the couch, since she made her very angry, and also had to endure all her cravings in the middle of the night, and sometimes not asleep, because she took care of Rumi, but she still did so because she loved him very much. To Rumi, that's why I endured everything, because I loved her very much, but today her son or sons were going to be born. Narrator. We see Izuku in the kitchen making breakfast while Eri waited. Izuku? Well daughter, breakfast is almost ready, he said smiling. Eri? Yes, dad said smiling. But in that. Rumi? Izuku, come quick, my water broke, screaming at the top of his lungs. Izuku ran like lightning to Rumi and Rumi arrived. My baby is going to be born, screaming, super worried and in pain and breathing rapidly. Izuku? Wait love, now I'm coming, he said super worried since today was the day, and grabs everything he needs like his phone, the diaper bag and some other things, and Izuku carries Rumi like a princess and puts her in the car with Eri, where he called some people, and arrives at the hospital where they treated Rumi in the emergency room and put her on a stretcher where Izuku was running. Izuku? You're going to be okay, everything is going to be okay, seriously love, while running and taking Rumi's hand. Nurse? I'm sorry but you can't come, and stopping Izuku. Izuku? But I want to see my wife, trying to get in. Nurse? I'm sorry but you can't come in. Izuku? "Oh curse my love, you're going to be okay, everything will be okay, just believe you," screaming while I saw Rumi walk away and wait outside in the room where Ryuko and Leona arrive. "Leona? Where is Rumi?" "Izuku? In the delivery room." "Ryuko? Let's go right now," going to the delivery room and they came in. "Izuku? They can come in and I can't," something upset and worried at the same time. "Eri? Dad, do you think everything will be okay?" "Izuku? Of course daughter, just have faith." In the delivery room. Rumi was pushing with all her might while grabbing Ryuko and Leona's hand. "Ryuko? Come on Rumi, you can do it." "Leona? Come on Rumi, you must keep going like this, I was there when I was giving birth to my son Leonardo." "Rumi? Yes, I already realized it, Aya." "Nurse? He's already coming out, I can see his head." So Rumi was pushing with all her might while screaming in pain until her first child came out that the nurses quickly cut the cord umbilical and they cleaned it and put pink blankets on it, implying that it was a girl, and Rumi looked at this through tears seeing her daughter nurse. "Wait Miss Rumi, I see another one." "The three? Wow. Nurse. Congratulations Miss Rumi, I see another baby in there." "The three? Wow, my babies are a little upset." Ryuko. "A question Rumi, what are you going to do now with your heroine career since you are already a mother?" Rumi. "I don't give a shit about being a heroine, I only care about my children, I want to see my babies, where are my babies?" she said, furiously activating her beast and lioness form, and Ryuko tried to calm her down until the nurse arrived. "Nurse. Here they are Miss Rumi," she said, very scared with Rumi's or Rumi. "Yes yes yes, give me my babies, give me my little angels, give me my children, come to mommy's arms, my loves, come to my arms, my beautiful baby," she said, crying with happiness at finally having her children, and the nurse gives them to her and Rumi uncovers them from their blankets and was very surprised since three were Izuku clones, 2 boys and a girl, but what made her smile was that they had their rabbit dark circles and green hair inherited from their grandmother, but the second boy had white hair, but they had ruby red eyes like hers, and the fourth one, her exact clone, had all of Rumi's white hair and brown skin, but had Izuku's emerald green eyes and freckles on her face, and what surprised her a lot is that all 4 had the Arachi mark. The boys had the mark on their chest and the girls on their back, and Rumi just cried with happiness when she saw her children. Rumi. "Hello Arachi, Robert, Izumi and Rumi Jr. I am their mother, I am going to take care of them, and I am going to love them, and I will love them forever. I love you very much my baby," she said, crying with happiness and giving each one a kiss on the head, and the nurse leaves. Nurse. "Izuku Midoriya, can you come in?" Izuku comes in and sees Rumi with her children. Rumi. "Izuku, come meet Izumi, Arachi, Robert and Rumi Jr. Izuku approaches and carries his 4 children while shedding tears. "Izuku. Look, Arachi and Izumi has the beautiful hair of their grandmother," he said, smiling, shedding tears. "Rumi. Yes, and look, Robert is almost my clone, but Rumi Jr. is my exact clone." "Izuku. This is the best day of my life, I love you Rumi." "Rumi. I love you." Izuku giving him a kiss. Leona. Ryuko. "Hey, we are here with a drop of sweat." Izuku. Sorry, a little blushing seeing his children, and returns them to Rumi. Rumi. "Daughter, come meet your brothers," he said, smiling, and Eri approaches the bed and Izuku carries her so she can see them and look at her little brothers. Eri. "Hello little brothers, I am your older sister, we will be the best friends in the world," she said, smiling, bringing a smile to everyone. I'm several years. In these years Izuku became the symbol of peace for the whole world and the #1 hero, along with Leona, Yashiro, Bakugo and Todoroki, who were the strongest heroes in the world and was considered a god by the whole world. And in this year Izuku and Rumi had more children: Rami, Roma, Inko, Harumi, Angel, Kurt, Raphael and Chris, all rabbits with their ears. Rami had green hair next to Roma, who had green hair with white strands, and Inko had white hair with green strands, and Izuku bought a big mansion for his big family. And in this year, Rumi stopped being a heroine for her children and was happy to have a family with the person she loved most in the world. And in this year the Arachi clan was increasing more since Yashiro and Leona had several children: Leonardo, Yujiro, Lucy and Laura, who were part of the clan, together with the children of Shermie and Raphael, Ramiro, Randy, Sherry and Sharon, who were also from the clan Arachi, along with Izuku's children. Since they had the Arachi mark, the boys on their chest and the girls on their back, they inherited all the Arachi powers, along with one for all. And Eri was part of the Arachi clan since Izuku gave him his blood, and now he had his mark on his back, along with one for all. Now they were one of the most important clans for the whole world, and this year Almight died since he could not handle the guilt of having killed Inko and betrayed his son. He committed suicide by cutting his throat with a knife that he made. No one went to the funeral, neither Izuku nor Melissa nor David went, since they already hate Almight for what he did to Izuku. Not even Gran Torino went, and Almight was forgotten forever for all these years. And in these years Uraraka had a son with Aida, but abandoned him to get Izuku and Eri back. Luckily Aida's family took care of the child. Now he lives a happy life with Aida's family, but Uraraka was always saying that Izuku he was her husband and that Rumi was her lover and they had a son, but nobody believed her because of Aida's confession until one day Uraraka tried to kidnap Eri, but Rumi almost killed her, so now she was in Tartarus, and from jail, she sent false information that Izuku was her husband until one day she gave up trying to get Izuku and Eri back and she had to accept the sad reality she lost Izuku forever and will never get him back, and in these years Izuku was super well since he fulfilled his mother's dream of having grandchildren, even though it hurt him that his mother was not here to see them grow up, but he still felt like he was seeing them in heaven, and finally it was peace and tranquility for our white-haired man, and what is our white-haired man doing now? Izuku. Izuku was arriving at his big mansion after a great day of work as a symbol of peace and enters and sees his two little children, a boy and a girl, Harumi and Chris, the two little rabbits who inherited everything from their mother. Their brown skin and their little tail and rabbit ears as well as Kurt and Angel, since he was the same as his mother, only that Angel was the exact clone of Rumi with her brown skin and white hair, but with Izuku's face and Kurt what he had was that his hair was white with green strands and the two children were playing heroes and they see their father and run out and hug his legs. Chris. Hello daddy you finally arrive. Harumi. Hello daddy you finally arrive the children said very happily and Izuku carries them. Izuku. Hello my little ones he said smiling and hugging his two children. Rumi. Welcome home honey he said smiling. Izuku. Hello love getting down to his children and taking out a bouquet of red roses, take love they are the color of your beautiful eyes, giving her a bouquet of roses. Rumi. Thank you there Izuku they are beautiful said in love and giving him a kiss, come love dinner is ready. Izuku. I don't prefer to wait for my children and by the way where are my children curious. Rumi. They will not take long to come from the UA. At that enters through the door all his children. Izumi. Mom, Dad we are here he said smiling. Izuku Rumi. Hello children my babies they said smiling and Rumi gives a kiss on the forehead to each one. Izuku Rumi. How did it? Roma. It went well for us Mom, Dad. Eri. Mom, Dad Komi-san declared her love to Raphael and Komi-san are now boyfriend and girlfriend. Izuku Rumi. Really they said super surprised and very happy and smiling. Rami. Yes and they kissed in front of us and we saw everything. Raphael. Eri, Rami I told them it was a secret he said, super blushing. Rumi Jr. Oh that he has a little brother, let mom and dad know. Inko. Congratulations Raphael you already have a girlfriend and she is the most popular in the entire UA. Roma. Congratulations Raphael you already have girlfriend and as Komi-san said happily. Chris Harumi. Raphael has a girlfriend they said smiling blushing a lot to Raphael and Izuku hugs him with happiness and also Rumi. Izuku. Their son I am very happy that you already have a girlfriend I am so proud of you are already a man said happy for his son. Rumi. Yes son I am very proud of you because Pronfin you become a great man just like your brothers Arachi has Ryuka, Robert has Marin, Angel has Katsumi and Kurt has Nagatoro said happily. Boys. Mom blushing. Izuku. Your grandmother would be proud of you because you became a man in itself you were already a man even more so by having a girlfriend said smiling. Rumi. And when you invite her to dinner again at the house and congratulate your relationship and give my blessing to both of you. Raphael. Mom super blushed. Izuku. What is already eaten several times at the house and why not welcome him to the family Midoriya Isagiyama said smiling. Rumi. Well let's go to dinner because dinner is getting cold. Everyone. Okay mom love. So our family was having dinner super quietly while everyone was making jokes about Raphael and Komi-san's relationship, something that made him blush a lot and finally our family lived in peace and happiness and everything was happiness for our white-haired girl and everyone saw happily ever after. End. Post-credit scene. Izuku was leaving the kitchen while looking at his iPad but raises his head seeing something that confuses them. Eri. Well only the tie is missing putting the tie on Marin and Marin puts on a white mask. Izuku. Guys what are you doing confused? Marin. Silence Izuku are you going to wake Robert up whispering and putting on the mask? Izuku. But what are you going to do? Raphael. Let's play a joke on Robert said laughing. Izuku. Really why? Rumi. Tomorrow will be October 1 so let's scare him since you know he really likes this date. Inko. And the good thing is that he's asleep. Angel. Let's go said trying not to laugh. Marin. Ready now I'm Slenderman said sinisterly. Izuku. But Slenderman is a man. Kurt. Is Slenderman female version? Roma. Let's go. Marin. Yes let's go. So everyone went up to the second floor. Marin. Rumi Jr. Are you recording? Rumi Jr. Yes I'm already recording. Izumi. Let's go in. So everyone entered Robert's room and Marin stands next to Robert. Eerie. Touch him since he doesn't wake up easily. So Marin began to touch Robert, who was still asleep, but little by little. Robert woke up. A screaming, terrified and turning on the light. Everyone. Happy Halloween. Robert. Marin throwing his pillow while Marin laughed. Arachi. No, Slenderman was your favorite character, hug him. Robert. Shit, I thought it was real. I thought the real thing did exist. That annoying shitty costume. Marin. Ha 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 ha, laughing like crazy. Robert. TSK, I'm going to break that shitty costume. Rumi. You break your tuxedo and I'll punish you all year. Robert. What? Marin. It's your smoking Robert, ha 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 ha. Arachi. Yes, it was easy to find him. Robert. TSK, get out of here and turn off the light. Marin. Slenderman scared you by dancing comically. Rumi Jr. The good thing is that the serious thing said, laughing. Marin. You should have seen how you screamed, ha 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 ha. Robert. Let me sleep, annoyingly trying to sleep. Izuku. You have it recorded, right? Rumi. Yes. Izuku. Pass it to me. Boys. Us too, mom. Robert. I heard them now leaving my room, annoyingly trying to sleep, and everyone leaves Robert's room but. Marin. Hey Robert. Robert. Looking at Marin. Marin. Good night my love, my Edward Cullen, my Robert Pattinson, smiling, winking at Robert, making him blush a lot. Over Halloween. We see a villain walking calmly through the city. Mr. Smiley. Smile activating his smile quirk, making everyone start to laugh where he reaches a bank where he activates his quirk more. Police. Ha 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 ha, stop him, ha ha ha, laughing like crazy, and Mr. Smiley takes out the money, a lot of money. Mr. Smiley. Just smile everyone and let me go peacefully. Honk. Ha 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 ha, there you go, ha 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 ha, stop him, laughing like crazy. Bakugu. Already stop, ha 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 ha, activate your quirk. Mr. Smiley. Just smile. Todoroki. You won't escape, trying not to laugh and trying to activate his fire eye side. Tatsumi. Damn idiot, ha 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 ha, I will defeat you, laughing like crazy. Mr. Smiley. Come on, just smile, smile forever. But it would be sending him flying with a kick that sends him crashing into a wall. Mr. Smiley. Ouch, that hurt me. Rami. We are here, the boy said, smiling proudly with his heroine costume, which was the same as Rumi, only it was green and black, and his boots were black. Angel Kurt. We are not called that. Mr. Smiley. They're more heroes running away with his rocket boots. Rami. Marin, Rumi is already coming like this, you guys talking through the microphone in his ear while following him. Marin. Yes, let's go. Rumi activating her quirk, which was figures can make any figure with a gas, that with the gas that comes out of her body, unlike Midnight, she gets her gas directly from her hands, not from her body. Rumi Jr. Finally to break bones. So the two of them run away with great force while jumping from building to building until they stood in front of Mr. Smiley, and Marin releases her gas and makes an octopus with the pink gas that came out of her and another for more strength. Rumi Jr. Now I will break your ribs, pouncing, increasing the strength in her legs, and activates her beast form, changing her hair from white to red. Mr. Smiley. Smile taking out her quirk. Marin, Rumi Jr. Ha 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 ha. Kurt Angel. Now yes, pouncing about. Mr. Smiley. Smile everyone taking out your quirk. Angel Kurt. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Smiley. Have a good morning to all young people. Ryuka. I already have you idiot, grabbing him with her dragon hands since she has her mother's quirk. Mr. Smiley. Smile, smile everyone. Arachi. You won't plow him by kicking him. Roma. Now yes, giving him a punch that sends him far away. Nagatoro. My turn, taking out a lot of energy in his hands that gives him a shock that electrocutes him. Inko. Now Komi-san kicking him. And that Komi creates a bubble, since her quirk is bubble, she can create indestructible bubbles that she can explode. Mr. Smiley. Not again to jail, crying comically. Katsumi. Now yes, son of a bitch, creating a super bomb. Angel. No Katsumi, wait. And that a super bomb is made by making the bubble collide with Komi, making it explode. Mr. Smiley. Goodbye young man, and remember to smile by activating your quirk. All. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Smiley. Well, I'm leaving now. Izumi Eri. You forgot about us punching him. Robert. Now it's my turn, doing a black wave that sends him far away. Roma. My turn, taking out a fireball that sends him flying. Izumi. The time has come, activating the one for all at 50% and activating his dress form, and runs over Mr. Smiley. Mr. Smiley. You just have to smile, activating his quirk. Izumi. No 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 no, holding back the urge to laugh since she was laughing adorably. Mr. Smiley. Okay, I'm going now, goodbye everyone. At that Raphael gives him a punch that sends him far away. Raphael. Finally I think he's done, said relieved. Robert. Finally his quirk is somewhat annoying. Marin. Better there than taking him to the hospital because I think he's not moving. Raphael. 1 second. Mr. Smiley smile everyone. Boys. Ha 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 ha, laughing super hard, and Komi and Izumi laughed super cute. Mr. Smiley, well, with your permission I have to go at once, goodbye and good morning, he said kindly, but receives a big blow from none other than Izuku, who knocks him out, now leaving him on the ground. Arachi, thanks daddy, said, tired of laughing. Izuku, very well done guys, you did it as a group, but you lacked coordination since you were shot out, but you did very well, I congratulate you all, said smiling. Marin, thanks, Izuku said smiling. Nagatoro, yes we did it, he said happily, hugging Kurt and kissing Kurt. Ryuka, finally a villain captured by us. Marin, yes, our first villain, said happily. Robert, wow dad, this suit that you gave me is incredible, since it resists a lot, thanks for this suit, dad, seeing his suit, which was the same one they gave to Izuku on his birthday, the black one, and Izuku now had the white one. Izuku. You're welcome Robert, because it was your birthday, and that's why I wanted to give you my suit, he said smiling. Well guys, go to my agency to change since we're done for today, since this was the only villain we've captured today. Bakugo, seriously, this is the only villain of the day. Izuku. Yes, well, I'm going to go take him to jail in a few minutes, I'll be back guys, teleporting, taking Bakugo, and the boys go to Izuku's agency to change. 5 minutes later. Marin, very well Robert-kun, you can go out. Robert comes out with his black clothes. Robert, hello, I'm Edward Cullen from Twilight, ha 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 ha, laughing a little. Seriously, why do they always use that nickname Edward Cullen? Marin. Well, your name always reminds us a lot of the actor Robert Pattinson, so we affectionately call you Edward Cullen. Robert. Simply because my name is Robert and I do not know why when someone arrives they always call me Robert Pattinson. Kurt. Tell me about it, because almost everyone calls me Kurt Cobain, stopping Nagatoro's hand, do not even think about touching my ears. Nagatoro. What do you have are super soft. Kurt. He already tells you that they are sensitive, he said, half blushing. Nagatoro. There, but I want to grab them. Arachi. Well, they named me after my grandfather Arachi. Robert. He asked me why they named me Robert. Marin. It is not obvious because of the actor Robert Pattinson. Izuku. And you're right, Marin, appearing next to Kitsumi. Kitsumi. Ah, do not appear like that, Izuku. Robert. Seriously, because of Robert Pattinson they gave me my name. Izuku. Originally you were going to be called Edward, like Edward Cullen from Twilight, but your mother wanted a normal name, so we named you, Robert said calmly. Marin. Well, at least it's a nice name. Izuku, if so the others, since my wife and I chose them and they realize that their names always begin with the I. Ryuka. But why Arachi begins with the O? Itsumi, an angel with the A. Izuku. Why Arachi is the name of his grandfather Arachi, and Angel for his aunt Angel, and for a singer that Rumi liked, and the names that are special to me are Arachi and Inko, since they are the names of his grandparents. Angel. I see dad. Iri, Nagatoro, what are you doing, confused, seeing Nagatoro trying to grab Kurt. Nagatoro. Come on bunny, it will only be an ear. Kurt, if you grab me I'll let you grab my ear, is all you want, flying a little. At that Nagatoro took a big leap and grabbed Kurt and brought him down. Nagatoro. I have you, she said, amused, grabbing Kurt's ears, caressing them. Kurt. Their nose somewhat blushing. Izuku. Why does that scene seem familiar to me? With Rumi. Rumi. Achoo, sneezing, I feel like someone is talking about me, it must be my children, and maybe my hexy husband, surely he was imagining grabbing me and bucking like crazy, biting his lower lip while imagining unholy things while moving his legs. But Izuku. Izuku. Why do I feel a huge chill, confused? Marin. A question, Izuku, why do boys and girls have a mark, boys on their chests and girls on their backs, and also on their wrists and arms, curious. Izuku. It is an inheritance from his grandfather, that's why they all have their mark. But Komi comes closer and writes in her small notebook. Izuku. Could you tell us the story of Raphael's grandfather by reading what Komi wrote? Of course. So Izuku told the whole story of the Arachi clan, and Arachi surprised everyone. Nagatoro. Wow, what a surprising story, I've heard, continuing to grab Kurt's ears. Izuku. Yes, but we still follow his legacy forever, and so it will continue for several generations, said smiling. Raphael. What's wrong, Komi? Komi raises her notebook. Raphael. Oh yes, it's true, today is October 31st, Halloween. Marin. Do you still remember when I scared you? Robert. Shut up, a little upset. Izuku. It's true, today is October 31st, our favorite day for me and my wife, and that they are going to dress up, seeing everyone. Rami. Are you sure, dad? Is that I feel that we are somewhat old to dress up. Izuku. You know Rami age is just a number, nothing more. That does not say if you are already old or not, it is just a simple number. Just why do you think I married your mother? Rami. Thanks dad. Marn. Hey Robert-kun. Robert. What? Marn. We can do cosplay together, Robert-kun said with stars in his eyes. Izuku. I still don't understand your obsession with doing cosplay, you two. Iri. Do you remember dad when we also did cosplay with mom and you and I when a movie we liked was released, he said smiling. Izuku. Yes, a little blushed since he remembered all the times that Rumi wore Hexy cosplay. Robert. But what would I dress up as since I have no ideas for a cosplay? Marn. I don't know, maybe Aquaman. Izuku. Aquaman catches fish. Robert. No, he has a lot of beard and his hair is super long and I don't have a long wig and a long fake beard. Drinking water, also he catches fish. Marn. The Batman. Izumi. Oh well, how easy it is, just that he puts on his suit and he is the Batman. Robert. No, it's like my Halloween costume every day since when we go out to patrol nothing ever happens. They always tell me that I am the Batman and the children always ask me for a photo with a drop of sweat. Marn. What if of Rumi's favorite character, said smiling. Robert. Of Edward Cullen. Arachi. No, from the hat. Robert. If that's true then it will be from the hat. Drinking water, stop looking at my ears, somewhat blushed. Marn. I can't help it, they are so soft and cute that I want to grab them, said smiling. Robert. Then from the hat, said smiling. Izuku. Well then let's celebrate Halloween like last year, said smiling. Arachi. Well guys, and at night we will celebrate. Izuku. Yes, but ask your parents for permission to spend Halloween with us, said smiling. Marn. Well, at night I see them all approaching Robert, giving him a quick kiss and goes to the door but turns around. Marn. Goodbye Robert Pattinson, see you tonight in our Halloween costumes, he said happily as he left Izuku's agency. Robert. Can someone tell me how I look like Robert Pattinson? Everyone. In everything. Izuku. You know Robert, your mother and I always knew she was the one, he said smiling. Robert. Dad blushed from the kiss Marin gave him. But Marin. God, why did I call him Robert Pattinson, knowing that he is my favorite actor, and besides, he is the very handsome actor. I mean Robert is my boyfriend, and he is super handsome, but the Pattinson came out. God Robert, why are you super handsome like Robert Pattinson, she said, super blushed and taking her face, while she put a soda on her face to lower the heat. But the boys. Izuku. Good guys, I'm going ahead, I'm going to pick up Chris and Harumi, I'll see you at the house, teleporting to Chris and Harumi's kindergarten. Raphael. Well guys, let's go home, and Komi, I'll see you at night. So everyone gets off at Izuku's agency, where they leave the agency. The boys say goodbye to the girls, where the boys teleported to their big mansion. Where they arrived, they entered and went to the kitchen. Boys, mom, dad, we already arrived, but everyone. A big drop of sweat comes out as Rumi and Izuku were kissing each other, and more Rumi, who was desperately kissing Izuku, eating him with kisses. Boys. Mom, dad, we've arrived, with a huge drop of sweat scaring the two, who quickly separate. Rumi. Hello my baby, she said smiling, giving each one a kiss. How did it go? Binko. At school we did well, but when we were at dad's agency we caught our first villain. Rumi. Really surprised and happy. Rumi Jr. Yes, it was epic since we finally caught our first villain, said happily. Rami. Yes, it was super easy. Robert. How easy if I always activated my quirk. Rumi. Well done children, I am proud that you finally caught your first villain, I am proud of you, she said smiling, hugging all her children. Iri. Mom, look, I got a 10 on the exam. Izawa-sensei taking his exam. Rumi. Very good daughter, I'm proud, you're the smartest in your class, as well as Arachi, Rumi Jr., Izumi and Robert, I'm proud of you, hugging her oldest daughter. Boys. We also got 10 on the exam, mom taking their exams. Rumi. Very good children, you always fill me with pride, all my beautiful babies, she said smiling, hugging all her children. Well, why don't we go to dinner? Boys. Yes mom. So our family was having a normal dinner. Binko. Hey mom. Rumi. What's wrong daughter, eating? Binko. Can you tell us again the story of how you met dad? Izuku. Rumi. Again with a drop of sweat. Izuku. Yes, we have told you many times. Robert. It's that every time they tell it, we still can't believe that a tough girl can fall in love with someone as shy as you. Dad is surprised. Rumi. Is that I really liked his father, so innocent, shy and very cute, he looks like a defenseless little bunny, said smiling, blushing to Izuku. Arachi. But how did you meet, where, when? Chris. Harumi. Can you tell us the story again please? Rumi. Okay, said smiling, beginning to tell the story. Flashback. We see Izuku sitting in Mirko's agency since Arya the pills with her. In that, Mirko arrives and sees Izuku. Mirko. Hey you brat, calling Izuku's attention. Izuku. Ayo, Miss Mirko said nervously and somewhat excited. Mirko. Look Brad, if I accepted you it's because I lost a bet with Hawk, that's why I have you, since with one hit you break your bones you are useless, said Would-be at the same time mocking. Izuku. Oh I see, said sadly. Mirko. But I'll give you a chance to improve in my agency and I'll help you so you don't break your bones anymore, and if I don't see changes in you, I'll kick you out of my agency and I'll tell all the heroes that you're a great hero for super failure Would-be. Izuku. Okay, he said a little happy. Hey Miss Mirko, can I ask you something? Mirko. If it's my number I won't give it to you, I won't even give you a chance to go out with you Would-be. Izuku, how confused, I meant can you give me your autograph because I'm a fan of you, he said smiling, taking out his notebook. Mirko. Hey, you're quite a nerd boy, but it's okay, taking the notebook from him and giving him his autograph, here giving him back his notebook. Izuku, thank you very much Miss Mirko, I'm going to take care of you forever, he said happily, hugging his notebook. And a question, when are we going to start training? Curious. Mirko. Now kicking him in the stomach, knocking all the air out of Izuku, making him fall in pain. Izuku. And that's because it was with a lot of pain. Mirko. Lesson 1, never let your guard down, there we go, if it was just a little hit nothing more, now come put on your suit that we're going to patrol a little walking, come on, I don't have all day walking to his office. Izuku. Yes, I'm already standing up, it will be a long internship, grabbing his briefcase with his suit and so Mirko's office. End of flashback. Urmi. And that's how I met your father, calmly telling the boys, shocked. Urmi Jr. Really? Urmi. What a thing. Izumi. I mean you met him on the first day and you hit him and said hurtful things and he's still with you mom. Urmi. Hey, I know that at first when I met him I was mean to his father, but thanks to his father, I've changed, said smiling. Izuku. Yes kids, your mother is still a rude woman, she is a very nice person and a very good person, that's why I fell in love with your mother, he said smiling, taking her hand, making them smile. Izumi. You two seem like best friends. Izuku. Of course, since his mother and I are best friends, he said smiling, hugging Rumi. Iri. But a question, when was your first kiss? Roma. It's true, since they had never told us when your first kiss was. That left Izuku blushing. Rumi. You know Izuku, what happened that time, I consider it our first kiss. Izuku. That time was an accident. Rumi. A wonderful accident, he said smiling. Robert. Wait, your first kiss was an accident? Rumi. Well yes, but I will always consider it as our first kiss, he said smiling. Do you want to know how it was? Izuku. No please, blushing. Everyone. Yes. Rumi. Well, it was in my gym at my agency, there was our first kiss. Flashback. We see Mirko in the gym as if nothing and Izuku on the floor, tired and somewhat hurt since Mirko was very rude with him. Mirko. That's all, I thought that I wanted to be a hero, look at you, you have some bruises, really you can't even touch me, it would be. Izuku. Yes of course, I can, activating the one for all at 15%, and he lunged at Mirko and was going to hit him, but Mirko would dodge it and kicks him in the stomach, causing him to spit out some blood. Mirko. Damn Hawk, I swear to never ever bet with you, annoyed. Izuku. I'm not weak because I will fight for my dreams, lunging at Mirko, which he would dodge with ease all of Izuku's blows until even his strength in his legs and gives him a kick that sends him far away. Mirko. Go green if you want to overcome yourself, that's why you tried to hit me, but no, I'll be easy, pouncing on Izuku, which would dodge Mirko and was going to punch him, but by mistake, he flies from Mirko's kick, which he stopped and pounced on Mirko and was going to kick him, but Izuku would dodge him and hits him in the legs, making him fall, but by accident Izuku slips and falls on top of Mirko. At that moment Mirko opens her eyes as she feels something on her lips that makes her blush too much and at the same time get angry since she was kissing Izuku, and Izuku also opens his eyes, blushing too much to the point that smoke was coming out of his ears, and the two separate with a thread of saliva, and the two get up. Izuku. Sorry Pages, sorry, I'm so sorry, it really wasn't my intention, kiss her seriously, I'm so sorry, forgive me, is it okay if I wanted to run away from her agency, super blushed and scared, and Mirko approaches Izuku super angry, and Izuku just closes his eyes waiting for Mirko to hit him, but only his ear approaches. Mirko. Don't tell anyone. Izuku. He's blushing a lot. Mirko. And if you tell anyone I swear I'll break your legs and bones, did you hear, you super upset brat and blushing. Izuku. SSSSSS yes, Miss Mirko with fear. Mirko. By the way, the kiss was not bad at all, licking his lips, blushing too much to Izuku. End of flashback. Rumi. And that was our first kiss, he said smiling, remembering that day. Izuku. Rumi super blushed. Rumi Jr. Oh, what do you have, we had to know how it was. Raphael. What a great story mom, he said smiling. Rumi. The best of all, well if you already finished go wash your dishes, okay. But listen, that a glass of breaks. Angel. Is from chill with a lot of fear doing the pose of the fingers. Rumi. Okay son, it was from chill doing the pose of the fingers. Angel. Yes, it was from chill. Rumi. Now go clean the glass and gather all the broken glass. Angel. Yes mom. So everyone washed their dishes as well as Izuku and Rumi, who were playful as they gave each other little caresses, kisses and some other close holding them. They get a little hot like that finishing washing their dishes and went to their room, but they saw that Robert, Harumi and Chris were about to play Fall Guys. Robert. Very well guys, are you ready talking through your gamer headphones? Kurt. I'm ready. Rami. We look like minions like that spoken through your gamer headphones on your gamer PC. Robert. Well, let this begin. So starting to play everything normal, having a good time between brothers, making Izuku and Rumi smile at how their children live together with each other, and something that made them smile more is that they included Eri as a sister even more, knowing that she was not their biological sister by blood. They loved her like another sister until they reached the final round. Arachi. Very well guys, it is the final round, so let's not get distracted. Rami. There we have to throw everyone you heard. Eri. It's already started. Kurt. Well, two have already fallen. Roma. Help help, they are pushing me. Inko. Here we go. Eri. Goodbye to everyone pushing the others. Arachi. Let's go, there are only two left. Robert. Goodbye cheap minion pushing the two that were left. Raphael. Yee, we won, he said happily. All. Yee, screaming happily. Angel. I have it really big, yee, shouting loudly, getting a drop of sweat out of everyone while their skis received a crown on their heads. Izumi. Another round for the blacksmith rabbits. Robert. And now that we play. Eri. Fortnite. Rumi Jr. It's fine. Robert. The good thing is that Marin is always online. Rumi Jr. You only think about Marin. Robert. Yes, why is she the second woman I love? Raphael. How confused. Robert. The first is my mother and the second is Marin, he said smiling, making Rumi smile happily. Izumi. Well then we play or what? Arachi. Yes, we go, entering Fortnite and Rumi and Izuku go to their room. Rumi. Thanks Izuku for giving me wonderful children, she said happily, and Izuku carried her. Izuku. Everything I did for you, now we are happy together, he said smiling, giving him a kiss. Rumi. But I still have a Halloween surprise, she said flirtatiously, making circles on Izuku's chest. Izuku. Okay, entering the room. 3 minutes later. Izuku. Can I take it off now, a bit boring since she had a blindfold on her eyes. Rumi. Yes, you can take it off. Izuku takes it off and sees that Rumi had a super hexy outfit. Rumi. Ready bunny to make more babies, said flirtatiously, making a hexy pose. Izuku. Okay. Rumi. But before continuing, won't you be upset if I get pregnant again? Izuku. You have seen that I will be upset with you because you are pregnant again. Rumi. Since you mention it, you always get excited or too happy when I give you the news that I am pregnant again. Izuku. See Rumi, I will never get angry at you, ever since I love you very much, I would never be able to get angry with you ever in my life because you are pregnant, said smiling, caressing Rumi's cheek which she got a little wet. Rumi. Okay bunny, now taking off her hero suit. Izuku. Well, this will be a long afternoon, taking off her hair tie, leaving her hair loose that was somewhat long but had long beautiful hair, starting to kiss Rumi. 1 hour later. Lemon skipped. But. Chris. Mom, Dad entering the room. Scaring the two, who covered themselves up while Izuku was still inside Rumi, and they uncovered themselves a little. Izuku. Rumi. Hello son, what's wrong, she said calmly while Rumi continued moving super slowly, but Izuku stops her. Chris. Can I ask you a question? Izuku. Yes, tell me, curious. Chris. Can I dress up as Chucky? Izuku. Whatever you want Chris, today is your day, we are going to have a lot of fun today, son said smiling. Chris. Thanks Dad, smiling, by the way, why is Mom on top of you, confused? Izuku. Well, why were we a little cold, that's why we are like this, and by the way we cover ourselves so we don't feel colder, he said calmly while Rumi continued moving discreetly, but Izuku the stopped. Chris. I can do it with my sisters, said innocently. Izuku. Rumi. No, screaming terrified. Chris. Why? Rumi. Why only your father and I do that since we are adults and only adults can do it, said calmly. Chris. Ah okay, said innocently. Izuku. Well Chris, go change so we go to the store to get your Chucky costume, said smiling. Chris. Okay Dad, said smiling, leaving the room not without closing the door first. Rumi. It looks like you super innocent and tender, it is super similar to you, said smiling. Izuku. And as for you, grabbing Rumi's buttocks beginning to penetrate. Harumi. Ah, so that's what I was talking about, continued Bunny, giving Izuku a passionate kiss, while Izuku continued to give it super hard to Rumi while she moaned loudly in Izuku's mouth. An hour later. Izuku. Well, let's go Rumi, that will make us late. Rumi. Yes, I'm already putting on some white and black Jordan 1, but Izuku began to squeeze his ass. Izuku. You know that if you put on those black leather pants they provoke me too much, squeezing his ass, and by the way he slaps him hard, getting a moan out of Rumi, and Rumi moved it in his crotch in a nice way, and Izuku spanked him in a nice way, and Rumi gets up. Rumi. At night love just waits until night, kissing Izuku sensually, and she shook her ass on Izuku's member, and the two separate with a thread of saliva. Izuku. Okay, but tie my hair. Rumi. Okay, tying his hair, making a small ponytail. He had hair like Mikey from Tokyo Revenger. Rumi. Okay, let's go, leaving her room. Rumi. Let's go mommy, daddy, let's get my suit, she said happily, taking Izuku and Rumi's hands. Izuku. Rumi. Yes, let's go daughter. Izuku carried her and went down and saw their children. Hurt. We are ready now. Rumi. Today everyone looks very handsome and pretty, but Rami seriously bought you that black leather jacket and you always wear it with a drop of sweat. Rami. It's super comfortable mom, and it was the best birthday present in the world, said happily. Izuku. Well guys, let's go right now to spend Halloween in a big way, smiling and leaving the house. Well, we'll go in the Lamborghini Urus, getting into the truck. Inko. Isn't it the same truck with which Travis Scott painted a chocolate brown Curious, and getting into the truck? Robert. If it's true it's the same. Rumi. Let's go quickly because I want to dress up for tonight, she said, somewhat excited and hugging her young children since Chris and Harumi were sitting on her lap. Izuku. Is it okay, starting the truck, leaving her house. 1 hour later. We see the family arriving at a plaza where they sell costumes. Izuku. We've arrived, going down like everyone else. Robert. How I identify with the song of a fan of the sensual, since sometimes Marin takes pictures of me secretly. Arachi. You have her in love, it's the most obvious. Izuku. Well, let's go to the store at once. So everyone entered the plaza but. Robert. Their shit, said Disturbed. Arachi. Oh shit, it's the Disturbing. Rumi. Jr. Seriously, why isn't he in a mental hospital? Izumi. Why do you keep uploading Disturbed videos seeing a man dressed as Bart Simpson? Izuku. Who is that, confused? Robert. Is a fool aponte Disturbing dad. Izuku. Who? Iri. A YouTuber dad. Izuku. What's weird, maybe he's doing a challenge or something. Robert. But he's 40 years old. Rumi. You're 17 years old and you're still buying Funko Pops. Robert. Yes, but this is different. Sir. That's officer, the one who still owes me 20 kids' costumes, upset, and the officer arrests him and takes him out quickly. Kurt. Finally, at least he won't upload any more videos. Izuku. That was weird, anyway we're walking, but Robert looks at a Funko Pop store. Izumi. No Robert. Robert. But I want one look at that Freddy Krueger I'm missing, it said with stars. Izumi. Better let's go later, another day, you buy it or have mom give it to you. Robert. I wanted, moving his ears, and his tail was about to enter the store, but Izumi grabs him with his whips. Izumi. Come on Robert Pattinson, mom and dad are waiting for us, pulling to Robert. Robert. My Funko Pop, crying comically. So arriving at a costume store. Rumi. Very well guys, what are you going to dress up as, curious? Inko. The truth is I don't know since I have many options. Rumi. Jr. Neither do I know. Rumi. Why don't you dress up with your brother as Little Red Riding Hood and the Wolf? Rumi. Jr. Arachi. What? Rumi. You don't remember, look, taking out your iPhone 35 showing a photo from many years ago. Rumi. Jr. Arachi. Mom blushing. Rumi. Oh, what's wrong, they looked beautiful that time, he said, smiling. Iri. I still remember that Halloween, smiling, remembering that Halloween. Raphael. I don't know, maybe I'll dress up as something from Netflix. Inko. A zombie. Raphael. I don't know, I have no idea. Rumi. I know, and if you take a walk around the store and choose your outfit, smiling, but she would blush since Izuku squeezed her right buttock, something that made her blush. Inko. Good idea mom, well I'll see what outfit to choose. Rumi. Very well, we will meet here at this point, and Arachi, Iri, take care of your little brothers, giving them to Chris and Harumi. Iri. Rachi. Yes mom. Rumi. Very well, go find your costumes for tonight, smiling, and everyone separates to see what outfits to wear, and Izuku and Rumi went to the hallway where Rumi hugs Izuku. Rumi. Silly, I told you not to do that in front of the children, blushing, giving him small hits, hiding her blush in Izuku's chest. Izuku. It's your fault since I told you that those pants always provoke me, giving him a kiss. Rumi. Do you remember when I wore these pants and Arachi and Robert always hug my legs, laughing, remembering that moment. Flashback. Umi. Arachi, Robert, let go of my legs and let me walk with a drop of sweat since Robert and Arachi hug your legs. Arachi, Robert. No, with a pout, hugging her legs tightly. Umi. Come on bunnies and I'll buy you lots of candy you want. Arachi, Robert. No, we will never let go of you, they said, pouting, looking at other men with an angry face so they don't get close to their mother. End of flashback. Umi. They came out just as jealous of you, said, smiling. Izuku. Those are my children, always worrying about their mother, that's why they have girlfriends. I was still surprised that Raphael already has a girlfriend, Takomi. Umi. Yes, I was also surprised, but at least Raphael already has a girlfriend and a super beautiful one. Izuku. Yes, you're right. Umi. Well, let's get our costumes. Izuku. And what are you going to dress up as? Curious. Umi. I don't know, maybe a zombie to bite you all I want, or a super bad and hexy little devil, or a vampire to suck another type of blood, she said flirtatiously, blushing a little at Izuku. Izuku. I still don't know what to wear for the night. Umi. I came up with an idea that we'll both like. Come quickly, pulling Izuku along, somewhat excited. So passing a few minutes where everyone chose their outfits and Izuku paid for them all since the Supreme God was a multimillionaire. So everyone went to his house where they started to change, and it was already night and Izuku put on a tuxedo and goes down to the second floor seeing his daughters. Izuku. Oh, but how pretty my beautiful princesses look, he said, smiling, and what are they dressed up as? Curious. Izumi. Well, Dad, I am a Katrina type character from Mexico. Iri. I am Cruella, I only dyed half of my hair black, now I am very cruel. Harumi. Well, I am Merlina Adams' dad. Harumi Jr. I am Tiffany, the bride of Chucky, and right now my boyfriend will come down. Then Chris arrives dressed as Chucky with his scars and his orange hair. Chris. I am Chucky, the evil doll. Harumi Jr. My boyfriend has already come, carrying Chris, giving him lots of kisses on the cheek. Izuku. Oh, how cute you all look, joined together for a selfie. Everyone joins in and Izuku raises his iPhone 35 taking several selfies. Harumi Jr. Please Dad, don't upload that photo. Izuku. Too late, I already uploaded it showing that. Harumi Jr. Dad, blushing. Izuku. Oh, what does it have for everyone to see that I have super beautiful daughters, she said, smiling, hugging her daughters. Harumi Jr. Okay, Dad. Izumi. And where is Mom? Harumi. Here I am, coming down with her corpse bride costume with her blue hair, her blue ears and her blue skin, and she approaches Izuku. Harumi. You can now kiss the bride, giving her a kiss that Izuku reciprocates. Izumi. Hey, we're here with a drop of sweat and the two separate with a thread of saliva. Izuku. Rumi. How do we see you, daughter, said, smiling. Iri. You look very good, Dad's taking a photo on your iPhone 35 as well as all of them. Rumi. Then you pass it to us, daughter. Arachi. Hehehehe, the Prince of Evil Joker has arrived, coming down the stairs in his Joaquin Phoenix Joker suit with his Adidas Bad Bunny coffees. Rumi. Oh, but how handsome you are, Arachi, dressed like the Joker, you are very handsome like that. Arachi. Thanks, Mom. Rumi. Pal on Facebook taking a picture, uploading it. Arachi. You didn't have to upload it, Mom, blushing. Rumi. If I had to turn around, how handsome my baby is, he said, smiling. Arachi. Thanks, Mom. At that moment someone comes down with his dark hair, his grey skin, his black ears, and with a nightgown that reached his feet, covering his entire body with his grey Jordan 1s. Izuku. Rami, is it you with fear? And that Rami looks at everyone in a terrifying way, giving them all a scare. Rami. Ha 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 ha, you should have seen their faces, ha 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 ha, laughing like crazy. Izuku. And who are you, curious daughter? Rami. I'm Samara Morgan, Dad. Izuku. Wow, how quickly you painted all your skin. Rami. It was easy, Dad, I just put it all on my skin, but see Rumi, take a picture. Rumi. My little Samara Morgan, publishing the photo. Rami. Mom, you didn't have to upload it, super blushed. Rumi. If I had, so that everyone could see that I have a super beautiful daughter just like your sister, said, smiling. Rami. Okay, Mom. And that Robert comes down dressed as the Hatter with his Jordan 1 J Balvin. Robert. Look, Mom, I'm the Hatter, said, smiling. Rumi. There, how handsome you, see my beautiful baby, taking a picture of him. Robert. No, Mom, wait. Rumi. Very late publishing the photo. Robert. Well, at least it came out, seeing the photo. Then Kurt and Angel come down with their costumes, Kurt with his black Vans with a white stripe, but the boot version, and Kurt had a black and red Jordan 1 with some scars on his face. Kurt. I'm Michael Myers putting on his mask. Angel. And I'm Freddy Krueger moving his blade fingers. Rumi. Oh, how handsome my little brunettes are, let's see, pose for a picture. Kurt and Angel pose for a picture. Rumi. My babies came out handsome, said, smiling. Izuku. Very good, only Raphael, Inko and Roma are missing. At that Roma and Inko get off. Inko. Ready, here we are, I'm the nun, she said macabrely with a nun costume and her black and white Adidas form. Roma. I am the girl from The Exorcist, she said macabrely with her face with some scars with long pajamas that reached her that covered her whole body and with her yellow and black plaid Vans. Rumi. How pretty, my beautiful girls, pose for a picture. Inko and Roma pose for one picture smiling and Rumi takes it. Rumi. Very well, all that's left is Raphael and now we have to ask for candy. Rumi Jr. By the way, where is he? Then Raphael slowly comes down with his blonde hair, his yellow eyes and his yellow ears, a white shirt, some normal glasses, some black pants and some black Converse and he arrives where everyone was. Raphael. I already arrived, coming down the stairs in his Jeffrey Dahmer costume. Rumi. Ah, why don't you surprise me with a drop of sweat? Raphael. Doesn't that offend you, mom? I mean, he's a serial killer who killed 17 people including brown people. Rumi. Rafita, he's been dead since 1994, that's many years ago. Raphael. He's not still alive. Arachi. No, the one who's still alive is his father. Raphael. Oh, I understand, but that doesn't offend you, mom. Rumi. No, since I can't log into my Facebook calmly without seeing this showing their Facebook thousands of photos of people dressed up as Jeffrey Dahmer. Raphael. They copied me making a pout moving their ears. Rumi. But it doesn't matter, son, you look super handsome like that, my little baby pal, Facebook taking a picture. Raphael. No, mom, wait. Rumi. Ready, I already uploaded it and received 5 I like. Raphael. Mom super blushed. Rumi. Oh, what else, do you look very handsome like that, he said smiling blushing at Raphael. Izuku. Well guys, let's ask for candy and have a good time. Everyone. Yee screaming happily. So everyone leaves the mansion, opens the gate of the mansion and everyone gets a drop of sweat since there were like 50% of people dressed as Jeffrey Dahmer. Raphael. They copied me making a pout. Rumi. Well, at least you're the most handsome of all, pulling his cheek making Raphael move his ears and his tail. At that a girl arrives with a military cosplay top and her light purple hair and the bottom a little revealing. Rumi. Who will she be, confused but sees that she stands in front of them. Marn. Hello, Robert Pattinson. Rumi. Robert Midoriya Sagayama angry activating his dress form. Robert. What a suck with fear. Rumi. Who is she, as your lover? Tell me, why did you change Marin for that ugly one who is not a super ugly one who only wears makeup, not like Marin who is really beautiful? Tell me, why did you change Mary for that ugly one? What kind of man are you? Angry grabbing Robert by the shirt. Marin. No, Rumi, it's me. Marin taking off her wig. Rumi. I'll letting go of Robert, sorry I don't recognize you by your suit. Marin. Don't worry Rumi, it's just custom. Robert. And well love, how do I look, he said smiling. Marin. Marin's mind. My god, he's super handsome dressed up like the Hat, my god, I want to kiss him. Robert Pattinson, god, he's very handsome, my love. Outside of Robert's mind. Robert A. Marin. Marin. I screaming happily in love. Inko. Well, but don't scream. Marin. I love how you look, love there, god, you are so cute in that suit, not a little bunny, said super happy blushing Robert. Robert. Thanks Marin, you also look cute with your costume, a little blushed. Eerie. Wow Marin, your costume is super incredible, but the bottom part. Marin. As that is the suit, even though I feel like it was a good choice, said smiling. Izuku. How cute you look, Marin smiling. Marin. Thanks Izuku. Then Ryuka arrives. Izumi. Wow Ryuka, your costume surprised. Ryuka. Yes, I am a skeleton, but this one is different since the bones light up with the phosphorescent lights. Arachi. Wow, you look beautiful, Ryuko. Ryuko. Thank you, love, you look handsome too, said smiling. Rumi. You are the spitting image of your mother, just as beautiful, said smiling. Ryuka. Thanks Rumi, and everyone has the most beautiful outfits of all, and yours too, Marin said smiling. At that Komi-san arrives with her outfit that was a pretty witch. Izuku. Oh, how pretty you look, Komi said smiling. Komi. Hello with much shyness and embarrassment. Izuku. Very well Komi, you are already improving more in your communication without stuttering so much. Raphael. How pretty you look, Komi-san. Komi. Gra, great, thank you, I love you, you also look, you see you look good, stuttering happy. Rumi. Well, only Komi, Nagatoro, Kitsumi, and that's it. Nagatoro arrives with his kitten costume. Nagatoro. Hello, Kurt blushing. Izuku. Okay, I have nothing against your suit, Nagatoro, but don't you think your suit, Nagatoro, is something small? Nagatoro. Yes, Izuku, is that I asked for a bet with a friend and now I'm dressed like this, a little blushing. Kurt. Let's see dance my beautiful kitty said laughing and Nagatoro vein appears on his forehead and Nagatoro begins to dance and sing. Nagatoro. I am a beautiful very beautiful kitten I am your very beautiful and cute kitten pointing at Kurt, I am your cute bunny kitten. Everyone's mind. Don't laugh don't laugh don't laugh don't laugh don't laugh don't laugh. Outside of everyone's mind. Everyone. Ha 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 laughing super hard. Izuku. Sorry I tried to support you, but I couldn't ha 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 ha. Rumi. That was funny Nagatoro, but you look pretty like that he said smiling. Nagatoro. Thanks Rumi and Kurt you look super handsome like Freddy Krueger he said smiling. Kurt. Thanks love moving his fingers. Then Kitsumi arrives in a rabbit costume like a mascot. Kitsumi. Hello everyone please don't laugh at my costume and don't be offended please. Izuku. Why you are dressed as a mascot? Kitsumi. I lost a bet with Katsuki, Camila and Mario Kart and whoever lost would dress up as this. Angel. Calm down Kitsumi you look pretty like this with your pretty bunny costume. Kitsumi. Thanks love. Izuku. Well let's go trick-or-treating first at Ryuko's house. Ryuka. I think my mom is still inside. Rumi. Well let's go. Arriving at Ryuko and Kigo's house. Izuku. Alright guys let's go trick-or-treating. Arachi. Come on guys in 3, 2, 1. Everyone. The skull is hungry no, they're a piece of bread don't finish it all leave me half taco with chili taco with salt, the skull wants to have dinner singing happily while Izuku and Rumi were recording. It's a typical song from Mexico when you go to ask Scholar Candy is very typical of Mexico to sing that song on Halloween. And that Ryuko comes out with her witch costume and little Ryumi comes out who the little one hugs Izuku and Rumi. Ryumi. Hello Aunt Rumi, Uncle Izuku. Izuku. Hello daughter how pretty you look dressed as a pumpkin. Rumi. Yes you look very good my little one they said smiling. Ryumi. Thank you uncles. Ryuko. Ah, but how handsome all of you my little nephews look smiling seeing your nephews. Arachi. Thank you aunt said smiling. Kurt. Give us candy aunt. Robert. Yes since I want a lot. Ryuko. Yes take a lot my little ones giving candy to each one. All. Thank you aunt Ryuko. Ryuko. Happy Halloween very little ones giving each of them a kiss on the forehead. Arachi. Goodbye aunt, we still have more houses to go through. Ryuko. Goodbye my little nephew smiling. Ryumi. Goodbye aunt. Izuku Rumi. Take care darling giving her a kiss on the forehead and enters the house with Ryuko and they go to another house. Arachi. How good our aunt is. Rumi. That's why I ask her to be the godmother at our wedding. Angel. Well to our aunt's house Lioness. Rome. Why does it have a lion's name? Izumi. Lioness is also a name. Izuku. Okay let's go to Lioness's house which was also a mansion. Izuku. Well guys sing. Everyone. The skull is hungry no, they're a piece of bread don't finish it all leave me half taco with chili taco with salt, the skull wants to have dinner singing happily. Raphael. Aunt open us up and give us candy stop training and give us candy. At that Lioness opens the door. Raphael. Sweeter AI is screaming terrified. Leona. Why are you scared like that Rafita? Raphael. Aunt are you scared? Leona. Yes why is this my costume I am a zombie he said smiling while she had blue skin and some scars and fake blood. Leary. Wow aunt her outfit is very impressive. Leona. Thank you dear well, but do you feel someone behind you? Calm down daughter they are your uncles go greet them, Maria smiling and little Maria comes out from behind. Rumi. Hello niece, it's me your Aunt Rumi she said smiling and Maria approaches Izuku and Rumi. Maria. Hello Aunt Rumi, hello Uncle Izuku smiling. Izuku. Hello daughter, but how pretty you look today and how big you have grown a lot, he said smiling stroking Maria's hair. Rumi. Yes daughter you are already very big before I only carried you and now I can't stand you because of how big you are said smiling. Maria. Thank you uncles. Leona. How handsome you all look. The boys. Thank you aunt. Izumi. Aunt Leona already gives us our candy. Leona. Of course, take a lot of candy giving candy to her nephews and the girls. All. Thank you aunt. Leona. Happy Halloween children giving a kiss to each of her nephews and entering the house where everyone leaves. Robert. And now that we have a lot of candy. Christopher running a little girl hug Chris. Chris. Hello Namari-chan said happily. Namari. Wow your costume is very nice your Chucky costume said with stars in his eyes. Chris. Same as yours Namari-chan of Skull said smiling. Namuri. Ah but how cute all my nephews look hugging everyone. Boys. Hello Aunt Namuri. Arachi. Hello Taylor, Trevor. Taylor. Hello Arachi or Joker greeting you as friends. Trevor. Today we will have a great time. Robert. Yes, super good. Terry. But if it's Izuku Midoriya himself. Izuku. Hello Terry, greeting friends. Namuri. Today everyone looks super handsome, my nephews. Eri. And what is yours, aunt? Namuri. It's not obvious, Eri, I'm Catwoman. Robert. And Trevor, I take your costume very seriously. Trevor. I'm Trevor Phillips' friend and you Edward Cullen. Robert. I'm tired of being called that. Marin. But if you like us calling you that. Robert. Marin with a blush lowering her ears. Namuri. Rumi, but how good you look with your costume, I still don't understand how the years go by and having so many children you have the same figure since I was at the top of Heroes. Rumi. Well, I exercised a lot and I'll always have this figure just like you, Namuri said smiling. Literally she has the same figure she had when she was a heroine. Namuri. Well, take care of yourselves everyone, enjoy your day, happy Halloween my children. Boys. Goodbye Aunt Namuri. Terry. Goodbye brother. Izuku. Take care brother, smiling saying goodbye to his friend. Rumi. There, my baby already has a fiancé and very soon a girlfriend, smiling and carrying his son. Chris. What's that about boyfriends, curious. Nagatoro. When you're older we'll explain why Kurt and I are boyfriends, said smiling. Chris. Okay Nagatoro smiling. Izuku. Well, let's get more candy, we need more houses that he visits. 1 hour later. Marin. How good, they gave us a lot of candy, seeing his skull. Ryuka. And now what do? We already visited all the houses. Homie. Yeah, yes, go, let's go to the Fei Halloween fair, stuttering. Izuku. Good idea Komi-san. Itsumi. Well, what do we hope, let's go at once. Already at the fair. Izuku. Wow, the entrance is super big, seeing the entrance somewhat big. Rumi. Yes, I think it's for you. Izuku. Well, let's go in. Entering, but everyone stays still. Angel. What's happening, confused. But Kurt points in front that the Squid Game doll was there. Angel. And that it doesn't do anything, it's just for decoration, but it dodges a shot, paint, seeing that there were snipers who had guns with paint. Angel. They're shit, starting to run super fast, dodging all the shots until he reached the finish line. Angel. Ha, seeing everyone, but all the boys grabbed their girlfriends and the boys and girls increased the strength in their legs and took a big leap, and Izuku grabs Chris, Harumi, and Rumi and transport them to the finish line, and the boys took a big leap that they reached the finish line. Raphael. You said Kurt Cobain. Kurt. At least I was the first. Itsumi. And what are we waiting to enter? He said. Happy. So everyone entered the fair where everything was terror and fun. Marin. That's why I like Halloween so much, everything is very cheerful and very happy, and finally I can dress up as whatever I want. Rami. Yes, and more because I'm not afraid of anything. Ai is screaming terrified and hides behind Izuku. Izuku. What's wrong, daughter, confused, and Rami points to it from 1990. Izuku. Oh, do you want a picture with him? Rumi Jr. Rami says yes. Inko. And that he wants to hug him. Rami. That's not true, Rumi, Inko is very scared. Izuku. Okay, then go with him so he can take it, taking his daughter's hand, and Rami approaches the clown. Brahma. Closer, Rami. Rami approaches it. Brahma. Smiles Rami. Rami smiles hard and Izuku takes it and Rami moves away from it. Izuku. There, but how pretty you look. Marin. You looked pretty, Rami. Rami. Let's go to an attraction with fear, and her legs were shaking. Komi. Yes, let's go, they're pointing to a clown attraction. Raphael. Let's go then, Komi. Rami. I swear if the clown comes out it burned the attraction, entering the attraction, seeing that it was not very colorful. Rami. This is not scary, but a clown comes out, Aya jumping into Izuku's arms. Izuku. Calm down, Rami, it's just a doll. Rumi Jr. And you said you weren't scared, smiling mockingly. Rami. And it's not that it surprised me, but dad, can you hug me, and when we get out please let me go, hugging her father. Izuku. Of course, daughter, hugging her daughter. Marin. Wow, how colorful it is. The clown comes out. Arachi. We have to be scared or what? Rumi Jr. The truth is very boring. But a clown comes out big. All. I is screaming terrified. Izuku. Okay, yes, this place is a bit scary. 4 minutes later. Rumi. It was good even though there weren't that many scares. Ryuka. Better let's go in there to the cannibal forest. Izumi. Sounds tempting. Nagatoro. Let's go at once. Entering the forest that was a small forest type. Eerie. And that hour the monsters and cannibals are going to come out. The cannibal comes out. Izuku. Aya hitting him, sorry you came out of nowhere, sorry. Cannibal. Well, it's okay, grabbing his nose as it was dripping a lot of blood. Marin. Wow, Izuku, you have great strength. Nagatoro. The power of steroids. Izuku. You were wrong Marin, I am 100% natural. Nagatoro. Wow, I didn't know that, surprised. Raphael. Let's continue on the path. Hurt. Wait a moment, moving forward a cannibal comes out, giving him a kick that sends him far away, I feel him screaming. Hitsumi. Yes, they get scared easily, but a cannibal comes out. Hugging Angel. You said. Hitsumi. Don't let me go in fear, hugging Angel tightly. So they were the exit where they leave. Izuku. Gosh, that was terrifying. But come to nothing more and nothing more to Art the clown, obviously someone disguised. Marin. Ah, how scary with fear. But Raphael making Art run away. Raphael. That if he only wanted a confused photo. Rumi. It's that Jeffrey Dahmer was really a monster that you wouldn't like to cross your path. Raphael. Ah, I see. Izuku. Look guys, the rocket show is about to begin. Hurt. Oh that's right, let's go right away, pulling Nagatoro. Like that everyone goes like that where the people were gathered, and at that moment the rocket show began where everyone was amazed by the rockets that made figures in the sky, and Izuku and Rumi looked happy at that moment until the hands of the two cross, making the two look at each other, and they slowly approach and join their lips in a warm kiss while a rocket exploded forming a heart. 1 hour later we see our family arrive home. Hurt. God, I'm so tired. Izumi. Yes, but it was a great day, it was a great Halloween anyway, good night mom, dad hugging their parents as well as the parents. Iri. Good night mom, dad was about to go to his room but comes back to hug his parents. Iri. Thank you for being my parents, really thank you very much for always being my parents, shedding tears. Izuku. No thanks to you because now your mother and I are closer. Rumi. Yes, and we will always love you forever, they said smiling, hugging their daughter, giving her a kiss on the cheek, and they separate from the hug. Iri. Good mom, dad going to her room. Izuku. Rumi. Good night daughter, smiling and going to his room. Izuku. Wow, but what a great night, but Rumi hugs him from behind. Rumi. Since the children went to sleep, how about putting their hands under the pants, touching Izuku's member. Izuku. Rumi, the children can't hear us. Rumi. They're even being married, you still blush when we were dating, that excites me, biting Izuku's ear, blushing him, and puts a blindfold on Izuku. Izuku. Hey Rumi, what's wrong? Rumi. It's a Halloween surprise, so don't take it off or there won't be a surprise. Izuku. Okay. 1 minute later Rumi comes out of the bathroom. Rumi. You can take it off now. Izuku. Wow, seeing Rumi's costume, which was horns, wings, a devil's tail and a bra next to some red panties. Rumi. I told you I would be a very bad little devil, so how about you punish me because I was a very bad little devil, make me yours, punish me because I behaved very badly, moving her hips next to her tail, while Izuku watched this in a daze. Lemon skipped. Izuku. I'm glad about that, and now carrying them and putting her against the wall. Rumi. Okay then do it, make me yours. Izuku. As you say, my hexy brunette, giving him a sensual kiss. 2 days later. Izuku. Alright guys, today we're going to see your grandmother driving in her Mercedes G63 AMG 6X6. Hurt. Can someone tell me why they told me to put on my Michael Myers costume with a drop of sweat? Inko. Why are we going to see the last Halloween movie, Halloween End? Izumi. The truth is that we found the idea funny and fun. Izuku. Well, we're here. Arachi. Here I have the flowers, let's go down from La Mercedes like everyone else. Rumi. Well, let's go see your grandmother, entering the cemetery where everyone enters with some flowers. Some were there, but the whole family saw someone standing in front of Inko's grave. Rumi. No, there's something bothers. Robert. Oh, it's Forrest Gump. Izumi. Who? Robert. A lady that I affectionately call Forrest Gump, since always when I go to the train I always find her and she starts talking to me things about dad and mom. Arachi. Isn't it Achako Uraraka, the crazy one that we sometimes meet? Rumi Jr. Yes, it's her. Rumi. But what is she doing here? Something bothers. Izuku sighs. I'd better go talk to her, wait here, teleporting next to Uraraka. Hello Achako. Uraraka. Hey Izuku, surprised. Izuku. You also came to see her, right? Uraraka. Yes, I miss her a lot, sad. Izuku. You know, I went through that too, I felt like my world no longer made sense without my mother, but now I have my children, and now my whole world is fixed. Uraraka. You are still married to Mirko, right? Izuku. Yes, we have been together for many years, but tell me the truth, are you really super sorry about going to see them, helping them, right, you know? Uraraka. Izuku crying, I'm really sorry, I really try to make everything better, but this will always be my punishment, I'm stupid sniff 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 why did I help them that day sniff I shouldn't have called Mirko and taken her away from the city, sniff neither All Might sniff sniff, I shouldn't have helped them all this time, I tried everything to forget it, but every day that passes, I just want to wait for death, since what I did to you is unforgivable, nor what I did to my son I abandoned him. Sniff sniff I'm the worst I slept on the streets, I live in misery I had to steal and sell my body, so that since I deserve to suffer all that and more for what I did to you Izuku crying inconsolably while remembering the past, while Izuku looked like Uraraka was really super sorry for everything that happened with the issue of her mother, he knew perfectly well that now Uraraka has the most horrible life he only stayed silent for a few seconds. Izuku. You know Ochako my mother taught me that revenge is never good I became vengeful, but I discovered that that was not the way, but that they needed people to believe in justice and hope that's why I stopped being dark to be the hero that people need now he said calmly looking at the sky. But you know I feel that out there are other places and dimensions that maybe went through the same thing a young man betrayed, so that in the end he gets something in return like a family or something more to be happy, and you know thanks to my mother I can forgive, since the guilt will always follow them, and I am one of those people who give second chances so Ochako I forgive you for everything. Uraraka. But what I did to you shedding tears. Izuku. Everything is in the past since the past is left behind, and now there is to live the present, that's why I forgive you all Ochako. Uraraka. Seriously surprised and shedding tears of happiness. Izuku. Yes we can even just be friends nothing more said smiling, making Ochako cry with happiness and hug him very tightly, something that confused the Midoriya Sagayama family, but Rumi understood perfectly, she just smiled at the beautiful moment of Uraraka, so happy that Uraraka was passing, and Uraraka was crying inconsolably with happiness, since she had waited for this moment her whole life, and Uraraka and Izuku separate. Uraraka. Izuku thank you very much said happily. Izuku. You're welcome Ochako smiling. Uraraka. Well I'm leaving since you're with your family for a moment and I don't want to interrupt so have a nice time with your family by the way what a nice family you have smiling wiping away her tears. Izuku. Okay Ochako goodbye later I'll come find you said smiling. Ochako. Okay goodbye Izuku smiling and leaving super happy because Izuku finally forgave him and for everything he did in the past and Izuku makes a sign to his family to come and they all teleported like that Izuku. Jr. What happened dad? Izuku. Nothing we just talked a little about the past and you know Rumi Jr. sometimes people make mistakes but they learn from them and improve but always learn to forgive in everything always forgive the person who was wrong in everything, said smiling Rumi. Jr. What beautiful words dad. Rumi. Well kids put the flowers on her and put the balloons there. 40 minutes later. Robert. It looked super good. Roma. Yes it looked beautiful. Raphael. How beautiful it looks seeing Inko's tombstone since they put balloons and white flowers all over the tombstone. Izumi. Dad, how was Grandma really curious? Izuku. She was a good woman, the best of all, she was short, chubby, and a super good person of all, the best woman of all, smiling, remembering her mother. Izumi. I would have really liked to meet her. Rumi. But you know one thing Izumi you and Arachi, Rami completely inherited your grandmother's hair since she was green-haired and the others inherited green locks, that's why you have your hair like that, not because your father cheats, but that's how you had your hair. Robert. But we never doubted that you would cheat on dad. Rumi. Just in case. Izuku. At least your grandmother would be super happy to meet you all, and even more so that you are going to make great heroes, she said smiling, well guys let's go your grandmother needs to rest. Chris Harumi. Goodbye grandma leaving a flower on her tombstone. Rumi. Good guys let's go. Izuku. Go ahead I'll catch up with you right now giving the Mercedes keys to Rumi. Rumi. Okay let's go children carrying their young children and everyone leaves leaving only Izuku who only stops seeing Inko's tombstone full of flowers making him smile, but he looks back at a grave all destroyed, broken with a lot of garbage he goes towards that grave. Izuku. Hello Toshinori smiling a little, you know thanks to you Betrayal I became super strong and more for my family you know when I was a child, I wanted to be a great hero, but thanks to Arachi I am a god the god that everyone needs so thank you Toshinori for giving me the one for all I regret not seeing you in the core, but you know plucking some flowers cleaning a little on his tombstone, 2 white flowers. Izuku. I forgive you for everything I hope you are happy wherever you are smiling, well goodbye Toshinori I'll come visit you later smiling leaving the flowers there and his car arrives where. Izuku gets in. Okay guys let's go to the movies but a question who are we going to go for curious? Hurt. For Marin, Komi and Nagatoro. Izuku. Okay then let's go. 10 minutes later. Robert. Marin we're here screaming. Marin comes out in her Michael Myers costume. Rumi Izuku. Really with a drop of sweat. Marin. Let's go, quickly getting in the car, sitting down. Izuku. Only Nagatoro and Komi are missing, San driving. 10 minutes later. Raphael. Komi, we're here, screaming. Komi comes out of the house with a dark purple sweater that reached her thighs, purple stockings that covered her legs, and her black Vans with a white stripe. Shuko. Goodbye daughter, have fun much, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Oh hello Rafita, dear greeting. Raphael. Hello Mrs. Shuko, smiling. Rumi. Wow, Shuko loves me very, very much, Rafita whispering, smiling. Izuku. Well Rafa, it's good, what were you waiting for? Komi gets into the Mercedes. Komi. We're leaving, whispering. Izuku. Very well, only Nagatoro is missing and. 10 minutes later. Kurt. Nagatoro, we've arrived, screaming, and Nagatoro runs out and hugs Kurt and gives him a kiss. Nagatoro. You're finally here bunny, now let's go, touching Kurt's ears. Kurt. Well let's go, blushing, and get in the car. Izuku. Well since we're here and Kitsumi and Ryuka went ahead to the cinema, we're already full. Rumi. What are we waiting for, let's go now. Izuku. Well let's go. 20 minutes later. Izuku. We finally arrived, going to the cinema where everything was quiet. Nagatoro. And which one are we going to see, Kurt curious. Kurt. That one, pointing at the Halloween poster, ends. Nagatoro. Wow, really wanted to see it, thanks bunny, hugging him. Ryuka. Let's buy the tickets, love. Arachi. Yes, let's go. So all the boys bought their tickets. Robert. Well, we had enough for the ones from the back. Kurt. It doesn't matter, the ones from the back are the best, smiling. Nagatoro. Do you want us to kiss in the back part and in the dark, said smiling, perverted, somewhat blushing. Kurt. And not only that, back are the best way to see the movie, blushing. Nagatoro. Well, if you want some kisses, fine, I will give you many kisses, smiling calmly, blushing. Kurt. Rumi. Seriously, kids want to see the Halloween Ends, surprised since Harumi and Chris wanted to see the movie Halloween Ends with her brothers. Chris. Yes mom, yes, we want to see it with our brothers. Harumi. Yes, besides we are already little children, raising her chest. Rumi. Okay, buying the tickets. Izuku. And which one are we going to see, Rumi curious. Rumi. Hehehe, laughing evilly. Robert. Finally, after waiting a few minutes, we bought the popcorn. Rami. Inko, why do you always put mayonnaise on your hot dog? Inko. It tastes good like that. Raphael. Let's go in now because I don't want to miss any trailers. Rami. Let's go now. Izuku. Help me, I want to live, entering the room, I want to live, leaving, but Rumi pulls him since they were going to see a porn movie. Arachi. Okay, that was weird. Marin. Let's go in at once. So entering, and they sat in the back. Eerie. How exciting it is the last Halloween movie. Arachi. Yes, and the best, we will witness how the saga will end. Rami. Hey Kurt and Nagatoro, if you are going to be kissing, go to the corner. Kurt. What? Eerie. Chris. Harumi, if you are scared, just cover your eyes and hug me very tightly. Chris. No, since now we are big kids. Harumi. Yes, and now we are not afraid of anything. But the lights go out. Roma. Yes, it is going to start, he said happily. But Izuku. Izuku. Rumi stopping. Harumi. Oh, what does it matter if you love that we go watch porn movies, kissing him passionately. Izuku. But the movie hasn't started yet, pointing out that the movie hadn't started yet and there was no one. Rumi. Sorry, it's that I exist, it's that you turn me on so much, bunny, touching Izuku's abdomen, grabbing Izuku's right hand, touching her vagina with it. Izuku. If all goes well, maybe Harumi and Chris will stop being the little ones in the house, grabbing Rumi's thigh. Rumi. Promise, promise, bunny. 2 hours later. Izuku. What time does Halloween ends? Rumi. Second, it's over, but why are you taking so long? Then they see their children leave the movie theater. Rami. Wow, that was exciting. Marin. Shut up, Rami was super scary with fear. Arachi. The truth is that it did scare me. Komi. It was super scary, hugging Raphael. Rumi. I'm glad you liked it, guys. Izuku. Hey my little ones, what are you doing, watching Chris and Harumi with traumatized and scared faces. Rumi. Okay, let's go, the movie theater is about to close. Already at the house. We see Izuku and Rumi looking at the door of his room. Izuku. Do you think they're coming, curious. Rumi. Yes, I know them, they're just as scared as you. Izuku. But they said they weren't afraid anymore. Rumi. Izuku, that's what Robert said when he was 6 years old and was always afraid and wet the bed. Izuku. Wait, what was he afraid? Of? Rumi. Bats and even a monster called the Babadook. Izuku. I see, now he's mastered his fear since now he is the fear in villains. Rumi. Yes, you are right, but do you think they will come? Izuku. I think so, or maybe not. Rumi. Just a quickie. Izuku. You read my mind taking off her sweater and Rumi was just masturbating getting hot since she slept naked. But they hear the door knock. Izuku. It's them. Rumi. We'll leave it for tomorrow, but you can't save yourself bunny giving him a tongue kiss and they separate with a thread of saliva and Rumi stands up putting on her panties and her bra along with her sweater and her white pants and opens the door seeing her children very scared. Rumi. Well know that they are already big children and they weren't afraid of anything she said mockingly, but a small noise is heard making the children get scared and hug Rumi's legs. Rumi. Mommy can we sleep in fear with my crystallized eyes shed tears. Rumi. Okay my baby's carrying her children and takes them to the bed where they lie down and cover themselves. Izuku. Good night my children giving him a kiss on the forehead to the eyes. Rumi. Good night mom, dad falling asleep while smiling. Izuku. Good night love. Rumi. Good night my love giving him a kiss touching Izuku's tongue and they separate with a thread of saliva and go to bed falling deeply asleep while hugging their children. Over Christmas and New Year. We see Izuku sleeping peacefully but he feels something on his hips, something that was bothering him and he wakes up reluctantly turning on the table lamp, seeing ruby red eyes. Izuku. Rumi yawning but look closely and see that Rumi had a hexy red outfit. Izuku. Rumi what are you doing dressed like that blushing? Rumi. Merry Christmas bunny giving him a sensual kiss and they separated with a thread of saliva. Izuku. But we are on December 1st. Rumi. Well, I wanted to give you my Christmas present to my husband, besides, it is your early gift, she said flirtatiously, caressing Izuku's chest. Izuku. You know that I also want to give you my early Christmas present, smiling, sitting on the bed. Rumi. What is a bunny, somewhat excited and moving her tail and ears. Izuku. Look in the closet, there is your gift, pointing to the closet in the room. At that Rumi stands excitedly opening the closet. Izuku. It's all the way down, go down more, there you will find it, she said calmly looking at Rumi's ass, which she moved in a hexy way, along with her tail, something that Izuku really liked, seeing the delicious ass of his beloved wife, and Rumi gets up with a large box wrapped in gift paper. Rumi. What will it be, shaking it to hear that it was. Izuku. Open it, you said smiling. Rumi opens it quickly opens the gift and gave a small scream, but quickly covers herself and takes out of the box a beautiful red dress embedded in diamonds and some beautiful purple gloves, making Rumi jump with joy and begins to kiss him all over the face, giving Izuku a lot of love. Rumi. There I love you 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 I said happy and in love whispering while shedding many tears. Izuku. You like it right? Rumi. I loved it very much my love giving Izuku a kiss, you are the best boyfriend in the world, I do not know how you could marry me Izuku I say I am a tough woman and you a great man bringing out more tears. Izuku. Why were you the one who shot my heart, she said smiling wiping Rumi's tears giving her a kiss. Rumi. But I still want to give you my gift for you unzipping the back taking off the top of her breasts, taking off the whole suit being completely naked blushing Izuku. Izuku. Hey wait Rumi the kids can hear us. Rumi. We won't wake him up if we don't make any noise starting to kiss Izuku sensually. Lemon skipped. 7:30 am. Izuku and Rumi were sleeping peacefully with a smile, both for the great night they had, and more Rumi which she was with a big smile, because of how Izuku treated her like a bitch at night, but Rumi's cell phone alarm clock wakes her up and turns it off she stretches with a big smile, seeing that her husband was still asleep making her smile she gets up puts on her panties, bra, sweater and her pants, and leaves her room. Rumi. How exciting today my son returns from Brazil said super happy since she would see her son again. I have to clarify something, and that is that Izuku and Rumi have one more son in the fanfic, because of the rush I forgot to put it in the fanfic, because I was in a hurry so Rumi and Izuku have one more son let's continue. Rumi goes down the stairs super happy and sees her son Kurt and Nagatoro in the living room watching TV in the living room. Nagatoro. Hello, Rumi. Rumi. Hello Nagatoro but she is in shock, wait did you stay asleep here in shock? Nagatoro. Yes, since it has been a month that I sleep at your house since when it gets late or we have sleepovers I sleep here with Kurt. Rumi. Ah yes I remember why you sleep here in the house, but did you hear something in the middle of the night with fear? Nagatoro. No since I was super asleep since when I fall asleep I hear absolutely nothing and in Kurt's room, you can't hear any noise why Rumi confused causing Rumi to let out a sigh of relief. Rumi. Nothing Nagatoro said relieved, well I'm going to make breakfast going to the kitchen, as I thank the person who sold us the house that the walls can't be heard at all relieved and then her little children go down. Rumi. Good morning mommy, the little rabbit said happily that Harumi was Rumi's clone with her white hair with big green locks, and Chris was the exact clone of Izuku with his green hair and big green locks, and Rumi carries them. Rumi. Good morning my little bunnies, giving them lots of kisses to both of them. Well, go sit down. Chris. Harumi. Yes mommy. So all her children went down, greeted their mother and sat at the table, and everyone including Nagatoro began to eat breakfast quietly. Inko. And mom, dad, what are we going to do today? Curious eating. Rumi. The first thing we will do is go for your brother Tenich at the airport since today he is returning from his trip to Brazil, then we are going to go for the tree, he said smiling. Robert. It is true, today Tenich returns from his trip. Iri. Oh, how exciting, we will return to see my little brother. Izuku. I am excited that my son returns after 3 months of being in Brazil, said smiling. Nagatoro. Who is Tenich? Izuku. Is our son born after Angel and Kurt? Rumi. Yes, he is the same as Kurt, but with the difference that his hair is completely green with black. Nagatoro. Kurt, why did you never tell me anything about Tenich? Making a small pout. Kurt. It is that I wanted it to be a surprise. Izuku. Well, since Nagatoro is excited to see Tenich, we are going to pick him up at the airport to his brother, and then we are going to go for a Christmas tree. All. Yes, dad, love. Arachi. Well, I'm done and I'm going to take a bath. Kurt. Anyway, I'm done. Nagatoro. Me too, getting up, and the two go to Kurt's room. Kurt. Well love, today we will have a great time and you will meet my brother Tenich, and it is our first Christmas together, love said smiling. Nagatoro. You are right, love said smiling, amused, hiding from Kurt. Kurt. Well yes, I want you to bathe first. The good thing is that you have almost a lot of clothes in my room when you come to sleep. Nagatoro. Hey Kurt, do you want to see something you would like, said smiling pervertedly and taking off his panties. Kurt. No Nagatoro, wait, don't do it, besides my mom and dad are super blushed, and Nagatoro takes off his sweater. Kurt. No love, don't do that, covering his eyes with his hands, but a few seconds pass and he takes his hands off, seeing Nagatoro in a swimsuit. Nagatoro. What did you think, you would see me naked like several times by accident? What a perverted love. Kurt. Sorry, is that I thought you would really be naked, but Nagatoro throws himself at Kurt and begins to kiss him passionately, tangling his tongue with Kurt's Kurt. Nagatoro trying to stop her. Love, stop. Nagatoro. But I want to kiss you more, beautiful bunny, giving Kurt more kisses, caressing his body and hugging him. Kurt. Love, stopping her. Nagatoro. I have never told him, but I love your mark on your chest and I love that you are strong just for me, hugging, groping Kurt's chest and abdomen, blushing him a lot. Nagatoro. Thank you, Kurt. Kurt. Why confused? Nagatoro. For forgiving me and being my boyfriend. I know that I made fun of you and sometimes I said ugly things to you like disgusting, and sometimes I copied you in all the classes and I grabbed your ears without permission. Sorry for all that. Kurt. Calm down, the past is left behind, only there that live the now, said smiling. Nagatoro. Thanks for accepting to be my boyfriend, giving Kurt a kiss. Kurt. You're welcome, love. Nagatoro. Well, I'm going to take a bath, grabbing Kurt's towel. Kurt. Wait, that's my towel. Nagatoro. That's why I grabbed it, and if you want you can take a bath with me, he said smiling pervertedly, entering Kurt's bathroom, leaving Kurt super blushed. 40 minutes later. Kurt. Well, which jacket do I wear? Nagatoro. The big brown jacket. Kurt. Okay, putting on the brown jacket and some Jordan 1, the black with brown Travis Scott. I love these tennis and more because they are from Travis Scott, he said smiling, putting on a brown scarf. Nagatoro. Okay love, but I will give you a punishment. Kurt. Why confused? Nagatoro. For imagining perverted things, thinking that you would see me naked, so I will give you a punishment. Kurt. How curious. Nagatoro. Put my stockings on my legs, he said smiling, taking out some stockings. Kurt. Why don't you use a pants, he said blushing, since Nagatoro had a somewhat tight shock and a sweater with a jacket. Nagatoro. No, I'm feeling very comfortable now, sitting down, put on my thigh-high stockings, smiling amused. Kurt. Okay, somewhat blushing. So Kurt grabs a leg and pulls the stocking up Nagatoro's right thigh, making Kurt blush too much since he never did that to his girlfriend and was going to pull the stocking up more, but Nagatoro squeezes Kurt's hand tightly. Nagatoro. Hey Kurt, what do you think you're doing? Kurt. Sorry, I thought it was higher up. But Nagatoro moves around, making her vagina hit Kurt's hand, making him moan, but he covers his mouth. Kurt. Sorry, really. Forgive me, Nagachan. Sorry, super blushed, just like Nagatoro. Nagatoro. You are an idiot, super blushed, giving Kurt a lot of knowledge, super blushed for what happened until. Kurt. Sorry, really sorry, super blushed, rubbing his butt. Nagatoro. Don't tell anyone, Super blushed. Kurt. Sorry, I don't know how to fix it, said blushing. Nagatoro. I know how. Kurt. Like confused and realized something, don't you talk about, even more blushed. Nagatoro. I want those cute bunny ears, he said mischievously, raising his hands. Kurt. Not there. But Izuku and Rumi. Izuku. Are you ready, love, putting on a long black trench coat and a black scarf, but Rumi hugs him from behind and Izuku turns around and hugs him even tighter. Rumi. Thank you, Izuku, thank you for giving me a family, the family that I lost, Grace. Izuku. Izuku. You don't have to thank me for that, and you deserve more because you are my wife, giving him a kiss and the two separate with a thread of saliva. Rumi. We're going to the airport now, she said happily. I want to see my son again and give him lots of kisses when he arrives, she said happily. Izuku. Okay, let's go for Tenich the rabbit warrior, leaving the room. Rumi. Chris. Dad, Mom, let's go quickly for my little brother, she said happily, jumping. Izuku. Let's go, my energetic bunny, carrying her. You are just like your mother, always full of energy. Rumi. But you have the beautiful green locks of her grandma and our hair, Izuku, like my little bunny said, smiling, carrying Chris, giving him lots of kisses on his cheek. Izuku. Well, let's go for your little brother, daughter, smiling, going down the stairs, but they saw a very strange scene. Kurt. Why do you always have to grab my ears, somewhat blushing. Robert. Why, I'm not surprised. Eerie. Let's be honest, you have softer ears than mama. Kurt. Eerie, don't say that, somewhat blushing. Izuku. Hey Nagatoro, aren't you cold? Nagatoro. No, because. Izuku. I say it because your socks seem like they won't stand the cold. Nagatoro. I think so, Izuku, since I'm hardly cold. Also, I think there isn't so much snow, opening the door where Marin was, but what surprised her was that there was a lot of snow, making Nagatoro start to warm up from the cold. Marin. Oh, hello everyone, said smiling. Nagatoro. Does anyone have some bread that I can lend and stay warm from the cold? Rumi. I told you, come, I lend you some pans that I already have some. Nagatoro. Thanks, Rumi, going to Rumi's room. Marin. Hello, love, now we are going to go for the Christmas tree. Robert said happily. Yes, love, but first we have to go for someone special. Harumi. To my little brother, Tenich said happily. Marin. Do you have a brother that you never told me, yelling? Robert. Sorry, I wanted it to be a surprise, smiling. Marin. Ah, okay, I understand, well, okay, I'll come back later, since I don't want to interrupt this great moment with your brother Robert. Izuku. No, Marin, it's more, why don't you come with us so you can meet my son, Tenich? Marin. Seriously, Izuku, I mean, it's a family moment for you, maybe I shouldn't be there at the time. Izuku. No, Marin, don't say that. Besides, you are part of the Midoriya Sagayama family, that's why I want you to come and share this moment with us, because now you are part of the family, dear. Marin said, smiling. Okay, I'm going, Izuku, Eri said, smiling. Eri. It will be exciting for you to meet Tenich. In Koroma. We are ready, the twins said, smiling, with their clothes for the cold. Izuku. Well, who else is missing? Raphael. I'm already here. Angel, Arachi. Us too. Rami. Rumi, I already told you not to grab my trench coat with a vein in my forehead. Rumi Jr. But it looks better on me, dwarf said mockingly. Rami. Which dwarf if we are the same height as mama with a vein in her forehead? Izuku. Girls do not fight, also I gave you both one each. Rami. Yes, but she has the black one, my favorite, annoying. Izuku. Rumi Jr. Return the trench coat to your sister. Rumi Jr. Okay, dad, returning the trench coat to Rami, but she had her dark green trench coat underneath. Izuku. Really, you are very cold. Rumi Jr. I did not just want to bother my sister, he said calmly, taking a vein from Rami and everyone a drop of sweat. Izumi. Thank you very much, dad, for buying me. My white trench coat is super warm, said smiling. Izuku. You're welcome, daughter. And that everyone sees a big bubble and everyone they see that it was Komi inside a bubble and reaches the entrance where she breaks it. Komi. Hello, everyone said, embarrassed at the same time smiling. Raphael. Hello, Komi said, smiling. Komi. It's coming, let's go for it, the tree stuttering. Raphael. Yes, we are going to go for the tree, but first we are going to pick up my brother from the airport, he said, calmly, surprised to Komi. Komi. You have another brother, super surprised since Raphael had another brother and surprised everyone since Komi spoke in one sentence without stuttering. Komi. Sorry, it is that I was surprised, super embarrassed. Izuku. Wow, Komi, you are progressing and that you do not stutter much anymore, I congratulate you, and how about if you accompany us so you can meet him? Komi. It is okay, he said, smiling a little. Rumi. Well, let's go. Nagatoro. Wow, these breads are super hot. Rumi, thanks for lending them to me. Rumi. You're welcome, Nagatoro. Izumi. Well, let's go for my little brother. Izuku. Here we go then, carrying Harumi, and everyone leaves the house and arrives at his big baraje, and Izuku opens it. Izuku. Very well, and in which car are we going to see his collection of cars? Likewise, Rumi had a collection of super expensive and valuable cars and motorcycles. Marin. How about that? Izuku pointing at a Mercedes-Benz van. Izuku. Okay, let's go in it, grabbing the keys, and everyone gets in. Rumi. What a shame that Ryuka and Kitsumi had to go on a trip to another country. At least they will bring back memories. Izuku. Okay, let's go start the car. Rumi. What are you waiting for? Let's get my son at the airport, she said somewhat excitedly. Izuku. Here we go then, starting to drive. They open the gate of the house and leaves her house. 40 minutes later. Izuku. Well, we've arrived, parking in a parking lot, and everyone gets out. Eerie. It's snowing, a little more walking. Marin. There, it's so cold, but Robert takes Marin's hand, making her not feel cold anymore. Robert. It's because of my fire quirk, so you don't feel cold anymore, he said smiling. Marin. Thanks, my Robert Pattinson. Rumi. Here we go, I think my son has already arrived, carrying Chris and Harumi with his strength. Izuku. Let's go at once. So everyone goes to the entrance where they enter, but Kurt sees that Nagatoro was tempering from the cold, so he comes up with an idea and hugs her from behind. Kurt. I know you were cold, so a big bunny hug, he said smiling. Then that Nagatoro gives him an ass in his crotch, making him step back. Nagatoro. Silly, we are in public, somewhat blushing. Kurt. Sorry, it's just that I saw that you were cold. Nagatoro. Can you hug me again? Kurt. Of course, hugging Nagatoro, which she getting a small moan of satisfaction. Eerie. Where is Tenich? Izuku. I think the plane has not arrived. Robert. Look for someone with green rabbit ears watching people. Chris. Mom, Dad, there it is, he said happily, pointing at someone. At that, everyone looks at a brown-skinned boy with green ears like his hair, who was none other than Tenich Midoriya Sagayama, going down the stairs, and he goes down everything while he was looking for his family. Eerie. Tenich, we are here, shouting, making a sign. Tenich. Hello everyone, he said happily. At that, Rumi ran out and gave him a tight hug and picks him up and starts kissing him all over the face. Rumi. They're my beautiful baby, finally you're back in my arms, I'm so happy that you're in my arms again, my baby said, crying with happiness, hugging his son tightly. Tenich. I missed you too, mom, hugging his mother. Izuku. Welcome home again, son, said smiling. Tenich. Thanks, Dad. Eerie. You're finally here, little brother, said smiling, hugging Tenich. Tenich. I missed you too, sister. Rami. Welcome back, nerd. Tenich. I missed you too, Rami. Rumi Jr. After 4 months you're back. Roma Inko. You're finally here, brother, said happily Tenich. Thanks everyone, said smiling. Izumi. You're finally back, Tenich. Arachi. Welcome home, brother. Tenich. Thanks, brother. Robert. Bro, a lot of things happened that we don't know where to start. Tenich. You have a girlfriend, right? Raphael. And me more, look, let me introduce you to my girlfriend Komi. Komi. HHHHHH. Hi TTT Tenich. Tenich. Hi, nice to meet you, said smiling. Kurt. By the way, how did you do in the championship? Tenich. I won 3 gold medals, taking out of his neck 3 medals, for taking a great leap, for being the strongest of all, and for being smarter than all. Rumi. Their son, you always fill me with pride, said happily. Izuku. Good job, son, you did well, I'm proud of you, said smiling. Tenich. Thanks, Dad. Marin. Hello, I'm Marin Kitagawa Midoriya Sagayama, said smiling. Robert. So yes, Tenich, I introduce you to Marin, my girlfriend. Tenich. Hello, nice to meet you, said smiling. Marin. Wow, it's a great pleasure to meet another rabbit in the family, Midoriya Sagayama. Nagatoro. Hello, I'm Nagatoro Midoriya Sagayama, said smiling. Tenich. Oh, you're Nagatoro, the one who always, when I'm on video call with Kurt, always talks to me a lot about you. Wow, it's a pleasure to finally meet you in person, she said smiling, blushing. Nagatoro, since Kurt talked a lot about her, as well as Kurt. Rumi. How good that you're back again, son, said smiling. Tenich. Yes, I also want to introduce you to someone. Rumi. Izuku. Really, and who? Curious, and a person approaches Tenich. I finally found you, Tenich. Tenich. Family, I present to you Yuzaki, my girlfriend, said happily, leaving to see a girl who looked like a boy. Yuzaki. Hello everyone, I am Yuzaki, Tenich's girlfriend, a pleasure to meet you all and more to you, gentlemen, Midoriya said happily. Izuku. Son, I know it's normal that you already feel attention as much as men, and you have already discovered your true sexual orientation, and the truth is that I support you in your decision to be free, and I will continue to love you. Rumi. And more me son because I love you unconditionally and if you are happy with your boyfriend it's fine I will accept your relationship they said smiling. Izaki. I am actually a woman gentleman it's just that my appearance always confuses people. Izuku. Really? Izaki. Yes but my appearance always confuses them with a man but in reality I am a woman. Me. Sorry Izaki it's that we thought you were a man. Izaki. Don't worry ma'am, it's the custom hahaha laughing a little. Izuku. Well, let's go for the Christmas tree. Tenich. Izaki, I've told you 1,000 times not to take off the balloon by tying a balloon to your wrist. Izaki. Tenich I have told you 1,000 times not to buy me a balloon when we are on the street throwing a tantrum. Tenich. What do you want me to do you're super small, I can't see you when we go out besides this way I can't lose you, you don't even remember what happened in Rio de Janeiro during the carnival. Izaki. That day is because there were a lot of people. Tenich. Maybe because there were a lot of people that I couldn't find you, that's why I always buy you balloons caressing her hair pulling a vein out of Izaki. Izuku. Well now let's go for the Christmas tree. Robert. Let's go then. So everyone returned to the car they turned it on and our family went for the tree. Izumi. Well Tenich can you explain to us why you went to Brazil curious? Tenich. Well it was super funny since Director Nezu saw me as I didn't go to camp in those days I don't know why. Izumi. I do know because you failed a subject nothing. Tenich. Izumi I told you it was a secret but anyway I was calm walking until Director Nezu called me and I went to his office where he told me, hey, do you want to go to Brazil to represent us in a worldwide hero competition? Izuku. And what did you tell him while driving? Tenich. Well I've never spoken Portuguese. Robert. So how did you manage to talk to the Brazilians? Tenich. Well Director Nezu told me that he would give me a partner as a translator since she would also be representing Japan. Izaki. And that was me, her translator said smiling. Brahma. And from there love was born. Tenich. Yes. Brahmi. It was so obvious with a drop of sweat. Urmi. What a great story, well you both have my blessing, you both said calmly blushing a lot Tenich and Yuzaki. 1 hour later. Izuku. Well we've arrived at the Christmas pine forest. Urmi. Let's go for the best tree going down like everyone else. Marin. A bunny who likes Mambo with all the bad guys comes out to rascal a bunny who likes Mambo with all the bad guys comes out to show off moving Robert's ears from side to side. Robert. You only changed kitten for bunny. Marin. It's just that I really like bunnies hugging Robert. Robert. It leaves my ears a little red. Urmi. Okay guys let's choose the best Christmas tree entering a small forest where everyone enters. Robert. That one sealing a tree. Izuku. It doesn't fit in the house. Chris. And that dad. Izuku. We are not going to destroy the house of the squirrel family, seeing that there were many squirrels. Urmi. They are all so beautiful that we do not know which one to take. Homie. What about that one pointing to a tree? All. It's perfect. Arachi. Very good and how do we cut it? Izuku. Leave it to me taking out an axe with his black whips and cut it quickly. Urmi. Careful children everyone back. At that everyone sees how the pine tree falls and Izuku and the others grab it with their whips. Rami. It will look great with many Christmas decorations. Izuku. Wait approaching the throne that the tree left, if we grab something from Mother Nature, we have to give it back to her. At that Izuku joins his hands and pulls 4 trees out of the ground. Izaki. Wow Mr. Midoriya how did you do that? Izuku. I control the 4 elements of nature, that's why I easily took out the trees, and don't tell me Mr. Midoriya just tell me Izuku. Izaki. Okay Izuku. Izuku. We have the tree ready now we just need to fill it with ornaments to make it look beautiful, so let's go home he said smiling carrying the tree with his super strength. 1 hour later. Izaki. Wow Tenich this is your house it's super huge she said shocked seeing the Midoriya Sagayama mansion. Urmi. Welcome to the house Midoriya Sagayama opening the house entering his huge house. Izuku. Take down the Christmas decorations I'm going to put up the tree. Robert. I already have them showing that I had some boxes with Christmas decorations. Izuku. Well let's decorate it. So the Midoriya Sagayama family put the tree where they started to put the lights first, then the ornaments, finally the star. Izuku. Well only the star is missing. Harumi. Me, dad, grabbing the star and it flies a little and puts it on top of the tree. Izumi. Let's see how it looks turning on the lights, making everyone marvel at seeing the tree on. Iri. How beautiful it looks. Raphael. This will be the best Christmas we will spend, he said smiling. Marin. Oh god, how exciting this is the first Christmas together, he said smiling, hugging Robert. Izuku. How good that we are all gathered to spend this Christmas in a big way, he said smiling, seeing the Christmas tree. Merry Christmas to everyone, he said smiling happily, hugging everyone with their whips. Timescime December 9. Izuku. Well, Rumi, which one do you want to go see? Curious since they had planned to go to the movies. Rumi. Well, there is the one with Puss in Boots, Avatar 2, Man vs. Two Stones and that of Pinocchio by Guillermo del Toro. Izuku. We already saw almost all of the Avatar one, I was bored with the Puss in Boots, I loved it and more for the post-credit scene, and what is the one of Man vs. Two Stones confused. Rumi. I've seen the trailer, it's about a young African-American brunette invites a shy white boy to see a movie, and well, you should already know how the matter ends, I will avoid giving you spoilers. Izuku. I understood that reference to a somewhat blushing, so which one do you want to see? Rumi. Looking at the billboard, that of Pinocchio by Guillermo del Toro. Izuku. It's okay, just go take a bath or we bathe together, grabbing her by the hips, holding her close to him. Rumi. You know that bathing together makes me want many rounds with you, said flirtatiously. Izuku. Then taking off his shirt a bit, let's bathe together, he said seductively, stealing a kiss from Rumi. 1 hour later. Rumi. God, what rich heck, so good that I enjoyed it when you went in and out of my, that was nice, he said with a silly smile and putting on a red scarf, and well, love, how do I look, she said flirtatiously, since she had some tight black leather pants, a red shirt and a black leather jacket. Izuku. You want the truth? Rumi. Yes, but Izuku approaches her, what are you doing, bunny, blushing a little. Izuku. I can tell you 1,000 things, but this is what I think, putting her against the wall. You look really hexy and beautiful, that makes me want to make you mine over and over again. Every time you send me hexy pictures during my work, I always think about how to make you mine over and over again. While talking, he put his hand in Rumi's pants, starting to masturbate. Rumi. Izuku stopped between moans. Izuku. But you know, every day you keep making me fall in love, every day getting closer, and I love kissing those delicious lips that have a chocolate flavor, starting to kiss her, but Rumi couldn't hold back anymore and came on Izuku's hand, making him moan in Izuku's mouth, the two separate with a thread of saliva at the same time. Izuku took out his hand. Izuku. How good it tastes, licking his hand. Rumi. Silly, you made me get very wet, now I'm going to have to change my panties, taking off her pants and panties, putting on new ones. Izuku. Well, let's go have a good time and at night we will have a blast spanking her. Rumi. But this time we will use the handcuffs and the restraint, said seductively. Izuku. My bunny came out fetish, but it's okay, we will use them at night, giving her a kiss. Well, let's go or we will miss the movie. Rumi. Okay, leaving the room. Chris. Let's go, dad, mom pulling their parents by the hand. Rumi. Come on son, carrying him and go down the stairs. Izuku. Okay guys, let's go to the movies right away. Marin. And which one will we see? Izuku curious. Izuku. You'll see, leaving the house, well, we'll go in the Mercedes-Benz G63 6X6, or better known as the Fortnite truck, getting into the truck. Inko. Isn't it the same truck with which Merbeast gave away many PS7, getting into the truck? Rumi Jr. Yes, it's the same, getting in the same way, everyone. Izaki. Come on Izuku, or will we be late? Izuku. Yes, there we go, turning on the car where they were driving. Marin. Izuku, can I play a song? Izuku. Yes, of course. So Marin put Kitten. Honestly, I like this song and so does my baby Few Few. Robert. You only play it to change Kitty for Bunny. Marin. Yes, he said happily. 30 minutes later. Izuku. Well, we arrived, going down, putting on his raincoat. Angel. How good, the cinema is not full. Izuku. Let's go now. So everyone went to the cinema, which was somewhat full. Nagatoro. And which one are we going to see? Izuku curious. Izuku. That one, pointing at the movie poster. I know it was released on Netflix, but in Mexico it was released in theaters, let's continue. Marin. Wow, Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, said with stars in his eyes. Izuku. Yes, I'm going to buy the tickets. Rumi. And I'm going for the popcorn. Hurt. Don't you dare, running away and going to the men's bathroom. Nagatoro. That fool told me that he would grab his ears whenever I want. Izaki. Love, can you lend me a coin for the massage chairs? Tenich. It's okay, giving him a coin, and Yuzaki puts his coin on the chairs and sits down. Izaki. Oh yes, this is relaxing, I already had one and more on my back, that hurts a lot, oh god, this is so relaxing that I will buy one. This is so relaxing, said between moans, blushing to Tenich. Robert. I almost got it, playing claw. Marin. Yes, you already have it. Love, giving him kisses on the cheek, and the stuffed animal falls into the exit. Marin. Yes, screaming happily, taking out the stuffed animal. Thank you love for the gift. Robert. You're welcome love, you deserve that and more. Marin. By the way, since it will be our first Christmas together, I will give you a gift that you will love too much, he, laughing a little, a picture of me, but Hexy, said smiling. Robert. No, 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 I don't want that, I mean, you are super beautiful, but I don't want that. Marin. I was just joking, I will give you something that you will love too much. Izuku. Okay, guys, let's go to the living room right now. Komi. Yes, Izuku. So they all went to the living room where they sat down. I hope you like it since I really like stop-motion movies. Raphael. I really like the Disney one, especially because the blue one was our beautiful color. Umi Jr. You only suffer from micropigmentation on your chest and back. Izaki. What is that? Umi. He has brown spots on his back and chest, but they are large and cannot be seen obviously with a sweater or shirt, so he is half brown, half white. Raphael. Raphael. I have half of your beautiful skin, Mom said smiling, hugging her, and she reciprocates and the lights go out. Izaki. It's coming. Let's start with emotion, he said happily and whispering. A few minutes pass and the scene of Carlo. Marin. How sad he only wanted his pineapple. Kurt. Poor Carlo. Nagatoro. Yes, poor thing. The scene of Geppetto creating Pinocchio passes. Umi. Wow, it's pretty. Eerie. At least it's realistic, not like the previous one. Well, the previous one is cute, but this one is realistic, a wooden boy. A few minutes passed where Pinocchio dies and the angel of death appears. Izuku. That's why I love stop-motion movies, since they take the time to make the characters. A few minutes pass until the whale scene. Marin. Wow, the monster is impressive. Komi. It's a little scary. A few minutes pass where death comes at the end. Geppetto, Sebastian and Spazzatura, and the movie ends. Izuku. He's going to win the Oscar, he assured. Raphael. How proud of the Mexicans who have Guillermo del Toro. Izuku. In fact, I have a Mexican friend who has the same name as me. Robert. Izuku. Izuku. Yes, literally his name is Izuku, obviously not Midoriya, if not Martinez. Izuku Martinez, he is Mexican. Umi. And where is Izuku? I think he said he will move to Yucatan, and I think he would be happy that Mexico won at the Oscars. Arachi. It will be classified as the best animated film surpassing Strange World. Chris. Mom, why does a child love another curious child? Umi. When I grow up I will explain everything to you. Narrator. The days would pass in which everyone had a super calm time, and Ryuka and Kitsumi returned from their trip until December 24th arrived. Umi. Well, who is missing to receive a gift? Marin. My turn approaching Robert, and this one is special for you, love giving him a gift. Robert. What is it, moving it to hear what it was? Marin. Open it now. Robert opened the gift and was surprised. Robert. Ah, Funko Pop, taking it out of its wrapping, of Robert Pattinson of Edward Cullen with a drop of sweat. Marin. See, love, I told you it was special since I have Bella. Robert. Ah, now I remembered. Arachi. Thank you very much, Ryuka, for giving me these Van Simpson edition. Ryuka. You're welcome, love, in the UK they were super cheap, so I bought them. Angel. Thanks, Kitsumi, for the sweatshirt that I loved putting it on. Kitsumi. You're welcome, love, I knew you would love it much more because it's from Fortnite. Izuku. I knew we would have a great time this Christmas, he said smiling, and more to my little ones, hugging his young children. Tenich. Hey dad. Izuku. Tell me, son. Tenich. I have a special gift for you. Izuku. Really? Tenich. Yes, but it's a bit far. Izuku. And where is curious? Tenich. Exactly, let's go so you can see it. Izuku. I don't know what you're up to, but let's go. So everyone left and Tenich ties them all up and teleports them to the beach where Izuku cleaned it. Izuku. Son, where are we and why am I blindfolded? Confused. Eri. Come take my hand, dad, grabbing. Roma. So you don't fall, dad, grabbing Izuku's hand. Tenich. You see, dad, my brothers and I did something to show that we love you and we love you, we decided to give you this great gift, said happily. Izuku. And that's curious, and stops. Everyone. You can take off the blindfold. At that, Izuku takes off the blindfold and was surprised since he was seeing a graffiti of himself as Arachi. Izuku. Wow guys, it's very beautiful, amazed by the graffiti. Okay, the rabbits, I understand that you or Sinsum have green locks, but what about your mother? Curious. Angel. Up, dad, pointing up, and Izuku looks up. There was Rumi with a big smile as always. Izuku. It's the best Christmas gift, taking out his whips, hugging his children. I love you very much, children. Children. And us too, dad. Izuku. Take a picture of me, taking out his iPhone, giving it to Rumi. Rumi. Smile, love. So Rumi took the picture of Izuku with his big graffiti. Izuku. The photo is incredible, I will upload it soon, but now let's go since the snow is falling more. Rumi. Let's go. But suddenly Izuku feels a presence as well as the boys. Izuku. Rumi, get behind me, with Harumi and Chris now activating his dress form. Marin. What's wrong? Izuku seeing Izuku. Izuku. Girls, get behind me. Rami. Do you feel that? True, would it be activated his dress form? Robert. I feel it. Suddenly they see that the water moves strangely in a way that it was moving somewhat quickly. At that, to everyone's surprise, a man comes out of the water with large wings, with green shorts, some Mayan bracelets and necklaces, and was flying towards Izuku and his family. Izuku. I hope it's not a headache. Seeing that the man arrives towards Izuku. Stop, don't move, who are you and what are you doing here, seriously? And the man began to see everything. This world is amazing, seeing the place, the air is pristine, seeing the sea and the water, surprised seeing Izuku. My mother told us about a land like this where we were free if we were married, and that she has never had to escape, that she has never had to be who she is. She was completely right, Izuku said, smiling under his mask. Izuku. I am not a man who repeats what he said once. Who are you and how do you know my name? Taking out his claws. You don't remember me, but to refresh your memory, my name is Kukulkan, but my enemies call me Namer. Izuku. Kukulkan. Old Izuku. That's right, Izuku, it's me you knew. Nagatoro. Izuku, you know him. Izuku. Calm down everyone, he is good, he is a hero from Mexico. Approaching him. How long, Carnage, how have you been? Old Izuku. I have taken command of my clan and my tribe, now there are more of us in my clan, he said, smiling. Izuku. I am very glad, but what is that you have in your head? Curious. Old Izuku. It is the headdress that my mother had, now I wear it like the ancient Mayan that I am, now I am the new leader. Izuku. I am glad. Hey Kukulkan, you wing, surprised since his right wing was half white half black. Old Izuku. Yes, he was reborn, but with a white color that belonged to my mother. Izuku. I am happy for you, but why have you come? Izuku. Ancient. To give you this, taking off 4 bracelets, 4 necklaces and 2 earrings that were of a Mayan style. Ancient Izuku. They belong to my mother, but I know that you will take care of them with all your soul, besides I have many made for my mother before she passed away, she said, smiling, seeing that Izuku puts on the bracelets and necklaces and her earrings. Izuku. Thank you very much, Quetzalcoatl said, smiling. Ancient Izuku. You're welcome, Arachi. Well, I have to go, my family is waiting for me. By the way, beautiful family, said, smiling. Izuku. Thank you, he said, smiling, and Ancient Izuku bows and stands up and crosses his hands in a cross. Ancient Izuku. Like Arachi screaming happily and raising his wings, shooting into the sea where he falls, and a large orange light lights up in the sea. Rumi. Who was? Izuku. Kukulkan. Quetzalcoatl, hero of Yucatan, who is not Izuku Martinez, but another person. I have 2 Mexican friends. Robert. That was something strange, but what beautiful bracelets, Dad, seeing the bracelets and necklaces. Izuku. Yes, now let's go. So everyone left, but they saw a scene that broke their hearts, was that there was Uraraka sitting on a stool while covering herself with a garbage bag from the snow. Rumi. I have an idea, going to where she was, Achako. Uraraka. Looking up, Rumi, surprised. Rumi. Come please. 20 minutes later. Rumi. Welcome home, Achako entering the house. Uraraka. Wow, Rumi, your house is super beautiful. Rumi. Thank you. Izuku takes down the box of clothes he was going to donate, and Robert serves Achako a plate of the food we ate. Robert. Yes, Mom. So they give her a plate of turkey, and Uraraka ate like never before. Rumi. Look, Achako, I know that in the past we had conflict, but what if we restart everything to at least be friends? Uraraka. Really, Rumi-sama, is that I was going to take Izuku away from you, said sadly. Rumi. Really, I know that you were in love with him, but at least you realize that he is happy with someone else, so what if now we are friends? That made Uraraka shed tears of happiness and hugs Rumi. Uraraka. Thank you very much, Rumi, for everything, shedding tears. Rumi. You're welcome, Achako, hugging her. Uraraka. Thank you very much for being the wife that I could never be to, Izuku said, crying with happiness, knowing that Izuku is happy with Rumi. Rumi. You're welcome, Achako, hugging her. Time Skyrim December 31. Izuku. Are you ready, love, putting on a tie, seeing his wife. Rumi. How do I look, love, giving it a spin. Izuku. Every time I see you I fall in love too much, to the point that if I made you mine again and again, giving you a kiss, I love you, my love. Rumi. Me too, my love, and a lot like that. Everyone goes down to the first floor seeing their children. Izuku. Well, everything is ready for everyone to arrive. At that the bell rings and Izuku opens the door. Izuku. Come in, everyone. Shako. Thank you very much, Rumi, Izuku, for inviting us to this great party, entering with his family. Izuku. No, they're that. Leona. Izuku is already here, entering with his family. Lucy. This will be a great party. Leonardo. You're only interested in having fun. Ishiro. Thanks for inviting us. Izuku hugging him. Izuku. No, they're that. Namari. Christopher running towards him and hugs him. Namuri. Namari, I told you to first greet your uncles and then Christopher. Namari. But I want Christopher making a pout. Taylor. Thanks for invite us Aunt Rumi. Uncle Izuku. Trevor. Yes, really, thank you very much. Izuku. No, they're why nephews. Terry. Thanks for inviting us. Izuku. Shame Raphael and Shermie are in Brazil and could not travel to Japan. Izuku. At least they send us greetings. Marin. I already arrived, said smiling with a beautiful dress. Rumi. You look beautiful. Nagatoro. Me too, I already arrived entering with a red dress. Izuku. You look pretty, Nagatoro said smiling. Hitsumi. I already arrived, said happily entering making small explosions. Camila. Don't make so much noise. Camilo. At least it's warmer in here than outside. Hatsuke. We finally arrived. Amy. Thank you very much for inviting us, said smiling entering giving a basket of fruit to Rumi. And that enters nothing more and nothing less than Mitsuki and Kitsuki. Kitsuki. Hello brother, said smiling. Izuku. Hello brother, hello mom, giving Mitsuki a kiss on the cheek. Mitsuki. Hello son, it's good to see you again. Izuku. And I'm even happy to see you again mom. Mitsuki. Inko would really like the great man you became. Izuku would have liked her too much. Izuku. At least she is fine from above, he said smiling. Well, go sit down, make yourself comfortable. Mitsuki. It's fine, going to the table. And that Uraraka arrives with a black dress that Rumi used to wear and it fits Uraraka well. Uraraka. Hello Izuku, hello Rumi said happily. Izuku. Hello Ichako, you finally came. Uraraka. Thank you very much for inviting me to this great party. Izuku. You're welcome, now go sit down, make yourself comfortable. Uraraka. Thank you. So everyone started eating where everyone had a great time together and everyone understood what Uraraka had to say. Everything was laughter and fun, but something that Rumi and Namuri noticed is that Namari was very close to Christopher and he to her, making them both smile. Kigo. Hey, and let's burn rockets, taking out a bag of rockets. Kij. Good idea old. Ryuk. But I want to explode the big ones. So everyone left the house and began to explode rockets, and very big ones, obviously they threw them far until. Izuku. Hey, it's almost time and the count has started. Rumi. Ready to count. Everyone, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Happy New Year. So everyone throws the rockets where all the streets were lit up with rockets. Namuri. Wait, where is Namari? Rumi. I don't know, nor is Chris. But they see a super tender scene. Namari. Now I declare you my husband, putting a candy ring on you. Chris. And now you my wife, declares putting a candy ring on her, and they both suck it. Namari. We have to kiss since they say that when you get married you are already a couple. Chris. I have seen mom and dad doing it, approaching the same Namari, and they kiss each other. Namari. Chris. Disgusting, wiping their mouths. Izuku, Rumi, Namuri and Terry and everyone. Long live the bride and groom, shouting loud. Chris. Now she's my wife. Namari. And he's my husband, said happily hugging Chris. Rumi. Well, after this great surprise and more to you, Izuku takes, giving him a small box. Izuku. What is it, moving it? Rumi. Open it, said happily. Izuku opens it and gets a big surprise. Izuku. Positive, in shock, taking out a positive pregnancy test. All children. Watie screaming super loud. Rumi. Happy start of the year, love, said happily, and Izuku picks her up. Izuku. I'm going to be a dad again, shedding tears. You have made me the happiest man in the world. I love you, Rumi. Rumi. I love you, Izuku. So Izuku and Rumi kissed. So having a great night and a great start to the year. Oh, the birth and alliance. We see Izuku and Rumi on the couch super calm, and Izuku had his head on Rumi's big belly while he caressed her. Izuku. When do you think they will arrive? Rumi. I think these days or in a week. Gosh, I feel like I'm going to explode, looking at his iPad. Izuku. But how many do you think there are? Rumi. I say 6, 3 boys and 3 girls. Izuku. Maybe, but I want one to be called Diego. Rumi. Because Diego. Izuku. I think it's a great name, smiling. Izumi. Mom, Dad, we already arrived, entering the house. Rumi. Chris. Mommy, Daddy getting off Eri and Arachi's heads and go with their parents. Izuku. How my naughty ones behaved. Chris. Harumi. Super good daddy. Inko. Mom, when will they be born? Rami. Will they be a boy or a girl? Izaki. Really, when will they be born? Eri. Yes, I already feel like they will be born very soon. Rumi. Very soon, Yazaki, daughter, and will you help me take care of him? Tenich. Mom blushing. Marin. If you want me and Robert take care of them sitting next to Rumi. Robert. Marin blushing. Rumi. Thanks guys and you know why you don't help me to practice. Kurt. It's a good idea. Nagatoro. Well but you changed the diapers laughing for what? Arachi said. But what will his men be? Ryuka. I say there are 6. Marin. And what will they be called? Raphael. Can I give him a name? I want him to be called Richard. Komi. It's not, that name is very ugly. Itsumi. I prefer a name that is original. Angel. Ah that's true dad, they sent you this by giving a box to Izuku. Izuku. What is shaking it? And he opens it, but what is this taking out of a small statue? Inko. It looks like a Lego doll. Rome. But who would send it? Urmi Jr. Melissa sends it to you seeing the box. Izuku. Wow, I think it has something to do with the clan, but I don't know seeing it, I will take it soon to the temple. Marin. And I can carry them and put them to sleep. Urmi. Of course Marin. Izuku. Well let's eat. 40 minutes later. We see everyone in comfortable clothes in the room. Izuku. Hey why don't we see our slides of our family? Nagatoro. Good idea. Izuku sitting next to Rumi. Izuku. Well here it goes, turn off the light. Izaki. I'm going to turn off the lights and Izuku turns on the projector in the room and puts on an image. Izuku. Here Izuku, Rumi and Eri went to Disneyland in California in the United States since Rumi wanted to spend our honeymoon there. Marin. There, how romantic. Izuku. Next showing another image, there we went to Mexico, more specifically in Playa del Carmen in Cancun, Quintana Roo in Yucatan, the place where Neymar lives. Nagatoro. There, how cute. Izuku. And here it is, but he is in shock since everyone was seeing a photo of Rumi in a hexy pose. Robert. But what the hell, blushing. Raphael. But how blushing seeing his mom. Izuku. Oh sorry, removing the image, putting another one. It's there was when we went to Paris, France to go on vacation that day. Eri was super excited since we went up the Eiffel Tower. Eri. Yes, it was the best experience I lived. Izaki. How beautiful. Izuku. And there we went to Canada since I always wanted to fulfill a dream, and that is to play in the snow and ski. Komi. But how beautiful. Izuku. Yes, how beautiful, putting a video, there no. Video. Izuku. Ha 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 ha, laughing out loud in the motel room in Canada. Rumi. How funny. Izuku. That you and Rihanna are lost sisters since you look a lot alike, ha 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 ha, laughing. End of video. Arachi. The truth is, if mom, you look a lot like Rihanna. Izuku. Okay, putting another video. Video. We see Izuku and Rumi eating, and Izuku was quietly eating soup. Izuku. Why are you recording me eating? Rumi. Say something. Izuku. That in France they serve good soup. Rumi. No, something nice. Izuku. I saw the sunrise 365 days and you are the sunrise. Rumi. Very nice, but tell me something daring. Izuku. Like. Rumi. Something hex will, touching Izuku's hand. Izuku. The good thing is that Eri is in the bathroom, but if you say so, but don't blame me, but look, let's suppose my soup is your intimacy. Rumi. Aha, continues. Izuku. And this will be done by drinking all her soup, leaving her with nothing. That's what I will do at night, I will leave her with nothing. End of video. Izuku. Ahem, forget that, putting another video. Video. Was Rumi in a bathroom where she enters the room and sees Izuku super concentrated playing. Rumi. My love. Izuku. What's wrong, but sees Rumi take off her robe, leaving her naked. Rumi. Why, instead of playing with his box, why don't you play with me, she said flirtatiously. At that Izuku calmly gets up smiling and closes the door in Rumi's face. Izuku. Very well, Kachin, Kigo, let's fall where the good weapons are. End of video. Izuku. What did you expect? That day I was playing Fortnite, putting on another video. Video. We see Rumi and her family at the movies. Rumi. Did you like the movie, daughter? Eri. Yes, mom. Rumi. And you love. Izuku. I don't bother. Rumi. Because I did like Toy Story 5. Izuku. The toy that I love, Legos, did not come out annoying. Besides, no figure of yours came out, and you know very well that I like to collect your figures, and you know that I am your #1 fan, and I love everything related to you, love. Why do you think I have them kept in a display case where all your figures are? 10 minutes later. We see Izuku and his family buying something, and Rumi takes it out of the bag, seeing that it was another Mirko figure, and Izuku takes it from her and hugs her. Izuku. Don't judge me. End of video. Arachi. No wonder I see new figures of mom in your office, dad. Izuku. Well, I'm a big fan, hugging Rumi, putting another video. Video. The whole family was watching Bambi, but the one that caught the most attention was Izuku, who was somewhat sad, and the scene of Bambi's mom's death comes out. Izuku, sniff sniff sniff, began to cry. Eri, what's wrong dad? Umi, their love, why are you crying, caressing her hair. Izuku, it's that they killed to Bambi's mom. Bambi was left alone crying. Umi, children, do not put sad movies to your father, nor much less the Monster Inc. saga, nor the one, nor much less Bambi. Izuku, there, no, do not show it to our children, wiping away their tears. End of video. Izuku, ahem, let's forget that, putting another video. Umi, hello Arachi, Robert, Izumi and Rumi Jr. Look, here they are in my belly, smiling, recording her belly, and goes to another room showing Izuku painting the rooms. Izuku, hello love, why do you bring that camera painting? Umi, to show our children what you do. Izuku, painting is good, do you like the color? Umi, yes, I like it a lot, and what do you think if our children are dark-skinned? Izuku, if they are dark-skinned, my children, you will be handsome and beautiful, and they will drive everyone crazy, so much so that they will conquer Kitsumi and Ryuka. Umi, who are they? Confused. Izuku, the daughters that Kigo and Kitsuki are going to have, and they told me that those were their men. Umi, I see Arachi, Robert, we already have the marriage ready for the two. End of video. Angel, it was the other way around, now I'm with Kitsumi. Arachi, and I with Ryuka. Izuku, yes, they are right, and in this one, but he is also in shock since they were seeing another photo of Rumi Hexi only in panties, covering her breasts with her hands. Arachi, again mom super blushed. Kurt, because there are many photos of you mom. Denich, but what the hell, mom super blushed. Angel, what the hell, super blushed. Umi, at least I'm not one of those mothers who are super ugly. Rami, mom, you don't have to send pictures of Asia to dad. Izuku, someone wants to play Monopoly, super blushed. Already at night. Izuku, okay guys, good night everyone. Boys, good night mom, dad going to his room. Kurt, well love, let's go to sleep. Nagatoro, love taking off her clothes, being completely naked, can we? Kurt, blushing, just don't moan too much. Nagatoro, haha, I knew you would like my body, especially my ass, but now starting to kiss it sensually. I want to know what it feels like to be pregnant and have many bunnies, she said, flirtatiously taking off Kurt's shirt. Kurt, love, kissing her. Nagatoro, I'll show you something that you like, going down to his pants and takes it off along with his boxers, enjoy it a lot bunny. But Izuku, are you comfortable Rumi? Rumi, yes I am. Izuku, anything about something hurts her, it's time, wake me up very quickly. Rumi, okay. Izuku lying down and Izuku turns off the light. Hey Izuku. Izuku, what's up love? Rumi, where did you go that time you arrived home at 1 in the morning? Izuku, well, I went to a town called Yamayama where other friends and I went to look for other friends who were fighting. Rumi, and what were their names? Izuku, well, Izuku Martinez, Dracula, Ghost Rider and I were with me since we went to look for death and Hutch. Rumi, what strange friends you have, but tell me what happened when he turns around and ends up face to face with Izuku. Izuku, well then we found them fighting over something that maybe wasn't worth it, but my other friends Miguel, Stranger, Scorpion, Carnage, Moon Knight and Gwen stopped him, and in the end everything was resolved and we all went home. Rumi, but wait a moment, I have a question, where your friends are from, confused. Izuku, Death is from Bogota, Medellin, Colombia, Hutch is from Mexico, Michoacan Martinez too, Dracula is from the United Kingdom, Carnage and Gwen from New York, and Miguel is from Puebla, Mexico, and Stranger is also in New York, and Ghost Rider is from Spain. Rumi, watching him closely, it's okay, I believe you since you would never be unfaithful to me, never hugging him. Izuku, I would never do it for anything in the world, I will always love you forever, you and my children, grabbing his big belly. Rumi, I love you. Izuku giving him a kiss, you can cuddle me until I fall asleep, with an adorable pout. Izuku, of course, starting by cuddling him, where after a couple of minutes he falls asleep deeply. Good night my love, resting, giving him a kiss and going to bed to sleep. 4 in the morning. Kurt, I told you not to bite my chest, wiping the sweat. Nagatoro, sorry, I couldn't help it, you are so good and more with your muscles, wiping the sweat, you came a lot inside my love. Kurt, I hope one of my children is as handsome as me, smiling. Nagatoro, I want a girl that looks a lot like me and I want them all to be rabbits, grabbing her belly. Kurt, yes, but I want more, grabbing her. Nagatoro, but now what position? Kurt, 69. Nagatoro, okay. 30 minutes later. Nagatoro, oh Kurt, I'm coming, swallow my love fluids, putting Kurt's Hennis in his mouth. So the two of them came and the two of them drank each other's juice and went to bed. Nagatoro, Oh love, that was incredible, biting the chest. With Rumi and Izuku. Rumi. Standing up, Izuku shoving him. Izuku. What's wrong? Rumi. It's time love, my babies are coming with a lot of pain. Izuku. Yes, I'm already standing up, where he grabs everything he needs, his cell phone, the diaper bag, and puts on his normal clothes and leaves the right one. Children, wake up quickly, your mother is going to give birth. Marin. What, leaving the room? Kurt. Oh shit, Nagatoro puts the clothes quickly. Nagatoro. Yes, I'm already putting on clothes quickly, and leaves the room. Homie. She's going to be born super scared. Raphael. Where is mom? Going into the room, and Izuku carries her. Izuku. Robert brings the keys to the truck. Robert. Yes, I'm already running to the living room and grabs the keys to the Mercedes. Angel. Let's go, I already have everything, grab the diaper bag. Izuku. Okay, let's go. So everyone got into the truck, where they left the house where Izuku was driving super fast. At the same time, Marin and Kitsumi calmed Rumi so that her stomach wouldn't hurt too much like that, until they arrived at the hospital, where Izuku gets off super fast and gets off Rumi. Iri. Come on mom, taking her by the hands. Izaki. Come on Rumi, helping her walk, where they arrived. Nurse. But what's happening, gentlemen? Izuku. My wife is about to give birth. Nurse. I see nurses, bring a stretcher quickly now. So many nurses arrive with a stretcher and carefully lift it to Rumi, and they run away, where they quickly put her in the emergency room. Izuku. As always, they never let me pass, annoying. Chris. Dad will be fine mom. Izuku. Yes champion, since she is super strong and super brave in everything, that is why you came to this world, because she is super strong. Robert. Well, now we have to wait. Iri. I just hope everything goes well. 7:30 in the morning. Everyone was waiting, and then they all arrive. Leona. Izuku, where is Rumi? Izuku. I don't know, they never told me anything. Vitsuki. And why didn't you call us to help? Izuku. Because I thought everyone was asleep and how they buried themselves. Raphael. Sorry dad, I had to know, everyone smiling. Amy. And where is Rumi? Izuku. I don't know. Doctor. Rumi's relatives, Usagi Yamamidoriya. Family. That's us. Doctor. Well, the delivery was successful, and if you want you can see her, she is in the third room. And that they all left like lightning. Asia Rumi, where they enter quickly. Izuku. Rumi. Let's see Rumi with 4 boys and 4 girls sleeping. Rumi. Izuku, come meet Luca, Diego, Pedro, Oscar, Salma, America, Romina and Ruby. And that Izuku carries his 4 children, who were all rabbits, and all were brown. Terry. Wow, they are all brown. Trevor. They are all rabbits. Taylor. They are all rabbits, idiot. Uraraka. Izuku entering the room in normal clothes. I found out too late, but I'm here now. Rumi. Look Uraraka, these are my new children. Amy. There, I want to carry the girls, grabbing the girls. Uraraka. I can carry the men. Rumi. Of course, giving the men to the men. Uraraka. Wow, they are very similar to Izuku. Amy. And the girls are the same as you, Rumi. Leonardo. But mom, look. Leona. What's wrong? Laura. It's true, they don't have it. Camila. That doesn't have. Lucy. They don't have the Arachi mark. Nagatoro. I really hope surprised seeing the babies that didn't have the Arachi mark. Izaki. Not there now, it will be like that Disney movie of Charm. Izuku. It is not similar to that movie, that was a robbery at Disney, and the truth is this does not affect me, with or without a mark I will love them like that, smiling, although we are going to have a sermon, so they have their marks. Yujiro. And when will we do it? Izuku. Tomorrow, I hope it is fast. Marin. And where is Curious? Homie. And what is that temple? Like Rumi. You will see now, I want to go home to take better care of my baby, said happily. So everyone leaves the room, and Rumi and Izuku were carrying their children. Rumi. Oh hi you. You. Oh Rumi approaching her, you really had another baby. Rumi. Yes, I have another baby, and I see that you and Kamui already did it. You. Well yes, and now I went home for some things, but what beautiful babies and super handsome. Kamui. I already arrived love, I brought you everything. Oh hello guys. Izuku. Hello, and what is your baby's name? You Kamui. Yuna, they said smiling. Rumi. How cute Yuna looks, she looks just like you. You. Yes, she is my twin, she has everything of me, she only inherited her father's eyes, and your babies are your clones, and the men are the same as Izuku. Rumi. Yes, they will be super handsome when they grow up, smiling, but the 2 of them turned on. Rumi. You thought the same as me. Rumi. Get your daughter together with one of my sons so they fall in love and we can be a family, she said happily. You. What a great idea Rumi, I hope one of your children falls in love with my daughter, she said happily. The next day. Nagatoro. Why did you have to ask Komi, shivering from the cold, since Izuku's temple was in the mountains that are super far from the city. At the same time it was snowing a lot. Uraraka. How cold it is, but we are almost close to the temple. Hatsuki. It is not so bad, there are a lot of snow to play. Heiko. A question, why is it super far? Leona. This was where the original Arachi was born, that is why the temple is far. Terry. Hey, and what happened to Shermie and Raphael? Ishiro. What happens is that they were informed that Izuku's children were born yesterday. Yujiro. But they live in Brazil. Leonardo. Therefore they could not come. Izuku. But yesterday they called me and sent me many blessings from Rio de Janeiro where they live. Tenich. And thanks to my uncles they gave me lodging in their house. Harumi. So you lived with my uncles. Izaki. Yes, Harumi, with them we lived for that time. Harumi. I'm so glad you gave them lodging. Harumi Jr. How much longer? Roma. I'm already dying of cold. Inko. I think there's not much left. Chris. We've arrived, pointing to a huge temple where everyone enters. Harumi. Very well, we've started. Izuku. We've started. Marn. Wow, it's super big. Izaki. And very wonderful. Harumi. Let's go in. So we all entered. They saw a huge super dark room that Izuku lights up with his fire, illuminating the whole place. Leona. We've started, Izuku. Nagatoro. And how is the ritual? Ryuka. The ritual is disturbing. Hitsumi. The ritual is kind of dangerous. Izuku. Don't look, cutting off a finger like all those who had the mark of Orochi. Harumi. You'll see, Kitsumi, the babies who don't have the mark all have to put their finger in their mouths so that they suck the blood of the Orochi, putting their finger in Luca, making him suck it. Nagatoro. Really, with a drop of sweat? Harumi. If it's like that only with the babies, but with those who are 17 years old, another type of ritual is done to them. Akugu. Ah, now I remember which one. Izuku. Yes, but it is somewhat painful since they have to make a mark on the chest or back to those who want power by seeing their babies. Ready, Rumi. Love, it is already done. Luca, Diego, Pedro and Oscar already have the mark. Rumi. Yes, the girls also already have the mark. Congratulations, my babies already have their mark on their chest and back, said happily. Marin. Wing. Izuku. Rumi. I also want the mark of Orochi. That surprised Izuku and Rumi, who were surprised. Izuku. Are you sure you can withstand a great power like ours? Marin. Yes, since I want to be a great Orochi, at the same time a great heroine, since I want to be more part of this Orochi family, said with great pride. Izuku. Seeing Rumi. Rumi. Izuku. Okay, Marin. Leona. But if you could bear it. Yujiro. Since it is something heartbreaking. Marin. I will be able to. Izuku. Well, take off your sweatshirt and your sweater. Nagatoro. You know that, me too. Hitsumi. And me too. Izaki. And me too. Komi. And me too. Ryuka. And me too. Izuku. Okay, girls, but you know the great responsibility that our powers have. Nagatoro. Yes, we know perfectly well. Izuku. Okay, take off what you have on top. So the girls take off their jackets, their sweater and turn their backs, taking off their bras a little, and Izuku began to draw the Orochi mark on everyone's back. Izuku. Are you ready? Girls. Yes. Rumi. I hope you can resist. Leona. It will be slow and painful. And that Izuku puts his hands on Marin and Nagatoro's back, and Leona puts her hands on Komi and Yuzaki's back, and Rumi puts her hands on Ryuka and Kitsumi's back. Girls. I screaming heartbreakingly. Robert. Calm down, love, calm down, here I am. Tenich. You can do it, love. Arachi. Calm down, there's not much left. Angel. Calm down, it's almost there. Kurt. Calm down, love, there's not much left, just hold on. Raphael. Calm down, Komi, I know you're super strong, that you can handle this, calm down. Girls. I'm done screaming in pain. At the same time they were shed tears, and the boys hugged them by the head due to the great pain they felt. Izuku. Ready now, removing his hand. Mary. Seeing Robert. How strange was that, at first I was crying because of the strong pain, I felt like it was burning my skin, but now I feel very powerful, putting on her sweater and bra. Robert. Already calm down now, look at your wrists, wiping her tears. Marin. But looking at her wrists, it worked, surprised. Izaki. It's true if it worked. Nagatoro. She can't be surprised. Hitsumi. Seriously, this is real. Komi. I did it. Ryuka. Finally we are Orochis, they said happily. Rumi. Congratulations, girls, now you are more part of the Arachi family, she said happily. 20 minutes later. Hatsuki. They're shit. Camilo. Because it hurt so much. Trevor. This hurt so much. Taylor. Because it hurt so much. Camila. There how it hurts they said with so much pain. Izuku. Ready guys it's done. Hatsuki. This is unfair because Namari had it super easy since she only had to drink a little blood and she's already Arachi. Denich. Because she's small and her blood travels faster. Izuku. Finally we're done only your brothers Ryuka and where are they? Kigo. They stayed playing PS7. Leona. Mine too with a drop of sweat. Izuku. Well let's go home to test the powers guys and Ichako don't you want to be part of our clan? Uraraka. Better later Izuku since I'm not ready yet smiling but I won't reject that proposal. Izuku. Okay Ichako but it's time to go home. But suddenly a huge lightning bolt was heard throughout the place. Chris Harumi. Hugging Izuku's legs. Kigo. A villain. Ryuko. Apparently yes. Izuku. I'll go see who you are, split up Rumi take good care of the children and especially the babies leaving the temple and everyone hides, I hope it's not a headache activating one for all. And that Izuku sees 4 men standing there in front of his temple but 3 were taking out rays of different colors. Izuku. Who are they activating their beast 4 men at the same time the one for all to the maximum while everyone looked. Leona. Who are they taking out their claws? Ishiro. It seems that they will be good fighters. Izuku. I will not repeat it again who are they taking out their claws. Izuku calm down brother it's just me taking off his hood. Izuku I thought he would recognize us taking off his hood. Izuku I knew he would not recognize us since the 3 of us have beards. Izuku. A moment approaching, Kratos, Thor, Aquaman surprised. Izuku Aquaman. The same. Izuku. But what are you doing here smiling greeting his friends? Izaki. Apparently he knows them. Leona. Because they are all bearded. Izuku. I'm glad to see you again friend smiling and dodges a ray from Izuku Thor. Izuku Thor. Sorry, it's my hammer stopping shooting lightning. Izuku. Okay, and what are you doing here? Izuku Aquaman. The reason why we are here. Izuku. Hey, where are the others? Izuku Kratos. Weren't they following us? Izuku. Oh, no, wait, here comes the other one. Izuku. But how surprised. And that a huge snake appears in front of everyone surprising Izuku, but what caught his attention the most were its eyes that seemed to look at your soul and its red color like blood and the snake crawls Asia Izuku. Izuku snake. Hello Garito it's a pleasure to meet you he said sinisterly sticking out his tongue, I finally meet you in person, is it true legend of Orochi is true? Izuku. Yes it's true without fear. Izuku snake. I finally meet the legend most feared by all same Puch it's a pleasure to meet you. Ingrid Alfin Tiencontramos Arachi. Robert Wow Chicos Ahi Unimudger Ahi. Rumi que viendo por un hueco de la part más alta del templo. Arachi es casi igual a ti mama pero con el pelo rosa. Tenich por que leva casi el descubierto sus pechos y por que su pantalón es super ajustado. Izaki por que le estabas los pechos y sus piernas. Tenich en no amor es que solo observaba un poco. Izaki más te vela brazendola fuerte. Izuku y tu quioneers. Ingrid soy Dark Knight Ingrid reina del inframundo y destructora de demonios. Izuku estás diciendo que existen los demonios en tu mundo. Murasaki así es Arachi. Izuku y tu quioneers. Murasaki soy Murasaki también cazadora de demonios y destructora de casi todo. Izuku entonces usted son como yo confundido. Ingrid no somos tus variantes. Murasaki más bien somos esposas de nuestro esposo abrazando la cola de Izuku serpiente. Izuku es lo más raro que he visto hoy. Kigo oigan escuchar eso. Akugu son esposa de esa gran serpiente. Camilo el parecer practican cosas sucias y perversas con esa gran serpiente. Izuku ok ya vio. Pero casi todo comienza a temblar y enfrente de Izuku, se pone un gran rayo sorprendiendo a todos. Izuku sorry for the delay is that I was looking for you guys, but finally I found you smiling under your mask. Izuku. Wait a second you are the one who always Apuch and Kamazits had always talked to me. Izuku that's right I am Tlaloc the god of rain taking off his mask, completely revealing his long chins and a face mask. Terry. It looks somewhat macabre. Kigo. Yes and more because he has many symbols on his chest and abdomen and he has completely blue skin. Izuku. Wow it's surprising to meet you in person and in truth you are blue like a smurf. Izuku Tlaloc. I don't know what that smurf thing is, but thank you. Izuku Kratos. And what do your symbols mean? Izuku Tlaloc. It means many things like war, hope and life, but they are birthmarks. I finally found you love. And that everyone sees a super giant woman. Robert. That's not you. Roma. She is not. Izuku Tlaloc. Oh Diane my love I thought you were following me flying Asia her. Diane. Sorry love, is that I did not see well the rays that you should in the sky to guide us. But I could see the rays. Izuku Tlaloc. And why did not you guide her Elizabeth? Elizabeth. Who did she fool me neither? Diane. Sniff sniff, we were bad girls, a little sad. Izuku Tlaloc. No, do not worry me too, it is that I did not use many rays to guide them, calm smiling. Diane Elizabeth. That is why I love you very much my love, giving you a big kiss literally. Izuku's meetin'. I do not know how Chakbale will do since he is married to many women. Outside of Izuku's mind. Izuku. Well, why don't we go inside to talk? Diane. But I am too old to enter that small temple. Izuku Kratos. Open the roof so you can see. Izuku. You are crazy, I am sorry dear, it is that my temple is too bleeding for me. Diane. Okay, and I'll be waiting for you outside love, taking Elizabeth from her hands. Izuku Tlaloc. Oh, that's true, sorry love for not bringing your magic position. Diane. Don't worry, I'll wait here love, just don't take too long, it's very cold out here. So all the Izukus enter and Izuku was a little nervous because he felt that they would come to see his family and they all stand in the center. Izuku Thor. Sorry, I'm going to throw my weapon here, putting the Stormbreaker in the center. Izuku Kratos. I also throwing his axe in the center. Izuku Aquaman. I also throwing his trident. Ingrid. Since throwing his sword. Izuku. Hey guys, Aquaman, Kratos, why did your hair change color since before it was green, now it's black? Izuku Kratos. My hair became pigmented. Izuku Aquaman. I discovered that I'm blonde and it bleached because you've been in the sea for so long, so I'm blonde. Izuku. I see, seeing Izuku Thor. Izuku Thor. And why did I get like this? Because I received my powers. Izuku. Since we came friends. Izuku Snake. To talk about something very important. Izuku Kratos. I don't know why I'm here if I already have an alliance with Izuku. Izuku Aquaman. So that you don't help take care of him by pointing at Izuku. Izuku. Wait, so they want to talk about an alliance between clans, surprised at the same time smiling. Izuku Tlaloc. That's right Izuku. Izuku. Why, what happens? Izuku Thor. You see Izuku, we feel that maybe a threat will come soon, to a point that our timelines we believe are in threat of danger, since we feel that maybe Kang the Conqueror is near. Izuku. I've heard a lot about him, who is? Izuku. He is a variant of us who may be stronger than us. Izuku Tlaloc. That's why we live here, to make an alliance between you and us, just like you did, promising to protect Talocan. Izuku. Who told them what the kingdom of Namor was called in Yucatan? Ingrid. And I told them everything would be, and Izuku looks at Ingrid. Izuku. How do you know about the kingdom of Talocan, surprised seeing Ingrid. Ingrid. Miguel told me everything, and wow, I never thought you and Namor would be good friends. Izuku. But why is it always me and not Black Adam or Apuch or Death? Izuku Aquaman. First, Death is the most dangerous, Apuch is also super dangerous, and some. His rabbits, and second Black Adam, we already made an alliance with him since the strongest of all our variants. Marin. Which is a variant? Umi. I don't know, but it seems like something that maybe Izuku knows well. Izuku Tlaloc. Yes, and more the two deaths, Apuch is the most dangerous, and let it be said the Colombian wolf, since he is very grotesque and ruthless, maybe because of his past, maybe he is like that, but we really want this alliance, since we really feel that maybe Kang can attack. What do you say, will you accept? Izuku gets super serious, looking at everyone, and looks at Izuku Tlaloc. Izuku. Yes, I accept. Izuku Tlaloc. Well, now we are in a peaceful alliance, smiling, but Ingrid looks at Izuku Thor, who was acting weird. Izuku Thor. Fine, but I want to see something I always wanted to see. Ingrid. No, wait. At that, Izuku Thor grabs his Stormbreaker and throws it at Izuku, making him fly super far. Izuku Snake. I told you it would be a bad idea to bring him crawling on the ground. Elizabeth. Because I wasn't surprised. Diane. Hey, what happened? Why Izuku and Thor flew? Ingrid. Let's go get them teleporting. Murasaki. I told you not to bring him running. Izuku Tlaloc. Last time I trust this guy teleporting. Diane. Come on Elizabeth, enlarged Elizabeth starting to run. Izuku Aquaman. I hope you don't take too long leaving with a lot of water on your feet. Izuku. Damn, now what do I do? Better I'll go look for him, I hope he doesn't get out. He was about to leave. But some big feathers surround him. Izuku. What is this? Kigo. Stay still, approaching Izuku. Umi. Now explain to me what's happening and why they want my husband and why they attack him, angrily approaching Izuku. Izuku. I don't know, Thor always said he was going to face him, but I thought he was joking, but I never thought he would really do it seriously. I just went with him. Terry. Are you going to tell us everything about who they are now? Izuku. I really don't want problems, please. Nervous. No, you are not going to leave for anything in the world, we are not going to kill anyone, screaming loudly. Robert. What are you talking about? Izuku, don't hurt them please, they are your family, don't get away from me with so much terror. Harry. Listen idiot, grabbing him by the shoulder and lifting him up, are you going to tell us what they want with Izuku and why they attacked him? Izuku, I really don't want to hurt them with so much terror. Tenich. Are you going to tell us once and for all, taking out his claws like everyone else? Izuku, Enchantress. But Izuku. Izuku was flying with the axe in his chest. Izuku. Buck trying to lift him up but he couldn't, why I can't charge it because it's super past trying to charge the Uchiha. Izuku Thor. I've been waiting for this moment, so how powerful are you Izuku? You know we have a tradition called Who is the True Warrior, so let's test it. So the two fall into a small combat arena. Izuku. That's enough, burning their clothes leaving their hero suit in sight. Izuku Thor. How impressive, but let's see how strong you are. So the two pounced, beginning to clash their fists so fast Izuku Thor took out many rays from his body and Izuku punches him so hard that he sends him to embed against some rocks and Izuku Thor grabs him with his blue whips. Izuku Thor. Now I understand why Izuku Apuch, Death and Dracula respect you so much since you are just like us strong. Izuku. I am not strong, I am a god. And that Izuku punches him so hard that it made him go through the mountain, leaving Izuku shocked. Izuku. Thor approaching, Thor, are you very worried? Izuku Thor. Wow friend, you are super strong now, with more reason they respect you a lot, raising his hand. Izuku. The honor is mine, raising it. Izuku Tlaloc. Guys wait, do not fight since Miguel can come. Izuku Snake. Yes, and wait a second, looking at everyone. Izuku Aquaman. Now that you mention it, we forgot someone. Diane. Izuku Enchantress, right. Elizabeth. In a certain dangerous Izuku. Ingrid. What I was missing. Murasaki. Bucking mother, what was missing? Izuku. What's happening? Izuku Aquaman. Let's go for him, or will he unleash his massive power, running with one for all to the maximum like everyone else? Izuku. How dangerous is it? But Izuku Enchantress. Terry. But how shocked? Namuri. Izuku, is you seeing Izuku Enchantress, since Enchantress had come out with her dark skin, her long hair and black pants together to some marks on her body as symbols. When Izuku transforms into an Enchantress, she is a male version. Izuku Enchantress. Where am I looking? Everywhere. Izuku, where did you bring me to this place? Terry. But. Namuri. Is the same as Izuku. Izuku Enchantress. Izuku is asleep now, I went out to have fun. Kurt. Hey, tell us why you look so much like my dad, annoying. Izuku Enchantress. Everyone is dead. Arachi. Dead you will be, I was going to hit him, but Izuku Enchantress ends everyone flying. Death. Damn. Namuri. There, we have to finish him off. Izuku Enchantress. Silence, because maybe it is his final death, so I will kill them all silently. But he stops a blow from Izuku Kratos that sends him far away. Izuku. How powerful is Izuku Aquaman? I think he surpasses Moon Knight, grabbing his trident. Murasaki. I can't believe he will kill the demons again by raising his sword. Izuku Enchantress. I'm not a demon, I'm a god, now this will be my world, he said, smiling terrifyingly. Izuku Thor. Let's end this. So the Izuku pounced on Enchantress, but Izuku Enchantress was faster, and with one blow he sends Izuku Thor and Izuku Snake flying, and Ingrid stabs her sword in the chest, causing him to vomit blood, but he smiles terrifyingly and hits her with a blow that sends her crashing into Izuku Snake. Izuku Enchantress. Wow, in this universe, everyone is weak, she said mockingly, dodging Mirko's kick. Oh, you're Mirko, the one who always talks non-stop, Apuch, Death and Dracula, who have had me grabbing her by the leg and sending her far away, but she falls without getting hurt. Rumi. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but I'll send you to hell. So Izuku Enchantress pounced on Rumi, but Rumi kicks her hard and breaks her. The arm, but he regenerates, but Rumi kicks him and sends him far away, something that Hawks took advantage of and pierced his back with her feathers. Ingrid. You must be the powerful Mirko, right? Rumi. Yes, it's me, and who are you? Ingrid. I'm Ingrid Rivera, it's a pleasure to meet Izuku, he tells me a lot about you and more about his family. Rumi. Ah, okay, that's always what my husband does, and who are you married to? Ingrid. With him pointing at Izuku, Snake. Izuku, Snake. I'll kill you by shooting Izuku Enchantress, but Izuku Enchantress creates a spike that buries it in Izuku, Snake, but he throws his venom that melts his face. Rumi. But what? Ingrid. Yes, and we are parents of 6 children, he said, smiling. Rumi. But if he is a snake, how could they? Super confused. Ingrid. He is a person, that is, his power is to transform into a giant snake. Rumi. Ah, okay, it's also a pleasure to meet you. Izuku. Aya crashing. With Rumi sending Izuku and Rumi far away. Izuku Enchantress. Seriously, no one can beat me in this universe, dodging Elizabeth and Robert's blows and Angel, sending the three of them far away. Brahmi. I already have you. He was going to kick him, but Izuku Enchantress stops him and sends her flying, colliding with his brothers. Izuku Enchantress. TSK, how useless they are in this universe, but he feels a great pulse, a second surprised. Here is my love, he said happily. Oh, there he is going up the stairs. Izuku Kratos. Let that thing grab him by throwing his axe at him, but Izuku Enchantress returns it with more force, making Izuku Kratos fly away. Izuku Enchantress. Here I go, love. But Izuku Enchantress began to scream in a super heartbreaking way, making him fall down the stairs, and from his chest, a huge light began to come out while he screamed heartbreakingly. Murasaki. But what's wrong with him, postponing his sword? Then everyone sees a girl coming out of a doorway with something in her hand. Come on, come back, love, she said, annoyed. Izuku Enchantress. Stop it, Alright. Come on, don't take over him, stabbing Enchantress's heart. Izuku Enchantress. Yes, love, stop please, it's me, you hurt me so much, Aya screaming heartbreakingly and bringing tears to my eyes from the pain I felt. Yame. And if you were my boyfriend he would never bleed green, besides he is more handsome than you. Izuku Enchantress. Give me my heart, lunging at Yame, but Yame stabs my heart many times, making me scream much louder. Izuku Aquaman. I have an idea, stabbing himself with his trident, making him scream louder. Izuku Enchantress. Starters like that, returning to his normal form. Yame. Love, going like that to him, are you okay? Normal Izuku. Love, hugging her, don't leave me alone again please, it was horrible, I lost control, I feel like I lost control. Yame. Yeah love, calm down, I'm here watching with a smile. How the hell did you say Enchantress by mistake? If you're always super focused on not saying that word, and I swear now you're saying it in another universe that you didn't hear. Dr. Stranger Supreme, annoying. Izuku Normal. Sorry love. Yame. Luckily no one was hurt. Normal Izuku. Yes, and I'll buy you the fraps you want. Yame. And what else? Normal Izuku. And I'll buy you an ice cream. Yame. And what else? Playing with his hair. Izuku Normal sighs. Okay, I'll buy you all the Funkos you want. Yame. Haha, that's what I wanted to hear, now you're going to buy me a lot of Funkos. Murasaki. Guys, look, grabbing his sword, seeing that a shadow was moving. Ingrid. Oh, I see, grabbing his sword. Izuku. Careful. Yame. What? And that Izuku Enchantress appears behind her and opens the small statue where she takes out the spirit of Enchantress, and Izuku Enchantress takes out many whips where she ties everyone up, and Izuku grabs Yame, well, the spirit of Enchantress took control. Yame Enchantress. Where am I? Izuku Enchantress. Already love, calm down, you are already with me. Yame Enchantress. Love, what happened, seeing everything? Izuku Enchantress. What happened is that I freed you, love, don't worry, you are already here with me, my love, and look, taking out the heart. Yame Enchantress. Our hearts. Izuku Enchantress. Yes love, now there that we eat them, splitting it in half and eating them both. Then that a light illuminates and Izuku and Yame come out with our appearances, now they had more power. Robert. That is not dad, confused, trying to get rid of the whips. Uraraka. Now if making rocks float and go towards the two, but they send Izuku Enchantress away. I will conquer this universe starting now, going like this. Izuku Orochi, I never told you that I always wanted your powers, but now taking out his claws, now he will be mine. I was going to attack him. But some orange whips tie him up by the arm. Izuku Enchantress. But how annoying. And that from a portal comes out Izuku 2099 with his Spider-Man suit and sends a punch to Izuku Enchantress, releasing everyone. Izuku Enchantress. You again, annoying. But he sees that a great demon came out of the portal and Izuku Death comes out and ties the two with his hooks, and the demon gets closer and closer to the two, but transforms, revealing Izuku Supreme. The Izukus. Stranger with fear. Izuku Supreme. Now I want you to explain it to me, but quickly trying not to get angry while some tentacles came out of his hands, say the word, we begin to cut their chest. Izuku Yame. Enchantress transforming, returning to her normal form. Izuku Supreme. Calm down, they are fine now, explain to me what happened. Izuku Normal. I don't know. Izuku. What happens is that the boy began to transform. Izuku Supreme. And they knew that he's like Black Adam, right, smiling, but inside he was furious. Aquaman Izuku. I didn't know he was like Black Adam. Death Izuku. You had to take care of him and don't tell me he ate his heart, right? Aquaman Izuku. Only 2 parts, the other part was eaten by the girl. Supreme Izuku. It drives me crazy, upset, holding back my anger. Supreme. Izuku. But at least he's no longer a danger if we train him well. Supreme Izuku. There are only 3 days left until my children are born and you always want me to miss that moment of my life. Annoyed. Izuku Tlalak. But it was Aquaman's fault since he never brought the heart. Aquaman Izuku. Now blame me, idiot. Snake Izuku. But also, I could alter the universe. Supreme Izuku. You really don't understand all of this screaming in his demon form, will many monsters come out of his back. Ingrid. No there this is worse than the other. Murasaki. Already upset. Supreme Izuku. Damn annoying and calming down slowly until he calms down completely, he takes a Snickers out of his pocket where he eats it. Izuku 2099. Don't tell me they saw everyone's face right. Izuku Kratos. I told them it was a bad idea. Izuku Thor. I thought they wouldn't recognize us. Supreme Izuku. Okay calmer now creating a spell, Death what are you doing? At that Izuku Death approaches Uraraka and growls ferociously at the same time he put on an annoyed face. Izuku. No way taking out a whip transforming it into a sword. Izuku 2099. Don't do it Death. Supreme Izuku. I know very well what you feel, but if you do it will upset everything. But Izuku Death stares at Uraraka super annoyed. Izuku Death. AI annoying, why the hell can't I kill you in another universe annoying speaking in Spanish, why the bucking shit approaching Uraraka, I know that the Izuku of this universe has forgiven you, but I will look for you and kill you slowly and painfully, did you understand? Annoying pig. Uraraka. SSSSSS yes with much fear. Izuku Death. At least my mother is resting in peace keeping her sides. Uraraka. Wait what do you mean by your mother? Supreme Izuku. It's time casting a spell on everyone putting them in a trance. Ingrid. What did you do to them? Supreme Izuku. I will erase their memories so snapping my fingers making everyone faint, ready everything fixed now I'm leaving. Izuku Tlala Kratos Thor Snake. Me too and thanks for the alliance Izuku. Izuku. No they're what? Ingrid. Still loves Rumi. Izuku. Are you? Murasaki. Goodbye Izuku. I and Elizabeth. See you later teleporting to your universes. Izuku Death. Look I have to tell you something. Izuku. Tell me friend. Izuku dead. No I say look the one who says friend is Ophuch since he is from Mexico and I am from Colombia, but anyway I want to tell you something. Izuku. Yes tell me. 1 hour later. Rumi. There my head hurts. Homie. What would happened? Itsumi. I don't know I don't remember. Izuku. Silence the children are sleeping. Rumi. Oh my baby's going to the crib they are so beautiful said happily. Izuku. Yes they are so beautiful that now they are strong and big Arachi. Rumi. Yes time to return to the routine of waking up in the middle of the night to change their diapers and feed them. Izuku. Yes and Kurt and Nagatoro I want you to tell me something seeing you. Nagatoro. What's wrong? Izuku. Did you already have Hex true? Kurt no dad what things you said nervous. Izuku tell me the truth releasing a super terrifying dark aura. Nagatoro SSSSS yes but we use protection and many birth control pills. Izuku okay. 1 hour later. Kurt what else dad already cleaned the sheets. Nagatoro and I cleaned the kitchen. Izuku good now my dear all is your punishment for not telling me before and why don't you give me grandchildren seriously, how I love all my little angels he said, happily hugging his newborn babies. End. Post-credit scene. We see Izuku in Melissa's laboratory since he had been attacked. Izuku. You know at least what happened. Melissa. Unfortunately not but maybe the cameras captured something, but I feel like not since they were destroyed. Izuku. But you can recover the video of what happened right? Melissa. Let me see right away I return going to his office leaving Izuku alone who was in a completely destroyed warehouse. Izuku. I wonder what happened here walking. But feels something on his back. Izuku. Up your hands put them so something where I can see them. Izuku. Sorry but I do not obey orders grabbing the gun. And that Izuku. He kicked and does a somersault where he takes out his knife but Izuku takes out his sword and puts it to his neck. Izuku. A tip he discreetly attacks friend gathering the gun, take it giving it to him. Izuku. Izuku Arachi smiling putting away his knife. Izuku. Izuku Wong he have zombies. Izuku Wong. I am more human than zombie they are 50/50ths. Izuku. And what are you doing here and why do you wear those curious clothes? Izuku Wong. My wife loves how I dress besides she sometimes chooses my clothes you like she said smiling since she was wearing a red sweater that reached her buttocks a little tight, the sweater some black gloves, a small bib on her chest that had a gun on the left side of her chest, some black leather pants, a black belt that held a gun holster with another gun and black loafers. It is the same clothes that Ada had in Resident Evil 4 Remake and in separate ways, remake only that it is a male version for Izuku. Izuku. Really, there are leather pants for men? Surprised. Izuku Wong. Yes, why do you want one? Izuku. No thanks, but why did you come? Izuku Wong. I think maybe the people who were here unleashed a virus or a fungus that maybe infects a new universe. Izuku. What do you mean? Izuku Wong. Maybe the person who attacked here may have released a powerful virus. Izuku. Here they had a virus. Come follow me, changing until we reach a room, let's see. Entering, and Izuku Wong sees that the virus was no longer there. Izuku Wong. We arrived late, the virus was already lost in space, and I don't know in which timelines it will fall. Seeing his bracelet of a hologram. Izuku. What do you mean? Izuku Wong. Maybe a virus will cause a catastrophe like the universe of Izuku Miyamoto or Izuku Megumi. Izuku. I see, but I think it will be lost in space and time. Melissa. Izuku, copy me. Izuku. Loud and clear, speaking through a small microphone in his ear. Melissa. I sent the videos from the security camera to your computer. Izuku. Okay, I'll see them. Let's go. Wong holding his hand, and the two go to Izuku's office. Oh, hello family, what's up? Urmi. Wow, Izuku, babies are very sleepy since they want to sleep all day, but at night they wake up with a lot of energy. Marin. Izuku, who is he? Izuku. Ah, this is. Izuku Wong. I am Wong, special agent of the BSA, meaning I protect the world. Smiling from under his metallic mask. Kurt. Hey Wong, honestly you have the hairstyle of a woman. Izuku Wong. Well, it's that I comb my hair the same as my wife, since she always combed me like hers, and she always combed me in her style, and that's why now I have this hairstyle, because I love my wife, and I like to have her hairstyle. Also she tells me that I look handsome like that, she said, smiling. Izuku. Okay, I also have my wife's hair, but well, let's watch the videos. Putting a hologram on the table, putting the videos. Izuku Wong. I hope they are culprits of this disaster. Video. We see several people where they enter the warehouse. At that moment a person with their powers takes something dangerous out of the warehouse, and the other person takes something dangerous. At that moment the two people saw the cameras and put on a serious look. Izuku. But what? Izuku Wong. It can't be. Family. It's you, Izuku. Izuku. PPPPPP. But what if it wasn't me or such someone with a clone Quirk copied my image? Surprised. Izuku. Thank you very much Shang Tsung for giving me the Tesseract. Izuku. Shang Tsung. Ready, you have what you want, now give me what I want. Loki. Izuku. Loki. Yes, take, giving him many souls. Izuku. Shang Tsung. Oh, thank you very much. Girls. But power is not enough. Love. Izuku. Shang Tsung. No Salama, Kabori, Sylphie, Sento, Latifa, Muse, and Aiko. This is not much, just a little. Also I have so much power that I can kill whoever hurts them. Smiling. Well Loki, see you then, I have other things to do. Going to your dimension. Pieru. Finally I found you Loki, along with Flare, Norn, Satsuna, Kuriha, Blade, Eve and Anna. Girls. Correction, Izuku's wives kissing Izuku. Izuku. Loki. Now let's end your existence, stupid. Thus beginning a battle that Izuku Loki used the Tesseract and everything ends in a big explosion and the camera is destroyed, but they see that no one was there anymore, not even Izuku Loki. End of video. And that everything began to shake. Izuku Wong. Izuku with fear and worry. Izuku. But they will be children of. Finn. Over the fight. We see Izuku seeing the gem that Izuku Loki gave him. Urmi. And what are you going to do with that thing? Izuku. I'm not going to keep it in the temple since maybe they can steal it again, but I know someone who might keep it rather. Urmi. Melissa. Right. Izuku. Yes, since it will take it super far from its base with more security. Urmi. I hope so. And who were those people in the battle who maybe have the same powers as you? Who are they? Izuku. Are they someone you can trust really? Urmi. But why did the one with the American flag have the one for all? Izuku. Well, he has a quirk to copy, that's why he had the one for all for a few seconds. Urmi. What strange people you meet. Izuku. Yes, but I have a meeting with someone, but don't worry, I already have those who to order the task of protecting Melissa and the gem. Urmi. Who? 10 minutes later. Urmi Jr. Then we will take Melissa to Asia Island where she has her laboratory, then she will take the gem super far away from everyone. Izuku. Yeah, so that it is very protected. Arachi. No problem there dad, we will take care of it. Angel. Count on us dad. Rami. And when we leave this way island. Izuku. Now since Melissa is in a warehouse and she is keeping some experiments, so go for her and take, putting on each one a contact lens and a microphone. Rami. So that dad. Izuku. So that your mother and I are communicated by the small radios of her ears, and the contact lenses are cameras, and there your mother and I will see everything. Arachi. Understood dad. Izuku. Go to the warehouse that is in the forest, there is Melissa since she is there. Rami. Well, let's go for Melissa. Already at night. We see the boys in the warehouse. Arachi. I hope it's playing. Rumi Jr. It's open, let's go in. Rami. Excuse me Melissa, where are you? Melissa. Hey guys, coming down with their robotic suit. Rami. What is that? Melissa. It's an armor that works as a weapon. Rumi Jr. Very interesting, but we have to go. Melissa. They brought the gem. Rumi Jr. Yes, it's here, but you brought the suitcase. Melissa. Yes, here, taking out his suitcase. Arachi. Perfect, let's go now. But a lot of noises began to be heard outside. Angel. Not there, they're villains. Villain. Here they are, friends, let's go for Melissa. Melissa. Not there, if they grab the gem maybe they will be the end of us. Izuku. Guys, get out of there now. Rumi Jr. But what a great idea I have, seeing the warehouse motorcycle. Villain. Let's go in. But it flew away since Rumi Jr. started driving and the others were in Melissa's car and Melissa in her suit, that shot sending the villains far away. Rumi Jr. Alright guys, follow me, I know where the station is. Arachi. Yes, but the problem is the villains who are following us. Rami. I'll take care of it. I get out of the car where he started running towards all the villains. With a big kick, he sends them all flying and burns them a little. He returns to the car. Arachi. I hope it stops them. Rami. No, look, seeing that the villains were coming faster. Rumi Jr. What are we going to do? Izuku. Lose them on the road. Rami. Okay, let's go quickly. Angel. Here comes more. Melissa. Calm down guys, let's test my big armor. So, releasing a big ray that sends the villains far away and destroys the street a little. Arachi. Woo-oh, screaming excitedly. Rumi Jr. That was crazy. Rami. We are almost at the pier. Melissa. There, no. Oh. At that Melissa falls to the ground since her suit had run out of energy. Arachi. Let's go Melissa. Angel. Let's go for Melissa and we'll help her take off the suit. Rumi Jr. Wait a moment. At that moment a huge explosion of water occurred, causing everyone to fly away. Rumi. Damn, getting up and going to where his brothers were. Izuku. Are they fine? Rumi Jr. Yes, they are just knocked out. Rumi. Try to keep the villains from getting closer, I'm going to go for you. But Rumi Jr. sees that someone started to drag the briefcase that had the gem. Rumi Jr. You won't cut it by cutting the ribbon where you see that the ribbon falls into the water, they are aquatic villains activating the one for all. Izuku. Who is a daughter. But three boys come out of the water with their Mayan clothes and their large plumes, and on the other side, a boy comes out with his Mayan clothes and a large sword that he sticks in the ground. Rumi Jr. Who are they grabbing his sword? But what surprised her were his plumes that were a skull, and on his skin, it seemed that he had the face of a skull and someone tattooed all over his body. Izuku. What the hell? Rumi. Don't move from there, I'm going there. With Rumi Jr. And that the boys stand in front of Rumi Jr. Rumi Jr. So they want the gem, then they'll have to take it out of my hands by taking a sword out of the car. Police. It's the police, all with their hands up seriously, and the girl looks at the police. Rumi Jr. Teach Zine Tumman Legimatin and Kubensik Til Yano Ob. Enrique. Malab serious and Rumi Jr. goes to the police. Police. Hey, she has tattoos of a skull on her face, but her soul would be sucked out. Enrique. Maminta Klabalas Abtalamal. Rumi Jr. I don't know what you're saying, but I'll kill them all. So they all pounced on Rumi Jr. where they tried everything to take the infinity gem from her, but Rumi Jr. was very fast to the point that she wouldn't let them grab the gem, and she stabs one of them with her sword. Ulysses. I teach jump il cas, sending Rumi Jr. far away with one for all, and Rumi Jr. sees that Enrique was going to grab the gem. But Xochitl stabs her sword in his hand. Rumi Jr. A daughter of a bitch, giving her a kick that sends her far away, and Rumi Jr. goes towards Enrique and cuts his face, and Enrique looks at her while she was regenerating. Enrique txakaz Iakabo Yeetle Rumi upset. Rumi Jr. said Rumi confused, grabbing her sword. But he sees that Ulysses and Xochitl get up with difficulty while they regenerated super fast and go with Rumi Jr. Putsch. So Enrique and Rumi Jr. began to fight super fast, since they were equal to the point that they tried everything to attack each other, but they were fast until Enrique kicks her, that sends her far away, and looks at the gem that was near her and throws his sword at her. Enrique. Mock bothered him and Rumi Jr. grabbed his sword where the two began to fight again. Enrique. Is stabbing him with his sword. Rumi Jr. I'll finish you off, sending Enrique's sword flying and kicks him in the ribs and punches him in the neck. Enrique. Aya screaming furiously and grabs his sword where he sticks it and grabs Rumi Jr.'s head and makes him hit himself with it, causing blood to come from his nose and dislocate his shoulder. Rumi Jr. Damn bastard, wiping the blood off, and Enrique just looked at her. Enrique. You're annoyed, and Runo Jr. grabs his sword and Enrique hits his sword, but Rumi Jr. the nail on the ground so that it doesn't fall into the sea. Rumi Jr. kike saaka castle lakian yida lahula sam teen lajima, throwing a grenade which Enrique sends far away and explodes to Rumi Jr., causing it to fly into the sea. Rumi stop the boys, and they look at Rumi with her old heroine costume. They will not leave here and give me back the gem, increasing the strength of their legs. But the boys take off their hood revealing their green and white rabbit ears. Rumi, I don't give a buck if they are like my children, I will finish them myself. So the boys pounced on Rumi, which she activates the one for all and her beast form, where she began to attack the boys who passed the gem from all sides until Rumi punches Enrique and Rumi Jr. and Xochitl grabs her with their whips and sends them far away, and Ulysses kicks her, that gives her far away and was already grabbing the gem that Ulysses was bringing her. Ulysses. Wait, mom speaking, leaving Rumi in shock since she recognized that voice. Rumi. Kurt, is it you surprised? Ulysses. Now mom. At that, someone kicks Rumi with great force that sends her super far, making her vomit blood, and Rumi looks at a rabbit woman, brunette with her big white hair and her Mayan clothes, that was none other than Rumi Apuch. Rumi. But what the hell, another with a cloning quirk and trusting or copying a confused image. Rumi. Yidala waku de chan kankich tu mean chan lamak lilio teach la variant jach tane and you in. Xochitl. Nataak and la gem. Rumi. May Allah mayaj and my house in proud tea tulikal tax hugging everyone. Rumi. You won't get up, and Rumi Puch approaches Rumi and kneels down her height. Rumi. That's why Ingrid and Murasaki love me so much and respect me, because I'm stronger than you, and also get close to her ear, I will always be the goddess of death. And that Rumi kicks her so hard that she sends her flying, and Rumi Puch and her children leaving everyone behind. Rumi. Shit, fainting. The next day. We see Rumi waking up little by little, and suddenly. Uraraka wakes up. Hey, calm down, Rumi. Rumi. But what happened? Uraraka. Don't worry, it's all over. Rumi. I don't understand. At that, Izuku comes in. Izuku. Love hugging her, I'm glad you're okay. Rumi. But what happened? Izuku. The bad guys took the gem, but I know where I can find it. Rumi. That was great. Izuku. Uraraka. That. Rumi. I never felt more alive than ever being again, that was great, she said, excited, taking a drop from the two. But how are my children? Izuku. They already woke up then, but tell me the less you remember what they looked like. Rumi. Yes, it was like the character from American Horror Story, and his skin looked like he had a tattoo on his face and arms. Izuku. What character from American Horror Story? Confused. Rumi. He was holding his cell phone showing an image. This is what Izuku Apuch's children and girls look like, since they have not yet reached 100% of their power, they only have 50%. Izuku. Really surprised. Rumi. Yes, and the strangest thing is that they were all rabbits with green and white hair, they were like our children, and the worst thing was they were rabbits. Izuku. Rabbit, surprised. Uraraka. It won't be a villain who copies appearances like Toga, confused. Izuku. Yes, I'll be right back. In the Apuch universe. Enrique. Damn bucking ports, we already have the space gem. Xochitl. It was super easy, with a single grenade knock us all out. Izuku Apuch. Well done guys, I'm proud of you. Marin. Are you okay, Rumi? Rumi. Yes, it was just the first time that I faced a variant of me. I thought he didn't want his children, but wow, he's the same as me, surprised. Izuku Apuch. Let's take her to the temple so that no one catches her. Sebastian. Go book yourself, I feel like someone came transforming into a black aura. Nagatoro. Booker, I feel it too, what is that? Izuku Apuch. It seems like you followed me. Izuku, seeing Izuku. Izuku. Why the hell did you attack my boys, taking out a whip? But Izuku Apuch moves his hands and ties Izuku up with many bones that squeeze him. Izuku Apuch. In my castle nobody comes to mess with me. Izuku. Why did you do that? Izuku Apuch. Because you are the most careless, and Stranger Supreme got so angry that he spent like 3 days looking for Loki, and when Izuku Miguel told him everything he saw, he got angrier, that he got so upset that we had to calm him down. Izuku. But why didn't they tell me? Izuku Apuch. It's simply because nobody asked for it. Izuku. That. Izuku Apuch. Yes, since Izuku Supreme didn't ask for it, but Izuku Miguel did ask, so we wanted to take it away from you by force, since we felt that you were going to keep it in a place very far from your home. Izuku. I understand, but that doesn't mean they didn't have to hit my children and my wife. Izuku Apuch. I know and I offer you an apology, but don't worry, we didn't do that much harm to your family. Izuku. I hope it doesn't get any worse, seriously, and Izuku ah puch, let's it go. Izuku ah puch. At least we didn't have a Mexican party. Izuku. What party are you talking about? Robert. November 2. Izuku. And what do they celebrate? Izuku ah puch. The dead. Sebastian. That's right dude, we celebrate the dead in Mexico. Izuku. And also in California. Ulysses. More or less, but yes, we celebrate the dead, but we didn't have a party like Midoriya, Mendoza, Usagiyama. Izuku. Your last name is Mendoza. Izuku ah puch. Simon, after my father and mother is from Mexico City and my dad is from Toluca. Izuku. I see, well take good care of the gem for me. Izuku ah puch. Of course we will, that's why now we will take better care of it. Izuku. Okay, and keep loving your roomie. Izuku ah puch. Until death, relative said with honor, and Izuku returns to his dimension. Christian. At least we didn't do the Toluca to him. Ricardo. Maybe he would shit his pants. Angel. It was Toluca. Denich. It's an Aztec game. Dale. Where if you fool you die, do you want to do it now? Rumi. I told you kids not to play that. Denich. That mom, even Luca and grandma have played it. Izuku ah puch. Well, let's put her in her place. So everyone goes to the temple where they place her in a small capsule where she will be protected. Robert. Ready, everything is finally over. Izuku ah puch. And so let's go to the fair. Rumi. Where is the dancing nun? Everyone. Go. So everyone went to the fair where the nun was spending a great night playing and having fun with the family, including Mitsuki since she was part of the Midoriya, Mendoza, and Usagiyama. Families. Post-credit scene. Denich. Do you really want to play again? Luca. No, I'm not afraid of that game. Robert. Okay, but I don't want you to run away screaming. You heard. Luca. Yes. Roberto. Denich. Very well. So Robert and Tenich grab him by the feet and put him in the middle of a cliff. Tenich. Robert. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ready, you spent uploading it again. Robert. You are a crazy guy, smiling. Tenich. Well, let's go home to play Fortnite that you like so much, you earned it, shorty. Luca. Come on then. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.